One fine day, this young man suddenly woke up in his university dormitory. But what the hell? Lin Zile, this guy graduated from university 10 years ago. Holy crap! Lin Zile opened his phone. The background wallpaper was his ex-girlfriend. He opened the camera app again. His face was clean, without any scars. That's right. Lin Zile had been reborn to the day the apocalypse descended. Before his rebirth, Lin Zile had just become the MTH war god of Longguo not long ago. Two of the war gods who established the battle formation organized a celebration party for him. But while they were talking, a zombie king suddenly broke in. At that time, Lin Zile fought a serious battle with that zombie. But at the most intense moment of the battle, those two bastards behind him stabbed him in the back. So painful. They joined forces with the zombie king to send him to his doom. But what Lin Zile didn't expect the most was that the mastermind behind this was his girlfriend, Yao Jinghan. She was originally the campus belle. It's a mystery why she chose Lin Zile as her boyfriend among a bunch of other sons of heaven. Back then, he was always very happy to get with the beauty, but he didn't know that before the apocalypse, she had received instructions from young Master Li to approach him. The Li family was one of the three major families in Longguo, a force to be reckoned with, and young Master Li wanted to use Lin Zile to help his family expand their territory, and then find a way to get rid of him. He had to pay the price of ruining his appearance to be able to escape by luck. For the next 10 years, Lin Zile lived in the pursuit of the Liao family, and in the end he still died at the hands of Yao Jinghan, young Master Liao's confidant. Fortunately, God had mercy. Lin Zile had a chance to start over. Now the apocalypse hasn't descended yet, and Yao Jinghan is still his girlfriend. He can completely slaughter her first. Just as he thought of this, Lin Zile received a text message from Yao Jinghan. The content was that because she had to go to a makeup class, she couldn't celebrate his birthday with him today. 10 years ago, Lin Zile naively believed it. But now reading the message again made his blood boil. Her makeup class was teaching spelling on the bed with the Li family's young master, Li Haobo. Lin Zile suppressed his anger and texted Yao Jinghan back. Meet tonight at the abandoned warehouse behind the training ground. There's a surprise I want to give you. In his previous life, Lin Zile didn't understand why Li Haobo hated him so much until he died. It was also because of him and Yao Jinghan that he missed the best time to level up. In this life, Lin Zile is determined not to let that tragedy happen again, and he must make those bastards pay the price. That evening, Lin Zile went to the abandoned warehouse as scheduled. The sky at this time had turned into a murky color like blood. This was the omen when the real apocalypse descended. At exactly 7 p.m. tonight, it would invade the real world, turning the earth into a world immersed in death. Lin Zile glanced at a few people in the schoolyard. He remembered that they were the ones who could survive after the apocalypse came, but it didn't matter much. What mattered was that person with the Yao surname. Thinking so, Lin Zile quickly walked to the warehouse. Yao Jinghan was already waiting here. As soon as she saw him, she put on an angry look, pouting and saying, "Why are you so late? Hurry up and tell me what the surprise is. I have to go to a makeup class soon." The two words makeup class made Lin Zile extremely annoyed. In his previous life, they even specially filmed a taunting clip and sent it to him as a birthday gift. How infuriating. Lin Zile had already hidden a knife in his sleeve, while his face still had a very sincere, foolish smile. He's truly the ancestor of the acting industry. Don't rush, I'll tell you right now. But Lin Zile didn't say a word. Yao Jinghan started to get impatient because she was in a hurry to go back to tutoring. What do you mean by not saying anything? If you're not going to talk, I'm leaving. Seeing her impatient look, Lin Zile became even more annoyed. He stepped forward, and without a word, directly grabbed her face and kissed her hard. Yao Jinghan's phone fell to the ground, and her expression quickly changed to panic. "You're crazy! Let me go!" Yao Jinghan's voice was broken. Her appearance was extremely pitiful, but it couldn't move Lin Zile anymore. March 16, 478. The supermodern Shanghai hotel. Spent 5,323 yuan. Lin Zile said each word with a dark face. Before Yao Jinghan could understand what he was saying, Lin Zile continued to read out a series of dates, hotel names, and other amounts of money. After a while, Yao Jinghan realized that these hotels seemed a little familiar, and after another while, she realized that they were the records of her and young Master Li Haobo renting rooms. Yao Jinghan trembled all over, saying that she could explain. But Lin Zile didn't give her a chance, because Yao Jinghan's phone hadn't turned off yet, and on it was still the unfinished conversation between her and Li Haobo, and the content of that conversation exposed Yao Jinghan's hypocrisy. Even though he had experienced this in his previous life, when Lin Zile saw these things with his own eyes, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating smile. He temporarily released Yao Jinghan and quickly swiped to that 1 minute and 36-second long clip. This was the birthday gift they used to completely destroy Xinjiang in his previous life. Lin Zile still remembered the content of that clip clearly. He could recite Yao Jinghan's every sentence in the clip. "Lin Zile, my stupid, weak boyfriend, happy birthday. Don't you even think about why I, as the campus belle of Shanghai University, would fancy a penniless idiot who has nothing but a pretty face? Lin Zile didn't miss a word. The more he read, the paler Yao Jinghan's face became, but Lin Zile didn't intend to stop. His voice was even sounding harmless, but it made Yao Jinghan's heart choke with fear. This is obviously a video she made for fun with Li Haobo and recorded. Why hasn't it been sent out yet? How did Lin Zile know what she was going to say? Well, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been favored by young Master Ling and enjoyed glory and wealth, so in the end, I still have to thank you. Lin Zile even imitated Yao Jinghan's teasing tone in the clip. This made her completely desperate, so scared that she collapsed into the chair and no longer resisted. Lin Zile also understood her mood at this time, but he didn't intend to explain anything. When Yao Jinghan goes to hell, she'll have plenty of time to think about it. Thinking of this, Lin Zile grabbed Yao Jinghan's hands tightly. The dagger in his hand swung, and blood splattered everywhere. Lin Zile's stab was very vicious. Yao Jinghan fell to the ground. Blood was still pouring out from her carotid artery. She clearly had no way to live. Even though he had just become a murderer, Lin Zile was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he was extremely excited. 10 years have passed, and Lin Zile has finally avenged this BTCH. He was so excited that he laughed and cried. But revenge like this was not enough, because after all, Yao Jinghan was just a pawn in Li Haobo's hand. He needed to figure out why that young master hated him so much, and also make him feel like death was a mercy. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed in the space. Congratulations, host, on a successful rebirth. System, Doomsday Guidance, activated. Lin Zile was startled and turned his head. The sound came from his phone. It was 6:05 p.m. now, meaning there were still 55 minutes until the official arrival of the Doomsday. Yet the system had already appeared. What was going on? Moreover, this was the first time Lin Zile had heard of this guidance system. As if understanding Lin Zile's doubts, the voice spoke once again. This is a system that can decipher doomsday data, bringing the host a wealth of experiences. The space around where Lin Zile was standing began to encode. The system has completed the process of recognizing you as its master. It can now extract a super guide called Absolute Drop Rate. It allows Lin Zile to increase the drop rate from 1% to 100% during the zombie extermination process, meaning that every time he kills a zombie, an item will definitely drop. With that, he will be rich. Is this guidance really trustworthy? Lin Zile asked, doubtful. The system affirmed its words with absolute certainty, claiming they were truer than the purest gold. Then, the simulated window in front of him changed, transforming into a personal information panel. Lin Zile's current level is 0, with only one guide, the Absolute Drop Rate, just received. Every time you increase by 10 levels, you can activate a guidance attribute. This scene is no different from cheating. Seems a little too magical. Suddenly, gaining this miraculous system made Lin Zile extremely happy. With it in hand, he could completely crush the Li family's power. It's just that the Li family is one of the 3 great families of Long Country, with unfathomable strength. It's still better to proceed with caution. Come to think of it, in his previous life, the reason why Li Haobo targeted him was still unclear. Lin Zile only vaguely guessed that it had something to do with his deceased father. Originally, Lin Zile wanted to eliminate Li Haobo first, then run away and level up slowly. But with this guidance system, it seemed he could completely infiltrate the Li Ha family and catch them all. Thinking of this, Lin Zile's mood became extremely cheerful. Li family, just wait and see. He left the dilapidated warehouse, the sky now even darker than before. Outside the warehouse, there were still several couples deeply engrossed in their affection, completely unaware that the apocalypse was very near. After that, Lin Zile found a hotel near the school. He rented a room by the hour and bought 3 bottles of water and 5 loaves of bread. After all, Lin Zile didn't completely trust the system that had fallen from the sky. He should still prepare a little for when the apocalypse arrives. After returning to his room, Lin Zile called and specifically requested technician number 3 to serve him, because in his previous life, this woman had turned into a regional zombie boss, and he had been utterly defeated by her. Now that he was reborn with the memories of his previous life, Lin Zile wanted to strike first to get the reward, quickly level up, and verify the truth of this system. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. Come in, the door's unlocked! As soon as Lin Zile finished speaking, a woman in revealing clothes with an hourglass figure entered. The girl wanted to get right to business, but Lin Zile had no mood for flirting now, especially not with someone who would turn into a zombie in 5 minutes. He then told the girl to take a shower, while he pulled a dagger out of his backpack. Lin Zile slowly approached the bathroom. The girl was showering, and when she heard the doorknob turning, she wore a suggestive smile. I knew you'd play this kinky game. Hurry up, I'm tired of standing. She thought she was about to witness a scene too hot for kids to see in the bathroom. But just then, Lin Zile's phone rang, signaling that it was 7 p.m. The girl's body immediately underwent a transformation, her once fair and beautiful skin turning pale, with bulging blue and purple veins and bloodstains all over her body. Her whole body trembled, her last shred of consciousness not understanding what was happening. She began to scream in resentment, and Lin Zile also pushed open the bathroom door and stepped in. The moment he entered the bathroom was also when the last bit of humanity of that employee disappeared, completely transforming into a monster. It lunged towards Lin Zile, but he remained calm, dodging and retaliating. His past life experiences were more than enough for Lin Zile to deal with this zombie, and it was quickly subdued. Then, circles of light appeared beneath Lin Zile's feet, and the surrounding space was encoded, just like when the system first appeared. And this time, just like in his previous life, all players like him received the same notification. Welcome players to Doomsday. The system has been activated and cannot be stopped. Players are invited to develop naturally in this world. The zombies in this world have very sensitive hearing and somewhat dull eyesight, only able to see moving bodies. After the apocalypse, only 20% of the world's population is fortunate enough to survive, with the rest turning into zombies. And most importantly, it's a one-life game. Once you're dead, there's absolutely no chance of revival. What followed was a lengthy introduction to the game rules. First, killing zombies can raise the player's level, helping players gain new attributes. The game experience is closely related to level. Second, killing zombies has a chance of dropping equipment, props, and supplies, but the drop rate is very low, completely dependent on luck. These are the basic rules at a low level. While at a high level, the game system doesn't explain, because it assumes humans basically won't be able to reach that realm. Lin Zile was annoyed by the game's condescending attitude towards players' abilities. I will definitely climb to the highest position. In addition, there are many hidden quests with valuable rewards hidden in the world. Players need to search carefully to have a chance to discover them. As for modern human weapons and technology, they are all ineffective, and attacks cannot be used to deal with the initial stage, corpse demons of the apocalypse. All human information equipment is also disturbed and cannot be used temporarily. Mobile phones can only be used to play games or read novels. If a player is bitten by a zombie, zombification will occur, and they will soon turn into one of them. And when night falls, the basic attributes of zombies will be enhanced, so you need to hide very well. They are also capable of evolving to become stronger, so you must be absolutely cautious. There are many other reminders behind, but the prerequisite is that players must survive the 7-day newbie protection period first. After these 7 days, a truly fierce battlefield will open up, but during the newbie phase, zombies are very weak, and you can take advantage of this time to slaughter them as much as possible. The tutorial ended, followed by the character naming section. Lin Zile decided to choose a really ugly name, Nai, and he would use this name to take revenge on all those who had harmed him in the future. Just now, Lin Zile successfully killed the regional zombie boss, gaining experience points. Rising straight to level 2, and being the first in the world to take down a zombie, he achieved the unique global achievement of First Blood. This accomplishment will be immediately announced to the entire server. Lin Zile's mood was a little excited. He finally got the server-wide announcement achievement, something he couldn't achieve even after becoming a war god in his previous life. Ding! Player Yikesy has successfully taken down the first zombie. The news has been announced to all players. Some of them were still in a state of panic, not understanding what was happening, while others hadn't even finished studying the game's announcement, yet he had already acted so quickly. Lin Zile wasn't afraid of being noticed. He was currently engrossed in studying his attribute panel. Currently, Lin Zile has 1,000 reputation points, 101 gold coins, and a storage space with an area of 1 by 1 cubic meter. His basic attributes include 11 points in strength, 15 points in spirit, 10 points in constitution, and 13 points in agility. Most importantly, Lin Zile possesses an epic-grade talent called Omnipotent Divine Power, which allows him to understand many combat methods and skillfully utilize various basic abilities. Lin Zile was quite satisfied. His high spirit and agility, coupled with his epic-grade talent, were probably 70% due to the various abilities he learned during his 10 years in the apocalypse in his previous life. The rewarded gold coins and reputation points were also very useful, as some equipment and items required a certain level of reputation points to be used, and there was also a personal discount in the store. But all of this couldn't compare to the First Blood title that Lin Zile had just obtained. Thanks to it, all attributes were increased by 1 point, and every day after 12 AM, the first attack would be increased by 100% damage. Getting 4 attribute points for free was one thing, but this damage effect might have a miraculous effect. After studying all his personal information, Lin Zile went back to the zombie's corpse again, because he suddenly remembered the 100% drop rate guidance he received from the system at the warehouse. And indeed, a meditation necklace had dropped next to the boss's corpse. This is a bronze-grade equipment that increases spirit by 1 point and spirit recovery speed by 10% after use. Lin Zile's eyes lit up instantly. Heavens! That system wasn't lying to me. It dropped bronze-grade equipment on the very first try. Please use it wisely, host, and don't forget about the system's existence. Seeing Lin Zile constantly doubting him, the system, feeling a bit sensitive, reminded him. Alright, I remember, Lin Zile nodded rapidly. I never thought that free lunch would actually fall from the sky. It seems I have to make good use of that system. His current task is to make good use of the 8 hours of daylight to hunt and kill zombies, because their attributes will increase sharply at night. Lin Zile picked up the meditation necklace and decided to start sweeping through the other rooms of the hotel. Before he could leave the room, Lin Zile heard a noise coming from the hallway. He carefully held his dagger and went to open the door, only to bump into another zombie. After zombification, zombies retain some of the attribute characteristics they had when they were alive. It seems that the zombie in front of him used to work in a physically demanding job when he was human. Look at those bulging muscles. Although it has a few points higher attributes than ordinary zombies, that's not enough to trouble Lin Zile. The zombie lunged forward to attack him first. Facing its fierce attack, Lin Zile chose to dodge, and then found an opening to counterattack. The zombie was impaled in the throat by his dagger, pinned to the wall. Even so, it still tried to retaliate, but Lin Zile increased the force in his hand, driving the dagger deeper into its throat. Finally, he eliminated the opponent, gaining 1 experience point and 1 gold coin. A card representing a portion of supplies dropped from that muscular zombie. These cards represent actual supplies, and upon activation, you will receive the corresponding supplies printed on the card. The stuff isn't rare, but it's not bad for the early game either. Lin Zile put the card into his inventory. Then he started rummaging through the zombie's backpack. Inside was a photo of the person with his daughter. Turns out, he was also a pitiful guy. Besides, there are quite a few repair tools here. Lu Dongli grabbed a hammer and charged straight into the next room, continuing his zombie-slaying journey. But when he got to the next room, the scene inside froze him in place. Lu Dongli saw 2 zombies, a male and a female, getting it on in bed. He panicked so much that he rushed back out and slammed the door shut. This hotel is definitely not up to any good. The guests have turned into zombies, and they still don't forget to do that. It's just that with their current appearance, this scene isn't stimulating at all, but rather kind of nauseating. Lu Dongli didn't want to get a sty from watching this stuff, but he also didn't want to waste the precious 8 hours of daylight, so he peeked in again. The male zombie saw him ruining his good time and went crazy, charging over. His speed was surprisingly fast, but overall his attribute points were still 2 points lower than that repairman zombie from earlier. Lu Dongli took a step back to gain momentum, then smashed the hammer straight into its forehead. While the zombie was still staggering, he used the dagger in his other hand to stab it again, successfully finishing off the opponent. The dagger spun in Lu Dongli's hand. He didn't even need to look to know that the remaining zombie was planning to sneak attack him. The blade accurately pierced its throat. After quickly and cleanly dealing with both of them, Lu Dongli received 2 more experience points and 2 gold coins. And just like the 2 before, these 2 also dropped equipment. This guiding system is truly miraculous. In his previous life, Lu Dongli had to take down 100 zombies to have a chance of getting a bottle of mineral water. Now, every time he takes down one, he gets a new piece of equipment. This is truly a blessing. Lu Dongli opened the item box, and he received 2 eyes of scouting. This is a one-time use, bronze-level item that can detect any movement within a 10-meter radius. Once someone else approaches, it will warn the user. The usage time is 10 hours. Lu Dongli chuckled, clearly very pleased with this. But before he could put it in his pocket, he heard cursing and hurried footsteps coming from the stairs. Who's there? Who's making so much noise? Be careful when you're playing. It turned out to be the hotel owner. It seemed this guy was lucky enough not to turn into a zombie. As soon as he saw Lu Dongli, he cursed even more furiously. Is that you, you little brat? You don't have any money and you're making such a big racket. If you don't kneel down and call me grandpa today, don't even think about getting out of here. Not sure if the hotel owner was drunk or not, but cursing wasn't enough. He lunged at Lu Dongli, trying to punch him. He's used to dealing with zombies. How could he be hurt by such a clumsy and slow, ordinary person? But just to be safe, he kept a dagger hidden behind his back. You bastard! You dare dodge? Just you wait and see how I deal with you later. The hotel owner cursed and turned his head, and in that instant, he met Lu Dongli's eyes, like a vision from the Asura hell. He really didn't want to lay a hand on a living person. If it weren't for the trouble, he should just let the zombie bite him once, and wait until he turns into a zombie an hour later, then take his life. Unfortunately, in this 1 hour, I can eliminate many zombies. I don't have time to waste here with him. And to prevent the opponent from hindering me any further, the knife in Lin Zile's hand continued to stab down. Survival in the apocalypse is about you die, I live, and I won't let anyone stop me. After dealing with that noisy thing, Lin Zile went to each room and knocked on the door, and in a room at the corner, he discovered another zombie. Lin Zile immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. Inside was a large man who had zombified, and his speed was not slow at all. Lin Zile really liked formidable and agile opponents like this, because they help him regain the feeling of combat that had somewhat faded from his previous life. The two sides exchanged a few tense blows, and the result was quite predictable. Lin Zile still successfully defeated the opponent. A bottle of good wine fell from that zombie. Then he began to rummage around the room to see if there was anything useful. The owner of this room was also a wealthy person, so the bedroom was quite comfortable. It was almost dark, and Lin Zile decided to rest here to avoid zombies. He still needed 6 experience points, equivalent to 6 more zombie lives, to level up to level 3. Glancing at the clock, there were only 20 minutes left until 8 o'clock. By then, the strength of the zombies would really skyrocket. And so Lin Zile, who had just sat down on the bed, quickly got up and ran downstairs to the first floor. He had to eliminate 6 more zombies to level up before dark, but there was no one to be seen on the first floor anymore. Lin Zile wandered around searching, and his eyes fell on a notice placed on the reception desk. If you are willing, technician number 3 is always ready to serve you. If there is technician number 3, then there must be number 1 and number 2 as well. The woman who specialized in providing healthy massages for male customers had been taken care of by Lin Zile. The other 2 had not yet shown their faces. According to the game's setting, zombies have very sensitive hearing, and it takes some noise to lure them out. Thinking so, Lin Zile took the hammer in his hand and smashed it on the table a few times. Sure enough, after that, some noises came from the room inside the cashier's counter. Lin Zile groped his way inside, but the room was empty. He listened silently and discovered that the sound was coming from underground, so there was a basement here. Lin Zile clicked his tongue and then opened the basement door. The basement door led to a vertical cave, and 2 zombies were fumbling to climb up, but their eyesight wasn't good, and they fell to the ground after climbing a few steps. Lin Zile couldn't bear to watch them struggle to climb up in vain anymore, so he simply jumped down and then eliminated both of them in one go. He had eliminated 2 more zombies, still 4 short. The dagger in his hand was so dull it was unusable. Lin Zile really hoped that one of the 2 items that just dropped would be a handy weapon for him. It was just a casual wish, but Lin Zile didn't think his mouth would be so magical. The dropped equipment was a Tang Heng Dao, a standard bronze-level Long Kingdom army saber, about 70 centimeters long, very durable, and with a strong armor-piercing effect. Equipping it would increase 1 attribute point and break 10% of the enemy's defense. After the battle ended, the damage on the blade would also slowly recover. Although standard weapons like the Tang Heng Dao could be bought with gold coins later, having it in the early game was like adding wings to a tiger for Lin Zile. He glanced at his watch. With only 10 minutes left until 8 o'clock, it seemed he needed to speed things up. Lin Zile climbed up from the basement to the first floor again, then went straight outside. Finding zombies was not difficult out here. He stood in front of the hotel and snapped his fingers, attracting a group. It's just that the IQ of the first-day zombies was really low. Without Lin Zile even needing to act, they tripped over each other and fell. In his previous life, when Lin Zile groggily woke up in his bedroom, it was already the 2nd day of the apocalypse, and the zombies had all leveled up to level 2. He wasted the most important leveling time because of the scheming woman Yao Jinghan. But now things were different. With the Tang Heng Dao in hand, one move to instantly kill these weaklings was not a problem at all. At this stage, the quality of this bronze saber was extremely excellent. He officially achieved his KPI of killing 6 zombies before dark and leveled up to level 3. Originally, Lin Zile had planned to retire, but at this moment, another small zombie slowly approached. He thought this one was a bit smarter than the others, but unexpectedly, it came to run headfirst into the blade and died. Although it was a bit stupid, the equipment dropped from its corpse was not bad at all, because it was a skill book. For now, Lin Zile would just put the skill book in his inventory, and the clock had already struck 8 o'clock. That's right. Lin Zile's intuition quickly sensed danger, so he took a step back. Sure enough, in the spot where Lin Zile had been standing a second before, a zombie 1.5 times his size suddenly appeared. It was just a level 1 zombie, but all 4 attribute stats were extremely high. This was clearly because they gained a huge growth buff at night. What Lin Zile was facing now was not easy to deal with. Its strength would peak within 1 minute, and he had to quickly take it down, unless he wanted it to attract more. It's just that taking down this rampaging monster was not as easy as Lin Zile imagined. The ones from before couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Tang broadsword, but this zombie, even after being slashed directly in the neck, showed no signs of dying anytime soon. In fact, because its skin was so thick, Lin Zile's blade was stuck. He tried to pull it back with force, but it was nearly impossible. Facing the zombie with its murky eyes, Lin Zile temporarily retreated. He took the hammer from his storage space, wound up, and threw it hard at the opponent. The hammer had slammed into the zombie's forehead, and taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin Zile pulled his blade free. He thought that 2 consecutive attacks like that would be enough to put the opponent in a difficult situation, but it only seemed to drive this zombie even more insane. It lunged forward, trying to grab Lin Zile. forcing him to retreat several steps. However, this didn't mean that Lin Zile was at a disadvantage. He firmly gripped the hammer in one hand, and with the other, he used the Tang broadsword to slash fiercely at the opponent's neck again. This strike was extremely powerful, creating a deep wound. With 3 consecutive and intense attacks like that, a level 1 zombie like it finally couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Zile breathed a sigh of relief. This monster's attributes have reached the peak level. If he hadn't handled it calmly, thanks to the experience from his previous life, he clearly wouldn't have been able to win. Lin Zile picked up the few equipment boxes that had fallen to the ground, and then began to clean up the scene. It was now past 8 o'clock, and the attributes of the zombies outside had increased by at least 50%. The commotion, when he fought with that last zombie just now, was very loud. If he didn't take care of it quickly, he was afraid that it would attract many other zombies. And so, Lin Zile propped up the zombies to block all the entrances and exits of the hotel. Then he returned to the luxury suite on the 2nd floor and used the Scout Eye item. From now on, if a person or zombie approached Lin Zile, the Scout Eye's shield would immediately turn red to warn him internally. Lin Zile, no matter what state he was in, even if he was fast asleep, would immediately wake up. After activating the Scout Eye, he finally felt relieved enough to take a shower. He'd been busy all day and he was really stinky. After showering and cleaning up, Lin Zile was finally in the mood to pay attention to the 5 unopened equipment boxes that had dropped. Inside were a nightshade ring, a 1-liter bottle of Sanquan mineral water, 2 more Scout Eyes, and a Peking duck with the skin already peeled off. He had plenty of food and drinks, he already had weapons, and he even got 4 Scout Eyes. Lin Zile was beyond excited. The valuable items from his previous life were now easily within his reach. This was truly the greatest gift that heaven had bestowed upon him. Besides the 2 Scout Eyes he just opened, the Nightshade Ring was also a good item. It was also bronze-grade equipment, capable of concealing 30% of his presence when night fell. In addition, it also helped increase agility by 1 point. Lin Zile didn't hesitate at all, and put it on his hand directly. Then, he remembered something else. That was the skill book he hadn't had time to open earlier. The drop rate for skill books is inherently, infinitesimally low. He only remembered that in his previous life, ordinary players from level 10 to level 80 only had a total of 3 chances to obtain random skills, and it wasn't even guaranteed that those skills would be suitable for them. In Lin Zile's previous life, there was one person revered as the skill god, possessing a total of 25 skills, more than any other player in the world. As for him, having a total of 10 skills already put him ahead of 99% of the players worldwide. Now, having just reached level 3, Lin Zile had already picked up a skill book. Before opening it, he was truly very nervous. Lin Zile prayed in all directions to all the deities he knew, just so he could open a good skill, suitable for himself, so that this life of his could have a smooth start. When the skill appeared before him, Lin Zile's eyes widened, seemingly in disbelief at what had just happened. He had opened the returning moonslash skill. This was a warrior-type skill. When throwing the weapon in hand, it would create 120% damage. After the weapon hits the enemy or reaches the farthest possible range, it will automatically return to the hand. The throwing distance and the return distance are the same. During the weapon's return, if it hits an enemy along the way, it will deal 80% damage. The only weakness is that if it encounters an obstacle, it will not be able to return to the owner's hand. Lin Zile was extremely excited, because this was a rare warrior skill. It was both a long-range damage skill, and it integrated automatic retrieval and increased damage. This type of skill currently has a relatively long cooldown time. Once Lin Zile's spiritual power is higher, it will be possible to shorten that time. After learning the skill, Lin Zile was so eager that he wanted to test it out immediately by throwing the green ripple blade, but before he could make a move, his stomach started growling loudly. That's right. Busy all day, Lin Zile hadn't had time to eat anything. He opened his inventory, took out the pile of food from the supply card he had obtained today. Then he started eating ravenously, as if he had just traveled from a famine. The aroma and flavor of those dishes could rival that of a 5-star restaurant chef, no joke. Lin Zile devoured the table of food quickly. After his stomach was full, he regained his pensive look, concerned about his life's matters. He was thinking about the path of revenge. If he wanted that plan to succeed, Lin Zile couldn't just follow the route that the game had already set like in his previous life. Otherwise, he would only be repeating the same mistakes. Thinking of this, Lin Zile started taking out paper and pen to write and take notes, planning the path he was about to take. Players must reach level 10 to unlock the job system and choose a path that suits them. In fact, the 2 best jobs are still warrior and mage. If he chooses warrior, each time Lin Zile levels up, he will be permanently given 1 additional point for each strength and constitution attribute, and he will also be given 2 free attribute points to allocate as he wishes. If he chooses to be a tank to withstand damage, he will put all his points into the constitution attribute. If he chooses to be a violent warrior, he will add points to the strength attribute. and if he chooses to be an assassin, he will put points into the agility attribute. As for the mage job, each time he levels up, he will be given a fixed 1 point into the 2 attributes of agility and spirit. He will also receive 2 free attribute points to allocate as he wishes. Most players will focus on the spirit attribute. If they want to add points to the constitution or strength attributes, they can become melee mages. But what Lin Zile is waiting for is not that ordinary. He had that in his previous life, so this life he hopes to get it even more. That is a hidden job. A high-level job, different from ordinary jobs. Players who can unlock the hidden job system only account for 1% of the total number of players worldwide. Although each hidden job quest is extremely dangerous, the rewards received are also extraordinary. Lin Zile's hidden job in his previous life was Phantom Assassin, the legendary pinnacle in the Doomsday game. When the agility attribute is maxed out, the pure damage will explode. Before performing the second job advancement, then each time he levels up, in addition to being given 1 point of agility and 1 point of strength, he will also be given 3 free attribute points. In his previous life, if he hadn't been lucky enough to unlock this top-level hidden job, Lin Zile wouldn't have been able to escape the Lin family's pursuit for 10 years. Then Lin Zile continued to write out a series of other hidden jobs, including Light Holy Knight, Undead Mage, Asura Titan, and Life Harvester. The players who possess these jobs in the future will all become war gods, and may be useful to him later. After that, Lin Zile began to study his attributes. Currently, he has 5 free attribute points that he can allocate. The strength stat is now 13, spirit is 17, constitution is 11, and agility is 15. After some consideration, Lin Zile decided to add 3 points to the strength attribute and 2 points to the agility attribute. After this was done, Lin Zile began racking his brain again, wondering where he could meet those future war gods, and specifically where the ancient stone tier props from his previous life were hidden. In the blink of an eye, it was already morning. Lin Zile was still quite carefree at the Lian residence. Young Master Li Haobo had already blown his top. After hearing the news of Yao Jinghan's demise, Li Haobo couldn't calm down and kept smashing things around the house to vent his anger. And of course, his anger wasn't because he felt sorry for Yao Jinghan, but because his entire plan had been ruined by her. That damn Yao Jinghan. Where did she die? She screwed me over before I could finish gathering resources, before I could send them to that good-for-nothing Lin Zile. Besides that, the game Days of Doomsday Invading Reality has also messed up all of Li Haobo's plans. He kept smashing things to vent his anger, while Zhao, the butler, just stood to the side, not stopping him, only offering a few perfunctory reminders. Young master, please keep your voice down even when scolding. Many of our bodyguards have died or been injured. If more zombies break in, they might not be able to protect your life. Hey, tell me, if I directly make that Lin Zile die of anger, wouldn't I be sending him to see his disgusting old man? Li Haobo seemed to pay no attention to Butler Zhao's reminders. When he mentioned taking Lin Zile's life, Li Haobo's face was extremely twisted, seemingly exceptionally excited internally. Butler Zhao struggled intensely. On one hand, he felt that the Liao family head's new way of teaching his son was what made Li Haobo turn out this way. On the other hand, he felt that training the family heir like this was also reasonable, to avoid siblings killing each other in the future. It's just that now the apocalypse has descended. Thinking it over, with Li Haobo's current personality, he would suffer greatly. Butler Zhao, I am not reconciled, Li Haobo suddenly said. What is it? Didn't my father say a few days ago that the mercenary kill squad wanted to find me? They should have arrived in Shanghai by now, right? Tell them to find those two. Li Haobo wanted to find Yao Jinghan no matter what. Even if she's dead, he has to see her corpse. And Lin Zile must be found even more so. Li Haobo wanted to ruin his life, to completely shatter it. Butler Zhao was also fed up with Li Haobo's attitude, but the mercenary kill squad was a group of death warriors trained specifically for him since childhood, so they would naturally fulfill all his orders. Lin Zile, who was minding his own business, suddenly sneezed. He didn't know who was cursing him. But oh well. It wasn't important. After a night's rest in the VIP hotel room, Lin Zile had prepared everything he needed. With a swoosh, he jumped out of the window. Zombies were now wandering all over the streets. Because the night had passed, their attributes had returned to normal. Lin Zile drew his blade, starting a bloody feast. He kept taking down one after another. Lin Zile had now reached level 3. These low-level zombies were no match for him at all. Moreover, with the whirlwind slash in his hands, the power of the blade was further increased. The only problem now was that his spirit was too weak. The early game required focusing on strength and speed, so he hadn't had spare attribute points to add to spirit, resulting in a slightly long cooldown time for the whirlwind slash. Lin Zile swung his blade around for a while and was already tired. He had already met today's zombie-slaying KPI, so he didn't plan to continue. Instead, he switched to unboxing the dropped items, and Lin Zile's eyes lit up once again when he saw that he had obtained a new attribute item, which was a bronze-level equipment enhancement scroll. It could enhance a bronze-level piece of equipment. This thing couldn't be called useful. It was extremely useful. He couldn't wish for more. After using it, the enhanced equipment's attributes would be improved. The first enhancement would definitely succeed, but subsequent enhancements were uncertain, because the higher the level, the lower the success rate. Lin Zile successfully enhanced the Tongheng Dao for the first time, making its attributes one level stronger. The power attribute was increased by 2 points, and the enemy's defense destruction ability also increased to 15%. Moreover, continuous attacks will increase the power by an additional 10%. It was easy to see that Lin Zile was very satisfied with this strengthened equipment. He temporarily put it aside, then glanced at the other items that had just dropped. Among them was a bronze-grade hidden mask. After wearing it, it can help players hide basic information, such as in-aim and level, for 30 minutes, and can be used twice a day. In his previous life, Lin Zile had never used this item, so he was a little curious. He tried it on, successfully activating the information concealment ability, then directly lay down on the ground to rest for a while. From now until before dark, as long as he reaches level 5, Lin Zile can directly go and challenge the place he wants, without having to find a dungeon anymore. Although dungeons are the most important way to obtain experience and items, to enter a dungeon, players only need to find the dungeon teleportation portals distributed throughout the city. Going through the teleportation gate will lead to the dungeon waiting room. There, they will choose a dungeon suitable for themselves to challenge. There are also some special, independent dungeons that exist. These are often equivalent to hidden dungeons, meaning the rewards for clearing them are extremely rich. Lin Zile possessed the memories of his previous life, so he didn't bother to glance at ordinary, common dungeons. He planned to go straight to Li's family manor after reaching level 5. After lying down and resting for a while, Lin Zile put on a watch and continued his journey. On the way, he saw a house that was securely locked, so he used the Tongheng saber to break the door bolt directly. Although the outside door was locked, the inside was extremely messy, with furniture overturned and bloodstains scattered throughout the house. Lin Zile followed the bloodstains and opened the bedroom door. As soon as the door opened, a pitch-black hand immediately reached out from inside. Its speed was fast, but not as fast as Lin Zile's blade. He took a step back, creating enough space to swing his saber, but the zombie inside was faster than expected, and immediately retracted its hand. Seeing how cunning the opponent was, Lin Zile stepped aside to prepare himself. Sure enough, the thing inside became anxious when it saw that he wasn't moving anymore, and the zombie's 2 hands with sharp claws pierced through the wooden door. Then it used its strength to break through the door and rush out. Lin Zile was already waiting by the door, just waiting for it to rush out so he could strike it down. His Tongheng saber sent that zombie on its way. Lin Zile entered the bedroom to investigate. He saw a neatly placed photo frame on the table. The ferocious zombie from earlier turned out to be a single father of 2 high school students. Lin Zile's mood was momentarily complicated, but he quickly regained his cold demeanor. Forget it. You turned into so many zombies. Who has the heart to sympathize with each and every one of them? Lin Zile is making the most of this house, using it as a base to rest and eat while eliminating a good number of zombies. His food supply is quite abundant. Lin Zile casually chose 4 dishes and devoured them with gusto, replenishing his energy after a busy morning dealing with zombies. Afterward, he sprawled out on the sofa to digest, and started checking the map on his phone. Lin Zile's current location is Bin San Road. Heading east this afternoon should get him where he wants to be. Right now, he only needs a bit more experience to reach level 5. But this afternoon, he'll hack and slash zombies along the way, which should be enough. As Lin Zile stood up to leave, he heard a very faint sound from outside. He was so focused on filling his stomach earlier that he didn't pay attention to these 3 little rats. The noise from outside the front door came from the son and daughter of the zombie he'd just killed, along with a blonde guy lying in ambush outside. They saw Lin Zile enter the house earlier and smelled the food coming from inside, so they were sure he had supplies that could conjure up delicious food. The blonde guy then led the siblings to wait, planning to ambush Lin Zile when he left the house, then steal his supplies for survival. But isn't it bad to steal from others? The daughter asked hesitantly. What's bad about it? This is the apocalypse. You have to be like this to survive, the blonde guy retorted coldly. Little did the 3 know that while they were discussing their plans, Lin Zile had climbed out of the house through the back window and was now circling around to silently approach the 3 little rats from behind. Chikai was confused and excited. You're right. See, little sis, we have a point. He broke into our house so we can treat him as a thief. Chikiao wasn't feeling any better. It seemed like it wasn't wrong. The more she thought about it, the more worried she became. Plus, her stomach was growling. Thinking of her dad suddenly turning into a zombie, she followed her brother out without taking anything. She hadn't eaten anything since noon yesterday. Forget it. Who told him to have food? Qin Yao understood and strained her voice to yell, Okay, rob him, we'll rob him clean. Before she could fully process it, she froze as a gooey liquid splattered before her eyes. Her lifeless eyes widened, staring straight ahead. Lin Zile had struck. He delivered a fatal blow, slashing his sword across the blonde guy's back with a firm face, revealing no emotion. He was stabbed in the back and fell face first to the ground, right where Qi Yao was standing, scaring her witless and causing her to collapse and scream, "Wah!" Lin Zile pulled his sword back and held it horizontally, coldly turning his back and saying, "I wanted to save some mental energy, but I can't let you lead zombies here." With that, he threw the sword, spinning it like a boomerang. Lin Zile's face was ice cold, and he didn't even bother tilting his head. His sword whizzed around Qi Yao, cutting off her 2 braids, making her even more terrified, her face drained of all color. Seeing the critical situation, her brother, Qi Kai, ran away to escape, his collar stained with dark red blood, scared out of his wits. After the blade had traveled its path and done what it needed to do, Lin Zile gently reached out and retrieved his treasure, the sword immediately resting in his palm. His stance didn't change even by 1 millimeter. Qi Yao lay at his feet, the upper body of the blonde guy soaked in blood. Zile turned to look at them one last time before leaving, his eyes filled with disdain as he judged Kaiji, who lay motionless and lifeless. "You abandoned your sister. Living is just a waste of resources for you. You 2 brothers were exactly the same, trying to rob and failing, then getting killed. Serves you right. You should thank me for not torturing you, and for letting you die so quickly, avoiding many hardships in the apocalypse." Finally, Zile left, glancing around with a bored expression, sighing, "HMPH, doing good deeds again. The government should give me a Good Citizen Award." Looking back at the house, the window was only left with streaks of blood. On the wooden table inside was a family photo of 3 happy people, with a diagonal crack that was no longer complete. Twilight gradually descended, and on the street, zombies roamed freely in strange postures, as if someone was controlling them, each of them in a different corner, some even climbing on the wall with one pant leg torn above the calf. The woman in the high-rise building looked down and saw this scene, hurriedly calling out, "Honey, come here and see this superhero." Her husband, though busy, replied blankly, "Superhero what? I'm blocking the door to keep the zombies out." The woman kept her eyes on the figure below, pointing, "Over there, hurry up and look." It turned out to be Zile exterminating zombies. In an instant he had taken down 3 without much effort. She exclaimed, "Oh my god, a master!" Zile was wearing a mask at this time, so his identity was completely hidden. She wondered, strange. Why can't I see his information? She glanced at her husband next to her. "Dear, don't bother, let's quickly call for the superhero to save us." The husband held the phone tightly, frowning in displeasure. "Don't even think about it. That will only reveal our location, leading the zombies here, and we're done for." He even asked back, "Besides, this superhero has hidden his information, so he doesn't want to reveal his identity. How could he agree to save people?" Her eyes lit up as if she had realized a truth. "Husband, you're still the smartest." In another apartment, a hot girl was live streaming in a fiery red outfit. She saw Zile and didn't hesitate to open the window and call out, "Hey, how gay ah!" I'm not shy about making a straightforward offer in a charming tone. "Come save me." Hao Gaig ignored her invitation, only smiling and continuing his work, which shocked her. Zile knelt down on one knee, choosing items, including braised pork with vegetables 666, cold remedy elixir, and white man toothpaste. She was naturally extremely annoyed, pulling the window closed while expressing her anger. "Can't you see Mount Tai? I have more than 30,000 fans online." She went into the house, but still didn't stop her sarcastic words. "And there's a rich big brother who drives here to pick me up every day. How dare an ugly masked guy like you not look at me? I'll definitely make you pay." While saying this, she held a pot of flowers in her hand. She used all her strength to carry the flower pot to the window. As expected, she let go, letting it fall right where Zile was standing. He was focused on studying the card in his hand, but with his sixth sense it wasn't difficult for Zile to notice that something bad was coming. Slightly startled, he gently took a step forward, just as the flower pot landed next to Zile's feet. As a reflex, he looked back. In contrast to her earlier annoyed attitude, after successfully making an impression, the hot girl excitedly called out, "I'm here, Hao Gage! Hurry up and come save me! I'm so scared of the zombies here." Even though Zile was wearing a mask, it wasn't hard to imagine his expressionless face. She pursed her lips as if she was very desirable. "As long as you save me, I'll hold your hand," in her heart self-satisfied. As expected, he's still attracted to me. Despicable man, wanting to play flirting games with me, doesn't even know who I am. Zile didn't say a word, just gently raised his hand. In his hand was a piece of raw meat soaked in the zombie virus. This item was called the Zombie Bait Artifact by by players in the apocalyptic world. Once taken out, zombies within 100 meters would relentlessly pursue the direction of the raw meat. This raw item was soaked in slime. A second later, the piece of meat flew into the hot girl's room. She stepped back, her eyes and mouth wide open in shock, not understanding what was happening. She got angry at Zile, not realizing she'd stirred up a hornet's nest. "I don't want food. I want you to take me somewhere safe. Can't you understand human language?" she wondered to herself. What's wrong with this man? The answer didn't take long to arrive. Hearing noises from outside the room, she whipped her head around, her face contorting in a grimace. A horde of zombies, no one knew when, had forced the door open and were swarming in uncontrollably, like ravenous beasts ready to devour any prey. The hot girl, pale with terror, stood frozen like a log. Blood splattered, and another life was extinguished. The red liquid spread wider and wider, and the phone she was using to livestream fell to the ground, the screen cracking. The livestream chat was in chaos, with many conflicting opinions and criticisms. Is this really the time for a livestream? She's having a pretty good time upstairs, huh? Still watching the livestream here, wah. What level are you now? Where's the dungeon? I want to live, wah. Are all the zombies this scary? Zile, having dealt with the nuisance, casually put his hands in his pockets and left. He thought to himself, this is only the first lesson of the apocalypse. As the apocalypse began, human life grew more and more chaotic. Some threw themselves into the open air. Others leaned out from balconies. Zile was like the only normal person in this place. The first lesson of the day was to know yourself. Don't casually ask strangers for help. That's what he thought about the hot girl from before. He strolled along leisurely, as if taking a walk in the park. In the distance, a pack of hungry zombies was rushing toward him. After walking for a while, he arrived as dusk settled. Before Zile was the Shanghai Sports Center. From the outside, it looked imposing and solid. He slightly raised his head and scanned the building. That's right, it's here. Zile raised his hand to check the time. It's still 2 hours until late at night. That's enough. He steadily approached. Being at the entrance of the Shanghai Sports Center, there should be a silver-grade wild treasure chest set up here. In the Apocalypse game, special situations would occur in the city's iconic buildings. For example, merchant dungeons, hidden robots. The wild treasure chest being mentioned was the wild treasure chest scattered around the place. Anyone could open it. The wild treasure chest boss must be killed. Only the boss would drop the treasure chest. It's more valuable than the wild treasure chest, but very difficult to obtain. The silver treasure chest would definitely yield a silver-grade equipment or item. As Zile stepped inside, he used the system to scan around, and the results quickly came up. Ding! Detecting host is about to enter the Shanghai Sports Center. Ding! The environment of the Shanghai Sports Center meets the mission requirements. Ding! Hereby announcing the mission. Take on 100. He looked at the system's instructions. Outstanding host needs to demonstrate their power. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Center, regardless of level. The mission rewards are a random normal guidance draw and a bronze-grade equipment. The mission duration is 24 hours. Would the host like to accept the mission? Zile pondered deeply. 100 zombies. Most of them have already advanced to level 2. I need to think carefully before making a decision. The sports center is so big, I originally planned to avoid a large number of zombies, use stealth to open the treasure chest and then run. But now, there's this mission. Zile frowned and asked the system, if I don't accept the mission, or the mission fails, what will the penalty be? A clear tone rang out, providing information. Please rest assured, host, the existence of the guidance system is only to bring a better game experience to the host, to allow the host to enjoy the gaming process, so not accepting the mission or the mission failing will not have any penalties. Instead, the host will receive 100 gold coins as a consolation prize. Hearing this, he relaxed his face and was overjoyed. Seriously? That's so great. Without any further hesitation, Zile pressed accept mission with the thought, anyway, whether it's successful or a failure, there's no loss. He began his first exploration steps in the sports center. According to his memory, the silver treasure chest should be in the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Zile followed his memory, his face a little troubled. Enter through the side door, then walk along the safety passage on the 1st floor. In his head, he drew a map with the specific route, roughly to the medical room on the 3rd floor. It's almost 8 p.m. Night fell. In the medical room there was a bed to sleep on. After spending the night here, I could continue fighting the next day. Roughly by noon of the 2nd day, I should be able to reach the warehouse on the 3rd floor. Saying this, he crossed his arms, satisfied. Open the treasure chest, then jump directly from the edge of the building outside and sneak away. Standing before the locked door, Zile solved the entire lock with a single slash of his sword, the chains shattering into pieces. As he opened the door, a zombie was already waiting. Upon hearing the sound, it lunged out. This one had bulging muscles, a gaunt face, blood-red, vampire-like eyes, and sharp teeth just waiting for prey to be offered to its mouth. A good start. Thinking this, Zile jumped into the room. He used both hands to firmly grasp the hilt of his sword, piercing through the zombie's throat, gritting his teeth as he observed. Zile frowned slightly as he withdrew his sword, his other hand somehow already pulling out a small hammer. He repeatedly struck its face, not giving it a chance to retaliate. A blood-spattered basketball bounced out. The outcome was predictable. This guy died on the spot. Zile looked at it, speechless. Heh, you didn't expect that, did you? Going out to play basketball and turning into a zombie. While observing, he narrowed his eyes, noticing something strange. Right next to the body, a small chest appeared. Without hesitation, Zile kicked the zombie over to the side to conveniently grab the chest. From it, an image of the new weapon emerged. Super flashbang grenade, along with an old key. A bit of information about this weapon. It's a one-time use bronze tier item that can emit a dazzling white light. People who see this white light will fall into a state of blindness, the duration of which is determined by the time they see the light and their sensitivity to light. He happily picked up the spoils, carefully admiring them. Good stuff. Tomorrow night to the Live Family Manor. This is definitely a 10 out of 10 group control item. Zile reached for the backpack on the floor. On the key, there was a line of text. All-purpose key to the sports center. He left this place, casually stuffing the treasure into his backpack, secretly pleased. At least I can avoid the door-smashing routine and reduce the noise that attracts zombies. Zile moved to another room, the door ajar. He slipped inside. Zile skillfully scouted the situation inside through the crack in the door, his face as tense as a bowstring. Inside was a group of students in sports uniforms who had long turned into zombies. Each and every one of them was stiff and awkward, looking exactly the same. It turned out to be a ping-pong room. They had just finished playing, and the paddles were still on the table. The zombie students moved towards the door. Meanwhile, Zile successfully infiltrated, without making a sound. He went inside, hid under the table, and peeked out. Zombie footsteps were close to his ear. Zile raised his hand and carefully counted. The whole group of them. 1, 2, 3. A total of 17. Knowing the enemy and knowing himself, the muscles in his face relaxed a little. These zombies were not much different from him in terms of stats. An ordinary person would have to expend all their energy to deal with one. If relying on my skills, 17 is not impossible to fight. Scanning his eyes around to see what he could use, the main door of the ping-pong arena was closed. Just a tiny sound will lead the zombies outside to come in here. Zile was stunned, calculating the plan in his head. I can take care of 2 zombies first to level up to level 5, then complete the evacuation strategy with the remaining 15. Thinking this, he went into action, drawing his sword, the one closest. Without saying anything, "It's you!" Zile jumped up, decisively slashing horizontally across the zombie's skull. His face was full of determination, already too familiar with this. A hapless victim fell, dying on the spot. Obviously, this sound startled the remaining ones. They paused for a beat. 2 or 3 zombies turned to look at their companion who had just kicked the bucket, eyes blazing with fire. Gradually, more and more took notice. Their faces darkened, red eyes glaring in one direction. Then the zombies charged like moths to a flame towards that spot, faces contorted with extreme rage. On the other side, Zile was mentally prepared to face them. He held his sword in front of him, his blue eyes gleaming. The zombies had advanced, only a few steps away from Zile. He swung his sword powerfully in a circle, blood splattering all around. Without wasting a single second, Zile gathered momentum and leaped forward. He spun around, dealing with the 2 whose legs he had just slashed, and finished off the rest. Zile landed not far away. The nearest zombie had changed direction, slowly approaching him. As usual, one slash across the head and another one bit the dust. Zile pursed his lips slightly, and just as he lowered his sword, the system announced, "Congratulations, player Zile, for successfully killing 2 zombies, gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations, player, for leveling up to level 5, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Zile is 100 experience points away from the next level up." Zile opened the system and checked around. Agility had been increased by 1 point. After finishing the task, he jumped over the corpses on the ground onto the table, his eyes gently closing to sense his surroundings. Zile now stood upright on the pool table, the surviving zombies surrounding him. One was threateningly roaring behind him, but he had already noticed, slightly tilting his body to one side. The blade of the sword lightly brushed past the zombie's neck, and it fell backward. Zile clenched his hand into a fist. Another zombie, seeing this, was frightened and intended to run away. At the same time, the door behind him opened slightly, and an eye peered inside. Before he could fully open the door, after witnessing everything in that ghastly room, he retreated in horror. Chisk! Look at him frowning, getting all worked up. What rotten luck. A loud crash came from inside. A huge noise. 2 or 3 people piled on top of each other, their shapes imprinted on the outside. On this side, someone rubbed his chin with a sly grin, thinking, Looking at these shapes, it must be zombies being beaten on the player inside. There must be supplies. A long time passed, waiting and waiting until his stomach was growling from hunger, his face sunken, mushrooms growing on his head, and still no movement. He muttered weakly, "Just wait for him to die, and I can make a profit and get the supplies." This guy lost all patience, brushing away the pile of mushrooms. "Get lost, you!" Helpless, he mustered all his courage and curiosity, and crept closer to the room to observe more clearly, telling himself, "If you're done for, then I'll benevolently send you on your way." Inside, Zile was still fighting the zombies. This guy grinned maliciously, his eyes gleaming. "I have to think of a way to lead more zombies here." Inside the room, a ceiling panel was broken open, revealing the light outside. Just as he finished fighting the group of zombies, another one stumbled in, so exhausted that he was trembling, barely able to stand. Zile gritted his teeth, his cheeks dotted with sweat. "Damn it!" The zombies' cry again attracted the attention of the zombies outside. A loud noise came from the doorway, causing Zile to jump, and he had to turn to look. After being subjected to physical impact, large cracks appeared on the door, spreading to the surrounding wall. After that impact, everything returned to normal, as quiet as a mouse. Zile was already exhausted at this point. "I know I can't wait any longer, and I don't know how long this door can hold out. Gotta bolt after killing these zombies." He gripped his sword tightly, turning 90 degrees to face the remaining zombies gathering, not one but 3 of them, swarming him at once, crowding each other, as if wanting to tear him to shreds. Zile, of course, wouldn't just stand there and take it. He leaped up and did a somersault, taking care of those 3 in a flash, sending them flying. Zile landed, gently placing his hand forward to brace himself, resisting the momentum, his eyes full of determination. Been taking care of him for a while now, but there are still many zombies wandering around the room, pacing back and forth aimlessly, some of them approaching him, roaring with drool dripping from their mouths. Zile used his sword to stab straight through several of them at once. After having to move around constantly, he plopped down on the ground, wiping the sweat from his forehead, panting to catch his breath. Just then, a system notification popped up. "Behind you!" Zile was slightly startled, and followed the prompt. It was a stamina potion, a bronze tier item, single use. After using it, it can instantly restore 20% of stamina, and then restore 5% stamina every minute for 5 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown. He immediately grabbed it, chugged it down, and instantly felt a surge of energy throughout his body. Yang Zile stood on one side of the table, the flying sword flashed to the other side, the blade slicing through the zombie's neck, killing it on the spot. Dropping another item, he gently approached the container, opening it to check, still wary of the zombies nearby. Zile found a solid place to sit where no one would bother him, happily opened the container to see what was inside, his face completely losing the exhaustion from earlier. This time, he received a spiked bracelet, a bronze tier equipment. The bracelet increases mental magic stats by 1, supplementary skill. Spike Rush can summon a number of spikes from the ground to deliver a heavy vertical blow. Skill cooldown, 24 hours. Zile cautiously held the bracelet in his hand, suddenly speechless, feeling awkward. Holy crap, an equipment with a supplementary skill, what great luck. He immediately put it on his wrist, testing out the new weapon. As if on cue, the last door finally couldn't withstand the pressure from the outside, and collapsed. Several people outside fell to the ground from the force, sending up a cloud of dust. Zile just stood from afar, quietly observing the situation. Through the thick smoke, he could see a group of uninvited guests. He put one hand in his pocket and clenched the other, as if celebrating something, sneering, "Perfect timing." A swarm of hungry zombies poured in from outside, followed by even more. These guys are even more infuriating than the ones inside the room, both men and women, their faces completely disfigured. Zile took a leap, flying over the approaching zombies. No matter how much they reached, they couldn't touch him. The bracelet on his wrist flashed like the light of the party, illuminating the zombies. Large cracks began to appear on the ground, scaring them. Of course, the only one laughing here was Zile. He was delighted to witness the effect of his new toy. This is just the beginning. From the cracks in the floor, large thorns pierced upwards, growing densely and chaotically, reaching straight toward the sky in a jumbled mess. Zile stood to the side, observing attentively. He was slightly surprised by what he had just caused, to the point of blurting out a curse. "Damn it, so powerful! The destructive force of this skill is probably only achievable by a rank 2 mage." A lone zombie, who knows where it was hiding, jumped out at this moment. Zile gave it a charitable glare, his expression unchanged, and it met the same fate as its fallen brothers. This one got its neck chopped. Just when things were calm, he noticed thorns sprouting up right where he was standing, and he hastily jumped back to dodge. In front of him was a scene of utter chaos. The thorns were busy dealing with the zombies, and he remained silent. So many zombies dead. The system notifications kept popping up rhythmically. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing 2 zombies, gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing 3 zombies, gaining 3 experience points and 5 gold coins. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing 2 zombies, gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. And a series of other congratulatory messages too numerous to count. Zile's face lit up. And motivated to fight, he laughed loudly. This trip is a huge profit. He knelt down before the pile of unopened crates on the floor, around which zombies lay scattered, and tapped on the attributes option. The first item was a short-range launcher, a bronze tier item, single use, capable of launching an object loaded into the launcher to a designated location. The location cannot exceed a range of 30 meters. Next was the Gale Bloom, an equipable skill, bronze tier equipment, shoes that can summon gusts of wind. Physique +1, agility +1, can reduce the sound of footsteps. Additional skill Gale Step for 10 seconds, increases movement speed by 20%, cooldown time of 1 hour. Zile immediately equipped the shoes, and the system responded. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully equipping Gale Bloom. Base attributes: Strength 18, Spirit 18, Physique 12, Agility 18. Zile's eyes widened in amazement. Unless you successfully change classes, ordinary people won't have such attributes even at level 10. This is really too good. Seeing the situation gradually turning in his favor, he became even more determined and clenched his fist, setting a flag. After I change classes, my attributes will be double that of ordinary people of the same level. Still facing a powerful army of zombies roaring like hungry tigers, Zile used the zombie virus-soaked meat along with the short-range launcher to put them into practice. With a serious face and nimble hands, he raised the gun and fired several shots in succession. The zombies kept rushing forward, and they became like beasts when they saw the piece of meat exposed before their eyes. The whole group scrambled towards the single piece of meat, growling inhumanly and roaring loudly. Zile stood quietly in the distance, watching them fight. He opened the system and selected the Gale Bloom superpower, the Gale Step skill. Tapped to use it, his legs moving swiftly. Inside the room was chaotic. The zombies, after seeing the piece of meat, didn't pay attention to anything around them, and fought for it. Zile seized the opportunity to dash out of the room. After finding a place that could be called safe by the stairs, he stopped, panting heavily. The clock showed exactly 1900, another hour until 2000. After dark, the zombies' attributes will be greatly enhanced. He dragged his heavy steps up the stairs, with many calculations in his mind. Solving the zombies like this isn't beneficial. I should find a place to rest and wait for tomorrow morning. Entering a room, he closed the door tightly. Zile showed clear signs of exhaustion after a long series of actions. Rummaging for something in his pocket, he took out the key he'd found earlier, tried to open the door, but the two didn't match. Zile became even more confused, realizing something was off. Why is the door locked? Zile applied his knowledge to speculate. When the apocalypse descended at 7 a.m., the sports center wasn't closed yet, but the infirmary usually locks up after closing time. This door must have been locked after the apocalypse. Looking at the keyhole, light shone in. He stubbornly kept trying to wiggle the key in, finally managing to unlock the infirmary door. Zile stepped inside, hoping the person inside would be honest. Half of the room was dark, half illuminated by a dim light, just enough to see his face. Stepping inside, face contorted, taking slow steps, trying not to make loud noises. Suddenly, the door slammed shut right in front of him before he could do anything. Someone behind him held a knife to Zile's neck, asking sternly, "Who are you? How did you get the key to the infirmary?" He didn't rush to answer, waiting for the other person to stop completely. Zile then smirked. "You're so quick to lower your guard. Not bad." His hand swiftly grabbed the hand holding the knife, gaining control. It was the guy who was peeking outside earlier. Zile didn't hesitate, gripping his hand so tightly that the knife automatically fell. His expression darkened. He'd messed with someone he couldn't afford to mess with. His leg coordinated perfectly, kicking the knife back up, one hand twisting the guy's shoulder, the other holding the knife, causing him to scream, almost bursting into tears. Zile covered his mouth and nose. The guy resisted, but not significantly, quickly being subdued. Zile searched in the system storage. He took out a prop. In the apocalypse, nothing to do, a polka dot patterned cloth. His face clearly showed boredom. Zile stretched the cloth around the room, covering it. The nurse saw this and said, "Turning on the lights will attract zombies." He ordered, "Can't you see I've covered all the places where light can get through? Turn on the lights." The guy knelt on the ground, trembling, hesitant, but still had to do as Ziluo said. She turned on the room's lights. There were now 6 people in the room, including him, all trembling, fearfully watching Ziluo. The guy in the red shirt gritted his teeth, so angry but dared not speak. It was him. So many zombies came there, yet he didn't die. He was even planning to wait for him to die before taking his stuff. Ziluo seemed to read his mind through his face, looking at him with disdain. I've seen that kind of look many times. Why do you have to pretend to be so crazy? He squatted down in front of him. Trying to piss me off? Let me teach you. In the apocalypse, never look at someone with hateful eyes, because they won't understand what's happening. A second later, Ziluo acted, treating this guy no differently than the zombies, exuding an unpredictable aura. You'll die. The others in the room witnessing this scene huddled together, pale with fear. Only the brown-haired doctor didn't express any emotion. He glanced at him. At this moment, another small knife slipped out of his sleeve. Seems like this guy came prepared. If I hadn't dealt with him earlier, I'd probably be the one getting dealt with. Seeing the atmosphere turning heavy, Ziluo scratched his head and chuckled, clarifying, Don't get the wrong idea, everyone. I'm a good guy. The whole group was even more stunned. Seriously, imagining the cheering and shouting. If you're a good guy, then we're all ultimate good guys. Ultimate good guys. A bizarre atmosphere enveloped the room. He kept trying to justify his actions, pointing around. You all saw it? He provoked me first. I was forced to retaliate. I'm a very reasonable person. As long as everyone loves each other, nothing will happen. Clack, clack, clack. The female doctor approached, looking a bit displeased, with a lot on her mind, but unexpectedly her first words defended him. He deserved it, and it was justified. We all saw it. Although also stunned, she still had to ask the rest of the room, Don't you all think so? Those who were mentioned immediately felt guilty, awkwardly scratching their heads, and unanimously replied, We feel the same way. Ziluo finally felt relieved, and smiled contently. Good then. He walked past the group, who immediately fell silent, standing straight, seemingly holding their breath. He didn't pay them any attention, only thinking about his own stuff. Today's match at the table tennis room was a bit off. If I'm in top condition tomorrow morning, I can definitely do better. Complete the task faster. Ziluo found a place to sit and yawned repeatedly, ordering, You guys handle the body and hide the blood. Upon hearing this, they turned pale with fear, sweating profusely but still had to obey his command. Yes. They split into pairs to carefully dispose of the body, some covering him with cloth and carrying him away, others cleaning up the bloodstains. Ziluo looked at the girl's silhouette, and a thought popped into his head. Why does this doctor feel so familiar? He dug up information about her. Nickname, Zhang Yishu. Title, None for now. Level 0. She pouted, reluctantly cleaning up the blood. Only then did he realize, stunned, Zhang Yishu, so it's her. In my previous life, I met her during the late post-apocalypse. Back then, she was already a hidden divine healer. A small flashback. When Ziluo was injured, he sought out Ye Shu for help. I know your hidden class is divine healer. Please heal my wounds. I'll do anything you want. Ye Shu was wearing the same medical outfit as now, except she had her hair tied up high, glanced at him briefly, then coldly turned her head away. Your injury is related to the soul. It's fundamentally impossible to heal. Afterwards, I suffered several serious injuries, then sought her help to heal them. Although the divine healer class was respected in the late post-apocalypse, and not in danger, to put it bluntly, it was just a tool lacking sufficient strength, and could even die in the hands of others at any time. Ziluo rested his chin in his hand, reminiscing. Wasn't she tormented by the apocalypse back then? Her appearance is so different from now. Fate is truly miraculous. Only 2 days after the apocalypse has descended in this life, and I can already meet an acquaintance. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes slightly, feeling confused. Moreover, they now have a doctor, and also a nurse, and a light repairman. Suddenly bursting out from outside, the door echoed with a loud noise. Everyone in the room trembled, their eyes all looking in one direction, weapons already in their hands. Cracks had appeared on the door, making them even more frightened, their faces drained of blood, everyone standing motionless like statues. Only Ziluo sat leisurely, glancing at his watch with one eye. It's 8:30 p.m. He took out his items, revealing a pile of food with a diverse menu, full of nutrients from meat to vegetables, still steaming hot. Ziluo innocently put the food into her mouth, ignoring the bewildered gazes directed at her. The nurse's stomach growled loudly from hunger. The young men watched, drooling. Ye Shu was in the same situation. She bravely took the initiative to ask, Where did you get this food? Is there any chance we could get some too? Ziluo chuckled inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. Hook, line, and sinker. He held out a bowl of rice with a condition. Want to eat? Simple, just help me with something. The nurse behind her was so scared that she was trembling uncontrollably. She stepped closer. Ye Shu was more composed, and questioned Ziluo. What do you want us to do? Her mind was a mess of thoughts, worry evident in her eyes. Could it be that he was suddenly standing right in front of her, holding out a piece of paper with a playful smile. This paper lists some medicines I need. You and that nurse, find them for me, and pack them all up. Ye Shu stared at him in shock, then clarified his intentions. You need us to help you find medicine? Ziluo pretended to look away, acting innocent. What else would I want? Ye Shu was flustered. What's with this weirdo? But outwardly she still took the paper from him, smiling cheerfully. No problem, we'll help you find them right away. The nurse beside her also glanced at the paper. Then Ziluo went to the two technicians, instructing them. Here are the materials I need. The four of you work hard tonight to create these things. I'll be back at 6 tomorrow morning. Before I leave, I'll give you food based on how much you've created. They accepted the offer. Our toolkits are all here. Ziluo spread out the precious material cards. You can use all of these. After handing over the task, he left, waving his hand in instruction. In that case, you guys stay up all night working. I'm going to sleep first. Remember to find me at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning to get your food, thinking to himself. That place earlier was too close to the ground. The zombies running around are disturbing my rest. Ziluo found a place to rest and activated his protective shield, encasing himself. It's better to be careful. He carefully reviewed the treasures he had collected, smiling contentedly. Nothing's missing. Information appeared. 22 experience points away from level 6. An outstanding host who can defeat 100 enemies needs to show their strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Center. No level restrictions. Mission requirement. 45 100ths completed. Mission reward. 1 normal instruction drawing, 1 random bronze level equipment. Mission deadline. 24 hours. Ziluo was already feeling sleepy, yawning constantly. There are 6 hours in the morning, that's enough time. He laid down on the comfortable bed, closed his eyes. He fell asleep, and the next morning arrived. After getting enough rest, Ziluo returned to the infusion room to check the situation inside. The four of them, due to staying up all night, were hungry, skinny, haggard, and barely recognizable as humans. Embarrassed, Ziluo smiled and walked over. Not bad, you did a great job. Ye Shu and the nurse, with dark circles darker than pandas, shook each other awake. He gave them the food, as promised. You don't need to fight. 1 card is enough to sustain you for a day. 1 card for each of you, fair and reasonable. They happily accepted them. The nurse took the card, held it to her chest, and hesitated. Thank you. Ye Shu's complexion brightened, and she smiled slightly. I thought he was going to kill us and take these materials. I had already prepared an escape plan. I didn't expect him to actually keep his promise. She closed her eyes, feeling the love spreading around. It seems he's not as cruel as I thought. Ziluo carried the box of medicine, whistling as he walked. We just keep what we need. Ye Shu asked. That, big boss. How do you use this card? He was shocked, dropping the box of medicine on the floor, stiffening, screaming internally. I forgot. This doomsday game doesn't even have a newbie tutorial. In my past life, it took me days just to learn how to open the inventory space, and I was screaming and crying because I couldn't open it. Ziluo patiently explained, step by step. Well, take a look at this then. Consider it a small favor for Zhang Yexu. Ziluo pointed at the smart screen to select food. Immediately, chicken appeared on the table. Eggs, sausages, soft drinks. Ziluo sat with his arms crossed, looking arrogant in the face of everyone's admiration. Zhang Yexu smiled and exclaimed, Many thanks, boss. Everyone now has different note bars in their hands. A sumptuous meal had been laid out, and the group enjoyed it together in happiness. Ziluo, while drinking a sweet drink, thought to himself, I should still remind Yexu. She helped me so much in my past life. If I don't have a good relationship with her in this life, I'll lose a path in the future. Without hesitation, he stood up, cleared his throat, and instructed, Those who die before 12 noon, leave this place immediately. A moment later, Ziluo snapped his fingers. He drew back the curtains, letting the warm sunlight shine into the room. I should have taken care of all the zombies at the sports center by then. Ziluo turned towards the door, his face devoid of emotion, before grabbing the handle. Ziluo frowned, glancing at Ye Shu with a warning once more. Remember, don't get the time wrong. Ye Shu looked terrified, her voice trembling as she stuttered. Outside there are zombies, Dan. Dangerous. Ziluo smirked and nonchalantly replied, Just worry about yourself. He left immediately afterwards, closing the door as carefully as possible. Lin Zile scanned the hallway, and once he identified his target, he quickly charged forward to attack. Ziluo swung his sword decisively, stabbing straight into the middle of the zombie's neck, killing it instantly, and receiving the fishing rod. He supported the corpse with his other hand, constantly reminding himself, Gently, Gently, don't alarm the zombies outside for anything. Seizing the right opportunity, Zile successively took out the ferocious monsters, fresh blood splattering everywhere, reeking of a disgusting stench. And the hallway became significantly quieter. Zile cautiously advanced forward, concentrating on observing and listening, his hand still gripping the sword to protect himself. Zile pushed the door open forcefully, creating a rather loud whoosh sound, and the scene inside startled him. What the hell? Do zombies not wear pants anymore? It turned out to be a restroom. The zombie was relieving itself when the loud noise from behind startled it, and the four eyes just stared at each other. A delicious prey right in front of me. Why waste it? The zombie grinned, revealing its sharp teeth, and charged forward, without even doing the most basic thing of pulling up its pants. The two wretched legs were shrinked by force of the zombie's feet. The zombie fell flat on its face in front of Zile. If it were conscious, it should probably think about buying a wider pair of pants. Zile stood like a god. The surrounding space was extremely quiet. He waved his hand a few times and grumbled, "Can't we fight normally? Did you have to rush out like that? I'm very upright, you know." The zombie then received a one-way ticket to hell. Zile lifted one of its hands to examine it. Several eyeballs were scattered around on the sink. Zile came to a conclusion. The survival rate in this sports center is really low. Moreover, most people who come here have pretty good physical qualities. After turning into zombies, their attributes are greatly enhanced. For ordinary players, this is a disaster. The sign on the adjacent room caught Zile's attention. It was a women's restroom. He scratched his head, his expression a little awkward. There are zombies in here, so there probably aren't any survivors, right? Zile clenched his fist, his cheeks flushed, and he closed his eyes, trying to encourage himself. It's just a women's restroom, isn't it? It's the apocalypse, so for the sake of the mission, I shouldn't worry about these details. He slowly pushed the door open, and there was really nothing inside. Zile checked around and noticed that the toilet at the end of the room was closed, and there were faint moaning sounds coming from inside. He thought excitedly, "Judging by the sound, there are two zombies." Zile slashed his sword down at the wooden door. The door swung open, revealing a scene of two zombies embracing each other intimately. Zile's jaw dropped in shock. What the hell? Playing it wild, huh? The two zombies were disturbed and became agitated, charging at Zile together. As luck would have it, there was a can of soda right under his feet. The female zombie slipped and fell, pulling her partner down with her, and somehow, miraculously, they both fell straight onto Zile's blade. While he was confused and hadn't understood what was happening, the system sent a notification. "Congratulations, player NHAIXE, for successfully killing 2 level 2 zombies, gaining 4 experience points and 5 gold coins." Zile reached into his pocket and fumbled for something. Zile pulled out his phone and started snapping pictures like crazy, commenting, "HMPH. Zombies are indeed just transformed people. Except for the brain, everything else is not much different from humans, like these weird hobbies." He zoomed in on the photo and realized something was wrong. Shanghai Sports Center. 2 zombies. The height of the male zombie, the height of the female zombie. A thought suddenly flashed through Zile's mind, and he exclaimed in surprise, "Aren't these the famous zombie couple?" He recalled his memories from his previous life. The zombie couple was first discovered in the Shanghai Sports Center. They were inseparable and extremely in sync, and their combined strength was at the King of Zombies level. If the zombie couple joined forces, they could go back and forth with a god of war or a zombie king. Zile's mouth twitched as he sighed. "I didn't expect them to be so miserable in this life. Killed by me on the 3rd day of the apocalypse." The box contained something called a fusion stone. According to the system information, it was a one-time use bronze-level item that could fuse 2 bronze-level equipment of the same type to create new equipment, and it was very likely to upgrade the equipment to silver level. Zile smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. He turned around to leave the women's restroom, but after taking a few steps, a strange sound stopped him. Zile pointed his sword forward, carefully advancing. The toilet was emitting light. He cautiously peeked inside. The sparkling box made Zile excited. "Heavens, I'm so lucky today. I can even find a wild bronze-level Yang treasure." System notification. Player NHAIXE has discovered a bronze-level Yang treasure. Reputation reward +10. Does player NHAIXE want to open the bronze-level Yang treasure? It takes 30 minutes. Lin Zile immediately signaled to open it without hesitation. The system begins the countdown. 25, 20, 19, 18, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The smart card slowly floats up. Zile grabs it, inwardly hoping this one is a power-up or agility boost. A bronze-tier physical fruit, this one-time use item is called a divine fruit. Its effect upon consumption is a permanent +2 to physique. It's a rare type. one of the items that can permanently increase attributes. A level 6 player in High G will gain the highest possible physique increase of 2 points after eating the fruit. The attribute increase for players of other levels is unknown. If a 2-person team uses the attribute fruit, each person gets a 1-point increase. Lin Zile smiles. Though it's a physique fruit, a permanent 2-point increase isn't bad. He quickly washes the treasure under the tap, then brings it to his mouth and takes a big bite. The delicious flavor spreads throughout his throat, making Ziluo's mood lighten. Suddenly, his eyes widen. Ziluo cries out in joy. So delicious! So delicious! Even in this apocalypse, there's so much good food. At the same time, another notification appears. Player Naiji has used a physique fruit. Attributes permanently increased by 2 points. Attribute panel. Player Naiji Basic. Strength 18. Spirit 18. Physique 14. Agility 18. Not only that, but he also receives a thick, heavy carpet. Ziluo walks along, whistling, seeming very happy. The surprises this sports center is giving me are really too much. I'm getting even more excited. The zombies outside the main hall are many times more numerous. They immediately notice Ziluo standing in the distance. As the zombies swarm in ever-increasing numbers, Ziluo waves his hand to summon the carpet he just received. The monsters' footsteps sound much lighter on the carpet compared to before. Ziluo laughs gleefully. This way, I won't alarm the zombies elsewhere. He swings his sword and slashes mercilessly, and the system continuously announces, "Congratulations to player Naishi for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player for leveling up to level 6 and receiving 1 free attribute point. Player Naiji is 200 experience points away from the next level up. Congratulations to player Naiji for obtaining a bronze tier supply card and equipment. Super flashbang!" At the same moment, Ziluo lowers his sword. He gently taps T on the system screen. Congratulations to player Naiji for unlocking new bronze tier equipment. Player Naiji's attributes have increased by 1 attribute point. Strength 19 points. Take on 100 enemies. An outstanding host needs to demonstrate their strength. Please kill 100 zombies in the Shanghai Sports Center. No level restrictions. Mission completion rate 62/100. Ziluo reaches out to receive the treasure floating in front of him. Lion bracers, bronze tier equipment, enhanced with lion might, has the effect of suppressing others. Strength +1, physique +1. Attacks have a 10% chance to create the effect of suppressing the opponent for 1 minute. Suppression effect. Body coordination ability reduced. If using a skill, releasing this state will directly stop the skill. Ziluo looks at the image of himself in the information panel. The head can only wear helmets and masks. Wearing 2 only activates the effect of 1. The neck can only wear jewelry. The upper body wears chest armor, jackets, the lower body wears pants, and the feet wear shoes. On the arms can be worn arm guards, gloves, bracelets, and rings. Each type of equipment can only activate the effect of 1. Equipment is too rare, so wearing more will not increase attributes. Each equipment has a different effect. Players can choose what to wear based on their needs. The current strength attribute is 18 + 2. Lin Zile walked to another dark corridor, a cooling drink in his hand. Lin Zile glanced around at the long corridor, littered with corpses. Lin Zile thought nervously, a normal zombie doesn't have this ability. At most, it only knows how to bite people, turning them into its own kind. He speculated that, unless in a particularly frantic state of mind, they only choose to eat humans and suck brains. Only 2 types could create such a scene. One type is the boss among the zombies. Bosses are much stronger than normal zombies of the same level, and they prefer to treat humans as food. Even when there are no humans, they eat their own kind to satisfy their hunger. Lin Zile considered. The second type is zombified animals. The probability is a bit small. The stronger the animal, the easier it is to become a zombie, while weaker groups are less likely. For example, only 1 in 100 million, even a billion, successfully zombifies. Zombified animals are particularly interested in humans. They especially like to eat human spinal fluid, but they don't overlook zombies either. Something caught Lin Zile's eye, turning his face pale. He was shocked to realize, is this a zombie cat? Lin Zile looked at the remaining traces on the ceiling of the corridor. Zombie cats are the most troublesome for me. Zombie cats have absolute sensitivity in hearing and perception. They know I'm here. His steps became more cautious. Lin Zile used his scouting ability. Let's see if the zombie cat plans to ambush me or intends to attack head-on. Where is it? I must sense its position first and seize the initiative. And it seems he found it. Lin Zile's eyes widened. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, he quickly dodged the zombie cat's deadly blow. Lin Zile jumped back to maintain a safe distance, simultaneously using force to fling the cat away. It's called Razor Claw, the 9th bronze level zombie cat boss. Basic attributes: Strength 21, Spirit 10, Constitution 9, Agility 20. Counterattack after image. Speed immediately increases by 30% towards the enemy, dealing 120% of attribute damage. During the after image state, damage taken is reduced by 50%. Lin Zile pondered. Animal zombies have a prefix representing the boss level, and it doesn't stop there. Razor Claw talent. After injuring an enemy, the wound will be in a tearing state, reducing healing speed by 40%, and increasing wound bleeding speed by 40%. Cat eye gaze can pull the enemy into a terrifying illusion created by the cat's eyes, creating a fear state that reduces all opponents' attributes by 20%. And the effect will also maintain influence on the opponent's combat state. Lin Zile was a little excited. This type of boss is naturally of a very high level. It surpasses me in both strength and agility. No wonder it's at the forefront of the Doomsday game. Reduced healing speed, increased bleeding speed. These attributes mean that once the opponent suffers damage, that part will basically be difficult to heal in this battle. He stroked his chin and smiled lightly. A plan arose in Lin Zile's mind. I'll just use my terrifying combat experience to kill you, Zombie Cat. An information panel suddenly appeared. System detects that player Yashi has encountered the bronze-level boss Razor Claw Zombie Cat, triggering the quest. Kill the Zombie Cat, a stray's revenge. Wildcats with special talents are always frequent visitors to the third floor of the sports complex. People who liked cats would bring food for it every day. But after the Doomsday descended, the cat was infected with the zombie virus, immediately starting a killing spree. Its sharp claws swept across the bodies of the people who once helped it, causing them to painfully lose their lives. Quest requirements. Kill the Zombie Cat. Reward: 100 reputation points, 200 gold coins, 100 experience points, and a bronze-level item. Time limit: 8 hours. Punishment: reduce 1 level. All attributes permanently reduced by 1. Additional note: abandoning the quest is equivalent to quest failure. Lin Zile showed a puzzled expression. System prompt: detecting that the host has triggered the quest A Stray's Revenge, optimizing the issues related to the quest. After the number reaches 100%, Lin Zile read attentively. Retribution for kindness. Quest requirement: kill Zombie Cat. Reward: 100 fame points, 500 gold coins, 300 experience points. Bronze tier item. Rewards have been optimized. Time limit: 24 hours. No penalty. No penalties for abandoning or failing the quest. Ziluo hugged his head, seemingly in despair. Heavens! Is this the Doomsday game I know? Is this still the same quest system that screwed me over countless times? He subconsciously recalled his past life. Every quest one went through was extremely difficult, and whether you failed or refused, the game's punishments were extremely severe. For normal people, there's only a 1% drop rate. And while the reward seems decent, a bronze tier 9 boss in the early days of the apocalypse can't be completed without a team of dozens. Even the team reward after completion is only 50 gold coins. Lin Ziluo's lips trembled. It's as good as nothing. Watching the words appear before him, he assessed how a poor quest had now become a generous, bait-like reward with no penalties whatsoever. Awesome! Without a second thought, Ziluo quickly pressed the Accept Quest button. System announcement: player Yaje has successfully accepted the Zombie Cat's Retribution for Kindness quest. Please complete within 24 hours. The Zombie Cat was leisurely licking its little paw. It lay down and wagged its tail, as if wanting to provoke Ziluo. He pondered, based on his experience. Provoking the boss: players are sure to lose if they strike first. You have to force the boss to make the first move. The cat widened its blood-red eyes when it saw that Ziluo wasn't attacking, but sitting down. He casually pulled out his phone to look at it, and even burst into joyful laughter, infuriating the cat. It opened its mouth and roared, its hind legs pushing off to leap. Just as planned, the Zombie Cat began the challenge. Lin Ziluo was truly surprised when a hoarse, unpleasant voice came from the Zombie Cat's mouth. Curse you, Ziluo, die human! Ziluo gritted his teeth and leaned back to dodge the attack. He immediately summoned his weapon. The cat landed, its eyes never leaving Ziluo. It continued to charge a second time with a shrill shriek echoing through the cold hallway. Roar! Ziluo focused intensely. He slammed the hilt of his sword hard against the spirit cat. The Zombie Cat growled weakly. It turned 180 degrees while loudly cursing, "Cunning human! I didn't expect you to know before I even said it, did you?" Ziluo sensed that the opportunity had arrived, and immediately took a stance. He decisively slashed, the sharp blade flashing as it cut off 3 of the spirit cat's claws. The cat fell, writhing, constantly moaning. "The human injured me. Truly unforgivable." Ziluo arrogantly looked at the Zombie Cat. "Claws gone. Come and hit me." The cat's rage reached its peak. It faced the sky, using the Zombie Cat's skill, Cat's Eye Gaze. The 2 pupils of the spirit cat were like moving blood clots invaded by a layer of pitch-black smoke. Zile sensed the gravity of the situation. I've been pulled into an illusion. A colossal figure now stood before him, with putrefied human arms wriggling out of its eye sockets, nostrils, and mouth. Behind Zile, countless souls of the unjustly dead were shrieking. He calmly asked, 10 years in the apocalypse. Do you really think a mere zombie side quest can scare someone like me? You are truly unworthy. Hearing this, the spirit cat was stunned, its entire body stiffening, and its spiritual energy significantly dropped. The colossal figure from moments ago shattered and dispersed into pieces. The helpless cat could only look at Zile with eyes full of hatred as it tried to limp away and escape. Zile raised his sword high. He used the spinning slash. The blade cut a straight line aimed at the fleeing zombie cat. The spirit cat then perished. The ding-ding sound from the system rang out ceaselessly. Congratulations to player Yaiji for completing the quest, returning enmity with benevolence of the zombie cat, and successfully slaying the bronze tier boss, Sharp Claw Zombie Cat. You have gained 50 experience points, 100 gold coins, leveled up to level 7, gained 1 free attribute point, are 400 experience points away from the next level up, and have become the first person in the game, End of Days, to slay a bronze tier boss. You have obtained the global unique title, Bronze Spear. Regional announcement in progress. A blue-haired guy leaned against the bathroom door, a look of annoyance on his face. Yaiji! It's Yaiji again! Who is this guy? Why are all the world announcements about it? Another orange-haired girl looked extremely excited. Wow! Big brother Yaiji is so cool! When will he ride on a 5-colored cloud to marry this princess? Up on the top floor, a person who had just struck down 2 zombies saw the announcement and was furious. Arg! Such a show-off! I despise this announcement. In the silent night, a shadowy figure was sitting by a large window, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand, his tone full of emotion. This name, saturated with the mythological colors of Longguo, he must surely be one of our Longguo people. The luxurious apartment was nestled quietly, in an area quite far from the city center. The red-haired man leisurely took a sip of wine, and then spoke. If such a powerhouse is willing to join us, our strength will increase tremendously. His subordinate, understanding immediately, obediently replied, Yes, master. On this side, Zile smiled with satisfaction upon receiving the regional announcement. Player Yaiji defeated the zombie cat boss. Concluding, he rubbed his chin and casually uttered, Ha, the commotion I caused this time is a bit too big. I guess I'll have to pay attention to covering up my handsome face from now on. Zile clicked on the selection bar, pulling a small stool out of his inventory. Zile sat down, somewhat fatigued. The zombie cat's attributes were higher than mine, although it took a significant amount of spiritual and mental power to defeat it this time. Managing to clear a bronze tier boss without getting injured can still be considered a breakthrough. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind. What if I encounter a higher level zombie cat boss next time? 2 sudden information panels popped up, surprising Zile. Congratulations to player Yaiji for receiving the global announcement reward, Bronze Spear. 1,000 fame points, 1,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and an increase of 1 cubic meter to your storage space. Zile clicked on the game control panel. Inside was the information about the rewards he had obtained. Fame, 2,000 points. Gold coins, 5,000. 4 free attribute points. The backpack's storage space has expanded to 2.4 cubic meters. Congratulations to player Yashi for leveling up to level 7, obtaining the Bronze Butcher achievement. One-time use item. Stamina Potion. Instantly restores 20% of stamina upon use. Simultaneously, it restores 5% stamina every minute for 5 minutes, with a 30-minute cooldown period. Bronze Butcher. The most precious title. Only the first person to kill a bronze-level boss in the Doomsday game can obtain it. All attributes +2. Can weaken 5% of basic attributes against bronze-level bosses or ordinary beings. Ziluo chose to equip it, exclaiming, This skill is awesome! Greetings, esteemed player Yashie. Would you like to replace the First Blood title with the Bronze Butcher title? Ziluo firmly chose, Replace immediately. An announcement rings out. Congratulations to player Yashi for successfully equipping the Bronze Butcher title. It will take effect in 1 hour. The player's basic attributes have changed. Strength 23, Spirit 19, Constitution 16, Agility 21. Ziluo rubbed his shoulders. With these attributes, even if the zombie cat revives, I can hang it up and beat it. I wonder how high my attributes will be after job advancement. Half an hour later, Ziluo arrived at the spot where the zombie cat had died. A rather large treasure chest appeared there. He opened it and obtained the zombie cat command horn. After blowing the horn, a sharp claw zombie cat can be summoned. The player can command the zombie cat to fight for 30 minutes. The cooldown time is 48 hours. The zombie cat will inherit the player's basic attributes, and all experience and gold coins belong to the player. Items will not drop if the zombie cat is killed. Ziluo shouted excitedly, A summon type item, and it's the growth type. This is a huge win, which means I've gained a permanent assistant for no reason. He forcefully picked up the monster's corpse. Measure the zombie cat's fur, meat, and claws. I remember they can all be crafted into attributeless clothes, food, or weapons. You really are a treasure from head to toe. Then Ziluo directly threw the cat's corpse into the inventory. With that done, he leisurely left, standing in front of the locked door. Ziluo pondered. I remember the silver treasure chest is in this warehouse. A faint hissing sound rang out. The scene inside was extremely horrific, with human eyeballs and skulls scattered everywhere. The stench of blood was so strong that anyone who smelled it would feel nauseous. Ziluo was completely shocked to realize, this cat's taste is really unusual. Ziluo drew his sword and sighed inwardly. Anyone who sees this would have their hair stand on end. It's a good thing this is the apocalypse. A cat that could collect so many eyes must be shocking the whole world. He rummaged around the room. Maybe the zombie cat hid some treasure inside. Wouldn't it be a waste not to take it? While musing, a cat teasing stick suddenly caught Ziluo's eye. He imagined himself as a little cat, gleefully playing with the stick. Realizing that he looked like an idiot, Ziluo cleared his throat a few times. How embarrassing. Besides the cat-teasing stick being a bit new, everything else is garbage. I wasted my expectations for you. He touched the large piece of cloth and sighed as he left. If you are going to do a job, do it properly. Having searched everywhere here, let's check this last one. When the white cloth was opened, the light from the chest burst out sparkling, surprising Ziluo. Seriously? The system detects that player Yaji has discovered the silver treasure chest. Fame reward, plus 20 points. Does player Yaji want to open the silver treasure chest? It will take 60 minutes. Ziluo immediately signaled. Open! Player Yaji is opening the silver treasure chest. Please be patient and wait, starting the countdown. After what seemed like an eternity, he finally heard the announcement. Player Yaji has successfully opened the silver treasure chest. Player Yaji successfully found 360 gold coins in the silver treasure chest. Received an increase in storage space, expanding it by another 0.4 cubic meters. And gained 50 experience points. A treasure called the White Wing Cloak appeared from within the chest. Ziluo exclaimed in astonishment. Heavens! A silver chest opened with equipment and a skill book. This is a huge win. Information reveals. Exploding Dual Slash, a warrior-type skill, can instantly unleash 2 attacks, each strike dealing 70% of base strength attribute damage. If both strikes hit the same enemy, it can trigger an explosion dealing 70% of the user's strength attribute as damage. Zile smiled in satisfaction, assessing, not bad, just the warrior skill I needed. But this type of skill has a very high degree of difficulty to operate. A newbie basically couldn't complete 2 consecutive slashes in the blink of an eye, let alone launch the following storm of attacks. But I have faith. The double strike in my hands definitely won't fail. The system has detected the special skill, Double Slash. Player Yaji has requested to learn the skill, Rolling Slash Strike. Kong Lin Zile accepts. Ting ting, the sound rings out. Congratulations, player Yaji, for successfully learning the skill, Explosive Double Slash. On the smart screen, there are a total of 5 small slots containing equipment. Zile gently touched the white wing cape. It's a silver-grade equipment, made from the feathers of various rare birds woven together. The back of the cape also has a special inscription, allowing the equipment to perform short-term flight, stamina +2, agility +2, and supplements short air delay. During the process of jumping or falling, can achieve a short-term air delay effect, cooldown time, 20 minutes. Zile exclaimed in surprise. Heavens! This cape comes with skill stats. Player Yashi. Basic stats. Strength 23, Spirit 19, Stamina 18, Agility 23. Lin Zile swung the hem of his battle robe. This battle with the zombie cat was really a profitable venture. He added, I originally only planned to send Li Haobo off tonight. Looks like that goal was a bit too small. Zigli glanced behind him, asking abruptly, how about sending your whole family off instead? What do you say? Lin Zile slowly walked down the stairs, thinking to himself, now, there's only the last task left. To complete the take on 100 enemies mission that the system guided me to. Ahead, a male zombie was staggering along. Zile smirked and knocked on the door twice. Knock knock. The resounding sound attracted all the zombies inside the room. Feathers fell from Zile's cape as he took a stance and enthusiastically shouted, this time, I'm going to take the initiative. The cape fluttered in the wind as Zile charged forward fearlessly. The zombies, starved for a long time, were extremely ferocious when they saw fresh meat. Zile summoned his holy sword, leaping high into the air before the ravenous gazes of the zombies. He gripped the wooden handle with both hands, beginning to pour his strength down. The first strike pierced through the head of a zombie. Zikleo retracted the attack, The act of pulling out the blade caused blood to splatter from the monster's body. Moving to a safer position, Zile, thanks to the magic from the cape, floated in the air like a bird. The second target is gradually approaching, Zile said leisurely. Let me test the effect of explosive double slash. Hopefully, it's reasonably effective. He pointed the sword forward, and then quickly swept it at a 90-degree angle. The force of the blade's pressure erupted so powerfully that even Zile was surprised. Heavens, is explosive double slash that terrifying? The old zombie died. A dazzling blue light erupted from the sore on its neck, while simultaneously, a massive fire blazed up, creating a terrifying explosion. Lin Zile's eyes widened. The sudden event caught him off guard, and as a result, he was blown far away, accompanied by a piercing scream. Wah wah wah. Zile thrust the sword forward, his face showing clear tension. Raising both hands high, Zile forcefully plunged the sword into the ground, while tightly bracing his feet to avoid falling into a dangerous situation. The force of the wind gradually subsided. He exhaled in relief. A zombie with attributes 30% higher than other zombies. It couldn't withstand the damage from the explosion and has collapsed. The thick smoke gradually dissipated. Zile looked at what remained and concluded, this sword swing speed is similar to when using revolving slash, but the effect is more than just a little better than revolving slash. And finally, he said, experiment complete. The loud noise from the explosion attracted more zombies to the area. Zile smiled cruelly. Next, I need to get serious. 15 minutes into a battle, and the announcement sound rang out continuously. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, gaining 2 experience points and 3 gold coins. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, obtaining 3 experience points, 5 gold coins. System. Host successfully killed 100 zombies at the Shanghai Sports Center, completing the Take on 100 Enemies mission. The reward is a random ordinary guidance and bronze level equipment. Does the host want to receive the mission reward now? Zile sat silently among the corpses. He didn't rush to answer, but sheathed his sword, looking at the desolate scene before him. Zile was startled, asking himself, it ended so quickly? He took out the cards from inside the wooden box, counting them over and over again. The result was truly disappointing to Zile. Sigh. Did I use up all my luck today because I got too many good items before? Why are they all supply cards? He stretched his limbs to relieve the soreness, then said wearily, they're all supply cards, no need to rush. I'll rest a bit, and then pick them up. Zile sat on the chair, staring intently at the suggestion the system had sent earlier. He pondered for a while, then finally decided, draw the equipment first, get the equipment first, then save the luck for drawing the guidance. Keep the important stuff, the good stuff, for last. That way, I'll get a good result. Zile pressed the draw button. The system indicated that it was drawing bronze level equipment. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the bronze level equipment, Blood Draining Ring, an evil ring that can absorb the opponent's stamina in battle, with attributes of Strength +1, Constitution +1, and the ability 5% of the damage you inflict on the enemy can be converted into stamina through the weapon and transmitted into your body. Lin Zile was overjoyed. Absorb damage and convert it into my own stamina, and it has such a rare attribute. He carefully placed the ring in the weapon vault. Zile's eyebrows almost touched each other. He was worried that if the equipment was so powerful, what if the guidance he drew wasn't good? A note appeared as Zile finished speaking. Each guidance in the ordinary guidances is basically practical and can be of great help to the host. Although still hesitant, Zile resolutely instructed, draw the guidance for me. He placed all his hopes on this lucky draw. Drawing a common guide. Completed! Zile watched with his mouth agape. Inside the smart screen was written, congratulations, host, on drawing the common guide automatic looting level 1. Can automatically loot items dropped when the host kills zombies, and put them into the inventory space, within a radius of 0.5 meters around the host. If the remaining space in the inventory is insufficient, looting cannot continue. After hearing this, Zile said softly, then let's start from now. His eyes lit up with a happy expression as he imagined the prospect of not only enjoying a 100% item drop rate when killing zombies, but also continuously collecting items. Zile jumped down excitedly, clenching his fist and grinning with joy. I used to worry that the drop rate was too high and would cause trouble, but now I have no worries. Then he curiously inquired, but system, is this level 1 the level of the common guide? The familiar voice responded, level 1 represents the level of the automatic looting guide. If the host has the opportunity to draw the automatic looting guide again in the future, it will be upgraded. After upgrading, automatic looting will increase the range and even have other side effects. The system's guidance tasks are randomly triggered based on the host's circumstances and status, and the host cannot specify the circumstances and events that occur. Zile looked forward to it. The first time was already so powerful, I wonder what skills the other guides have. What type of guide will I draw next time? Turning his gaze towards the corpses of the zombies lying scattered around, Zile slowly walked around, enjoying the feeling brought by the rewards. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a supply card. 1 pack of barbecue seasoning, 1 power bank with 50% charge, the bronze level item, Evil Eye, and the gourmet albino rat feast. The system has detected that the host has looted multiple types of items, and automatic looting has been optimized. From now on, only the host will be notified of obtained equipment and props, and supply cards will be automatically organized into categories in the host's inventory space. Zile exclaimed excitedly. Not bad. He opened his inventory with his hand. Inside, enough food, drinks, scrap tools, and special items were arranged very neatly. Zile sighed. Not bad. This classification is very detailed and considerate. He suddenly remembered that fighting the zombie cat and the guide's looting had wasted a lot of time. I wonder what time it is now. Looking at the hands of the watch on his wrist. Time flies so fast. Zile ran in a hurry without eating, then went to the Lia Manor, jumped out of the large window, and disappeared towards a large villa area. Halbo was happily playing with 2 beautiful girls in the living room. He suddenly became serious, his eyes sharp. The pendulum clock showed that it was currently 12:01. A moment ago, the 2 girls had confused and puzzled expressions. Li Haobo didn't say anything but sat up abruptly. He slapped one of the girls hard, causing her to fall backward. Li Haobo gritted his teeth, his tone angry. Why haven't they come back yet? Are you all just wasting food? It's been a whole day to find 2 people? Zhao Kaiguang stepped forward and politely said, Young master, the hunting mercenary group will arrive at Shanghai University at 7 a.m. There are many zombies in Shanghai University. The situation is complicated, so the search will naturally be a bit difficult. Hao Bo gnashed his teeth and cursed. Damn it! Zombies again! I'm so annoyed by zombies! He roared unwillingly. What kind of crazy setting is this? I'm clearly the one killing zombies, so why can't I get experience? Li Haobo recalled that he thought leveling up in this bizarre game could compensate for his weak body. He had already told the bodyguards to beat the zombies half to death so he could deliver the final blow. What's the point of barely getting any experience? The large door opened at that moment, and a tall figure appeared. Haobo angrily asked, Uncle Rong, you're back? Did you find that bitch and that orphan? Rong Zihan placed the large bag heavily on the ground. He coldly announced, Young master, the woman has been found, but the man is nowhere to be seen. Hearing this, Xiaobo couldn't hold back anymore and roared, Found her! Where is she? Tell her to get over here and see me! She dares to sneak away. Rong Zan pointed down at the bag and said, She's been killed, and she's in here. Li Haobo's face turned ashen, unable to believe what he had just heard. What? Rong Zan explained nonchalantly. Following the clues the young master provided, we found Yao Jinghan's roommate, and finally found Yao Jinghan in the school warehouse. He bent down and began to unlock the bag, the sound of the zipper echoing in the cold space. A stiff corpse with patches of red staining the collar. Rong Zihan then recounted. After she was killed, she was stuffed into a large barrel. We also found a set of men's clothing covered in blood inside. Hao Bo stared at him in a daze, as if falling into a state of extreme panic. Rong Zihan continued. Before this girl died, she was horribly tortured. The injured areas were all on incredibly painful nerve points on the body. The smell of blood made Hao Bo cover his mouth and gag a few times, while Rong Zan continued to argue. The murderer seems to extremely understand Longguo acupuncture point culture. Each strike was very precise, using a very special concussive weapon at a specific location to break the surrounding muscle tissue. He knelt on the ground, his hand gently touching the bag. To torture someone to this extent, I'm afraid even the world's #1 assassin, Death Spirit, couldn't do it. Rong's hand frowned and speculated. The killer of Yao Jinghan is likely her enemy, and that murderer may be unfavorable to the young master. Xia Bo frantically wiped his mouth and said, She's just an ordinary beauty. If it weren't for her and that good for nothing. The words caused his eyes to widen in realization, and he stammered, Good for nothing, Lin Zile? No way, Li Haobo spread his arms wide, trying to argue. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He's just an orphan with no parents. How could he have such a strong power, as you said? Xiaobo leaned forward. Moreover, the big surprise I prepared hasn't been sent to him yet. He couldn't have known Yao Jinghan betrayed him. Rong Zan asked with some surprise. Young master, is the Lin Zile you mentioned the son of Lin Jian? Xiaobo did not deny the statement at all. Yes, it's him. Rong Ziadan closed his eyes tightly. Young master is right, but that doesn't exclude him having accomplices. What the world's #1 assassin couldn't do, his accomplice did. This enemy is extremely scary. The man clearly showed his worry. Moreover, facing such a top assassin, the 100+ people I brought might not be enough. We need more security personnel. This shocked Li Haobo. What? Uncle Rong, aren't you guys enough? You are a top 10 master in Longguo, let alone the complete Ji Yu Yong regiment you brought. He slapped the man's shoulder hard and urged. Then quickly go to the back of the mountain and find more bodyguards for me, even if they haven't gone through the final training. I don't want to die. I definitely can't die. I definitely won't die. Rongzan smiled reassuringly. Okay, don't worry, young master. With me here, I'll protect you, even if it costs my life. His loyalty was clearly expressed even in his thoughts. As long as I can protect the young master well, it wouldn't matter, even if I lose my life. The sunset appeared in the vast sky. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Yashi for successfully killing a level 3 zombie, gaining 3 experience points, 5 gold coins. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 8, and gaining 1 free attribute point. Zile happily exclaimed, I've leveled up so quickly? I thought I would only reach level 8 on the evening of the 4th day, but now it's half a day earlier, he mused. But that's good too, leveling up quickly means I don't have to do dungeons anymore. Tonight's dinner is a nutritious energy bar. Zile looked towards Li Haobo's villa. I'm coming! The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. Are you ready to settle the score with me? The manor is vast. It seems the owner has spent a lot of money on this place. Troops are being deployed, divided into small groups and 2 vertical rows. In their hands are rifles, always in a state of combat readiness. Zile hid behind a large tree, safely out of easy detection. He waited for that group of soldiers to move further away before landing. Zile searched for something around the dense bushes. There was a secret button hidden by being painted the same color as the plants. A staircase opened up, leading to a deep, dark space. Zile smiled contentedly, thinking to himself, I remembered correctly, it really is here. Before going down into the cellar, Zile turned back and pressed the secret button once more. The garden was restored to its original state as if nothing had happened. Zile said arrogantly, Li Haobo, I'm leaving you a path to survival. But I'll wipe you out completely when you're at your most hopeful. His face darkened with maliciousness. This move is the master's best is always held back, one of Long Guio's famous military strategies. With so many idiots around you, can you really win against me this time? Zile followed the path, gradually moving deeper into the key area. The guards here were a little denser, and there were symbols on the backs of their clothes. Zile recognized it at a glance. The Lai Sha Mercenary Corps, the mercenary corps that Li Haobo trusted the most, an old enemy from his previous life. The prey is now in the palm of my hand. I really know you guys too well. Zile paused for a moment. But I didn't meticulously observe the Leo family's layout in my previous life. He focused on examining the large door where 2 soldiers were guarding. The path to this place seems to have no problems, but in reality the flaws are not small. Just as he was thinking this, a voice called out from a distance, Mr. Rong, catching Zile by surprise. Is that Rongzan? He looked at the man's back. Sure enough, it was him, Rong Zihan, one of the war gods of Long Guo, the Lai Sha war god. Before the apocalypse, he was the leader of the Lai Sha Mercenary Corps. He often fought in war zones under the control of the Li family, and was skilled in all kinds of close combat and leading the team to hunt down targets, Zile recalled. After the Doomsday game opened in his previous life, he started hunting me down because of Li Haobo. After many failed assassinations by his subordinates, he chose to take action himself. Zile was forced into a dead end, with no escape. Rong Zihan gleefully raised his gun. He had pushed me into desperate situations many times, and could be said to be my greatest enemy. But Zile used an invisibility card. He just escaped from that desperate situation. I am Rongzan's greatest humiliation. Leaving Rong Zihan standing alone in unspeakable hatred. I heard that because I escaped from under his nose so many times, breaking his Lai Sha myth, I received the title of greatest humiliation. Zile laughed. We really are enemies who turn red-eyed when we meet. The strange killing intent made Rong Zihan immediately aware. He quickly searched around, while Lin Zile was startled. Luckily, I reacted quickly. Zile was pondering when he suddenly remembered something. Zile quickly formed a plan in his mind. This time, Rongzan is destined to die. As long as he dies, I will cut off an important arm of the Li family, and the chances of winning are much greater. Not wanting to hesitate for another moment, he took out the invisibility mask and put it on his face. Just as Rong Zihan came to check, Zile was nowhere to be seen. A subordinate came over and politely called out, Mr. Rong, young master, once every 10 days. He replied indifferently. Understood. Zile watched the backs of the 2 people and said to himself, I absolutely won't pass up such a good opportunity. He turned and ran in the opposite direction. From combat experience and skills, Rongzan couldn't help but wonder, nothing at all? I clearly felt someone was there just now. Could it be that I'm being too cautious? He loudly reminded, strengthen the patrol and defense of the manor. Then he thought to himself, I don't care who it is, as long as you come snooping around, dare to be disadvantageous to the Li family, I will absolutely not let you leave this place alive. The subordinate obediently replied, yes, Time slipped away, and it was exactly 12 o'clock at night. Hao Bei yawned repeatedly and asked, Rongji, can I go to sleep? It's 12 o'clock. With zombies outside so active, how could anyone come to kill me here? He leisurely replied, Young master, it's still better to be careful. My premonition tells me we are definitely being targeted. Hao Bei angrily threw the clock on the ground, smashing it to pieces, and roared curses. I'm bored to death because of a useless piece of trash who doesn't even dare to show his face. This young master has to stay up late here. Zhao Kaiguang smiled kindly. Young master, if you feel bored, you can find some fun. Hearing this, Hao Bei clapped his hands in agreement, grinning as he replied, That's right, I can find some fun. He excitedly said, Oh right, Uncle Rong. Didn't you guys catch a zombie during the day? The man explained, Yes, young master. I wanted to bring it back for research, to quickly create weapons to fight zombies for young master Li Hao. He cunningly suggested, There are many zombies outside. Let me play with this zombie first. Rong Zan showed his worry. If the young master wants to play, of course, but I'm afraid a crazed zombie might injure the young master. But in his heart, he had another plan. Using the zombie to calm the young master down isn't a bad choice. Hao Bei excitedly reassured. Don't worry, my way of playing will absolutely not injure myself. Moreover, even if the zombie goes crazy, I'm not afraid. There are many people in this manner. Rong Zan ordered, Go, bring the zombie we caught this afternoon here for the young master. The subordinate hurriedly complied. Yes, Mr. Song. The zombie, with its large, muscular body, was restrained with iron chains and a muzzle. It struggled violently, growling unintelligible sounds. Hao Bei looked even more sinister, and at the same time, gave an instruction. You guys move my big iron cage here. Inside, there were a total of 6 girls being held captive. Everyone's face was filled with sadness, mixed with fatigue from prolonged hunger. Hao Bei smiled maliciously, pulling out a large golden bell from somewhere. When the sound rang out, all 6 girls suddenly woke up. They suddenly went crazy, rushing towards the iron bars, flailing their hands around frantically. Li Hao Bei leaned back on the sofa, casually throwing the bell aside. He licked his disgusting tongue, using his finger to signal some action. One of Hao Bei's feet stomped hard on the floor. He moved to where the girls were raging like wild beasts. Li Hao Bei, in his excited appearance, without saying a word, jumped up and down looking pale. 2 soldiers standing nearby understood his intention, and they giggled. The skinny one took the lead. He brought Hao Bei a key and received an order from him. Open it quickly! The clicking sound signaled a tragic scene to come. The zombie, stimulated by the delicious smell of fresh meat, became even more ferocious. The skinny one cautiously approached, quickly removing the muzzle. The ferocious zombie bared its sharp teeth at the boy. Hao Bei said excitedly, You guys hold him down! Wait until his handcuffs and shackles are off, then throw him into the cage! Suddenly, someone appeared, seemingly oblivious to the danger, and rushed over. Please, young Master Li, this is too cruel! Why don't you just let them go? Before Hao Bei could get angry, the manager hurriedly knelt down beside him, explaining in a panic. Sorry, young master, his name is Wang Dahu, a new bodyguard who was just assigned last night after another one died. He was born with great strength, but his brain isn't quite right. Please don't hold it against him, young master. Hao Bei, with his hands on his hips, asked sternly. Are you teaching me how to do things? Wang Dahu repeated his previous words. Please, young master, let them go. The manager was at a loss for words, stammering in fear. I wouldn't dare. I was wrong. Spare my life, young master. Hao Bei appeared extremely amused, laughing cruelly. Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since someone dared to challenge my authority. He glared and asked, Wang Dahu, is it? You can fight, right? Someone, seize him for me. The young man's arm was twisted sharply behind his back. The soldier took a fighting stance, clenching his fist with the intention of delivering a direct hit. Wang Dahu didn't flinch at all, blocking the attack with just one hand. The whole room fell silent. Hao Bei thought in surprise. He can actually take his punch? Rong Zan, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end, then smirked, uttering 2 words. Interesting. The soldier's arm was shaking from the pressure. The 2 stood facing each other, ready to fight. The soldier lost his composure. I actually lost to him in terms of strength. He lowered his head slightly, resentment surging within him. You made me lose face like this. Use your life to compensate for the face I've lost. The soldier glanced back, loudly issuing an order. You too! Help me hold him down! They stepped forward. Seemingly reluctant, I say, Hey Jing, have you been playing with women too much lately? That's right, how can a bodyguard who hasn't even been trained push you back? But everyone understood that Wang Dahu's strength couldn't be underestimated, and they absolutely couldn't let this guy be valued by Mr. Rong. As quick as lightning, the 2 grabbed one of Wang Dahu's arms each and pinned him down forcefully. He Jing seized the opportunity, rushing forward arrogantly. Helpless, Dahu had no choice but to take the hit. He Xing didn't hold back at all, completely treating him like a punching bag, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Hao Bei, standing nearby, reminded him, "Don't kill him." He Xing obediently complied. "Yes, young master," Hao Bei said viciously. "Didn't you want to protect these women? Then watch them die before your very eyes." The subordinates echoed in agreement. Young master always knows how to find enjoyment. Wang Dahu was forced to look at the iron bars. The girls inside seemed to have completely accepted their fate, just sitting still and motionless. The skinny man laughed gleefully, shining the light on the tall zombie. It was pushed towards the iron bars by the group of people using sticks. The zombie looked around, seemingly wanting to choose its first prey. It targeted the long-haired girl sitting huddled in the corner. Hunger caused saliva to drip uncontrollably from the monster's mouth. The zombie lunged forward with a fatal bite aimed directly at the neck. For the first time in his life, Wang Dahu had to witness such a terrifying scene. He cried, but because his mouth was covered he couldn't make a single sob. Wang Dahu tried to break free. All his efforts were in vain. He was desperate. His entire body went limp. At the same time, the soldiers also released their hold. Wang Dahu knelt on both knees on the cold tile floor. Hao Bo was even more ruthless, instructing, "You guys throw this Wang Dahu into the cage. Isn't he supposed to be super strong? I want to see who's stronger, him or the zombie." The soldiers cheered in support. "Young Master Li is indeed young Master Li. He knows how to have fun more than us uncultured folks. How could we have thought of such a good idea? No wonder he's a young master." But some still thought differently. Even though it's the apocalypse now, does that mean we can treat human life like dirt? Wang Dahu was hoisted up. The iron cage door opened once again. The zombie was frantically gnawing on the corpses of the girls. Wang Dahu was thrown inside. The zombie paused for a beat. It grinned, realizing it had been given a new prey. The zombie slowly approached. The woman's voice echoed in the young man's mind. "Dahu, be careful. I'll be waiting for you at home." He sobbed, calling out, "Mom, I can't live to come back and take care of you." Suddenly, Wang Dahu's eyes widened. He forcefully pulled himself together. "No, I can't die. Mom is waiting for me at home." Wang Dahu braced himself with one hand on the ground, adopting a fighting stance. The zombie roared and dragged its heavy body towards him. Wang Dahu swung his fist straight at its head, successfully knocking the monster backwards. He seized the opportunity to hug the zombie's abdomen with the intention of reducing its defense. Wang Dahu screamed, "Triple A!" then used force to press the monster against the iron bars, ignoring its constant struggles. The impact created a loud bang that echoed throughout the entire villa. Wang Dahu suddenly coughed up blood, all because a handful of sharp claws from the zombie had pierced his abdomen at some point. Wang Dahu still refused to let go, trying to resist. More and more fresh blood flowed from his body. Hao Bo watched like it was a good show, excitedly exclaiming, "Stimulated." Wang Dahu braced himself. Taking a few steps back, he decided to use one last fatal attack. And then, Wang Dahu hugged his festering wound. He lost strength, collapsed, panting heavily. Wang Dahu knew he was about to die, and could only regretfully send words to his mother. "I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to Rong Zan." Rong Zehan remained silent. He sighed, lamenting, "What a pity." But the soldiers were satisfied. Consider this threat resolved. He died quickly. The corpse of Wang Dahu suddenly acted strangely. It trembled, uncontrollably. His eyes gradually turned blood red, his skin darkened, and his teeth gnashed together. Ziluho sat outside the villa, waiting for an opportunity. "It's here," he smiled softly. Taking advantage of the soldiers' inattention, Ziluo carefully approached and slit his throat with a knife. Blood spurted out, splattering onto the courtyard. Ziluo proceeded to swap clothes and was figuring out what to do next, when he suddenly heard a voice. "Adi? What are you doing here?" Ziluo improvised. "Just saw a guy dozing off, so I came to wake him up." The chubby soldier yawned widely and replied, "All right then. Damn it, speechless. The captain and regiment leaders are having fun in the main hall, while we're stuck here guarding the gate." Two other guys chimed in. "Agreed. We spent all night dealing with the losses, and we don't even get a break during the day. They really don't treat us like people. You're lucky. I haven't slept for almost 24 hours. Seriously speechless. Want to ensure safety? Why don't those captains come out here and guard it themselves?" Ziluo pointed bluntly, saying frankly, "Exactly. They don't treat us like people, just cannon fodder." The chubby soldier finally noticed something amiss, wondering, "When did Adis get so tall?" Ziluo looked at him, flashing a sinister smile. A few minutes later, Ziluo had quickly dealt with the group of soldiers. Still cursing, "That idiot spilled the beans immediately. Doesn't deserve to live in this world." Gradually advancing deeper into the manor, Ziluo took down another person. He noticed someone running away in the distance. Ziluo used astonishing speed, appearing next to that subordinate in a blink of an eye. Before he fell to Ziluo's sharp blade, he managed to fire a signal flare into the sky. He followed the projectile's trajectory, forcefully slashing his blade at the bullet. Having only flown halfway, it was destroyed by the sharp point and fell in front of Ziluo. He pulled out the knife, coldly saying, "Good thing I thoroughly researched the Liao family's ammunition in my previous life, otherwise things wouldn't be so smooth today." The system detected that all the security outside the Liao family manor has fallen. The host's path of revenge has opened. It specially issued a mission: tit-for-tat retribution. No one who angers the host can survive the wrath of Yahtzee. Tonight, the host becomes death, reaping all life within the Liao family manor. The request is to kill the remaining 296 people. The reward is a random ordinary guide and bronze-level equipment. The time limit is 12 hours. Does the host accept the mission? Ziluo clicked the accept button and smiled contentedly. Perfect. Li Haobo, you have one more reason not to die. The tit-for-tat retribution mission information has been received. Starting to activate the vengeance barrier. Once one of the 296 members of the Liao family leaves the manor, the host can track the location of the escapee in the search function. Wishing the host a successful completion of the mission, Ziluo wondered, vengeance barrier? This thing just torments people's mentality until they die. I remember it first appeared in my previous life. Used in the war between the Dragon Kingdom and the Dwarf Kingdom. He recalled that after the Dragon Kingdom cast the vengeance barrier on the Dwarf Kingdom's capital, the Dragon Kingdom chased after the Dwarf Kingdom people who fled the capital for days, and the duration lasted at least a month. This is the reward? Ziluo rubbed his chin, then beat the entire Dwarf Kingdom to the point they were crying for their parents. He excitedly looked toward the building. Today I must take advantage of this opportunity to test how sensitive the tool is. Before he could take a few steps, the system's second notification surprised Ziluo. Congratulations to the host for successfully opening the mission and quickly completing it. Not only that, but the number of deaths kept increasing by 7 or 8. Ziluo panicked. What's going on here? I haven't even made a move yet and people are already dying? He rushed over. I have to go see what's going on, just in case. The people inside the building were chattering. A crocodile. What are you doing? The last woman was played to death. What a pity. You used too much force and broke her spine, making the brothers lose a toy? It's already gone. What are we going to do? Suddenly, a ghostly voice echoed in the air. Then how about playing with me instead? Rongzhan frowned, listening intently. The sound kept repeating 3 words. Play with me. Rongzhan stood up abruptly, his face expressionless, but clearly tense. I've never seen someone who can unleash such dense killing intent without even showing themselves. In this atmosphere, I'm like a small witch meeting a powerful sorcerer. Haobo was so scared that he sat down on the ground, constantly wailing. It's here! It really came! There really is someone who wants to kill me! Zhao Kaiguang quickly came to comfort him. Young master, calm down. With the people from the Ji Yu Young troop and Mr. Rong here, you'll be fine. Haobo stammered. Right, Uncle Rong, kill them. Rong Zihan stood up straight and said loudly. May I ask, what is your purpose for coming to the Liao family? Can we sit down and talk? A thought flashed through his mind. To get here proves that he has dealt with all the people I deployed outside, the strange voice replied. Although I am a human, at this moment, I am death himself, here to collect your lives. Rongzhan immediately waved his hand, signaling his allies, and 3 thugs began searching around, trying to locate the source of the sound. Suddenly, a bomb fell from above, startling them. The object shook for a moment. A dazzling light erupted, causing everyone to panic. I'm blind! Am I blind? What is this? Am I going to die? Help! Help me! A pair of legs enveloped in power gradually stepped in, and the 3 thugs were too panicked to notice. Ziglugo created sharp spikes rising from the ground, a surprise attack with thorns, and the thugs were pierced straight through their bodies. Zigluo then used whirlwind slash to sever their necks. Just as Rongzhan managed to detect it, Ziluo disappeared into the air, leaving him another bomb as a greeting gift. A large fire erupted immediately, and Ziluo disappeared as well. Rongzhan was barely affected, gnashing his teeth in anger. Damn it! This time I didn't even see the enemy's face, and lost a large number of subordinates. He stood in the middle of the pile of corpses lying scattered around, feeling a bit heavy. The subordinate worriedly called out, Boss, his ground spikes are like magic. It seems that young Master Li's guards and mercenaries have all been killed. The blade behind me keeps slashing. The ones who were assassinated were our mercenary corps brothers, including Black Bear, Crocodile, White Wolf. Rongzhan, after listening, angrily scolded, Enough! Just tell me directly how many people we have left that we can use. The subordinate panicked. Excluding the young master, the boss, and Uncle Zhao, including me, there are 66 brothers, among them 10 allies with serious injuries, and a dozen whose eyesight still hasn't recovered. Haobo almost went crazy. Who did this? Just who ruined my plan and cut off my joy? Uncle Rong must avenge me, chop him into pieces. Rong Zhan gritted his teeth and ordered, search for me. He really can take on 100 single-handedly. Rong Zhan quickly instructed, Uncle Zhao, take the young master and monkey and them into the secret passage. I and the others will stay outside to block that assassin. Kai Guang had no choice but to obey. Okay, he hasn't left yet. I feel him watching us. Rong Zhan gently placed a hand on the old steward's shoulder, seemingly placing all his hopes on him. Zhao Kaiguang looked up at the sky. His entire youth was tied to this place. Even if he left, there would be nothing to regret. Zile found a safe spot in the luxurious compound, thinking to himself, this is truly beyond expectations. I didn't expect this steward to be a master too. Currently, the fate points earned are at 200. Zile pondered. They're thinking the same as me. They must divide half the people to protect and escort Li Haobo away. If I deal with the rest first, I'm still confident I can escape unscathed. He gently tapped the system button, revealing 2 clear information panels above. Zile exclaimed, no wonder it's Rong Zhan. In such a short time he snatched 3 bronze-level equipment from the room earlier. A shout rang out. Come out and meet me! Hiding is too disrespectful to your identity, isn't it? Seeing this, Zile smirked, and used reverse psychology again. You want to stall for time so Li Haobo can leave first? I won't let you get your way. Open inventory. Wants to control the zombie cat's horn. The first type can issue a designated target, the second uses your consciousness to control it. Finally, the spirit cat inherits 60% of the host's basic attributes. Zile decided to press use. The cat appeared like a god. In Zile's hand he held a small dagger tightly. He used force to throw a line straight up at the ceiling. The blade cut the large chandelier's wire. It fell right where Rong Zhan was standing. Luckily, he escaped with his life. Countless shards of glass from the chandelier flew out, stabbing hard into the eyes, mouths, and necks of the group of soldiers behind. While Rong Zhan and his close subordinate were panicking, the zombie cat suddenly lunged to attack. The young man cried out in pain. Zile also seized the opportunity, quickly and nimbly finishing off the surviving soldiers. Man and beast, a perfect combination that left Rong Zhan only able to watch in helplessness. The server can't find even the most basic data, Rong Zhan exclaimed in shock. Why can't his information be found? What exactly is going on? He clenched his fist, looking impatient. Enough! Who exactly are you? Rong Zhan almost went crazy with anger and shouted arrogantly. Zile slowly tilted his head to look back, unable to help but sneer in his heart. Bad skills, low stats, even the personality hasn't reached the maturity of a few years later, and you haven't even planned to kill these mercenaries. HMPH. Indeed, the more expectations, the greater the disappointment. He softly retorted. Look closely. This is what you call despair. In just a blink of an eye, Zile easily defeated the small fries around him and went straight to Rong Zhan's face, causing him to turn pale, his body trembling uncontrollably, his mouth as if blocked, only able to make the sound. Ah! And the next second his body seemed to freeze and fall limply to the ground. In a slight noise, the cat looked at Rong Zhan, seemingly saying, Go! Pursue Li Haobo's group! Then it jumped away, leaving Zile standing there, holding the knife, his eyes looking at the system displaying the revenge barrier, mumbling to himself. They probably haven't left the manor yet. He nudged Rong Zhan's shoulder with his foot, taunting. Move it, commander of the Mercenary Corps of Slaughter. The latter retorted with a cold expression. The Mercenary Corps of Slaughter is practically annihilated. Am I even worthy to be called the commander of the Mercenary Corps? At this, he cracked a satisfied smile, inwardly rejoicing, killing all his subordinates in front of him, gradually suppressing any thoughts of resistance. That's the highest level of revenge. Like a dam bursting, Rong Zhan sat up abruptly, yelling incessantly. Who are you? Who exactly are you? I'm telling you, or else I won't die in peace. But no matter how much he screamed, he gripped the knife tightly, approaching him step by step, and said, Die in peace? Is there even such a thing? Rong Zhan frantically retreated, trembling, until he hit the wall with nowhere to go. With a single stab to the neck, Ziluo easily sent him on his way, but his eyes remained wide open. Even so, Ziluo didn't stop. He kicked him repeatedly, venting the hatred deep within his heart. I still remember your face from that day. You kicked me to the ground, calling me trash, saying that an orphan like me, a good-for-nothing, had the audacity to challenge the authority of the Li family. I also thank you for teaching me a lesson. Before killing someone, don't waste words. If you can act, don't talk so much. Look. Isn't it great lying down and talking to me? This is what will truly make you die in peace. Satisfied, Ziluo took a deep breath, turned, and left, already planning how to deal with the next people. Rong Zhan is dead. Now I've cut off a useful arm of the Li family. It will be much easier to deal with them now. He flung open the door, put his hands in his pockets, and leisurely walked out of the room, full of corpses. At the Liqi family's secret room, Li Haobo stood next to Chu Guangkai, his face pale and frustrated, pulling at his hair, and said, "Uncle Zhao, they won't chase us here, will they?" The latter quickly reassured him, "Of course not. Mr. Rong will take care of them, young master." Before he could finish, a loud noise outside interrupted him. He quickly looked towards the door and saw the silhouette of a person imprinted on it. Fear grew stronger in Haobo's heart. He screamed, "It's definitely someone from Lin Zile. He killed Yao Jinghan first, and now he's here to kill me." Seeing him panicking like this, Zhao the butler could only comfort him. "Young master, don't panic. We arranged for others to go to the secret passage beforehand. He won't think we're here." Hearing this, he felt somewhat relieved, but he couldn't help but grit his teeth and curse angrily. "I don't know how he found out about my relationship with Yao Jinghan. And I don't know where he found such a powerful assassin." Suddenly, he seemed to realize something and said, "Could it be that Lin Jian left something behind for Lin Zile to use?" As soon as he said that, he jumped up and quickly retorted, "Impossible! When we killed Lin Jian, the Lin family almost completely uprooted the Lin family. There's no way Lin Jian could have left anything behind. If that leader hadn't insisted that we leave one descendant of the Lin family, that Lin Zile would have died long ago." At the same time, Zile stood outside, separated from them by only a door, and heard the entire story. A cold aura gradually emanated from him, along with the words, "So that's how it is." Inside, Haobo seemed to recognize the voice. Fear began to overwhelm him, causing him to yell, "Lin Zile! That's right, it's Lin Zile's voice! Why could he get to this place? Why could he find this place?" Zile took a deep breath, leaned against the wall, looked up, and said, "So I was already targeted by you? So many things happened to me?" Suddenly, on the other side of the door, Haobo said with a strange smile, shouting, "Lin Zile! I'm telling you, you will die in my hands. I should have arranged for someone to kill you directly." Zile reacted in time, turned around, raised his knife, and asked defensively, "I'm really curious, who is Lin Jian? What do you mean by the Lin family eradicating the Lin family?" Hearing this, he burst out laughing and replied with a sarcastic tone, "Ha, you orphan don't even know your own father's name. You deserve it." Back when my father was about to be promoted, Lin Jian reported him, leading to the disruption of the Lin family's plans of many years. Based on that alone, your Lin family should have been wiped out. If the leader hadn't spoken up, would a mongrel like you deserve to be the sole survivor of the Lin family? I'm really curious, where did you find your help? If it weren't for that, I could have casually sent a bodyguard to kill you. Zile didn't concede either, and immediately retorted, "Saying these words really doesn't have any effect, because whether you say it or not, I will make your entire Li family turn to ashes." As he spoke, he slammed hard on the door, causing Zhao the butler to stumble and stand in front of his young master. Haobo didn't seem to notice Ziluo's danger, and still said stubbornly, "Rely on you to destroy the Li family? You're overestimating yourself." Before he could finish speaking, he kicked the door open. Seeing this, Butler Zhao quickly raised his fist straight towards him, but with his pathetic kung fu, Ziluo easily dodged it. At this moment the cat pounced to attack him, but unfortunately, it was discovered, and he immediately changed direction and punched it hard. Suddenly, the system displayed the notification, "Summoning time of 30 minutes has ended." Then the cat disappeared into thin air. Seeing this, he thought to himself, "Just right? 30 minutes? How did I calculate the time so well?" Without any hesitation, he directly removed the mask to reveal his true face. Butler Zhao looked at him and said, "You are Lin Zile? The assassin from before was you? It was all you from beginning to end?" Over here, Haobo was sweating cold sweat and shouted, "Lin Zile? It really is you?" Even he seemed unable to believe his eyes, constantly questioning. "Impossible! Strength that can kill Rongzan? Strength that can break into the manor? Is definitely not something a milk-fed brat like you can do." Ignoring their shock, he smirked and said calmly, "You're a dead end in the apocalypse. The 7-day newbie protection period of the apocalypse game is over. Your decades of hard training aren't even as good as a random zombie on the street." Haobo still refused to accept it, saying, "Impossible! Impossible! Him alone, how could Lin Zile become so strong?" Ziluo frowned, raised the knife into a ready stance, and softly replied, "Me alone is enough to kill you all." Ziluo raised his fist towards Butler Zhao and advanced. He quickly raised his hands to block, but was still pushed back in pain, to the point of exclaiming, "Arg!" This made his eyes light up, and he raised his hand to stroke his chin with interest, thinking, "This old butler's physical qualities are pretty good. If this punch hit Rongzan, it could have directly knocked Rongzan down." On the contrary, His heart was on hot coals, squinting his wrinkled eyes, and secretly making a decision. Things have come to this. I can only use this method. Then he clenched his fist, and instantly the clothes on his body were torn apart by a body with rippling six-pack abs, but even this didn't make Zile flinch, and he swung the knife to slash. He dodged and said, "You don't have martial ethics." His expression remained unchanged, replying, "Now I want to take your head. Do I need your permission first, or do I need the consent of your 18 generations of ancestors?" Without waiting for him to respond, he immediately tossed the knife, unleashing explosive moves, and schlang, the knife slashed across his arm. And it didn't just stop there. It suddenly flew back to attack again, causing Butler Zhao to cry out in pain. Enduring the pain in his arm, he tried to look at him, doubtingly saying, How is this possible? I have diligently practiced fist and foot for 50 years. How could I lose so quickly? I am not reconciled." Suddenly, an explosion occurred. Seizing that opportunity, Zile quickly stabbed the knife straight into his neck and said, "As a person, you must never leave future troubles for yourself. Killing all enemies is the only way to be at ease." Looking at the corpse at his feet, he said, "What a pathetic and conservative guy. It's the apocalypse, and he's still stubbornly sticking to formal sparring techniques." Truth proves that to survive, you not only need overwhelming strength, but also the ability to control the situation with precision and stay ahead of the times, or else you're just destined for death. He turned his face to look back and immediately caught sight of Haobo's terrified face, his limbs so weak that he collapsed to the ground, prompting him to say with disdain, "Useless." So, his expression unwavering, he raised the sword in his hand and stabbed it straight down into Haobo's leg, causing him to clutch his leg in pain and scream, "Ah, ah." The corners of his mouth curved up as he said, "Awake now? No more playing dead?" As he spoke, he continued to stab a few more times. "Rao!" Haobo's eyes widened as he shouted, "Help! Lin Zile! My parents won't let you get away with this." Hearing this, he chuckled lightly, still bringing his sword down. This torture seemed to have reached its limit, as Haobo hurriedly said, "I beg you to kill me. I beg you to kill me quickly." Zile replied, "Kill you? Am I sure I want to kill you? That's right. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten." He opened the system panel and selected a weapon. A dull knife. The duller the knife, the harder it is to cut. He struck at Haobo without hesitation, and once again a scream rang out. "Ah." He pretended to scratch his hair and said, "I'm so sorry. This knife is too dull, it can't cut through, my bad." But in the next second, he changed his attitude and said coldly, "This stab is for myself." As he spoke, he stabbed Haobo with force, causing him to turn pale and scream, "Ah! Ah!" Not stopping there, Zile continued, "This knife traces the path of my 10 years of hiding. My life is thin as thread. What a pity. The pain you're suffering isn't even a fraction of what I went through." Hearing this, Haobo stared blankly and asked, 10 years? 10 years of what? Haobo retorted blankly, "It was only after I learned about this 3 years ago that I started thinking about torturing you." Zile's face darkened, revealing a sarcastic smile as he stabbed him, saying, "This stab is for me. This stab is for my joy." The overwhelming pain made Haobo hurriedly beg, "Stop! Stop!" Ignoring his words, this time he aimed for the left side of his chest, using all his strength to stab down, then said, "This stab is for the Lin family. Even though I never met them, it's only right for a son to avenge his father. As for the other stabs, no matter who they're for, I'm happy, so it's fine." A moment later, he reopened the system panel and activated the metal pliers weapon. "Great!" Seeing Zile holding the pliers with a strange smile, approaching him, Haobo was immediately terrified, his body involuntarily trembling, and he said, What do you want to do?" He didn't hesitate to reply, "I have to thank you. This is a punishment I invented. This hand of yours, who knows how many people it's tortured to death. I can't help but commend you for your talent in torturing others. You really have a gift." Hearing this, Haobo seemed to suddenly realize something. His eyes widened and he screamed incessantly, "This is how I used to—" Could it be? Before he could finish his sentence, Zile cut off a piece of flesh from his body, quickly stuffed it into his mouth with the pliers, ignoring his screams. "No! No!" After a struggle, Haobo, covered in injuries, lay flat against the wall with a blank look in his eyes. Seeing that wrecked state, he scoffed, "So, you're already done for? In your past life, you researched so many tortures, harming countless people, and you're not even a fraction as good to yourself as you were to others." Suddenly, he reached out and stroked his chin, saying cheerfully, "Forget it. Looking at how you want to die, torturing you any further isn't fun. It's just a pity that those things you researched can't be used on you." Even so, Zile had no intention of letting Haobo off. He kept stabbing him in the neck while saying, "Isn't he faking it? I think highly of him, and based on his acting skills, there's no way he could fake this state. Forget it. Being able to play with his spirit until it reaches the limit that his body can bear before finishing him off is enough. After saying that, he waved his hand and turned his back, when suddenly, a strange light flashed from his body, followed by a shocking explosion, but it seemed that Zile had seen through it, and he gently opened his umbrella to shield himself. Night covered the outside. Zile looked ahead with wide eyes, and couldn't help but sigh. The night view from the Lee family's villa is still pretty good. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Player Lin Zile's mindscape has been detected to have changed, successfully activating the Vengeful Heart talent. Seeing this, he exclaimed in surprise. Huh? The system displays Vengeful Heart. Checking. Zile was stunned, saying, "So, I've activated a talent?" So he clicked on check, and the system displayed a reminder. Talents and skills in the Apocalypse game are two different concepts. Skills can be learned through skill books, while talents can only be activated autonomously after reaching a certain attribute level due to various conditions, such as one's own attributes, thoughts, mindscape, experience, ability, etc. Skill activation can rely on skill books, but talent activation relies entirely on luck and strength. Talent, Vengeful Heart, Lin Zile's vengeance is a must. Against enemies, you have greater power than attributes. After you identify the other party as an enemy, increase your own attributes based on the degree of hatred. And the higher the degree of hatred, the higher the basic attributes are raised, up to a maximum increase of 20% of the basic attributes. After reading it, he happily thought in his head, I didn't expect this Heart of Hatred to be so good. It can increase basic attributes by up to 20%. Then he muttered to himself, my basic attributes in the game are getting higher and higher. The talent that can be raised will get higher and higher, so this could be considered a constantly growing talent. That's too good. Suddenly, the system continued to pop up a new notification. Host has successfully killed 269 people in the Lee family manor, successfully completing the Lin Zile Must Avenge quest. Congratulations to the host for winning the quest reward. Draw a random ordinary guide and bronze level equipment. Does the host want to draw now? He quickly clicked on draw. A set of bronze level equipment appeared along with an explanation. Congratulations to the host for drawing the bronze level equipment, Little Magic Wand. Little Magic Wand. Bronze level equipment, exclusive equipment for the profession, can improve magic power, improve magic casting speed, skill power increased by 5%, magic skill casting speed increased by 5%, mental recovery speed increased by 20 points. After looking at Nanzhao for a long time, Zile reached out and turned his chin, saying with a slightly disappointed tone, I can't use this thing, but this is considered top quality for mages, and I can earn a fortune selling it in the store. After saying that, he stuffed it into his bag. Looking back in his own bag, he couldn't help but think, the automatic loot collection guide is really too good. There's absolutely no need to worry about missing all kinds of equipment. Sigh. I have to say, the killing mechanism of this game is really perverted. Recalling those rules, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. In the Apocalypse game, once you kill someone, the dead person's storage space will disappear forever, and you can't get the items in it. Players can only check the corpse to see if there is anything, but it is also at this time that there is a chance to check the corpse. After a period of time, everyone knows that after death, players usually choose the scorched earth approach. This is also a measure taken by the Apocalypse game to discourage killing. Suddenly, he discovered an item dropped by Rong Zhanlong. Curiosity piqued. He reached out to inspect it, thinking, Purification necklace? Immediately, the system explained. Purification necklace. Bronze level equipment. A necklace with the ability to purify. Spirit stat +1. Attached skill. Purification, which can instantly remove one negative status effect you are suffering from, such as petrification, stun, blindness, etc. Cooldown. 12 hours. Comparing the two necklaces on the screen, choosing the purification necklace over the meditation necklace, he frowned deeply, calculating. This necklace's stats aren't as good as the meditation necklace, but this attached skill could be a lifesaver in actual combat in the end. He decided that the remaining two were useless, and threw them into storage for now. Zile took a deep breath and continued. System. Give me a normal guidance draw. System. Receiving information and starting data processing. Drawing a normal guidance. Normal guidance draw complete. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn the Level 1 Absolute Domination Guidance. Level 1 Absolute Domination allows you to enslave a zombie whose strength does not exceed your own. The enslaved zombie will absolutely obey any command of its master. It will consider the host as its master, and will protect the master's safety, even at the cost of its own life. Note: zombies have a partial player analysis panel, and may develop some player-like abilities as they grow stronger. Once the bound zombie dies, this guidance function will disappear. As if grasping the key point, he exclaimed in astonishment. Holy crap, enslaved zombies! I've never heard of enslaving zombies in my past life. Am I dreaming? He pinched his cheek, feeling the reality of it, and cried out, "Ouch, this is like a bull getting a good night with a cow. Absolutely amazing. If this zombie is really loyal to me." Then, Zile grinned, saying to himself, "Then I won't have to do all the hard work anymore, right?" Sigh. Ever since I found out Yao Jinghan betrayed me, I've been wary of everyone. This life is pretty much just me alone. But what if a zombie that can endure hardship follows me? Maybe it can heal my broken heart. A second later, as if thinking of something, he quickly and seriously asked the system, "If I upgrade this absolute domination, what effects will be added?" Quickly, he saw the answer. Upgrading absolute domination will increase the number of zombies that can be enslaved. Each level increases the number by 1. A memory from his childhood, with a shriek of "Ah!" suddenly flashed through his mind, jolting him awake. He shook his head repeatedly, telling himself, "Don't do it, don't do it." But how many levels would I need to raise absolute domination to reach that point? Well, I'll have to study this slowly. But what kind of zombie should I enslave? Those guys who might become zombie kings in the future aren't bad. Although those guys are quite promising, I feel like they're not perfect enough. Most importantly, I don't know if they'll still take the same path as in my past life after being enslaved, abandoning me. Speaking of which, I heard there are quite a few treasures hidden in the underground level in my past life. I'll go there and see if there's anything useful. As he spoke, he strode towards the stairs. As soon as he opened the door, his eyes lit up like stars. But he quickly regained his senses. Looking at the piles of gold, silver, and jewelry, he threw a hit at it and said, "In the apocalypse, this stuff isn't worth a dime. Using this to wipe my butt would just be uncomfortable." So, Zile turned his attention to other things, excitedly saying, "I remember there's something special about those self-portraits, but I don't remember exactly what it is. I'll take them first." Without any hesitation, he stuffed them into his bag and turned to look at another weapon. Sure enough, only the Liu family would do something like this, embedding jewels on a knife, as if afraid people wouldn't know they're rich. After a lot of struggling and rummaging, he happily sang as he left. After finishing up everything and wandering around the Liu family estate, he decided, "I've lived 2 lifetimes and never stayed in such a luxurious villa before. Tonight, I'm sleeping here." As I entered a room, a figure appeared, making me panic. I shone my leather flashlight and thought, there absolutely can't be people, living people, in this manner. Getting closer, I discovered it was a zombie being held captive. The system displayed information. Zombie. Level 4. Basic attributes. Strength 25, Spirit 3, Constitution 26, Agility 18. Attributes increase at night. Talent. Innate strength. Epic level talent. Your strength increases with your level, granting growth. All strength-related equipment in your hands becomes more effective. You only consume stamina when using skills, not spirit power. Skill. Full force strike. Concentrates all strength in your fist. This punch deals damage equal to 150% of your strength attribute. Like finding gold, Zile happily said, "This zombie is unreasonably strong, and it also gets an attribute boost at night, just like a bronze-level boss. This is too much of a coincidence. I just drew an absolute domination directive, and it gave me this zombie." Suddenly, the zombie turned its bloodshot eyes wide, staring at me. The two of us silently faced each other, realizing there was an unusual tranquility. Zile then spoke, saying, "Big guy, I'm a human, you're a zombie. Shouldn't you bite me when you see me?" Suddenly the system popped up. Spirit power 3. This made him confused, hugging his face and saying, "No wonder his spirit power is only 3. Releasing him into human society would make him quite mentally deficient." But then he changed, smiling and continuing, Could he have a personality? System. This zombie's attributes are so high now. Can I choose to enslave it? The system replied, yes. Due to the shortcomings in this zombie's mental aspect, the total upgraded attributes are not as high as the host's. He fell into a pensive mood, muttering to himself, "Actually, this zombie isn't bad. I'm a little envious of its talent, like the spiritual aspect." Okay, system. I want to enslave this zombie. He secretly decided in his head. Forget it. Being a little dumb is fine. Being a little dumb is obedient. The system confirmed. Host. Are you sure you want to use level 1 absolute domination to enslave this zombie? Without hesitation, he selected yes. A red light emanated from the zombie's body. It seemed to exert all its strength to resist. Zile didn't expect this, widening his eyes in surprise and saying, "Is it trying to fight back?" But in the blink of an eye, the zombie's face returned to its original dazed state. This dizzying change made him fall backward in astonishment. Is that considered fighting back? Is it too late to regret it now? Just as he finished speaking, the system announced, "Zombie enslaved successfully. Please name your enslaved zombie. Even more headache-inducing, he scratched his head and thought, if this guy is so tall and mighty, with such strong strength, and has the epic-level talent innate strength, then I'll call him Da Gang. The system recorded the information and immediately replied, successfully named zombie Da Gang. Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing Da Gang. Da Gang will absolutely obey any command from his master, even to the point of death, to protect his master's safety. Level 1 Absolute Domination has bound Da Gang to the player analysis panel. Da Gang, player Da Gang, level 4, experience 32/50ths. Prestige temporarily lost and cannot be opened. Gold coins, none. Storage space temporarily lost and cannot be opened. Basic attributes: Strength 25, Spirit 3, Constitution 26, Agility 18, no titles. Talent innate strength. Skills: Full force strike. Equipment: none. Reminder to host: Da Gang's player analysis panel is forcibly patched by the system, so he cannot inherit prestige and storage space functions. He cannot enjoy experience from gained experience rewards brought by killing zombies. Da Gang's method and progress of leveling up are the same as zombies. Killing zombies can gain gold coins, and there is a 1% chance of dropping items and equipment. Ziluo looked at him in the iron cage, gleefully saying, Da Gang, show me what you can do. I don't believe this cage can stop you with your current attributes. Just as he predicted, Da Kong grabbed the 2 iron bars in front of him, forcefully pulled them apart, and slowly walked towards him. Once out, Da Kong happily laughed. Hee hee. Ziluo could only sigh in dismay. What on earth was I thinking? I was expecting him to do something more. It's already a miracle he can understand my commands. Opening the system panel, he selected the leather wrist guard. Physique +1, strength +1, then clicked equip. Reviewing the basic stats, the system displayed Da Kong's basic attributes: Strength 26, Spirit 3, Physique 27, Agility 18. Reminder: this zombie has no nighttime attribute boost. Not much of a surprise. He yawned, turned to leave, and said, I guessed right. If the attributes were already this heaven-defying, a nighttime boost would be too insane. Without even looking back, he waved his hand and ordered, Da Kong, wait for me to get some sleep. Guard the door. Don't let anything disturb me. It roared in response. The next morning, after waking up, Ziluo stretched and opened the door, stepping out of the room. The first thing he saw was Da Kong's tall figure waiting there. He didn't hesitate to praise. Not bad, buddy. Not bad at all. Hearing this, it grinned with delight. Hee hee. He pointed to the ground, curiously asking, You don't eat the corpses of other zombies? It shook its head with all its might. He smiled lightly and said, You really are one-of-a-kind zombie. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the dining room, using a bit of conjuration to create a table laden with delicious food. But just as he picked up his chopsticks, the sound of continuous dripping water caught his attention. Ziluo abruptly turned to look. It was Da Kong, eyes shining brightly, drool incessantly flowing as it yearned for food. Seeing this, he invited, How about you come and eat something too? And thought. Hearing this, it nodded repeatedly. He then continued, Let's eat together. In his head, he was dumbfounded, thinking, I've lived 2 lifetimes, and never met a zombie as strange as this one. Doesn't eat zombie or human flesh, likes to eat hot food. He pointed to a chair and said, Sit down and eat. Da Kong happily rushed over and devoured the food, ignoring Ziluo's judging gaze. I used to fret about dropping so many resource cards without a place to store them. Now having Da Kong to share the burden isn't bad. The original plan was to seek revenge on Li Haobei after leveling up to level 5 or 6, but now it's all over. I've already reached level 8, so there's no need to find instances to level up anymore. Saying this, he opened the system, took out the map, and continued to ponder. Based on my current equipment, and with Da Kong's strength to assist, looking at the map in his hand, he couldn't help but say, Perhaps I can directly try the illusionist class advancement. Looking at the Shanghai Museum, he said, Next destination. Shanghai Museum. Find the class advancement scroll. Ziluo secretly thought, I remember the ancient scroll hidden in the Shanghai Museum is the key to class advancement. Suddenly he remembered when he was in the class advancement space. Must know is in the class advancement space. After activating the class advancement space, players need to complete 3 class advancement trials to obtain the class advancement scroll designed for the player. If not completed within the specified time, the class advancement will fail, and the player will be directly killed. At this point, memories of his past life began to replay in his head like a movie. In his past life, luckily there was Li Haobei. In my past life, my roommate and I heard that the Shanghai Museum had treasures, so we wanted to come and search for them. But unexpectedly, on the way, I received news that Yao Jinghan was cheating on Li Haobei. I originally wanted to find Li Haobei to take revenge, but unexpectedly, Li Haobei had bribed my 3 roommates. They tricked me into entering the job change space. They wanted me to fail the job change, using this to kill me. Unexpectedly, I succeeded. That wound followed me for 10 years. Thinking of the museum, Zile thought to himself, in my past life, this happened on the 8th day of the Apocalypse game, but now it's only the 4th day. There definitely won't be anyone at the museum. After thinking it over, he said contentedly, this time, without Li Haobei in the way, things should go much smoother. At this moment, looking at Dai Ngu, who was still eating and drinking merrily, he suddenly had an idea. It's just that my appearance is a bit conspicuous. I've got it. Later, the two stood right in front of the villa gate. Dai Ngu was completely covered up, with a large broadsword slung over his shoulder. This made Zile think with satisfaction. This is perfect. At the Shanghai Museum, many other zombies were wandering around outside. Zile and Dai Ngu stood hidden in a corner, and he quickly came up with a plan. Looks like someone's already here. I need to be careful. And in the blink of an eye, he had taken down 3 zombies on his own. System announcement. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time bronze level item. He clicked on his inventory, and immediately it displayed an analysis. Fireball Scroll, a one-time bronze level item. After use can release a fireball with fixed energy. The player can control the ball to attack enemies, and can also choose to detonate the fireball to create massive damage. He said happily, not bad. Suddenly sensing something, he turned around sharply, and saw Dai Ngu being groped by other zombies. Zile hid behind the wall, secretly observing Dai Ngu. Couldn't help but think, Dai Ngu doesn't actively attack zombies, but zombies don't attack him. That's really interesting. Dai Ngu can actively approach zombies to ambush them, and can also open treasure chests without attacking. This way we can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. However, Dai Ngu doesn't get rewards like experience, reputation, and inventory space when he opens treasure chests. It's a bit wasteful. I'll see how things go and then decide. Suddenly he remembered the memories of the past, and couldn't help but worry. In the previous life, on the 8th day of the apocalypse, the zombies here were almost all dealt with by players. Now it's a bit difficult to deal with them relying only on Dai Ngu and me. Zile used binoculars to observe the situation inside the museum. Looking at the people inside, that job change scroll can't be here. Otherwise it would be much easier to just have Dai Ngu go into the museum and get it. That's not right. Suddenly he noticed something unusual, and pondered. To wipe out this group of zombies, we don't have enough manpower inside the museum. And these people's accents aren't standard? They need to practice more? I don't know if my guess is right or not. And the traces of battle I just saw were left by them. If I can join them, follow them into the museum, I can avoid a lot of trouble. At the Xiao Runfa shopping center, at the Death Club, Gao Dong stood high above, looking down at the crowd below, and boomed. All right, we've decided then. We'll set off once we gather 200 people. Everyone, prepare your own weapons. But the people below didn't accept this, constantly shouting in protest. I can't wait any longer. Waiting for 200 people is looking down on the strength of us brothers. Let's charge straight through now. The others chimed in, shouting in agreement. That's right, this old man wants to eat a whole roasted goat. That's right, our material cards have run out long ago. Gao Dong. What are you worried about? Do you want us to starve to death here? Are you going to take away our brothers' supplies? Slap. A slap to the face sent Dai Huangmao staggering to the ground. Dian Ningjing looked at him angrily, saying, Da Huangmao, calm down a bit. He struggled to his feet, rubbing the wound on his mouth, and said in an irritating tone, I'm telling you, Dian Ningjing, don't think you can show off just because you have a bronze-level iron rod. Lucky you gotta slap me. As long as you listen to me, I can forget about it. How about considering it? As he spoke, he reached out to touch her face, and her expression darkened instantly. Her hand tightened around the iron rod, and she said coldly, Da Huangmao, what are you so confident about? I know if I listened to you, I wouldn't even be fit to be spat on. Enraged, he immediately shouted back, What's the rush? I'm being a gentleman and not messing with you right now. Wait until I find an opportunity, and I'll mess with you so bad your own mother won't recognize you. She angrily retorted. Relying on you to mess with me? Why don't you pee in a puddle and look at yourself? You're making me laugh. The surrounding people joined in, laughing gleefully, embarrassing him. He quickly took out his wooden stick, preparing to fight. Don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing this, everyone kept provoking him. Beat Huangmao up. Don't be afraid. How can you be so scared like a girl? Tian Niu, hit him hard. Oh, I want to see how you wiggle when you fight. Seeing the chaotic situation, Gao Dong quickly spoke up to persuade everyone. Stop the noise. Listen to me for a sec. Suddenly, a voice from behind the door attracted everyone's attention. The next moment, Lin Zile, wearing a mask, appeared with Dai Ngu standing guard behind him. Seeing who was there, Zile was a little surprised, thinking it was him. Zingle stepped into the gathering, and immediately saw the familiar figure from her previous life on the day she activated the scroll. Seemed like she'd met him before. Katamayo something, right? The girl, dressed in all red, spoke up with an extremely displeased attitude. Who are you people? What are you doing here? After that sentence, all eyes turned to him and Dane Ji-yu. Gao Dong walked over, and he asked somewhat politely, "May I ask how this brother addresses himself? What brings you to our death club?" A boy was staring at them from afar. The other person repeated the question. "That's right. May I ask how this brother addresses himself?" They tried to scan information about him, but nothing came up. What kind of information is this? Turning to the person next to him, basic information appeared in full HD. Nickname, Dae Ji-yu. Title, None. Level 4. Full of doubt. Why would someone name themselves Dae Ji-yu? Zile raised her hand, gesturing for himself and Dawa Ji-yu to introduce themselves. "I am, along with this brother of mine. The two of us saw that everyone here is quite lively and wanted to see if we could join." As soon as Gao Dong heard this, his expression changed, discarding all the vigilance from before. "You want to join our death club? We certainly welcome you. Let me introduce myself. I am the president of the death club, Gao Dong." He pretended to be overjoyed, reaching out to greet him like old acquaintances who hadn't seen each other in ages. "So you're the president?" Causing him to pause for a second. Zile scratched his head. "Me? I'm called Lin Luo." Looking at the person next to him carrying a huge knife on his shoulder, he continued. "This is my brother, Dae Ji-yu. He's a bit slow and mute. He used to work as a bodyguard for rich people." Gao Dong integrated very quickly, reaching out with both hands, smiling widely. Good. Brother Lin Luo, I represent the Death Club in welcoming you to join." Zile coordinated smoothly. Good. We are also people with an organization now." Inside the ugly mask, he also chuckled to himself. I didn't expect joining them to be so easy. The two of them sat down with Gao Dong in a closed room to confide in each other, starting to become friendly. "Brother Lin Luo, brother Dae Ji-yu, I and you are truly like old friends at first sight. I don't know what your hobbies are? As brothers, I will arrange things for you." He began to fabricate a new identity. "It's like this. Brother Cao, my brother and I like to fight. Our greatest goal is to become stronger. We usually like to go out and kill zombies to level up when we have time, and we mainly came here to take on missions." Gao Dong was sweating slightly, but still had to pretend to be calm. You want to become stronger? I have a lot of skill books here. Still kept. Well, I'll give up my favorite things to you brothers then." Zile found this a bit fishy, thinking to himself, pretending to be clueless, huh? Skill books are supposed to be a rare blessing. A skill book? He waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head. "A skill book, this must be super valuable, right?" He raised his hand and smiled. "We're all family here, valuable or not. Here, take it, brother Lin Luo." Gao Dong pushed the book closer. Zile scrutinized it, muttering to himself, "Holy crap, it really is a skill book. Did I open it the right way? Are all the players in this game so generous in this life?" As he flipped through the book, a 7 God's Wrath skill card popped out. This is a warrior-type skill. After use, the user enters a state of berserk rage, losing all consciousness, becoming a madman who only attacks living beings nearby. All stats increase by 20% to 50%, depending on the level of anger. The duration is 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, the user will enter a state of chaos proportional to the level of stat increase. The higher the increase, the longer the period of chaos. The side effects of this skill are huge. Use with caution. Use with caution. Zile pouted and his face fell as he read these lines. "I knew there was no free lunch in this world. Losing all consciousness for 2 minutes is basically being a zombie. Besides, a person without consciousness won't fight as well as someone who is aware." Gao Dong scratched his face, laughing awkwardly to cover up his embarrassment. Although the side effects of this skill are quite severe, he hesitated, then came up with a face-saving solution. These skills can be a lifeline when you're in desperate situations. He thought to himself, "You think I'm really stupid. Who wouldn't use a skill book? But is this even for a person to use? I didn't expect this kid to react so quickly." Zile closed the book, clutching it tightly and pretending to be deeply grateful. "I can feel your sincerity, Brother Gao. I really like this skill book. Thank you, Brother Gao." Then he finished with a sentence that left Gao Dong speechless. "Brother Gao, is there anything else you wanted to say? If not, my brother and I are going to level up." The two of them quickly stood up and prepared to leave. He still hadn't recovered. Was I imagining that smile earlier? Just as Zile turned to leave, he was called back. "Brother Lin! Wait!" he asked. "Is there anything else, Brother Gao?" Gao Dong reached into his pocket. He hurriedly pulled out a golden card, adding, "I feel bad about Brother Lin. How about this? I have a KFC fried chicken voucher here. Can we use it together?" He thought to himself. After all, I tried to trick him with that skill book. I should compensate him somehow. Seeing this, Zile waved his hand in refusal. Nah, it's alright. Dekong and I need to find zombies for experience. Underneath the mask, he felt an indescribable sensation, unable to advance or retreat. Taking the skill book made the other person feel guilty, but taking the voucher also made him feel a bit remorseful. Gao Dong shoved the card into his hand, insisting that Zile accept it with all sincerity. Just take it, brother. You can get anything you want from the warehouse, don't hold back. He was already too embarrassed and had to accept. Then my brother and I, thank you, brother Gao. The two of them finally left. Gao Dong waved goodbye. Go on, brother Lin. Come find us anytime you need help. He smiled affectionately as he watched them leave. Brother Lin Luo is really not bad. I gave him such a useless skill book, and he didn't even complain. What a great brother. Zile and Dekong had already left the room. Footsteps echoed in the opposite direction. A burly man crossed his arms, a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He brushed past him without looking at him, saying, Brother, I don't mean to threaten you. I just want to give you a word of advice. Don't get too close to Gao Dong. The old man then placed his hand on his shoulder, leaning in menacingly. Otherwise, even if your brother hits hard, Zile didn't have time for words. He straightaway knocked the old man's hand off and turned to his friend and said, Dekong, why are you just standing there? Get to work. The arrogant men laughed loudly. His disciple even drew a gun. So what if you're big? You're only level 4. Let me tell you, I have level 4 cronies behind me. Dekong, who was just mentioned, stomped his foot hard. The ground shook and cracked, shocking everyone. He casually flung one of them away, blood spurting from his mouth. The leader tumbled to the ground, flying a considerable distance. By this point, the goons holding guns were shaking, too afraid to look straight ahead. Ziluo then asked, Do any of you have anything to add? The two worm-like figures frantically dropped their weapons, raised their hands in surrender, and stammered, No, nothing. Dayong quietly took a step back, hiding behind Ziluo. People passing by, seeing the blood all over the floor, exclaimed, Holy crap, one slap and his head spun around a few times. Ugh, disgusting. You know, Jia Tai always wanted to compete with Cao Dong for the club leader position. They were racking their brains, cooking up 7,749 scenarios. Who knew this was the henchman Cao Dong found to eliminate dissent in such a simple and brutal way, effectively warning the others. The person next to him absent-mindedly replied, Yeah, it's possible. Cao Dong was standing right behind them, having appeared unnoticed. It's unclear how much he'd heard. What are you muttering about? Don't you all have anything better to do? Guilty conscience much. One of them came out to whisper the news to him, looking at the man on the floor with his head tilted to one side, still puzzled. Was it really Lin Xiongdi and his brother who killed Jia Tai? The person who reported to Cao Dong solemnly said, Recount the situation. We don't know that person, never met him before. He brought Huangdi. I think his name was something like Dayong. After hearing that, he chuckled, looking down at the ground. Lin Luo Xiongdi, this is quite a gift you've given me. Cao Dong, with his hands on his hips, eyes fixed on the corpse, deduced. Killing Jia Tai in front of so many people, he's definitely helping me establish authority. For a while, probably no one will covet the club president's position. He crossed his arms and instructed his underlings. You go find some people to bury Jia Tai. Make the funeral a little grand. If he has any good gear on him, distribute it among the brothers. The person nodded. Understood. Yes, boss. Cao Dong, having lost a major rival, skipped happily, cheering and singing joyfully as he walked. Ziluo and Dayong had found a quiet room. He was listlessly propping his chin up, studying the skill book, while his disciple was enjoying some food. Ziluo glanced to the side. System, I have a question for you. Will Dayong attack? Will he do anything detrimental to me? An immediate response came. Under no circumstances will he ever. Protecting the host is the system's built-in instinct, so Dayong has absolutely nothing to do with whether or not he has reason. He closed the book, pursed his lips slightly, and understood. Dayong, who was in the middle of eating, was startled when he saw Zingluo approaching. He held out the book, trying to say loudly, I can still control Dayong's actions. If that's the case, it means that after Dayong activates Seven Gods Frenzy, I can get a free stat boost. Nice. Even though he was halfway through eating, he obediently took the book when it was presented to him. Ziluo patted him on the shoulder encouragingly, smiling. No sunlight in here, study hard. Who would have thought Dayong would breathe an unbearable stench right into his face? Ziluo sat and supervised him helplessly. Dayong pressed start to learn the new skill. He was infected by his happiness, smiling unconsciously. Dayong is truly one blessed zombie. I need to seize the time and level up to at least level 10. My strength will double at level 10 after the job advancement. Dayong was in the middle of eating when he was once again forced to move. Dayong, let's go level up and test if your new skill works. I remember there's a good place at the Shanghai Library. And there's also a game shop. Switching to a scene outside on the street, people were still walking around normally, and the two of them strolled leisurely under the bright sunshine to the emergency exit. He stuck close behind him with his familiar sword. Before them was a glowing door at the end of the hallway. Inside was the game shop that Ziluo had just mentioned. He put on a mask that completely covered his face, and the two of them moved even closer. Ziluo placed his hand on the door handle, and the system displayed, "Player Ziluo, welcome to the game shop. Happy shopping." The door slowly opened, spilling out a cloud of smoke. He stepped into a room filled only with holographic system screens. Each screen corresponded to a choice, such as types of weapons, types of jewelry, types of masks. Ziluo looked at them intently for a long time. His eyes slightly narrowed. He thought for a while, and then decided. Now I still have a deposit of 6,000 gold coins. Figuring 2,000 gold coins for a good quality bronze level equipment set, I can totally buy the missing pants, gloves, and armor. Ziluo was happy to have found the door he wanted. While he was happily browsing and shopping, a noise came from one of the screens, and a hand wearing a pitch-black glove reached out. Its sharp claws were getting closer and closer to Ziluo. He was suddenly surprised to see that it was the hand of a zombie. Ziluo quickly dodged to the side, luckily escaping. Faced with this situation, even a skilled person like him broke out in a cold sweat, his face turning green. "That was close. I almost got hit." Danger is lurking everywhere. Ziluo stood still, thinking. The shop doesn't have any damage, so it seems the zombie is inside. Just now, only an arm came out. But now half of the zombified woman's body is crawling out of the screen, howling terrifyingly. Ziluo had no choice but to draw his sword. This zombie is actually living in a game shop. What does he think? He grinned and nodded. "I've met zombies like this in my previous life. Is it because the game is looking after me?" The woman had completely escaped from the game, struggling to stand firm. She lunged forward, spreading her arms wide, her mouth wide open and drooling. One basic move is enough for Ziluo to deal with this ignorant zombie. He turned, glanced at the target, and struck swiftly. The woman fell to the ground at his feet. Her status now changed to dead. "Don't mention it." Ziluo proudly crossed his arms and commanded, "System, quickly auto-loot!" A large, dropped package appeared, and Ziluo's whole body seemed to light up, his face beaming, hoping it would be an explosive attribute weapon or a perverted attribute equipment. He opened the package, and before he could see anything, he saw a blue light, but the ironic result was a tissue paper card. "Congratulations, host, you have received a material card, a piece of toilet paper." Ziluo was unbearably annoyed. Frowning slightly, he fell into a moment of post-shopping regret. This time, a total of 6,000 gold coins were spent. The remaining amount is 0 gold coins. Shopping is complete, preparing to close the game shop. The surrounding scenery shifted to a normal place displaying goods. It took Zile a moment to regain his senses. Now, he was in a clean, shiny room with neatly arranged items on shelves. He glanced around, not particularly enthusiastic. Zile casually grabbed a bag of items. "Let's check out Dangu's loot first." When he stepped outside, he saw Dangu had already dealt with the scattered zombies in front of the door. Zile immediately gave him a thumbs up as a reward. The two of them exchanged strange smiles. He strode over to the muscular zombie still twitching on the floor, leaving a long trail of blood. The system repeatedly chimed, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a one-time bronze-level item, Ragged Scarecrow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-level equipment, Combo Gloves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a bronze-level equipment, Huang Shoudao." Zile collected everything. "Congratulations, player Zile, for obtaining a new item. The new item has high compatibility with your broadsword and can be upgraded using fusion stones." He turned to look at something and slightly frowned. The experience bar appeared. 40% experience still needed to reach level 9. Zile followed his gaze, stroked his chin, and nodded in satisfaction. "Automatic loot collection is amazing. I won't miss anything." He tapped the button to check the properties of the newly acquired items. The Ragged Scarecrow card appeared. One-time bronze-level item. After the player places it on the ground, it can transfer the aggro of creatures hostile to the player to the Scarecrow. Only after the Scarecrow is completely destroyed will they continue to attack the player. Not bad, not bad. It can save lives. The next item was the Combo Gloves. Bronze-level equipment. Wearing these gloves grants a chance to trigger a combo attack, +1 strength, +1 constitution, and each attack has a 5% chance to add an additional attack. Zile himself couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. This skill attribute is almost like the explosive dual cleave, except it doesn't have the explosion effect and the power isn't higher. But it's still not bad. He happily studied his new toy. Huang Shoudao. Bronze-level equipment. A long-bladed sword forged from steel after repeated forging and tempering. +3 strength. Zile drew the sword, his eyes shining. "If I maximize strength, completely eliminating all supplementary effects and fully investing in strength, This is also considered top-tier bronze-level equipment. He browsed through the other equipment and equipped the combo gloves. The system spoke. Does player Zile want to use a fusion stone to fuse the broadsword and the Huang Shou Dao? Equipment fused by fusion stones has a certain chance of being one level higher than the original equipment. Unless you are extremely unlucky, it will not fuse into equipment inferior to the original equipment. Zile clutched the item card in his hand, suddenly feeling nervous and breaking into a sweat. Although you have the golden finger system, it can only guarantee the drop rate of equipment, not guarantee anything else. He took a deep breath and made a decision. Zile decisively shouted, "Fuse!" He thought. At worst, I'll just lose a piece of equipment, hopefully it will succeed. The system quickly activated. Player Zile has activated the fusion stone, preparing to fuse the Huang Shou Dao and the broadsword. Are you sure you want to fuse? After fusion, these two pieces of equipment will disappear forever. Fusion commencing! Please wait 30 minutes. At this moment, a lavish feast appeared before their eyes, making their mouths water just looking at it. He and Dangu each took a seat and ate voraciously. He had devoured everything on the table, leaving only a half-eaten bone. The rice bowl then had an announcement. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, player Zile, for successfully fusing and obtaining a silver-level equipment. Zhan Shu Mo Dao. He paused, filled with question marks. After confirming the system's message, Zile repeated in shock and bewilderment. A silver-grade weapon? He immediately rushed over to check with utmost urgency. Decapitating demon blade. Silver-grade equipment. Forged from a Tang broadsword and a decapitating blade. Combined with a history of successful decapitations, it became a demonic blade, with added bonuses for decapitation. Strength attribute +B, Constitution +1. Cracks on the blade slowly regenerate after battle. Passive skill. Decapitation. During decapitation attempts, decapitation speed is increased by 20%. Upon successful decapitation, the player gains 1 point of strength for 3 minutes, stacking up to 2 times. Zile screamed excitedly. Oh my god! These attributes are insane! He took out the new weapon to try it out immediately. This is unbelievably awesome! So overpowered! He was still carefully examining the clean bone when he was called. Big dummy! Let's go storm the library and get the scroll! The two of them left. Zile was checking the map for directions. He pointed while explaining the plan to him. Big dummy, this time no holding back. We'll just charge in and kill our way to the library first, then talk. He blankly watched, then Big Dummy did exactly as he was told, charging in and sweeping away a whole bunch of enemies without even looking. Zile also charged in with his new demon blade, feeling like a tiger with wings, swinging his blade and yelling, displaying extraordinary power. Zigli knelt on one knee, swinging the flying green demon blade in a circle around the zombies, chanting together, then returning to his original spot like a whirlwind. He smiled, full of energy. Congratulations to player Zile for leveling up to level 9, gaining 1 free attribute point. Player Zile needs 1000 experience points for the next level up. The previous slash made 3 of them bleed, falling face down on the floor. He rested the blade on his shoulder, exhaling, "Phew, finally." Suddenly, something strange startled him. When he saw Da Yu wanted to faint with what was in front of him. Confused? Holy crap, what is he doing? At this moment, Big Dummy was fighting until his clothes were torn to shreds. His long trousers were now shorts, his face grim, and smoke was coming from his growling mouth. Zile glanced over, feeling bored and speechless. He was astonished and stunned. Isn't Big Dummy's initial humanoid form a humanoid beast? At this point, Zile left, not forgetting to instruct his good bro Big Dummy, you hold on here for a while, I'm gonna clear out the restroom. After 10 minutes, come up to the rooftop, I'll be waiting for you. He only growled softly in response. Okay. Half an hour later, as agreed, the two of them reunited on the rooftop, with a bunch of zombies. Zile put his hands in his pockets. Looking up with his head held high, Big Dummy activated 7 Gods Rage immediately. The beast within him was summoned. 7 Gods Rage! His muscles bulged, tearing his clothes. At this time, he leisurely controlled Big Dummy, just because the dozen zombies in front of him had eaten all his roasted chicken. I won't have roasted chicken to eat tomorrow! He seemed to be poked in the right spot, unleashing his power, his eyes glaring, his teeth clenched in anger. Big Dummy had only just started up, and the zombies were already scared witless, frozen in place. Zile sat leisurely drinking tea, a cup of premium Longjing, as if chilling at a cafe. Who knew that right after that, it was a storm when the fire in front of him exploded to the sky. Is 7 Gods Rage that powerful? Dagengu punched relentlessly, taking on the entire group single-handedly. Zile exclaimed, Dangu's stats have doubled under the stimulation. He looked amused by this violence. He rejoiced. This combat power is unbelievably OP, truly worthy of being a natural powerhouse. He roared loudly, preparing to enter the cooldown phase. Dangu's muscles, gradually shrunk back to their original size. He collapsed to the ground, covered in crisscrossing bruises and scratches. A look of obvious pain on his face. His body was gradually recovering, hot air seeping out from the wounds. He was speechless. Seriously, how can an apocalypse game have such a perverted skill? The system just displayed the information. Energy supplementation. Your eating speed increases by 30%. While eating, the food you consume will be quickly converted into energy to heal your wounds, replenishing your stamina. Zile couldn't believe his eyes. Sigh. Da Ngu is going further and further down this strange path. He casually tossed drinks and supplies into his mouth and ordered the system to automatically collect everything. Just like that, it was automatically collected. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment. Equipment enhancement scroll. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment. Stamina potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment. Spirit potion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the equipment. Protective armor. Some information about these items. Protective armor. Bronze grade equipment. Lightweight metal armor with protective power. Physique stat +1. Agility +1. Protection skill. Can form a transparent shield around the body according to one's thoughts. The shield lasts for 1 second. Once it withstands an attack exceeding a certain level, it will break prematurely. The skill's cooldown is 1 hour after the shield is broken. The cooldown time will increase to 12 hours. Spirit potion. Bronze grade item, single use. After drinking, it can instantly restore 10% of spirit energy, and then restore 5% of spirit energy every 1 minute, lasting for 4 minutes. After use, there is a 30-minute cooldown. Zile lovingly touched the equipment on the system screen. New equipment. The screen showed 2 items available for enhancement. Hopefully, after enhancement, the stamina absorbed by the blood-sucking ring during combat can balance out his consumption during combat. Relying on his lucky aura, he would wait and see how it goes. His emerald green eyes gleamed, the ring floating snugly in the palm of his hand. Zile smiled slightly, his eyes fixed on the system screen, which displayed enhancement successful. Congratulations to player Zile for obtaining the blood-sucking ring +2. Blood-sucking ring +2? An evil ring that can absorb the enemy's stamina in combat? Strength stat +2. Physique +2. He pursed his lips slightly. Satisfied for now, luckily it was successful. As he spoke, he pressed the equip button. Zile's mind was already envisioning 49 scenarios of fighting using this precious treasure. Blood-sucking ring +2. Player Zile successfully converts 12% of the damage inflicted on enemies into his own stamina through the blood-sucking ring. Blood-sucking ring +2. Player Zile successfully converts 12% of the damage inflicted on enemies into his own stamina through the blood-sucking ring. The same sentences repeated in his ears. Thinking of this, he rubbed his chin, his eyes distant. Base stats. Strength 28, Spirit 19, Physique 20, Agility 2. Zile moved with his brother, his hands in his pockets. We've rested enough, Da Ngu, let's go upstairs. The door was no longer intact but full of scratches. They opened the door. Inside the room was desolate and ruined, books and documents scattered everywhere. The darkness and obscurity made Zile confused, but he smiled when he realized that only a boss could be capable of such actions and have such power. The two slowly stepped into the room. In my previous life, the boss was already taken care of when I arrived here. I didn't expect to arrive in time this time. His footsteps suddenly stopped. I really want to see what kind of boss this is. He was in front of a door with a sign that read, Shanghai Store. Reaching out to turn the handle, a soft sound was made. Click. The room, the interior of the room, had many empty spaces like a game store from before. Congratulations, player. You have successfully found the Shanghai Store and earned 10 fame points. The time each player can spend in the store each day must not exceed 30 minutes. Once exceeding 30 minutes, a huge fine will be charged. In the corner of the room was a cylindrical machine. If you refuse to pay the fine, the game system will directly log you out. He coldly interrupted. Got it. Dear player, Zile, welcome to the Shanghai Store. Since you are the first customer to the Shanghai Store, you have earned the right to a 50% discount on one purchase. He immediately turned his head and assigned the task. There's such a good thing? Da Yug, you cover my back. He grunted in agreement. Zile stepped inside, the machine slowly closing the door. Dayug stood guard outside. Inside it looked spacious, full of system screens. Surrounding Zile, his hands in his pockets, he looked around, his eyes stopping at the words, Shanghai Store welcomes you. Pouting, Zile pressed the words, View goods. A large screen right in front of him displayed things to know when shopping at the Shanghai Store. The store does not prohibit physical attacks when customers fight each other, whether it's fist or magic attacks. The metal on the walls, even metal, is not damaged at all. You also have to pay for repairs. If a customer has a conflict with another customer, causing the walls or floor of the store to be shot, you also have to pay a cleaning fee. All fees payable are calculated according to the actual situation. Hope you can shop here happily and peacefully. Zile pondered in his head, thinking the setup was exactly like in his previous life, hoping that when buying things no one would come after him, so he could avoid cleaning fees. Pressing the item button, 4 screens displayed 4 options. Extraordinary flashbang, price 1,000 gold coins, 100 in stock. Short range emitter, price 500 gold coins, 100 in stock. Freezing ice blade scroll, price 3,000 gold coins, 3 in stock. Great strength pill, price 1,000 gold coins, 20 in stock. He was a little flustered, not really used to this situation. Am I too rich? What are these things? On the right corner of the screen was a red dot. The system sounded ding. Checking that the host is not satisfied with the items in the Shanghai store, the right to purchase hidden items in the Shanghai store has now been opened. He didn't take his eyes off the screen. Ding! Each city's store has a hidden store specifically for that city. But these hidden stores can only be bought by players who have made great contributions to the city. The right to purchase has now been opened for the host. Zile was surprised and speechless. He scratched his head, thinking, have I ever contributed a lot to this city before? Zile turned into an obedient kitten when praised. Let me check if there are any big treasures in the Shanghai store. Not knowing what he saw, his eyes widened. Welcome you, who have contributed to this city. Esteemed. The words appeared bigger and clearer than ever. Zile doubted himself, sternly asking the system, are you really sure you're not mistaken? The other side replied, certainly, host. You'll see clearly when you enter the store. Before his eyes were extremely precious items. Shanghai honorary badge, price 200,000 gold coins, 1 in stock. Shanghai order uniform, price 12,000 gold coins, 10 in stock. Shanghai guardian's mark, price 10,000 gold coins, 20 in stock. Zile scratched his chin in frustration, glancing at the store balance of 6,545 gold coins, thinking, enough to buy the second item. He selected the Shanghai order uniform, thinking, anyway, there's a discount now, buying something so expensive. The system asked, confirm you are buying the Shanghai order uniform for 6,000 gold coins, original price 12,000 gold coins crossed out below. Do you want to pay? Yes. Zile quickly became cheerful again, motivating himself. Next time I'll come to buy the Shanghai Guardian's mark. The other side continued. Player Zile, do you need to buy any other items? He turned his face away, replying briefly, no need, then walked out of the Shanghai store leisurely. Thank you for visiting. Welcome to come again next time. The machine spat out gray smoke. With spoils in hand, Zile felt even more at ease. The Shanghai Order Enforcer uniform, a diamond tier special equipment. An extremely precious uniform, exquisitely crafted. With outstanding effects, only those who have made exceptional contributions to Shanghai are qualified to own it. Virtualization ability. After equipping the Shanghai Order Enforcer uniform, all your clothing equipment can be hidden within the uniform, while still activating their effects freely. The uniform has a self-cleaning function, and also possesses several functions such as localized temperature adjustment, automatic recovery, and blood separation. Majesty. As long as you are in Shanghai, all players whose reputation doesn't exceed yours will have their stats reduced by 10% when attacking you, lasting for 5 minutes. Order. You can set the order of Shanghai. You can issue a task each day, and through the system's check on a player other than yourself, the rewards and punishments of the task will be determined by your reputation value. The difficulty of the task determines the specific content, and you don't need to pay the reward. No wonder it's a city-exclusive equipment, not bad at all. Zile removed all his equipment, leaving behind his bare, six-packed body. He stood still, waiting. I really want to see how this equipment performs in combat. Activate the Shanghai Order Enforcer uniform. Immediately, the new outfit was fitted perfectly on Zile. He looked down at himself, excitedly trying out the virtualization attribute. Armor protection is about to be equipped. Do you want to activate the virtualization effect of the Shanghai Order Enforcer uniform? Zile raised his hand and replied, activate it. The armor's color changed. He squinted slightly, too excited about his loot. Zile kept pressing in and out, changing outfits, making Da Ngu outside exclaim in admiration. System notification. Player Zile, your time in the store is approaching 30 minutes. Please pay attention to the time. He smiled, not caring at all. The virtualization effect reminder isn't bad. In the future, I can just wear the uniform to maximize my flexibility, lightness, and stealth. He grabbed his brother's hand and pulled him along. Da Ngu, hurry up. Suddenly, he knelt down in front of Zile for no apparent reason. He grinned, revealing his teeth, using the order function on Da Ngu. Destroy the entire world. He was shivering, not knowing if it was from the cold or fear, waiting for the task notification. Did not pass the system's check. The two of them looked at each other, very dissatisfied. Zile showed an extremely annoyed expression, constantly making demands. Go kill a legendary level boss. Task did not pass the systems check. A punch to the Shanghai Museum. Task did not pass the systems check. Peeking at girls changing clothes. Task passed the systems check. Do you choose to announce it? As soon as it was accepted, his eyes lit up, his cheeks flushed, and he quickly clarified. I was just talking nonsense. It's not real. It's not real. Day Ngu, who was sitting there, still couldn't process what was happening. As if remembering something, Zile narrowed his eyes slightly and repeated the question. Go kill a boss in the Shanghai Museum? Sure enough, the task passed the systems check. Do you choose to announce it? He pressed no, then yes, and looked at the task reward screen, laughing to himself. In the future, I can use this function to check if there are any bosses nearby. The two moved again. Day Ngu. Let's go sweep some hidden high-level bosses. Night fell. Inside an iron box, the two brothers were huddled together. The younger sister's eyes were teary, and she whispered, It won't come looking for us, right? The brother turned around to reassure her, affirming, but not hiding his unease. Probably not. The girl felt an ominous sign with her sixth sense. Looking to the side, a gleam of red light shone through the gap in the box, leaving her petrified. Her face turned purple. Again, uncontrollable tears fell as she screamed, Ah! The brother hurriedly covered her mouth, whispering instructions. Don't make a sound. The two were close together. The girl kept sobbing uncontrollably. Her brother also looked in that direction as a reflex. The human-like, gecko-shaped zombie stuck out its long, grotesque tongue, threatening him and making him tremble. The drool-covered tongue licked his face, and his younger sister cried even harder but still stubbornly endured. The two siblings hugged each other, and she trembled more and more. They decided to leave that hellish place. He shouted, Zhao Mei, run! The door appeared right before their eyes, bringing hope to the two siblings, but it was too late. The zombie's tongue had already wrapped tightly around the little girl's leg, pulling her away from his embrace in mutual shock. Blood splattered on the door and the walls of the room. Only a heart-wrenching scream remained. Zhao Mei! The zombie was now holding her tightly, and he trembled helplessly, unable to do anything. Then he saw a broom in the corner, gritted his teeth with all the courage he could muster, grabbed the broom handle, and charged toward the heinous monster. I'll fight you to the death! The moon was high in the sky, a perfectly round full moon. Zile and Day Ngu had just arrived at the door, ready to deal with the zombie. But unfortunately, the two siblings had fallen, with no signs of life left. The zombie stuck out its tongue, looking as if nothing had happened. Zile didn't know what to say about this situation. He put his hands on his hips and said, Forget it. These kinds of people wouldn't last long, even after the newbie protection period. Dying now is a relief, he added. If it weren't for those two screams earlier, I wouldn't have known you were hiding here. Right, no, the monster didn't understand why he was saying this to it. Congratulations, player Zile, on your first zombie promotion. The promotion process is similar to humans. Zombies in the process of evolving also have their own direction for development. The boss's evolution speed is the fastest. In the early stages of the game, various mutated forms can appear. Killing types like assassin humans have super high movement speed and extremely strong attack power. They like to eat human brains. They can increase their intelligence through human brains. Reptile zombie, bronze level boss, level 10, basic attributes, strength 23, spirit 15, constitution 18, agility 23. Passive. Reptiles can freely crawl on smooth objects like walls. Skill. Backstab can release a claw strike, dealing damage with 17% of the strength attribute. Once it hits the enemy's back, the damage is doubled. Phantom ambush can instantly merge into the ground or wall to attack or follow the opponent's movements. Once it attacks, it will perform a sudden offensive on the opponent, dealing damage with 80% of the strength attribute. Zile smiled. Its talent and skills are very well coordinated. He stood with his hands on his hips, staring intently at the zombie. It also noticed the two people moving at the same time. Day Ngu, standing beside him, was even more confused. Zile crossed his arms and examined. Player Zile has encountered a bronze-level boss, Reptile Zombie. Issuing the mission, Hatred of the Reptile Zombie. Activating the Golden Finger system to check. The host has triggered the mission Hatred of the Reptile Zombie, optimizing the mission-related issues. The Reptile Zombie stared straight at him. Hatred of the Reptile Zombie. The museum's manager was falsely accused of stealing the Descendant artifact. He was being scolded by his superior and transformed into a zombie, killing his superior. He wants revenge. He wants to kill all the book lovers in the world. Mission requirements. Kill the reptile zombie. Mission rewards. 100 fame points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, One set of bronze-level equipment. Time limit: 12 hours. I didn't expect the Doomsday game to have the function of avenging people. It's just a pity, it's too late. Zile waved his hand. Dengu, go kill it. Don't let other zombies come here. He cooperated tacitly and approached, roaring. Dengu was one-on-one with the reptile zombie. He came forward, raising his weapon high above his head, preparing to attack. Roar! This thing somehow dodged phantom ambush, and as a result, Dengu missed. You went missing? A crawling zombie is sticking to the corner, grinning at him, while Daeyug is blankly looking around. It starts to stick out its venomous snake tongue. A second later, the zombie lunges down from above. Who knows what's about to happen? The crawling zombie lunges at Daeyug, who still hasn't realized the danger closing in, but Ziluo is still in the room. He seizes the opportunity to jump up, a sly smile on his face. Scared now? You're nothing special. Ziluo brings his blade down. The two land on the ground. The monster raises both hands to block with all its might. A series of slashes sever both its arms. Seeing this, the crawling zombie cries, trembling like a child. He stands behind, watching the little monster baby running for its life while crying a river. Gao, 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 gao. Roughly translated. Help! Someone's killing zombies. The fake Ziluo yawns, covering his mouth, and says, It's your chance. I'll count to 3, and then chase you. He flicks his blade down, his mouth curling into a smile, and activates Zhenjing from Zefenhua and activates Duan Zanji Kong from Bai Yi Fei Peng. Ziluo flies into the sky, chasing after the zombie. Here I come. He's almost at the little guy at lightning speed. Ziluo frantically swings his blade back and forth several times, shouting, Explode! And be slain! The slashes are all aimed at the crawling zombie's head. It sticks out its tongue, leaning forward to dodge. The result is a raging storm of fire and explosion. Ziluo leisurely turns and leaves with his achievement. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully killing the level 1 bronze tier boss, Crawling Zombie, gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. Congratulations to player Ziluo for completing the quest, Crawling Zombie's Hatred. Congratulations to player Ziluo for obtaining the quest reward, 100 reputation points, 600 gold coins, 300 experience points, and a bronze tier equipment. Congratulations, player leveled up to level 10, gained 1 free attribute point. Player Ziluo has reached level 10. Because he has not changed class, he cannot level up further. All experience will be accumulated. Please patiently wait for the class change channel to open. Ziluo smiles deeply. He looks blankly at the system panel. Looks like I need to quickly find that original scroll. Congratulations, host, for successfully reaching level 10, gaining a chance to draw a super golden finger. Would the host like to draw now? Ziluo scratches his head and closes his eyes, saying, The newbie period is almost over. If I'm the first player to successfully change classes on the entire server, I can get a server-wide announcement. He opens his eyes and draws. The screen displays drawing the second super golden finger. The next lines make Ziluo panic. Congratulations, player, for drawing the yin-yang twin super golden finger. The host can possess 2 classes. When the host has 2 classes, the first class obtained will be the class displayed to the outside world. The content of the 2 classes has no restrictions, but if the fixed attribute bonuses are the same, the one with the highest value will be taken. The free attribute points of the second class only enjoy the rounded up percentage. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a dual class. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a dual class. He's seriously frozen stiff. When he regains his composure, he grins mischievously. Dual class? This is the end of days reversal. Are you implying that I'll dominate the world in the future? After thinking to himself, Lin Zile bursts out laughing, pointing at his face with a silly look. Isn't that too much? Wouldn't it be unfair to the other players? Suddenly, he hears some sound. His ears twitch a few times, then he angrily clenches his fist tightly, shouting, Earth thrust strike! Boom! From underground, sharp earth and stone pillars pierced through the cracks, piercing through the ceiling. Undead who couldn't dodge were also pierced through the body. Those who managed to dodge were trapped between the gaps of the earth and stone pillars. At this time, his vision gradually lowered to the ground as if seeing something. He ignored the living dead and walked towards the glowing silver-white box, bent down, reached out to touch the lid, then hugged it up, immediately striding past Daeyong. He told Daeyong to retreat directly upstairs. He remembered the previous reminder. Yang treasures that drop can be moved, but wild Yang treasures cannot. He and Daeyong gradually moved up to the 5th floor via the staircase. He had now reached the 5th floor. In front of the staircase door there were 3 living dead, growling, and slowly moving in the 5th floor hallway. Seeing them, he thought to himself, all low-level living dead, so there's no need for me to act. He looked at Dayong, telling Dayong to handle them. He responded to his command with a roar. Then he turned and walked away. As he walked, he thought, according to the reminder, this golden finger illusion will increase strength and agility, so does that mean I still need to find a profession that increases physique and spirit? He raised his hand to support his head. It's not that there isn't one, it's just that the hidden profession of Holy Sword Knight, the highest level, is only on the other side of the ocean in Long Country. It seems there really isn't a particularly good type of profession. Ugh. At this time, he was standing in a corner of the hallway, playing with the virtual screen of the system. Suddenly his finger stopped. After a long while, his hand moved slightly on the screen. Then a hammer appeared in his hand, with a lightning symbol on the face of the hammer. He held it firmly, looking at it with interest. Dayong seemed to sense that something unusual had happened, and turned to look at him. Dayong was happy to see the hammer in his hand. Then he took the hammer and tried to bite it. While he continued to operate his hand on the virtual screen of the system, a small rectangular area appeared on the screen, with the words, "Eye of Precision" above. He said, "As expected, no problem." Behind him, Dayong was strenuously biting the hammer, while he looked at the chest with an expectant expression, his hand slowly opening the chest. After opening it, the system immediately displayed a notification. Player Yashi successfully opened a Silver Yang treasure chest. When player Yashi opened the Silver Yang treasure chest, received an enhancement from the Yang treasure. Personal inventory space increased by 0.3 cubic meters. An item appeared, named Strong Endurance Battle Pants. The system continued to notify. After player Yaji opened the Silver Yang treasure chest and received an enhancement, gained 50 experience points. Player Yaji successfully found 270 gold coins in the Silver Yang treasure chest. He picked up the item he was given, and some information immediately appeared. Strong Endurance Battle Pants, silver grade equipment, pants with strong elasticity, can be of great help in battle. For players, physique attribute increased by 3, agility increased by 1, function reduced by 20%, duration of negative effects that the player suffers. After reading the information about the battle pants, he clicked the equip button, displaying on the screen. Character attributes. Yaji, Special Forces Soldier level. Basic attributes: Strength 28, Spirit 20, Physique 23, Agility 25. After receiving the item, he turned to Dayong, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Pick up the props that dropped from the living dead you killed just now. See you downstairs later." Receiving the order, he responded with a roar, "Quo!" Then he left. As he walked, he continued with his thoughts. The newbie protection period hasn't passed yet, and the job transfer system hasn't been opened, so let's prepare for the illusion first. I'll wait to research the second job carefully before deciding. I hope the people from the Death Club have gathered, so we can clear out the museum soon. The afternoon of the 8th day before the newbie protection disappeared, the sky was clear and bright. Sunlight shone through each window frame. The elevator rang, and he and Dayong stepped out of the elevator. His powerful aura radiated everywhere. He walked step by step towards Da Huang Mao, asking as he walked, "When can we attack the museum?" Hearing him ask, he replied, "We haven't recruited enough people these days, but the club already has more than 200 people. We can enter the Shanghai Museum this afternoon." He said, "Since Brother Lin has arrived, I'll go mobilize the brothers." Hearing the guarantee, he replied, "Okay." Hearing his answer, he secretly smiled. He thought, as long as this operation is successful, no one will be able to compete with me for the position of club president anymore. I must also think of a way to keep this useful pawn by my side. At this time, the loudspeaker announced, "Dear members, today is an important day for our Death Club, because we are about to welcome a major operation." Hearing the announcement, he felt a little doubtful. A simple mobilization? Alright everyone, we're about to head out and deal with the zombies in the Shanghai Museum. Ahem, to make it short, gather up, prepare to attack the Shanghai Museum. Hearing this, the Death Club members yelled, "Charge! I'm going to kill zombies in the museum. I'm going to snag a bronze tier equipment. This day has finally come. Da Huang Mao, I'm about to rise up. I'm not just talking, I'm definitely leveling up to level 5 this time. This time I'm going to kill 10 zombies." He took a breath, looking at the scene before him and thought, they've really turned the apocalypse game into some boring monster-slaying game where you get stronger by killing. Once the newbie protection period is over, I wonder how many unlucky bastards will die tragically. Suddenly, a strange object flew towards him. At this moment, a brawl broke out in the crowd, with shouts echoing, "Where's my shorts? Who stole my shorts? My shoes! My shoes!" Da Huang Mao was speechless at the scene before him. Outside the building, a horde of zombies were gradually advancing towards the building, accompanied by growling sounds. At this moment, a pair of binoculars were observing the zombies as they swarmed and moved. Da Huang Mao, holding the binoculars, looked at him and called out, "Lin, my brother, are you sure your strategy will work? There are too many zombies in here. Hearing this, he calmly replied, "It will work. As long as the speed of the people you arranged is fast enough, there won't be any casualties." He gently placed his hand on his shoulder, saying, "It's almost 7 o'clock. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. Moreover, everyone has agreed to this plan, so of course it will work." He seemed a little worried, but still replied, "Okay, then let's try it." He looked behind him, then nodded slightly to the Death Club members as a command. The Death Club members received the order and nodded back at him. However, at this moment, a piece of meat floated from his hand. This was a piece of raw meat soaked in the zombie virus. He said, "My agility is considered high in the club, so I'll take the lead in luring the first wave of zombies." He turned his head and said, "Kaio, take care of Daji Yu." The one called Kaio Lao replied, "Don't worry, leave it to me." At this moment, Dang Ji Yu was happily playing with the mace that he had given him earlier. Seeing the scene before him, he thought, "Why is he always playing with that mace? Is the attraction of that mace to him that high?" Thinking so, he smiled lightly. But he seems to like this mace quite a bit, and the mace seems to suit him quite well too. Then, swoosh, he flashed past Da Huang Mao like a gust of wind, leaving only after images of his clothes. Seeing this, Da Huang Mao muttered, "He's really fast." The others excitedly said, "The first wave is the most dangerous. Lin is really working hard." Another person said, "His spirit of dedication, no matter how high his status and rewards in the club will be in the future, I will definitely not be jealous." At this moment, he and a few others rushed out towards the zombies, with a piece of meat in his hand. The scent of the meat spread everywhere. At the same time, others took the opportunity to move towards other gates. The zombies smelled the scent and began to move towards him. At this moment, he threw the piece of meat at a member of the Death Club with a righteous look, saying, "You guys take this meat and keep running. I'll help you deal with the zombies." He ran towards the zombies, waving to the 2 Death Club members, saying, "When you get back, tell President Kako, these rewards are all yours." One of the 2 club members looked at him, and the other supported the piece of meat, staring intently. Then they both put on a moved expression, giving a thumbs up with full praise. Lin is such a good person. He ran and chuckled to himself. Too easy to fool. Kill zombies? I'm gonna find the scroll and prevent others from stealing it. The 2 club members were now outside the encirclement, witnessing the scene of each zombie being blown away, with their mouths agape, shouting, "Oh my god, he really is a big shot." Turns out he was slowing down before. At the entrance of a secret room, his figure appeared behind the door. "The job advancement scroll is mine." At this moment, a scroll appeared in a transparent box. Seeing what he was looking for, he murmured with admiration, "Indeed, it's something that can make many people disregard their lives and follow like ducks, so it's a bit of a scam." Then he approached it. While starting his finger joints, his fist struck hard towards the glass box that was preserving the scroll, making a loud noise. The intruder alert lights started ringing, accompanied by flashing red lights. Hearing the sound, he looked up at the warning lights. Then the fist accelerated and intensified, striking the glass case, holding the golden scroll, creating an explosive sound, followed by a cracking sound. Cracks appeared on the glass surface of the case. His final punch shattered the glass case, sending fragments flying everywhere. After breaking the glass case, he retracted his fist and gently blew on it, feeling a slight stinging pain. As his hand reached for the glowing golden scroll, the system announced, "Player Yaxi has discovered a mysterious scroll B, which seems to contain a great secret. Player's fame increases by 500. System prompt. The scroll is calling to the player. Does player Yaxi wish to accept the scroll's call?" Hearing the system's command, he replied, "Accept!" A beam of light radiated from the scroll, illuminating his face. At that moment, 2 lines of text appeared on the surface of the scroll. Player Yaxi accepts the scroll's call, preparing to enter the scroll. Hearing this, he was somewhat confused. Then his entire body was enveloped in a golden light, pulling him into the scroll. His body fell into another space, and the system announced, "Player Yaxi has completed the program execution, entering the scroll." He gradually opened his eyes, his feet lightly touching the ground. He was now surrounded by flames. He then touched a wall, emitting a blue light, his hand gradually sinking into the space portal. "If I remember correctly, the location is here." System announcement. Congratulations to player Yaxi for successfully activating the trial. His body gradually entered the wall. The system displayed a long message in front of him. Mysterious trial. The description of the trial within this scroll seems to hold some secrets. It has always been here, waiting for someone to inherit the scroll's power. Trial requirements. Pass 3 trials. Trial restrictions. During this time, all equipment, skills, and abilities are prohibited. Trial rewards. Increase 1 level, a unique class illusion. Trial duration. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please do not be concerned. Trial punishment. Direct death of the host upon trial failure. After reading the series of announcements, he felt as he expected. As cruel as it was in his previous life, the system announced once again. Ding! Golden Finger system detects that the host is undergoing a trial, initiating program modification. Ding! The host will not suffer any punishment for failing the task. The system will protect the host and leave the trial space. Situation detected that the host is successfully undertaking a trial, activating the old ancient's trial task. He was confused after hearing a series of system announcements. At this time, a message appeared in front of him once again. Trial of the old ancient. This is a millennium heritage, waiting for someone with enough power to inherit it. Trial requirements. Pass the trial from the scroll. Inherit the true power of the scroll. Trial rewards. Draw a random common golden finger. A silver grade equipment. Trial duration. The flow of time here is different from the outside world. Please do not be concerned. After reading a series of system announcements, he raised his hand to touch his chin and thought, thousands of years? Enough power? Although the illusion class can be called top tier, it is completely unworthy of such a statement. It is true that the illusion class comes from a legendary assassin in Longguo in ancient times, but it only has a history of 1,000 years. Moreover, illusion class at level 50 will change to illusion assassin for the second time, and at level 80 change to illusion god for the third time. It doesn't fit this statement very well. After a series of speculations, he turned his head and asked the system, Golden Finger system, what's going on? The system displayed a series of ellipses, as if tacitly answering him, making him feel like he hadn't asked the system at all. Then, the system disappeared, leaving him alone, dumbfounded with a flock of crows flying by. He helplessly supported his forehead and shouted, "Forget it! Accept the mission!" The system received the notification and informed him that it had been accepted. His inner heart was full of ellipses at this time. At this moment, a piece of cloth and a cave opened up in front of him. The system announced. Opening the first trial door! A golden orb appeared on the surface of the cloth. The system announced. Please, player Yaxi, put your hand on the Ling Pearl. Hearing the system's announcement, he followed suit. His hand slowly placed on the Li Pearl orb. His hand touched the orb, and movements gradually appeared within it, the golden light flickering. Then, red chains radiated around the orb, enveloping his hand and the orb. His eyes widened as he stared intently at the orb, his inner voice screaming, "It's coming!" And then, his entire body was enveloped by a red and gold power, and he floated upwards. Rays of light from the orb shone around him, causing his eyes to gradually ache. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes. After a few minutes, he slowly opened his eyes, looking around in astonishment. He was now surrounded by a space of all red, and a transparent cushion supported his body. At this moment, he knelt down, and then used his hand to grab the red liquid. Then, he clenched his hand, and the liquid dripped down. He stood up. Looking into the distance, a vortex appeared above his head. The center of the vortex had a faint pink color. His body seemed to be tormented by pain, and his face darkened. An image of him trembling, curling up, and clutching his head appeared. In my past life, I relied on my hatred for Yu Jinghan to pass this gate. But passing it just now was truly cowardly. At that time, both of his hands were covered in blood, and he gritted his teeth to endure the pain. He secretly decided that in this life, he would absolutely not be so cowardly. At this moment, a purple light emanated from above his head once more, radiating a massive power that formed a vortex, and the red liquid gradually moved violently. He now stood straight with his chest held high, his hands nonchalant, without any of the fear he had in his past life. His hands, body, and clothes were gradually covered in the red liquid. His face was also gradually covered in the red liquid. But unlike his past life, his expression was now full of excitement. After enduring the sensation caused by the formation, he slowly uttered each word. I passed. Then, he smiled happily, clenched his fists, and exclaimed joyfully, I finally proved myself. At this moment, a voice rang out from above. Good, 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 let's go back. Hearing the voice, he looked up at the faint pink light above his head, then assumed a defensive posture, raising his hand in front of him. A flash of light streaked across his eyes, and then he returned to his original starting point. System announcement. Congratulations to the player for passing the first trial gate. Please proceed to the next trial gate. His hand reached for a round object placed on a flat surface. He tossed it a few times, then looked at it and sighed. Oh, I didn't expect such a small bead to put people in such a terrifying situation. A blue portal opened, and the system immediately reminded. Opening the second trial gate, player Yashi, please proceed. He stepped through the gate. As he walked, he thought, in my previous life, I borrowed hatred to continue through the second gate. But in the end, I couldn't persevere and fainted on the ground. After waking up, I was already at the third gate. But this life, I will definitely see the dawn hidden at the very end. At this moment, A series of gloomy sounds echoed. Give up. Since you can directly enter the third gate just by fainting anyway, give up, give up. Each step he took forward was met with eerie voices trying to pull him back. Give up, give up, give up. At this moment, his steps became more and more firm, and his thoughts became more determined. No! How could I think like that? Absolutely not. Why should I give up? I've already experienced it once in my previous life. At this, his expression gradually darkened, but he still grit his teeth and endured. This life, I must see the very end of the trial, wash away the humiliation of the past, and since I have the chance to do it again, why shouldn't I persevere? Then, he closed his eyes and walked forward calmly. Suddenly, an image appeared. A man with a scruffy beard, standing with his arms crossed, looking into the distance. He gradually recognized the image. This is me from my previous life. His appearance at that time was already middle-aged, but his eyes were full of sorrow. Seeing that image, he thought, my past life. At this moment, his body swayed slightly, but he still bit his teeth tightly. His hands clenched into fists. His feet powerfully lifted and slammed down in the space, advancing towards the gap that emitted a dazzling golden light, as if urging him to go there. He was trying to resist his swaying body, advancing towards the light in front of him, looking at the light in astonishment. A rectangular frame was glowing. He spoke hesitantly. Is this the end? I really persevered to the end. He couldn't believe his eyes at this moment. But then his face broke into a burst of happiness, tears welling up in his eyes. Finally, I did it. Finally proved myself. Then, he powerfully stepped into the door in front of him. This is the true meaning of rebirth. He walked swiftly forward. A different scene appeared around him at this moment. The system's notification sounded, "Congratulations to the player for successfully passing the second gate trial. Please proceed to the next trial gate." His eyes were full of hostility. The next one must be the final gate. Only you are left. The image of him in his previous life appeared. He was painfully enduring, foolishly and clumsily handling the enemy's attacks, then running away holding his head. He reached out to support his head, his expression gloomy. The traces you left for me in the previous life, it's not too late to seek revenge in this life. Thinking so, he put his arm into the next door. His body passed through the wall once again. The system announced, "Open the third gate trial, player Yashi. Kill the guardian beast." He held the blade tightly in his hand, facing forward. His posture was defensive, observing the surroundings. Suddenly, a sound flashed across his head. In the air, a vortex appeared, and his expression darkened even while lying down. From the vortex, a long-tailed black object shot out. It landed on the ground gracefully, then looked at him. Its eyes were full of disdain as it stared at him. At this moment, he had his eyes tightly shut, his sword pointed towards the black cat. It looked at him, thinking, after waiting for so long, all I get is a lunatic. An image of him then appeared. He used his sword, eyes tightly shut, to block its attack, one of his eyes already attacked by it, forming a long, red scar. However, he still struggled to fight with all sorts of tools. At this moment, the system rang in his head, detecting that player Yashi's realm has the ability to break through. The epic grade talent Omnipotent Proficiency has been transformed into the legendary grade talent All-Knowing, All-Powerful Combat. The system began to explain to him. All-Knowing, All-Powerful Combat, a legendary grade talent. You will reach an unimaginable high level in combat. In aspects such as combat methods and weapons, you can achieve whatever you write. At this moment, a blue square appeared around him. He moved his feet, readying himself for battle. The Yum Guang, in front of him, a golden light shot up. He just kept his eyes closed, gripped the green blade tightly, and attacked. Just like that, his green blade collided with the black cat. The blade touched its face, creating a large cut, blood spraying everywhere. The injury he suffered in his previous life, he has now returned it to it in this life. Then, he slashed a few more times. It slammed heavily into the stone wall, blood splattering everywhere, then fell to the ground, crying out in pain. The system immediately announced, "Player Yaji has successfully killed the guardian beast. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully passing the third trial. Congratulations to player Yaji for receiving a trial reward of 1 level increase, and a Shadow Weaver job change scroll." His face. The scroll appeared floating in mid-air. Because the player has not completed the job change, the reward of 1 level increase will be added when the player completes the job change. He smiled slightly, then reached out to receive the scroll. At this moment, he looked at the surrounding scene in confusion and spoke. "Clearly, I've completed the trial, so why am I still here?" He then began to analyze. In my previous life, after I killed the cat, I was teleported out of the trial. This time, there's no movement at all? Could it be that I'm stuck inside the trial? He approached the rock wall and touched the wall to observe. Then, he pondered. Unless what's binding me here isn't the Doomsday game, but the Golden Finger system? TCH. At this moment, the system displayed a quest requirement. Pass the trial from the scroll. Inherit the true power of the scroll. Not completed. After reading the announcement, he suddenly realized. Which is to say, from beginning to end, I haven't inherited the true power of the scroll at all? TCH. Then, he called out painfully, Job changed scroll. Could it be that obtaining the scroll is just the first step, and the second step is to activate the scroll to obtain the power within? TCH. At this moment, a bold idea popped into his head, and then he slapped his palm hard. Let's try it first, the system once again announced. Ding! Checking that the host has successfully passed the trial, please continue to move forward and accept the true power of the scroll. He reached out and touched his head, sighing. Luckily, I didn't accidentally explode myself in the cave. He clenched his fist and looked up, asking, How do I go? The system didn't respond to him at this time. It was continuing to play dead. And he continued to wait for a response with his fake smile. Then, his face became serious, thinking, What kind of scroll is this that can make the Golden Finger system speechless? Or is it that this Golden Finger system is an old acquaintance of the scroll? Or it knew what I experienced in my previous life, so it deliberately didn't say anything. Whatever, just keep moving forward as it says. Right then, he tried to push the stone wall, cursing as he pushed. Damn it, I really didn't expect there to be a crack here. If it hadn't told me to go straight, I wouldn't have found it at all. How do I use this? The feeling after the cracks connect is like a pattern. He reached out and gently touched the gap, and it flashed with light. Seeing this, he took a few steps back, watching as the golden light gradually spread. He saw the images of an ox and a bird appear on the stone, exclaiming in surprise, Aren't these the two patterns recorded in the scroll? What? Then, the two patterns roared loudly. The ground now began to fall, revealing a gate. After a tremor, a stone door with patterns appeared. He reached out and gently pushed the door, and it creaked open. In front of him was a stone table, and on it were a scroll and a glowing pearl ball. He walked in while observing his surroundings. He put his hands on his hips and approached the stone table. Then he reached out and picked up the scroll. Then, he opened it, and streams of light escaped from inside the scroll, making a flat sound. One of the beams of light touched his hand, then wrapped around his wrist. At this moment, the entire scroll glowed as if trying to suck him in again. However, a change occurred, and the letters CVW appeared on the scroll. He read aloud in confusion. C-view? He was a little embarrassed. Is this going so big? Even so, he thought the key information in the scroll was civil, and the patterns of pearl and bird always appear. Could it be the ox totem and bird totem of the Ju Li tribe? The words inside the scroll gradually appeared, and he read along. CVW was killed by the Yellow Emperor, who beheaded him, buried his head, and turned it into the legendary blood maple forest. It is said that the Miao geese can preserve the soul, and CVW's soul was preserved because he met the Miao geese. The words began to escape from the scroll as he spoke, floating in the air. Civil knew that his soul would dissipate, so before it did, he created the Trial of Love scrolls. The final door of the scroll is guarded by a cat with Miao Gi blood. What Lord CVW wants to test is indomitable will, eternal perseverance, and perfect combat? Your trial of the three cauldrons has all reached the highest requirements, and you have obtained the qualification to inherit the strongest power of the Ju Li tribe. Please place your hand on the totem. After reading those words, he unconsciously reached out towards the scroll, and he understood in his mind. So this is the power of the scroll. He put his hands on the scroll, and the system sounded, detecting player Yaji receiving an unknown inheritance power. Initiating unknown power check. The power of the scroll radiated out, enveloping his body. System successfully checked unknown power from Planet Azure, the Doomsday Game system, initiating the combination of unknown energy with Azure culture. Along with the system announcement, the power radiating out became stronger and stronger. Combination successful. Gamification successful. Player Yashi is undergoing job advancement. Time passed. Finally, he finished accepting the power, and his body took a few steps back. The system continued to prompt. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully changing classes. Based on the Azure Planet's Doomsday game culture, this profession is named Warlord. Player Yaji, please complete the Warlord profession trial by performing a data analysis step. He slumped down onto the ground, exhausted. He looked up and smiled. I only wanted to get the illusion profession scroll, but unexpectedly, I passed the CVW trial. Isn't this a double blessing? To player Yashi, the player's profession is Warlord. He uploaded his name to the system's virtual screen, saying, "This Warlord thing is quite interesting." A line of text appeared, causing him to be a little surprised. He spoke, "Huh?" Suddenly, he waved his arm around, looking flustered. At this moment, looking closely, a golden gem stuck stubbornly to the back of his hand. refusing to let go. The system simultaneously announced, 9 Li Orb, bronze-grade item, the treasured artifact of the 9 Li tribe, the most important item of the CVW Warlord. This weapon belongs to the Warlord. After inheriting the power of the CVW scroll through the trial, it will bind the player and exist within the player's consciousness. Function 1. Can freely change form according to the player's thoughts, granting the player the profession's abilities in that form. 2. Can absorb energy to enhance the equipment's attributes and abilities. He held the orb while listening to the system announcement, then observed it carefully. Does that mean this item can grow infinitely? Suddenly, the orb escaped his hand and flew straight into the center of his forehead. He sat down in pain, closing his eyes and supporting his forehead, his entire face covered in profuse sweat. However, when he saw the system notification ending the trial, he still reached out and tapped it, thinking as he tapped, As expected of CVW's weapon, its method of existence is so unique. The space around him completely changed, with several zombies lying face down on the ground. He looked at the broken glass case, the scroll still lying there. He reached out towards the scroll, and the system rang out. Player Yaji, the profession trial is complete. Player Yaji's Warlord is being initialized. Data analysis of Player Yaji's basic attributes without equipment. Title bonus. Strength plus 1/8, Spirit plus 1/6, Constitution plus 12, Agility plus 1/9. Warlord profession data analysis complete. Player Yaji will gain 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 free attribute points each time they level up. Based on all previous experience gained by the player and quest rewards, level increased by 1, calculating that the player has successfully leveled up to level 13. Player Yashi's attribute panel. Basic attributes. Strength 49, Spirit 24, Constitution 46, Agility 36. Free attribute points, 9. He listened to a series of system notifications, his mouth agape. He shouted, "These stats are insane! I can walk brazenly among the zombies now!" Congratulations to the player for becoming the first player to successfully change classes in Doomsday Game, obtaining the unique global achievement, Pioneer! He reached out and touched the system's virtual interface. Profession analysis panel is about to begin. Server-wide announcement. Warlord profession. Introduction. Warlord. Master of all weapons. God of war. Created by the unimaginable power of Civil and the treasured artifact of the ancient 9 Li tribe. This extremely terrifying profession cannot be mastered by those who have not undergone a terrifying trial. Attributes. Each time you level up, you will gain 3 points of strength, 3 points of constitution, and 3 free attribute points. Ability 1. Master of all weapons. You can manipulate the 9 Li orb, transforming it into any warrior-type weapon, thereby obtaining the abilities and skills of the warrior-type profession. 2. 9 Li orb. You can enhance the attributes and level of the 9 Li orb by pumping energy into the 9 Li orb. The system did not display the third ability information, only showing the notification. Specific abilities are temporarily inactive. After reading a series of system announcements, he unconsciously reached out and pulled hard on both sides of his cheeks, writhing in pain and yelling, "It hurts! I'm not dreaming!" He stood up, clenching his fist, and shouted, "This isn't just amazing. This is truly extremely amazing. So amazing that it's boundless." Then, he began to raise his hand. "All right, let me try out the power of this 9 Li orb first." A long staff appeared in his hand, along with the Li orb hovering. At this moment, the virtual screen displayed the text, "Devouring the surrounding source of power, the Li orb is being strongly absorbed by the Li orb." After a series of operations, the Li orb shone brightly, and a sparkling star appeared on top of it. He stared at it intently, as if deep in thought. At this moment, the system announced, "Zhu Lizhu has absorbed enough energy, successfully evolving into a silver-grade item." The gem began to emanate power from within, a power that fluctuated intensely. He reached out towards the gem, and suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, his pupils constricting. The gem in his hand transformed into a red liquid, then solidified into a blade that rested snugly in his palm. Zhu Li blade. Silver-grade equipment. Strength increased by 4. Constitution increased by 2. When attacking, it has a 10% armor penetration attribute. Zhu Li cleave. Fires a blade aura forward. If it hits, it will inflict damage equal to 130% of the strength attribute, and the pain caused by the blade aura can reach 200%. Zhu Li heavy strike. A strike towards the enemy that can inflict damage equal to 200% of the strength attribute, but it will cause the user to be in a rigid state for 2 seconds. Finally, a system reminder. The player's avatar cannot acquire skills through the Warlord class. These skills will change according to Zhu Li's form. After reading the information given to him by the system, he roared internally, "This is beyond just being awesome. This is seriously overpowered. So awesome it's boundless. His curiosity piqued. He held the blade in his hand and tentatively said, bow and arrow. The blade in his hand gradually transformed into a bow and arrow called Ju Li Bow. Ju Li Bow. Silver grade equipment. Strength attribute increased by 4. Agility increased by 2. Can condense spiritual power to form arrows. Flame arrow. Fires a flame arrow forward. The power of the flame arrow is equal to 120% of the strength attribute. And after hitting the enemy, it will cause a continuous burning state. Frost arrow. Fires a frost arrow forward. The power of the frost arrow is equal to 120% of the strength attribute. And after hitting the enemy, it will cause a temporary slowing effect. Seeing this, he shouted, "Assassin weapon!" It immediately transformed into a throwing star. Seeing this, he became even more enthusiastic, saying, "Woof!" A shield appeared. With each of his commands, the Ju Lizhao gem obediently transformed into the weapon he desired. Swordsman! A sword appeared. Ju Lizhao wearily dropped heavily to the ground, puffing out smoke because it was exhausted from following his commands. At this moment, the system rang out. Heavens! Heavens! Player Yaji's spiritual power is empty. Continuing to forcibly change the form of the item will cause him to fall into a stunned state. Changing forms consumes so much spiritual power? He held his head, thinking, why do I feel so dizzy? Then he picked up the gem and covered his mouth, yawning deeply. World announcement. Congratulations to player Yao Ji for becoming the first player to reach level 10 and successfully class change in the game Doomsday. He walked step by step down a path, his speed astonishing, acquired the global exclusive achievement Pioneer, and a large number of rewards. We hope other players will continue to work hard. On the other side, the members of the Death Club irritably cursed. Can this world announcement stop already? Some of us are trying to sleep. Another person, holding an item in his hand, said upon hearing the announcement, Yashi, that name is familiar. Damn it, it's him again. Can it stop already? Another person, only at level 6, gritted his teeth upon hearing the announcement, saying, I have to try harder. At this moment, he was sitting in a corner, drinking vial after vial of minor magic power potions and meditation necklaces. While absorbing it, he thought, good thing I have spiritual power recovery potions. Being stunned really sucks. Congratulations to player for obtaining the global announcement. Pioneer, congratulations to player for obtaining the following rewards. 1,000 fame points, 2,000 gold coins, 3 free attribute points, and storage space increased by 2 cubic meters. The system screen displayed. Pioneer. Unique title. Only the first player to class change in the game Doomsday can obtain it. All attributes increased by 2. Players with a class will have 5% attribute suppression. After reading the announcement, he scornfully thought, it's useless? But it seems like I reversed the order. People usually class change before fighting bronze grade bosses. He thought so, then yawned deeply. Then he ordered, now that nothing's happening, draw a silver tier equipment for me. The system received the order and transformed the screen. A gift box appeared on the screen, and a line of text appeared, drawing a silver tier equipment. At the same time, he reached into his pocket. The gift box opened, and a mask appeared in his hand. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing a silver tier equipment. Mask of Sin. Mask of Sin. Silver tier equipment. A mask with the power to entice evil. Please don't degenerate to the point of becoming a slave to the devil. Spirit increased by 3. Illusion mask. After wearing it, it can hide the wearer's basic information, unless the level is 5 levels higher than the player, otherwise it cannot be viewed. Gaze of the Devil. After using it for 3 seconds, anyone who looks at the mask will fall into a state of fear. When a person in a state of fear attacks the player, their attributes will be reduced, and their body's rhythm will also decrease. The Mask of Sin can be transformed into a concealing mask. Do you want to change it? He reached out and touched the change button, then the system displayed another message. Activate the virtualization effect of the uniform. Do you accept? He pressed the reject button. Then he put the Mask of Sin on his face. A demonic light flashed in his eyes. He stood right by the window, then ordered, System, draw a golden finger now. He was now wearing a black cloak, looking outside. At this moment, the system announced, restrictions breakthrough regarding equipment. The limit is only 1 ring can be worn. The number of rings that can be equipped is increased by 1. Does this mean I can wear 2 rings at the same time, and they can both have an effect? This is like having 1 more piece of equipment than others. It's too abnormal. Leave it empty for now, wait for a better ring to drop next time, and then wear it. So he clicked on the cross to exit. This time the system announced, 12 free attribute points can be used. Seeing such a notification, he pondered, how should I use these 12 attribute points now? As if thinking of something, his hand quickly tapped on the system's virtual screen. Attribute panel. Strength is 52, Spirit is 33, Constitution is 49, Agility is 36. That's it, let's go back first. Having completed everything, he calmly walked out of the building. Elsewhere, on the rooftop, people were partying happily, shooting confetti everywhere. On the high platform, Cao Dong and Da Ngu walked towards that platform. Everyone cheered happily when they saw this. The Death Club's sweep of the Shanghai Museum today can be recorded in history. Let me introduce to everyone this great contributor, Da Ngu. Cao Dong. After introducing him, a silence ensued, with no reaction from Da Ngu, except for his appearance of holding a chicken leg, drooling, revealing his endearing side. Cao Dong saw this and called out, "Brother Da Ngu." Da Ngu thought he was going to take his chicken leg and yelled, "Roar!" Then turned and walked in another direction, looking at him with the eyes of an enemy. Seeing this, he said, "The chicken leg is Dangu's life, huh?" At this moment, he walked in, with his mask on. Cao Dong saw him and called out, "Lin Hui." He happily said, "I finally see you. You might not know, we've been looking for you for half a day. These kids even thought something happened to you." The members of the Death Club showed their infatuated expressions when they saw him. It's him. He didn't care about those gazes, and only looked at Cao Dong and asked, "How's the battle situation today?" Cao Dong reported to him, "Not bad. A total of 1,000 zombies were killed, and quite a few people were recruited, and a lot of supplies were obtained." Then, he pointed towards Dangu, who was holding a chicken leg, and said, "Today, Brother Dangu alone eliminated more than 1,000 zombies. A great contribution. Brother Lin, come with me." He and Cao Dong entered behind a door. Behind the door was a storage warehouse. He said, "This is our harvest for today." He looked at him and said, "Brother Lin, many new brothers have arrived today. This action was also hard on you. Will you be free later? Can you say a few words to the brothers later?" Then he whispered to him, "I'm telling you, strength in numbers. Get these brothers on your side. It'll be easier to work in the future." Hearing this, he thought, with so many people, wouldn't we be able to find more equipment? There's hope for Zhu Li Zhu to upgrade and break through to Diamond. With a large club, we'll get more resources. And I can't even use all my supply cards. Maybe I can use these supply cards to exchange for their gold coins, or even equipment or props. And after all, Zhu Li Zhu needs these to upgrade. After thinking it over, he looked at Cao Dong and said, "Let's talk about a deal." Cao Dong looked at him in confusion after hearing this. Then he placed his hand on his shoulder. He said, "A deal? What does that mean? Brother Lin and Brother Da Ngu made breakthrough contributions for us in this siege. Just tell me what you need." He looked at him and replied, "I want equipment." Hearing this, he said, "Hey, I thought it was something else." He placed his hand on his palm and said, "This is a surprise I prepared for you." After he released his hand, a silver ring appeared in his palm. He said, "Unexpected equipment, just what you needed." Cao Dong put his hand on Zile's shoulder and smiled, instructing, "If you need anything in the future, just tell your brothers. There are so many people in our club, we can definitely handle anything." He immediately agreed. "If this is Lao Gare's intention, I'll accept this ring. I'll come again at 8 p.m. tonight." Cao Dong breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "With this equipment, he'll probably stay by my side for now." Cao Dong feigned surprise, asking, 8 p.m. tonight? He slowly explained that the newbie protection period will end at that time. I have to figure out the new rules. Lin Zile added, "Around 8 o'clock I'll come to do some trading with the members of the Tuthan Club. At that time you will be responsible for summoning people that already have plans. It will be the end of the conversation. It's safe to assume that he won't go out at that time, so I kinda saved his life. Thank you for helping at the museum, and for giving me this ring." Cao Dong gently stroked his hair and smirked in reassurance. "I forgot about the newbie protection period. However, Brother Lin, don't worry, we're no longer newbie players, we can handle it." He then put on a curious look, adding, "Brother Lin, don't worry, I will definitely have everyone prepare well what you want. Brother Lin, what are you planning to trade with us?" Zile replied in a low voice, "Probably all kinds of supply cards, you'll know at that time." Thinking to himself, "Forget it, I can't manage to care much about other things." Cao Dong was confused after hearing this. Supply cards? The club doesn't lack this stuff. Zile turned his back towards the door, dragging Da Ngu behind him, leaving the group of people in the compound still cheering noisily. Back at the shelter, Zile removed his mask and leaned lazily against the soft bed. The system displayed a notification. Zhu Li Zhu has seized enough energy and has successfully evolved to a golden grade item. He smiled contentedly. Zile looked at the small dagger and exclaimed, "I didn't expect this evolution to be so smooth. I thought I had to kill under level 30, kill a silver grade boss to be able to approach this item." Zhu Li Blade, strength +3, Constitution +3. 20% chance to break armor when attacking, and carries a high probability of inflicting rapid bleeding. Zile was overjoyed. The stats seemed to have increased by 1 level. While he was resting, some groaning and scratching sounds came from outside the window. Zile peeked his head out to look at the zombies and said to himself, "Really? Bringing me a pillow when I'm about to sleep? You guys came just in time." He quickly used Ju Li Slash. Launching a powerful slash, the blades separated into two while simultaneously unleashing a small burst of lightning. Zile was a bit surprised, watching in amazement, as the blade quickly severed the necks of a series of zombies, blood splattering everywhere from inside their bodies. Zile was noticeably more excited, yelling loudly to order DNGU, "Let's get to work!" The burly zombie charged into its brethren, attacking relentlessly. Zile also began to join the battle, and in less than 10 minutes, the whole pile of zombies was lying in a heap. Zile reached level 15. He looked at his wristwatch and realized the time was almost here. Zile hurriedly ran, gruffly signaling DNGU to retreat, but it didn't seem to go smoothly. They hadn't gone far when they encountered a new group of zombies. Zile and DNGU had no choice but to hold their ground in the abandoned house right next to them. The bloodthirsty zombies tried to break down the door to get inside. Zile looked at his smartphone. The current time was exactly 7 p.m., right? The surrounding space began to turn a deep red, and it also signaled the end of the newbie protection period. This time, a sound from the main server rang out. "Welcome to the Doomsday Game. Based on the principle of absolute fairness, once started, it will develop independently, with no way to intervene. The simple and easy time is over. I think everyone is familiar with this warm and happy environment, right? Newbies." Then next, the real apocalypse is here. Then came a series of new updates. 1. All zombie attributes are greatly increased, and the senses of smell and hearing are optimized. 2. Some zombies are granted types such as Slayer, Berserker, Venomous, Super Heavy, and Curse. 3. Zombies will reorganize at any time and launch large-scale attacks. The ability to infect is only effective on players with low total attributes. 4. Night is synonymous with death. Zombies will actively seek out the player's figure. 5. The geological structure, architecture, building materials, natural environment, etc. of Planet Azure are all enhanced in terms of hardness and other aspects. 6. In order to ensure the experience, all non-game dropped food has a significantly increased rate of spoilage, rot, and poisoning. Prolonged consumption of these foods will gradually reduce the player's basic attributes, which can never be restored. 7. Supply cards are comprehensively upgraded. The higher the zombie's level, the higher the satiety of the dropped food. 8. Climatic conditions all bring about large-scale degradation. 9. The job change channel has been fully opened. 10. The functions on the national leaderboard have been launched. First, from level, reputation, and equipment, players will receive gray rewards and can participate in the regional hegemony competition to be opened later. 11. The instance system has been comprehensively adjusted. 12. All cities have appeared with divisions that cannot be crossed. 13. Subsequent updates will be opened when the specified conditions are met. Zile frowned and sighed softly. Sigh. Just like the last life, so cruel. The real apocalypse has truly descended. Each line of text disappeared into nothingness. Zile stood still, listening to the last words from the server. Please, try to survive. The zombies outside quickly transformed into different forms. The world from now on, they gather, back to back, either live or die. The chaotic scene completely cut off the players, temporary lifeline, forcing them out, and fighting for their lives. The stored food reeked of stench, and it was also an extremely important issue, because it directly affected the survival of humanity. There were a few screams. Save me, don't eat me, AAA. Zile clenched his hand. Live or die. This game is truly two extremes. And he glanced up, calling out, DNGU. But then became frightened, exclaiming, oh my god, how could I forget that DNGU is also a zombie? The mutation process is happening rapidly. Dae-young roared with a thunderous sound, causing Zile to step back several paces. Avoiding the attack, he frantically called out to the system, Golden Finger, what's going on here? The system notification responded. Due to a conflict between the player analysis and Dae-young's zombie evolution, the system is undergoing authority repair. During the repair process, Dae-young will no longer manifest new zombie attribute forms. He will receive a 50% enhancement effect as compensation, and will not be subjected to the instinctual compulsion imposed by the Doomsday Game. Participating in activities such as zombie waves and new talents can simultaneously trigger job advancements. Zile suddenly had an idea. If he can advance to a job, I'll arrange a top-tier hidden class for him, even better than a 100% inheritance. After browsing Dae-young's talent analysis for a long time, Zile's face turned pale. Trisk, This time his luck is beyond words. The server sent him a few more notifications. Now that you've reached the Long Guo level, based on 3,720 prestige points, and 2 Shanghai 9 Lai Blades pseudo-order uniforms, you've successfully topped the list. Would you like to hide your name? Zile refused without much thought. Don't hide anything. The current level ranking has 4 names at the top. Yai Che 2nd, Zhang Yuanzhong 3rd, Da Yong 4th, and Po Jun 4th. Zile looked at the zombie's name with disbelief. He's actually 3rd. The prestige ranking is still him sitting firmly in 1st place. The rest is information about other people and equipment. Zile felt a little hesitant. Should I hide my information and become a hidden big shot, or a masked panda surrounded and observed by other players? He pondered, remembering the time he concealed his identity. It was because Lin Zile left a large shadow on me in the previous life, and I wanted to gradually invade Lin Zile secretly, but now they haven't grown up yet, and can't create a threat at all. Zile pouted. Not hiding my identity isn't bad either, although people will stare at me like a panda. What am I afraid of with a mask on? Conveniently recruit some underlings to help me obtain more equipment, which is just right to feed the 9 Li blades. So many titles, the attributes seem pretty good. He grinned. Just these things can support a squad. The player reward ranking, Yai Che, respectfully based on your current level, will receive experience for waiting in a specific position for 24 hours. Gold coins, prestige, and they increase over time. The next notification made him even more dizzy, because he was always in the top ranks. Not only that, but Zile also received an epic title, Peerless. All attributes and rewards are increased by 10%. Reduced discounts at all stores. The cooldown time is about 24 hours. Daeyong was confused when he saw Zile cheering loudly. It's really too powerful. Immeasurable. Oh my god. In this moment, even a level 90 war god coming here wouldn't hurt a hair on my head. The title is definitely in my hands. I must always maintain the top 3 positions. He put on an arrogant look. Peerless is equipped, but the effect will only take place after an hour. Zile reviewed the information and was full of doubt. Drop rate increased by 1%? That's not right. Isn't the system already at 100% with me? Adding more is useless, right? A notification was sent. When the drop rate increase of 1% is activated, 2 items will drop. Zile was astonished. It can be like this? He waved his hand and called out to Daeyong. Go! Let's go harvest the Death Club's leaks and see if what the system said is true. Zile slowly twisted the doorknob. Just as half of his body leaned out, he saw a zombie rushing to attack. Zile recoiled backward to avoid the attack. He drew his sword, his face showing no emotion. The zombie minion was quickly taken down, its head falling and rolling away. Ziluo paused for a moment to assess the situation around him, then chuckled. Seriously, I didn't even need to go far. I ran into a lurker-type zombie with hidden talent right outside the door. The sky is a disturbing blood red, and the zombie horde is wreaking havoc on the road ahead. Ziluo sensed something was wrong, and hurriedly ordered, Danji Yu. Oh my god, these zombies are highly toxic. He looked visibly panicked, thinking to himself, damn, this thing might not be strong in combat, but its toxicity is top-notch. Even its saliva is corrosive. Continuing to run like this isn't the way to deal with these vomit-inducing creatures quickly. Moving out of the alley, something caught Ziluo's eye. There it is! He signaled to Danji Yu on the side and ran off. The zombie horde was truly massive. They were everywhere you looked. Ziluo climbed down from the second-story window of the building below, met with constant moans, wails, and desperate cries for help, with people lying scattered everywhere. Adding to the stench of blood in the air, made the scene more horrifying than ever. Ziluo stood in front of a door, suddenly hearing a pained laugh. Ha ha, what's the point of trying? The young man stood in despair, having struggled for so long, only to receive a notification that zombies, previously easily killed, can now fight back. The girl next to him held her head in panic. What else can we do? All the supplies are gone after this time period. We can only wait for death. Some were so terrified that they lost their minds, constantly shouting and urging, it's delicious. Everyone come and get it while you can. You won't be able to eat it later. Ziluo suddenly realized, isn't this my chance? He quickly strode to a suitable position and loudly said to everyone inside the building, to help everyone live better and not lose hope. He pulled out countless supply cards. You heard me right. Just give a little gold coin. Equipment and props are also fine, and you can get food for the whole day. Come and grab it quickly. The crowd went wild upon hearing this. I want it! Boss, look at me. I have a bronze weapon. I want grilled chicken. Ziluo smiled with satisfaction. Today's income reached 1,000 gold coins. He and Danji Yu left immediately after. Before stepping outside, Ziluo put on his mask and instructed, that's right, keep it down. It's late at night, and loud noises will attract the zombies. Don't blame me. He told Danji Yu to smash someone with a hammer. and everyone trembled in fear, making the room a bit quieter. Gao Dong nervously peeked his head out, and Ziluo asked in a stern voice, Gao Laoj, do you know who I am? Gao Dong was scared witless, and explained, please don't, Dalao. I should be calling you elder brother. Please take me with you, I'll do whatever you say. Ziluo whispered closely, and Gao Dong understood, quickly reassuring, don't worry, I will definitely do as you say. Ziluo placed his hand on his shoulder, signaling him to go. Looking at the young man's flustered appearance, Ziluo mused, I hope Gao Dong is a smart guy, but even if this fails, even if he doesn't do as I say, I won't lose anything. I'll only benefit. He locked the room door, and Ziluo stared into the distance. TCH, another day of newbie protection period ending like this. Tomorrow, I'll go meet some mutated zombies and earn some more gold coins and equipment. He gripped the item in his hand, full of anticipation. Later, I'll have to see if Cao Dong can find any equipment to exchange for resource cards. Zile and Da Geng stood in the middle of the highway. The zombies, with their keen sense of smell, soon caught the scent of prey. Adults and children alike rushed to attack. Zile stood still, showing no fear or worry because of it. He used only one move, and the entire horde of zombies was wiped out. Zile glanced coldly and ordered, Let's go, Da Geng! We'll clear out more zombies, and it'll be a good chance for other players to get some fresh air. We're on the 5th floor now, Zile smiled. I say, let's just settle down here. From the emergency exit, a man's voice rang out. There's a magical shop here. When people come to buy things, we'll collect fees. We'll definitely get rich passing through here, no worries. That's right. The zombies are all dead, so there's no safety issue either. Big bro. If we collect resource cards until then, we'll be eating and drinking like kings. Zile cautiously approached, while the others continued. But the thing is, who killed the zombies here? They're lying all over the 3rd floor. Who could have done this? It must be a team with great strength. They can't possibly not notice our Shanghai shop and take over this place. What if they come looking for trouble one day? The loud sound immediately caught the attention of the crew-cut youth. The leader cautiously asked, Who are those guys? Can't they see there are people here? The crew-cut youth hurriedly stepped forward to cover his mouth, stammering, Big bro! Wait! Isn't that Da Geng behind him? It took them a moment to process the situation, and then their mouths dropped open in shock. Heavens! Isn't that the 2nd-ranked player on the Long Kingdom's leaderboards? Why are you actually here, Zile? Equally confused? The 2nd-ranked player? He gave a forced laugh, thinking to himself, I thought it was something important. Da Geng has the automatic zombie growth experience, so it's normal to surpass that Zhang Yuanchong guy. The others changed their tune faster than flipping pancakes, shouting, Welcome, esteemed guests. Da Geng menacingly stepped forward with his hammer, causing them to tremble in fear. Zile had no choice but to gently comfort him. All right, Da Geng, let's go in and buy something. Don't pay attention to them. Watching their departing figures, the crew-cut youth looked tense and said to the leader, There's no other way. Just by looking at him, you can tell Da Geng is a big spender. Even though he's strong, there are a lot of us, right? He seemed to understand the situation and explained, Is it normal to be ranked 2nd on the Long Kingdom leaderboard? And more people? The number of zombies he's killed is more than we've ever seen. He could take care of us with a wave of his hand. They're already doing us a great kindness by letting us off this time. Zile sighed. The stuff at this price must be amazing. If we work harder, maybe we can gather enough before the city opens. Absolutely don't let anyone else take it. He decided to buy it. The notification was sent. Successfully purchased the Shanghai Guardian mark, paid 9,000 gold coins, remaining 7,544. Currently packaged in the cart. Zingli excitedly clicked the activation button. According to what was written on the information panel, this mark seemed to be a special kind of item. Zile attached it to his chest. Successfully activated. Item introduction. Shanghai Guardian. An extremely valuable diamond tier item. Only those with contributions are allowed to possess it. Increases the automatic recovery speed of equipment unless it exceeds 40%. Capable of summoning mechanical puppets to assist in battle, lasting for 10 minutes. Ziluo's eyes widened. Awesome, buddy. Isn't this my seal? Another warning pops up. Player Yikesy. Please be aware you can only purchase one seal. Be careful of encountering identical items. Ziluo pondered. I thought that after having enough gold coins, I could just buy all the seals here. He slowly walked towards the door. It seems that I can't summon a large army of guardian mechanical puppets after all. But this store hasn't said whether the calculation is based on the player's attributes or what. Never mind. I'll know when I buy the next item. The two then left the 5th floor. The scenery outside gave off a creepy feeling. On the rooftop of a high-rise building in the city center, there were several characters with sword or axe imprints carved on them. A collision of two forces suddenly occurred in mid-air. The young man holding a weapon stood high up, observing the situation. It seems that the zombies here have all been killed, so it's considered safe. He pointed to the object emitting light and said to his ally, This is the job change platform in yesterday's game update announcement, right? Don't know what it does. Another guy suggested, why don't we go around and see if we can find any useful supplies? The red-haired girl next to him continued. I think so too, maybe there are still good weapons. The innocent pink-haired girl curiously asked everyone, what is this crystal ball for? It's the most special thing around here. The red-haired girl was startled and screamed in panic. Xiaofei, don't touch it! But it was too late. A dark aura enveloped the pink-haired girl's body. It suddenly exerted pressure, drawing in a massive gust of wind from somewhere, sending the whole group flying, screaming a few times in terror. The explosion lasted for a few seconds, and then gradually dissipated. Such a loud noise will definitely attract a lot of zombies, the ally complained irritably. Xiaofei, why can't you fix your habit of touching things randomly? How many times has this happened? Xiaofei tried to argue uncomfortably. I didn't know it was a trigger. I'll pay more attention next time, okay? As tensions rose, someone gently comforted them. Come on, don't argue anymore. The young man with the weapon said calmly, let's find a way out first. But little did they know, danger was approaching. The ally frantically announced that behind the oil lamp shattered by the terrifying power of the giant zombie, it's the 18th bronze tier boss. The remaining basic attributes are unknown. The whole group stood rooted to the spot. Every limb on their body stiffened, their faces pale. The zombie seized the opportunity and rushed forward, attacking fiercely. Having finished, it leisurely left, leaving behind a pool of blood. A blinding light suddenly appeared in the red sky. The giant zombie watched intently, its teeth slightly clenched. The zombie raised its hand covered in fresh blood, seemingly contemplating something. It suddenly let out an unyielding roar. From behind the giant zombie, an aura resembling a flame mixed with dark smoke began to spread around. This sacred flame only enveloped a specific area, forming a box shape. Not far away, someone spoke up. See that? This is the consequence of recklessness, he snorted coldly, warning his allies sternly. Next time any of you mess with something, this is what will happen. Ziluo's voice echoed from afar. Big idiot! Over here! The trio, noticing an intruder, quickly sought to escape. Ziluo and Big Idiot cautiously entered the job change area, but first had to make sure there was no one else around. The trio watched and exclaimed, Trisk! Trisk! 2 more idiots came. We didn't see clearly how the last group got swallowed up, so let's watch closely this time. Did you hear what the guy in black called the other one? Big Idiot. Incredibly powerful on the long country rankings. The only girl in the group wondered, do you guys think Big Idiot can kill that zombie? The leader replied indifferently. It's not that big of a deal, he added. But those guys earlier were top players among us, and they couldn't even scratch the zombie. Even if Big Idiot is much stronger, he can't beat it. The other guy sneered. Who knows? Let's wait to pick up the equipment. If those items on Big Idiot belong to us... Before he could finish, the zombie's roar interrupted him. It smelled fresh meat but didn't dare to act yet. Ziluo coldly signaled, Big Idiot, let's go. He thought to himself, just 3 naive players, no need to waste time. Ziluo approached the gate of power. He pondered. If I remember correctly, the gatekeeper of the Shanghai job change platform is a berserk zombie type, protected by the Doomsday game. In my previous life, I was killed by people from the Li Sha mercenary group, not even knowing its strength. In front of Xinluo was a guideboard listing the activation method for the mission with some hidden conditions. Ziluo rubbed his chin, looking worried. I remember in my previous life, the gatekeepers of the 4 small cities were eventually pushed to level 40-something, and players couldn't successfully change jobs. Only when the limit was opened could they reach other areas. Looking at the blue orb floating in the air, Ziluo noticed some material cards lying alone nearby. He quickly went to check. Hey, it's true. As long as you don't activate the mission, and there aren't enough 30 people around, there's nothing wrong with going into the pit to pick up equipment. Apparently, the joy made Ziluo carelessly lean against the orb. The trio still didn't take their eyes off the area. System detected that player Yashi has touched the job change spirit orb, forcibly accepting the mage job. Currently, the player's team has a total of 2 members. The reward has increased significantly. The Shanghai job change platform guardian is about to awaken. Please prepare. Ziluo was speechless. With 1 activation, the Shanghai job change platform is optimizing mission-related issues based on what is described. In response to the terrifying zombie attack, each city has a job change platform for players. But to proceed, outstanding talents must prove themselves. Reward: 500 fame points, 2,000 gold coins, and 1,000 XP. There are over 10 hours to complete. Failure will not result in any penalty. Ziluo smiled and said to Big Idiot, I'll take the mage job, and you'll be the warrior type. That giant zombie, following the command, awakened from its short sleep. Now, with clear information, 56 strength and constitution, 30 spirit plus agility. Talent: epic level extraordinary body, can transmit sound waves after a roar, increasing own attributes, and lowering enemy pH by 10. Zile raised a few fingers excitedly, praising, Awesome, my brother. This ability completely tramples the word Titan. It's no ordinary thing. But if we're comparing, wouldn't you, who has killed countless zombies and possesses enhancements like the 9-Li Blade and Tibid, look even better? Just imagine Zile easily defeating that zombie, and you get the idea. Just then, the system unexpectedly sent a notification. Detected that the host is facing a zombie titan, successfully activating quest. Objective: kill the giant zombie, protect the class change platform. Reward: 1 random common golden hand draw and silver grade equipment. Deadline: 24 hours. Zile nocked an arrow, signaling as he welcomed the zombie titan, licking his lips as he looked at it. What a delicious treat. A massive surge of lightning erupted from the arrow that Zile aimed to fire. It shot towards the zombie at an astonishing speed. Caught off guard, the zombie titan had no choice but to use both hands to defend itself. Seizing the opportunity, Zile roared, "Ordered Dagang to smash it!" Dagang obeyed, gripped his hammer tightly, and jumped up high. He began attacking the same kind who was several meters taller than him without the slightest fear. Ice gradually grew on the zombie titan's left arm, its nerves numbing before its astonished eyes. Dagang suddenly stopped fighting. Zile stood behind, ready, and softly exclaimed, "Nice. My accuracy is still on point." The giant zombie seemed extremely angry. The roar from its throat shook the heavens and shattered the space. Unprepared for this situation, Zile staggered momentarily, dropping to one knee, his head throbbing terribly. Zile tried to think. Everything before his eyes was gradually blurring. This abnormal talent uses sound waves as an effective starting attack. Hit by the Titan's attack, he raised his head, and Zile called out in panic, "Dagang!" as he saw him being counterattacked by the giant zombie. The zombie titan violently grabbed the arrow and broke it in extreme rage. The giant zombie smashed everything around it madly. Zile, on the other hand, had to keep moving constantly. He smiled confidently and continued to knock arrows. 6 arrows were fired, divided into 2 types: fire and ice. The giant zombie spun around as every part of its body was hit, finally taking one right in the top of its head. The giant zombie rubbed the bald spot on its head, its mouth faintly groaning unintelligible sounds. It suddenly burst into tears and sobbed. Wah wah wah. Zile showed his confusion. Was this guy a construction worker when he was alive? Couldn't win, so he chose to go back to his old job? He aimed, contemptuously turning his back to the enemy. The consequences of this are terrifying. Each arrow was enveloped by a powerful sacred fire. The giant zombie titan ruthlessly bulldozed with a massive boulder. Zile was speechless, not knowing what words to use to fully describe the situation. He immediately ordered Da Yu, "Activate 7 Gods Frenzy." Zile pointed forward, using an aggressive provocation. "Just now, when you fainted, this dark, shadowy demon ate 5 of your roasted chickens." Hearing this, Da Yu went even more insane, simultaneously fully activating 7 Gods Frenzy. He charged into battle like a bloodthirsty wild beast. The 2 zombies engaged in a fierce brawl. During this time, Zile secretly found a suitable standing position. Realizing the giant zombie titan was no longer paying attention to him, Zile began to execute his plan. It's right here, each arrow flies in a straight line. But does something seem off? The piercing pain brought tears to the giant zombie titan's eyes. Ziluo's face turned pale, also instinctively clutching his rear. The giant zombie titan went berserk, knocking down Dayu. Its body trembled, bending over at a 90-degree angle. The zombie titan glared at Zile resentfully. He explained in confusion, "I really didn't do it on purpose, I swear." Of course, the explanation was not accepted. The zombie titan roared, and Zile was the target. Determined to protect his master, Dayu jumped up and grabbed the zombie titan's head. He used all the strength he had, trying to wrestle it to the ground. The giant zombie titan struggled violently. It turned and grabbed one of Dayung's arms. The situation quickly reversed. Zile remained extremely calm, only holding the bow and aiming. Another arrow once again plunged straight into the middle of the giant zombie titan's butt. Zile desperately imagined himself being descended upon by an angel. The zombie looked at him with an indescribable gaze. Zile had to explain. "Hit the same spot twice. I really didn't mean to, do you believe me?" The zombie titan roared, then angrily pulled out the arrow. It suddenly became exhausted, collapsing, and at this moment Dayu's 7 Gods Frenzy also entered the cooldown phase. Zile pulled out 7 more bows, hastily signaling to his ally. "Dayu, get out of the way." He obediently complied, finding a way out before his body shrank. The giant zombie titan had to endure an attack before it could stand up. Zile hesitated slightly due to the pressure from the explosion. A warning sounded. "Player Yazai, please pay attention. Due to your despicable tactics, humiliating the zombie titan." The rage within the crowd successfully broke through to the limit, completely activating the silver-level bloodline evolution. Hearing this, Zile looked surprised, thinking to himself, "I knew it would change, But can it get this OP when it's about to die? The zombie is now several meters taller than before, and the information from it also brings changes. 70 strength, 30 spirit, 65 constitution. Agility, significantly increased. Physical and magical damage taken is reduced. Recovery ability is increased, and it can produce constant tremors. Ziluo was shocked and gaped at the attack. A legendary talent? The world is truly defying common sense. With these attributes, you're telling me it's only a silver level boss? Wouldn't gold level be the same? System. Golden Finger detected that the zombie titan has successfully evolved, increasing the difficulty of the mission, and upgrading the reward content. Ziluo sat and thought, hesitant. How should I take it down? The giant zombie gradually lost patience. Ziluo snapped out of it, realizing he didn't have time to check the rewards, and decided to attack it based on instinct. The weapon of choice was still the bow and arrow. The giant zombie gritted its teeth from the attack on the wound on its body. It recovered instantly. Ziluo took a stance, using the Ju Li saber. He jumped up and spun in the air, using the force to wield the sword and chop off a part of the zombie titan's body, but it didn't seem to be affected much. The situation is now more difficult than before. Ziluo was a little tense. Looks like I can't count on Dan Yug anymore. He pulled out a few supply cards. But I'm not just this. Robots? Move out as ordered. Ziluo continued to summon allies, including zombie cats. Ziluo then pointed the tip of his sword to the sky, casting Ju Li Heavy Strike. Standing before the absolute power of the giant zombie, Ziluo didn't show any fear. He chose to attack head-on, dragging the sword from the bottom up. The zombie titan was quickly knocked back several meters. The server simultaneously displayed a red warning. The move has entered the post-execution phase. The player is entering a stiff state for 2 seconds. The zombie's heavy body created a large pit upon impact with the ground. As it struggled to get up, Ziluo's robot appeared and delivered a painful blow right to the giant zombie's neck. Not stopping there, the zombie cat also wanted to join in. Its small body moved so quickly that it disappeared from sight. The zombie cat raised its claws high, scratching hard at the giant zombie's arm. Because of its corrosive properties, blood poured out of the wound profusely. Ziluo broke free from the restraint and aimed precisely at the zombie's shoulder before attacking. Because the force was quite strong, he had to use his sword to support himself afterward. Ziluo looked at the zombie, which was walking mindlessly, and said, using consciousness to control these two is a bit tiring. Now is when the zombie titan truly unleashes its abilities. Ziluo is significantly affected, temporarily losing control of his body. Dangoadak has returned to normal when he suddenly realizes something is approaching. Finally, after being stunned, Ziluo kneels on one knee. He calmly judges. It doesn't need its life anymore, and it's activating Titan's Fury under these circumstances. Ziluo starts calculating its hard defense attributes. According to the skill description, the power of the fist will only increase. I won't be able to withstand it for long, and the difficulty of escaping is also high, because pursuit increases by 50%. But one arm of the zombie is seriously injured, so its attacking speed can't reach its best state. Therefore, the appropriate method is for Ziluo to dance on the edge of a knife. The fist from the giant zombie is right in front of him. Ziluo successfully dodges. He focuses his strength on one arm and follows the zombie titan's movement, cutting off its arm with one slash. 4 notifications are sent with identical content. It has been detected that the player team currently has an additional completed task reward drop. Ziluo is confused and doesn't understand what's happening. Unwilling to hesitate any longer, he quickly leaves the area. When he reaches a higher position to observe, he hears voices from afar. Hurry down! That team discovered that Ziluo really won and wants to get some benefits. The team leader urges, get in there, you can really get a lot of task rewards. He expresses his excitement. Oh my god. The first activated job change platform will definitely be announced to the whole world. I'm about to be famous. The only girl nervously suggests, everyone, get out of here quickly! It was hard enough for the big shot to kill that scary zombie, how could we possibly? Before she can finish, the team leader interrupts her with a harsh voice. Shut up, bitch. I've been holding back for so long. It's the apocalypse. Why are you still pretending to be a pure maiden? Just you wait. I'll screw you to death after we get out of here. The girl shrinks back in fear, only able to utter a single word. Softly. Ziluo's tall figure is silhouetted under the setting sun, his entire body enveloped in an extremely abundant aura. The team leader's voice is now flattering. Big shot! You must be Yakixi, right? So strong. I've always been your loyal fan. The other two echo with smiles. I watched your fight and decided to bring the brothers to help. No matter what, we all admire you so much. Ziluo coldly asks, admire? Help? He bluntly states, weren't you guys hiding around here all along? Why didn't you come down earlier? The team leader knows he can't escape, and stammers, speechless. This. Ziluo decisively cuts off his body with one slash. He indifferently comments, "Fake!" Seeing the blood gushing out and splattering everywhere makes the rest of the group scream in horror. Ziluo stands still, but his words still resonate slowly. "I hate fake people the most." When he turns his face, a giant eye appears, emitting an eerie purple light. The team feels their minds being sucked deep inside that strange object, and they begin to change. They dove into a frenzy, tearing at each other. "It's all mine! Zombies, stay away!" Ah! Ziluo sneered. Disgusting and treacherous things, trying to join the mission to get a share of the rewards. The system detected that the rewards for the team of players were increased, because one of them was missing. Ziluo thought, doing this will not only divide a large portion of the profits, but if I encounter the type of request whose difficulty increases with Qin Wuzhanji's strength, I'll be killed by these guys. One person angrily shouted, "Yashi! Your reputation is now that of a long country hero." He thought, becoming a hero who helps everyone is a natural thing. We just want to follow you for a drink, nothing else. The person next to him quickly blocked. You need to think clearly. If you kill us, people won't think of you as a great hero anymore. Issued, cutting off all his chances of survival. The rewards continue to increase. Ziluo waved his hand to retract his sword. He growled a warning. Remember, my name is Yaji. I repay all debts, and am not your great hero. I don't like moral constraints or doing things for humanity. I simply want to live. That team trembled and quickly found a way to escape. Ziluo scolded, anyone who touches, obstructs, or disgusts me will surely be killed. The server announced, currently, this mission can accommodate 25 more people, please arrange. Ziluo cursed in annoyance. Useless things still want to impose morality. I haven't even seen if I deserve it or not. He swung his sword with indignation. Back then, when the Li family was chasing me, why didn't anyone advise them for the sake of all humanity? Just a bunch of hypocrites who oppress those below. Congratulations to player Yaji for successfully defeating the level 19 silver rank Titan zombie boss, earning 400 experience points, 500 gold coins, the global unique achievement Silver Spear. A server-wide announcement will be made soon, plus 2 golden fingers and random equipment. Ziluo was excited. Double rewards? Such a good thing? A large sheep suddenly appeared, and Ziluo flew over to receive it immediately. A black platform sprouted from the ground, carrying 2 glittering treasures on it. The first item was a scroll. Inside it was written, after the city's job transfer platform is activated, player Yashi will receive the following benefits. 1. A statue of Ziluo will be cast to prove his outstanding contributions, forever admired by the people. 2. Zombies will not be more difficult. 3. Only pay a commission fee. Taking it, Ziluo quickly signed his name. Blood-red letters standing out on the paper. The system appeared. Congratulations to player Yaji for completing the Shanghai Job Transfer Platform Activation Mission, earning 500 experience points, 3,000 gold coins, 1,500 experience points. The Overlord Scroll promoted to level 15. An additional 3 points of strength, constitution, and free attributes are awarded. To reach the next rank, 2,800 experience points are needed, becoming the first player to activate in Azure Planet City, earning the global unique title, Job Transfer Master. An announcement will be made soon. Ziluo was overjoyed. Is this the reward enhanced by the system? A series of noisy sounds behind him drew his attention. Ziluo was thoughtful. Damn, how could I forget you guys are still here? I need to find a quiet place to receive the rewards. I'm in no mood to mess with people now. Ziluo patted Dagun's face a few times to wake him up, then gently signaled, let's go, eat chicken legs. The two of them left. Just like that. On this side, the survivors were utterly bewildered. What's going on? Didn't Yashi defeat the zombie already? Some were panicking. Could it be that he activated a higher level mechanism, deliberately leaving us here as bait for the zombies? How could he be so ruthless? We only wanted to share a portion of the profits. It's nothing to him. Server. Congratulations to Yashi for being the first player in the solo Doomsday game to kill a silver tier boss, activating the job change platform, relying on his globally shocking heroic strength, achieving a unique accomplishment and a massive amount of rewards, hoping that other players will actively learn from him. Since Shanghai is the location where the first job change platform was activated, all players have obtained a city-wide reward, with double the zombie drop rate and a 10% increase in experience and gold coins within 24 hours. A pillar of fire descended from the sky. They all stared blankly. 2 girls seemed very happy. We actually leveled up. That's right, from now on, Yashi is my male god. The others started fighting each other to grab profits. The boy looked out the window and murmured, if I remember correctly, the job change platform only appeared last night, and inside, there was an extremely tough bronze tier boss. 30 of us died, and still couldn't beat it? And they cleared it this afternoon? Yashi's admirer exclaimed excitedly. I knew it! He just dealt with countless other players. The big shot is no longer satisfied with simple world announcements, he went straight for 3 types. Forever a god. In the dark meeting room, the leader spoke. I'm telling you, this player named Yashi is truly a talent of our country. However, before the apocalypse, he went to Shanghai and got stuck there. He smirked, but his heart still belongs to this territory, and sooner or later, he will return to the embrace of the motherland. In the silent night, Dayu was working alone in the field. Zile carefully examined the rewards he received today. He currently possesses over 12,000 gold coins, plus 7 cubic meters of storage space. Zile struck a haughty pose. TCH, level 16 already. This speed is even faster than before the newbie protection period. I can't be humble even if I want to. Same old rules. Claim the game rewards first. There were a total of 3 scrolls in the inventory. Zile calculated. A mature profession? It will automatically increase when leveling up, so I can allocate the free attribute points to spirit and agility. This is equivalent to transforming my own strength. Finally, Zile slowly folded the scroll. Since Zile already has the auto-looting golden finger level 1, receiving another one will also have an enhancement. He suddenly chuckled twice. These 2 are not bad. It will be much easier to fight zombies and bosses later. Zile suddenly remembered. Oh, that's right. What was the double drop rate that the world announcement mentioned earlier? Does everyone get an extra 1%? He clearly saw in a daze, which means, Zile screamed while holding his head. I have a 201% drop rate. System, congratulations to the host for drawing silver tier equipment. Ma Yin battle armor and trousers. He was really happy. It's clothing. As expected, metaphysics works. Each treasure gives Zile different effects, such as resistance or restraint. He touched the equip button with his finger. After looking through them once, Zile made a decision. Agility and spirit are a bit behind. Then let's allocate the points to these. He resisted the cold and evaluated himself. Well, it's not bad like this. Zile happily requested. Draw the 2 golden finger systems. He pulled a material card from his pocket. This thing looks ordinary. But in reality, it can determine the outcome of any battle at a critical moment. Zile casually smoothed his hair. But when it comes to the whole, these 2 items in this chest don't have much use. It must be because I'm too rich. Next is the title section. Zile frowned and considered. None of them are as good as unparalleled in the world. Could it be that when I unlocked the Overlord class, all my luck flew away? These rewards are all so-so. Luckily, that agreement can soothe my wounded heart. Thinking too much gives me a headache. Zile had to decide. It's now! Golden finger system. Draw a silver-grade equipment for me. He closed his eyes tightly and began to pray. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord, Amitabha Buddha, may God protect me. Amen. Introduction to the butcher occupation. Inherited the craft from his father, specializing in butchering pigs and cattle, making a living. Attribute. Each level up adds 2 strength, 1 constitution. Zile pursed his lips. This is a bit average. It's useless for me and Dayu, but I'll keep it for now. Maybe it will be useful later. He was free, so he sat down to organize his inventory. Zikinlei then opened the golden treasure chest. Received blessings, plus countless experience points. The treasure at the end. Something with a pretty good name. Watermelon chopping knife. Activate effect. Intimidation for 2 minutes. Lowers the opponent's attributes by 10%. Zile exclaimed in confusion. The knife is good, but saying this line during combat is so lame. Forget it. I'll still give it to Zhu Lishao to swallow. Zile walked to the outer room, clenched his fist, showing clear determination. What rest is there? There are only 24 hours. I must seize the opportunity. He is now a stamina potion. Zile drank it all in 1 gulp. Dayu was slightly startled when he realized his master was standing right behind him. He just smiled and winked. Let's work. Today, injure all the zombies. Leave them to me. Zile beckoned with his fingers. 2 zombies each, and I'll reward you with a roast chicken tonight. Dayu became immediately more excited upon hearing this, and trotted along. Zile waved his hand to summon the holy sword. He always charged ahead first. Outside, zombies had been waiting for a long time. The noise surprised Zile slightly. He looked the monster up and down, assessing, oh my god, how much stuff has this one used? Zile decisively slashed. He kept praying, drop 2 items for me. No, 3 pieces of equipment. System congratulates player Yai Shi for successfully defeating a level 6 heavy zombie. Yes! Zile shouted, call the allies! You lure some zombies here, and smash the ground with the hammer to make noise? Dayu obediently followed. The zombies, lured by the sound, came in ever-increasing numbers. The server's announcements rang continuously, signaling that today's profits were not small. Zile paused for a few seconds. He smirked. He, that's right. At the same time, in another location, in the city center, on the large screen, was a ranking list of essential items. The bespectacled man from the Yun family said leisurely, Looks like the new equipment came from Enhai Shi after taking down the silver tier boss. The young man beside him, much younger, chimed in, "Is that even a question?" "Of course it is. I'm just curious who this guy really is." Father Li Haobo spoke coldly. "Just a kid from the An family. If his father hadn't unfortunately turned into a zombie, he wouldn't even be qualified to be here. We're discussing important matters here, so be serious." Ji Ming sneered, "Haha, Patriarch Lai is managing others here? Are you implying that I'm like your two good-for-nothing sons?" He added leisurely, "I seem to remember that Li Haobo is in Shanghai, right? Look, being so far away doesn't help at all. Knowing his personality, I doubt he'll survive for many more days." The situation was tense, so the bespectacled man had to smooth things over. "Li Laoj, don't forget that today's topic is Nhai Shi. If Patriarch An has no objections to other people's affairs, then don't ask about them," he recalled. "I've never heard of this person in Longguo before. It's unbelievable that an ordinary person could become this strong in just a few days." Father Li Haobo came to a conclusion. "We must find him. With his reputation and appeal, if he joins our alliance, it will be a great help to the plans of all three families." Ji Ming didn't seem to care, but he didn't deny it either. That's right, the apocalypse is a great opportunity. It seemed like he already had a plan in mind. The whole world is in chaos. Why don't we independently step out and become the masters of this world? The bespectacled man looked pensive. "If Nhai Shi can't be used by us, then we just need to take his equipment." Then, Ji Ming made a cutting motion across his neck, indicating a kill. The two men exchanged glances, seeming to understand each other without saying a word. The scene outside was still extremely chaotic. A player was reviewing his rewards. "Today's harvest is really high. I have to kill more zombies," not realizing that he was being targeted. At the hotel, where Ziluo chose to stop, he stood alone in the room, diligently casting spells. Looking through the window, you could see a fierce battle below. Ziluo recognized Zhang Yuanzhong, seemingly the guy ranked behind him in the previous level ranking. Now he's working very hard. Ziluo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "I remember in my past life, Zhang Yuanzhong seemed to still be at level 8 around this time. He'd reach level 9 tomorrow, and the day after that he'd complete his hidden job change. In this life he doesn't have many world announcement rewards, so his leveling up will be much slower." He yawned widely. "However, considering the current situation, my rebirth has really affected the world quite a bit." Ziluo smiled to himself. "But even if things develop to the point of deviating from their original trajectory, as long as I have the strength, I'll be able to face everything." He fumbled around looking for something. The system signaled the upgrading stage. Ziluo retracted his hand, inadvertently smelling a strange scent in the air. Ziluo asked curiously, "De Yug, are you the one who smells bad?" The zombie growled in response, but according to the direction of its finger, it was referring to Xin Luo. Only then did he fully realize where the problem lay. Ziluo hurriedly grabbed new clothes, lamenting, "I'm going to die. Whoops. I usually only bathe once a month." Dayug looked at the rising steam and scratched its head in confusion. Ziluo scrubbed his body comfortably. Just as he reached the door, he saw Dayuk about to take off his pants for a bath. Ziluo threw a towel straight at his face and said, "Let's sleep." Leaning back on the soft mattress, Ziluo gradually drifted into a sound sleep. In the previous life, everyone eventually got used to this environment, having long forgotten what it was like to bathe. The moonlight reigned over the vast sky, and Ziluo's soft snoring echoed. Suddenly, something strange emerged from the toilet. Water poured out torrentially. The dark hole revealed a large, fierce eye, and along with it, a foul, mutated rat gradually crawled out. Ziluo suddenly jolted awake from his dream. The mutated rat was already standing beside him, glaring at him with angry eyes. Its speed was astonishing, 10 times faster than ordinary ones. Ziluo calmly observed, thinking to himself, "Impressive. Are all zombie rats this big?" He turned and used his sword to slice the monster's body in half. While Ziluo was contemplating what to do next, the ground suddenly began to shake. Swarms of rats surged into the city from nowhere, and their numbers were so great that no one could have imagined they would gather into a wave. They flooded into every nook and cranny. The people's screams of agony echoed in the night. Ah. They were completely helpless against the mutated rat's attack, falling one after another. Quickly, they swept past the hotel where Ziluo was staying. He and Dayuk stood guard in the room, ready to fight. Ziluo looked at the monster's corpse and speculated. This noise. Either a zombie wave has appeared, or it's due to mutated creatures gathering. The game system didn't announce anything, plus the thing that suddenly attacked me. It seems to just be zombie rats. Damn it. He carefully checked the hallway outside. Could my rebirth have led to a butterfly effect, affecting the entire zombie world? It's better to investigate the surrounding situation thoroughly. In case something unexpected happens, we can still cope. From the window frame, a constant hissing sound emanated. Ziluo frowned, concluding, Looks like there aren't that many zombie rats. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? His initial plan was to scout out the situation first. There was a loud boom nearby. Zile was confused. That's not right. A few zombie rats wouldn't lead to such a big commotion. He felt a little scared. For the sound to be so loud, the zombie rats must have gathered into a group, and the commotion is extremely large. They must be nearby, even already on the floor below. Could they be targeting me? Even more monsters surged up from the sewer. They moved in a straight line. Very disciplined. Zile judged that. Looking at their organized appearance, there's definitely a heavenly talent zombie rat boss commanding them. It seems that a fierce battle will break out here tonight. We can't stay long, he coldly ordered Dayuk. We're going to the top floor. Break the door lock. Zile walked with confidence. He and Dayuk quickly arrived at the edge of the top floor. Zile put on his mask, silently observing. Everything was happening through the bars. Something inadvertently caught his eye. Zile had to exclaim, "There are so many of them. Luckily, they aren't targeting me." Excitement surges within him. Like, if I kill one of these rats, wouldn't I make a killing? But Zile then sighed in frustration and left. There were too many. Preserving my life is more important, and since I don't know what the boss of these zombie rats is summoning its subordinates therefore, I shouldn't act rashly. He warned Ngu in a low voice. Preserve your life here. Don't run around. Zile opened the system panel and equipped the Dark Veil ring. He jumped to the building next door to find a favorable position. There seemed to be fewer rats on this side. Suddenly, mournful cries of people rang out. Zinglim said with a sneer. The apocalypse has been here for 7 or 8 days already. Just how stupid can you be to actually think that hiding will help you survive? He slowly looked towards the hotel. Initially, I could have used the coordination of swift movement and temporary stasis to avoid going to the opposite rooftop, but using such useful life-saving skills here is a bit of a waste. Zile thought to himself, forget it, I'll observe first. About an hour passed, and Zile remained motionless. He worried secretly. There's no sound at all. Did they disappear for no reason? Could it be a hidden instance? Like the job advancement platform, with a protective barrier separating them from the outside world? Zile rubbed his chin. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest today. Not bad, my luck isn't bad. He summoned Ngu with his thoughts. Come here quickly, it's time to work. The zombie patrol appeared immediately. Ngu was right behind Zile, quickly realizing something was up. Countless black feathers fell from the night sky. Crows were just flying back and forth in a certain area for no apparent reason. Zile whispered a reminder to Ngu. Don't disturb those animal zombies. There are too many of them. I might not be able to handle it. Zile looked down at the road. Some crows were calling their companions to eat corpses. His face turned pale. Heavens! Such an unusual thing is happening. Not only can the two types of zombies, rats and birds, coexist peacefully, but they are also obediently lining up to enter the villa. Just what is inside this place? Zile used the rope ladder, carefully approaching the area. He landed safely. It was as quiet as a graveyard. Zile took the lead, wielding his sharp sword. The number of different types of zombies flocking to the villa was more than double. Zile was terrified. Whether in the past or present, this bear's destructive power cannot be underestimated. There was an intermediate gate right in front of the main hall. The zombies were passing through it to enter inside. They just kept lining up like that, without end. The sun rose with the light of dawn. Zile slumped to the ground, exhausted. Consider it done. After the zombies dispersed, he started searching around. Did they all run away? There's nothing here either. Zile looked delighted. It's really gone. Definitely. He loudly signaled to Dayupi, who was hiding. The middle door appeared right in front of him. The system asked Zile if he wanted to enter. He wondered. An unknown instance? No hints at all. Additional information. Copies in the Doomsday game are divided into 2 types. The first is a duel between players. Taking this battle as the main focus, the scene and difficulty are mostly fixed, but will be adjusted based on the character's level. Next, convey the task and give appropriate reminders. Zile recalled encountering many instances in his previous life. His experience can be considered rich, worthy of his current strength, especially with his golden finger. Clearing this shouldn't be a problem, he wondered. After entering a copy in the Doomsday game, will there be a protection mechanism like the mysterious trial? A chime rang out in response. The essence of the system is to bring the best experience to the character. If you are not satisfied with the content, you can end the mission at any time. Zilinglo was excited. Isn't this equivalent to taking 0 losses when withdrawing anytime, anywhere? No more hesitation, let's do it. He agreed to enter. Zile pressed the accept button. The instance server announced that he had successfully activated it. Zile turned to look at his ally. After all, I have a golden finger. But Dayupi doesn't, he pointed, signaling the zombie to wait here for orders. Zile secretly assessed. He wasn't happy that Da Yupi squatted down so decisively. What's going on? The instance quickly opened. Zile gripped his sword tightly. He took a deep breath, gathering his courage. The space inside was surrounded by 4 walls, with several flames floating in the air. Zile knocked a few times with his hand to test. He focused his strength on the treasure blade and slashed decisively, the cut creating a long crack. System congratulates player Nishe for activating the special instance, Labyrinth of Despair. The screen displayed a series of data. A labyrinth of legendary rank. No one has survived and escaped this place for over 1,000 years. Will you become one of them? Requirement. Find the exit. Reminder. Kill lurking animal zombies. Avoid spatial traps. Item storage is sealed. Time limit 3,650 days. Warning. Detected that player Nakes used a special method to enter the instance, currently opening, need to readjust the parameters. Zile worriedly asked in his heart, "It's not open yet? Is this so-called special method the teleportation gate from before?" He pursed his lips, speculating, isn't that gate used by this labyrinth to replenish animal zombies? Completing it and closing it, and I just happened to see it and had to jump in with the zombies? Zile imagined himself jumping into a pit of fire, speechless. He rejected that absurd line of thought. Zile pondered. The labyrinth isn't fully open yet, proving that the danger factor is very high, unsuitable for ordinary players. But that doesn't apply to me. Moreover, the animal zombies were probably just replenished, completely useless. He looked at the weapon that was restricted. The mission said that items lose their effectiveness, but I still have the Julie blade. Skill release. Seems like I'm bugging again. But I can't rule out the possibility that I'm bound by the sword's soul. This isn't important. As long as I have it in my hand, that's enough. The server has adjusted the success rate, and the situation in the dungeon has been distributed appropriately based on the player's strength. The space quickly turned blood red. Zile was overjoyed. This apocalyptic game is becoming more humane, even helping me reduce the difficulty. Due to player Nakes entering the dungeon ahead of schedule, disrupting the normal order, the difficulty this time will increase by 50%. Zile screamed in panic. Pretend I didn't say anything. This fake game is really unreliable. Changing the punishment for failing the mission. If the host wants to stop, they can teleport at any time. This maze has witnessed much despair. Success will grant you 2 golden hands. Normally, randomly, Zile gradually enters inside. The surrounding area is full of stone walls, and suddenly an arrow shoots out from a small hole. Zile wasn't ready, but luckily he managed to raise his blade to block it. The force of the impact pushed Zile back several meters, and the bow and arrow fell to the ground. Zile thought nervously. No wonder this dungeon hasn't been opened yet. He assessed the attack power of the guardian arrow, estimating it to be equivalent to a player's strength stat of about 30. How many people could block it? While Zile was distracted, suddenly, countless other arrows were unleashed. Each sharp arrow shot out rapidly, and Zile quickly jumped aside to dodge. The road ahead widened, but there was absolutely no sign of life. Zile sighed in relief. Phew, that scared me. I even thought I could pick some up to use as weapons. He tried swinging his sword to test things out, but nothing appeared. Zile felt a little relieved. Looks like it's really over. He cautiously probed the situation around him, and a fork in the road appeared ahead. Zile told himself, from now on, it's all based on intuition and memory. He felt a little excited. What's going on? He smirked. The right side looks promising. Let's go and test our luck. Zile brandished his sword, suddenly stepping on something under his feet. He was utterly surprised. Human bones? Zile crouched down to examine them. He calmly determined that this thing had no clues and no use. Just a scare. The heat from inside the vault made Zile's body drenched in sweat. There was a door nearby. Zile knocked lightly a few times, but there was no response. He had to open the door slightly, and a mutated rat noticed the stranger and squealed. It lunged to attack Zile, and he decisively slashed a circular arc. System. Congratulations to player Nishe for successfully killing a zombie rat, gaining 6 experience points and 8 gold coins. Zile accepted it and shouted excitedly, "Beef fried rice." He shoveled spoonfuls into his mouth, signaling, starving to death. The bowl was empty in no time. Zile leisurely dusted off his hands, wiping the grains of rice stuck to his lips, and sighed. This is absurd. Only knows how to take advantage of openings. At least give me a tissue to wipe my mouth. Zile continued his journey. Good thing he went through the Soldier Lord class advancement trial, otherwise I'm not sure I could have persevered. He chuckled softly. Same old rules. To the right, the second fork in the road finally appeared. Zile tapped the stone wall with his treasure blade, observing everything seriously. He was now standing between 2 different paths. Zile quickly escaped the toxic acid trap. He cursed out in annoyance. What bad luck! Zile opened the second door. He encountered zombie dogs and immediately dealt with them. Trying to search for a few more rooms, Zile snorted indifferently. 10 wooden doors in exchange for a zombie rat boss? He directly slashed it to death and retrieved the royal grade 9 Li pearl from the rat's body. Zile decided to stop and rest for a bit. The previous crossroads were all the same. He began drawing symbols with blood. 3 roads, 2 dead ends, one of which contains all sorts of traps, and the rest are empty. Behind the doors are hidden random animal zombies. Killing them will drop resource cards or weapons. Zile realized that the number of zombie monsters corresponded to the numbers on the doors, but there were still many other questionable points. He let his arm fall limp. Zile frowned in thought. So I guess I know why this maze is so despair-inducing. He left the room, thinking. The animal zombies encountered later will only get stronger, and there's no telling what kind of mechanisms are ahead. I have to be more careful. Zile forcefully swung open the wooden door. Inside were 2 bronze-level bosses. He muttered to himself. Seems pretty much like what I thought. The battle immediately broke out. With just a few basic slashes, Zile successfully defeated them and simultaneously ranked up to level 18. System. Congratulations to player Yashi for finding the agile fruit, receiving 2 additional points. Zile opened his mouth and took a huge bite. He excitedly used the resource card he just obtained called Traps. The invading animal zombies are instantly dealt with. Zile didn't even have to lift a finger. He confidently resisted the cold. Next, they entered the maze on the 3rd day. By the next day, the power of the precious blade had been upgraded to a complete form, achieving diamond-level equipment with plus 10 strength, 4 constitution, and 25% armor penetration, transforming the damage from accompanying skills and significantly increasing the lethality. Zile couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly unbelievably powerful. This is really a complete transformation." He stared intently at the weapon. "Looks like I'll be even faster at chopping down low-level animal zombies in the future." From that moment on, Zile could be seen constantly and frantically slaughtering. Even bronze-level bosses were nothing to him now. The maze is no longer as scary as rumored. On the Shanghai city side, a girl was basking in happiness. "Mom, I've reached level 10. Server. Congratulations to the player on successfully job changing." The young people whispered amongst themselves. "Have you guys heard any news about the idol Yixi?" "Nothing at all. It's like he's vanished from the face of the earth. In my opinion, Yixi has found a good place to retire early and doesn't plan to kill zombies to level up anymore. It seems like he's been assassinated, but I guess Yixi was probably found by some organization, imprisoned and used as a guinea pig for research." The next piece of information appeared, shattering their unfounded words. "This is impossible. He's still on the leaderboard. Didn't they say that a dead person would disappear from it? And Daoyug is also inactive, still at level 10. Zile unleashed 9 Li slashes. In front of him were 3 zombies with different forms. Zile quickly blinked, and his figure was no longer visible. The Minotaur zombie stood blankly motionless. Zile sneered. "You guys have a little something. It's just a pity that I've leveled up." He pulled the blade out of the corpse, and immediately, a mutation occurred. Under the pressure, Lin Zile had to use both arms to shield himself. Server. Congratulations to player Yixi for successfully killing the level 9 boss Gluttonous Zombie Rat, gaining 50 experience points and 100 gold coins. A treasure chest appeared from behind. It was a bronze-level treasure. Just then, 2 monsters charged over together. Zile gently turned on his heel. He stole a glance as they slaughtered each other. The smell of blood filled the room. Zile violently struck down the last zombie. The profit increased tremendously and showed no signs of stopping. Zile also received another chance to draw a golden hand. Of course, he agreed. The item this time was called Insightful Eye. Help Ziluo search all information about creatures that he hasn't understood before. Ziluo looked hesitant. Then he tried tapping on the computer screen. The abundant information it provided made Ziluo rejoice. When the host checks the zombie-related creatures, they can know their weaknesses. He suddenly pondered. But the second point is really vague. To what extent can the advantages and disadvantages really work? This can only be seen for sure the next time I encounter a zombie animal. Ziluo fumbled around inside the bag. He took out the mixed pill and then proceeded to absorb it into his body. Ziluo calmly strode out of the dark room, and he approached the next door with the number 41. The stench from inside the cell rushed straight out, making Lin Zile extremely uncomfortable. He hurriedly activated the dynamic insight eye. Using the fire attribute will restrain zombie chi. Ziluo thought to himself. So this is what they call a weakness. Seems pretty useful. He stood before thousands of blood-red eyes, quickly unleashing the 9 Li severing strike. Ziluo single-handedly shattered the zombie bird swarm. He sheathed his treasured blade, drawing a bagua formation on a blank piece of paper. Ziluo coldly realized there were still 4 doors left. Almost there. He turned away, leaving the foul-smelling remnants behind, his footsteps moving slowly. Ziluo noticed a strange object blocking the way. It was a large boulder, and confusion spread on his face. This path doesn't have a wooden door either. Ziluo used his sword to scratch a few lines to examine it. He followed the diagram he had drawn earlier, trying to find a way out. A creeping feeling gradually invaded his mind. Ziluo wondered suspiciously. I don't even know if my calculations are correct, he worried. The path I took just now was really too smooth. I have a bad feeling. I'm about to get out, I have to be more careful. There's light ahead, it's this way. Ziluo sped up. He suddenly froze. This area was completely different, with a large dragon imprinted on the door. Ziluo showed clear determination. But that aura is really so attractive, inviting. He stepped deeper inside, standing still in front of the wooden door for a long time. Ziluo sighed in frustration. He pushed with force. There is a force present in the air. Ziluo's eyes widened in surprise. Is it the celestial sphere and terrestrial square? System. Congratulations to player Yashi for finding the exit to the Maze of Despair, successfully completing the legendary instance. The rewards he received this time are the unique products and culture of Planet Azure. The matching process is in progress. A few seconds later, another notification was sent. Randomly draw 2 ordinary golden hands. But Ziluo wanted to delay it further, so he didn't agree. The remaining rewards include the boundary-breaking key and the inlaid origin. Zile accepted the key, a one-time use special item, capable of opening the barrier for 10 seconds. He seriously assessed it. Doesn't look too difficult, but still, better not let your guard down. Zile subconsciously recalled. In the Bagua, Li represents fire. Looks like this reward is related to fire. Finally, Ji Yuan's Khan image must be connected to water. System. Congratulations to player Yashi for completing the instance challenge. Weapons and inventory space can now be used normally. Zile quietly pondered. The reward for this instance is a bit strange, and neither bead has a specific description. Seems like there's still something else I need to find in this room. Missing out on benefits, wouldn't that be a huge loss? He approached another area of the basement. A treasure appeared, making Zile a bit doubtful. Another scroll? He opened it. Fuxi initiated the civilization of the Dragon Country, one of the 3 sovereigns' ancient texts, said to be the god who created this maze, formed by Fuxi's own hand, located at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Those who enter from the gate will have the opportunity to inherit the Bagua power left behind by Fuxi. Since the maze appeared, no one has ever reached the end. The rest have turned into dry bones. Zile exclaimed in fear. So this place could also be a job advancement station? And even gain attributes of the Bagua, abilities passed down from Fuxi. How could it be weak? This surprise is too sudden. He happily speculated, this is probably Wu Huang's trouble, right? Wish for something, and it appears. Sigh, I was just thinking about a second job, isn't it time already? A jade ring was surrounded by a barrier of power. Zile took it with his mind. When the jade ring came into contact with his skin, it suddenly burst into various colors. Surprising, Zile. Huh. With a sound, his entire body was blown away. Zile gaped in shock. This is a stream of power transformed into a large object, shaped like a cocoon. Lin Zile was constantly attacked by 3 sources of energy, causing him immense pain. It pierced through him, catching him off guard, and more blood flowed from Lin Zile's head. He struggled to cast his gaze forward, looking extremely disheveled. Before his eyes was the image of a large cocoon, surrounded by pure green energy. The stars in the sky sparkled and shone. Suddenly, a huge source of energy shone directly down on the cocoon. The colorful energies from before surrounded him. Lin Zile focused and absorbed the energy. The cocoon began to crack, and energy gradually leaked out. He, full of power, broke through the cocoon and opened his eyes to look forward with determination. Lin Zile gently wiped away the bloodstains on his face. The system notification sounded continuously. Detecting player Yashi is receiving an unknown inheritance energy. System. Initiating unknown energy detection. System. Successfully detected unknown energy originating from Planet Azure. Lin Zile stepped forward to the marker for the system to scan. System. Initiating the matching of unknown energy with Planet Azure's culture. The Apocalypse game system. The system's voice echoed in his ears. System. Matching successful. Gamification successful. Player Yaji is undergoing job advancement. The system continued to update. The system's voice still hadn't stopped. System. Congratulations to player Yashi for successfully changing jobs. Based on Planet Azure's culture, the Apocalypse game has named the job Azure Emperor. Congratulations to player Yashi for completing the job instance. Azure Emperor needs to undergo a data Azurification step. Lin Zile looked at the system in confusion. Azure Emperor? Immersed in his question. Suddenly, a piece of green jade appeared before him. It mixed 2 sources of power, red fire and azure fire, floating before his eyes. Lin Zile was extremely surprised to see it. He reached out and gently touched the jade pendant. Immediately, Both power surges were released. It enveloped Lin Zile, his eyes full of curiosity as he looked at it. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations to player Yaji for obtaining the ability to control flames and water flow. Other abilities are waiting for player Yaji to gradually unlock. Lin Zile immediately made a hand seal, and water flow and flames were condensed in turn, grasped in his hand. He laughed happily and proudly. Just these two abilities are already OP. If I fully unlock the Doomsday game, what can be done to me? He clicked his tongue and looked forward to it. TCH. I'm really looking forward to what will happen. Lin Zile confidently moved forward. He opened the stone door, and the surrounding walls with cracks were beginning to collapse. Lin Zile looked around in confusion. It seems this room is supported by the 8 trigrams power of Fushi, he observed, dripping with sweat. As expected, it's a tofu dread construction project. Lin Zile opened the system, and it immediately displayed the question, do you want to exit the instance? He immediately selected yes. The system quickly took him out. Lin Zile chuckled confidently. Finally. With that, he reached into his pocket and took out his phone. Holding the phone in his hand, Lin Zile was surprised. He frowned, his face worried and puzzled. Lin Zile checked the notifications and saw the time displayed was 2 weeks. He was shocked. I was in the instance for 2 whole weeks without even realizing it. Lin Zile anxiously wanted to leave this place. Gotta hurry, Dumbo. Just as he turned his head, a pale face slammed into his eyes, causing Lin Zile to jump back in fright. Realizing it was Daiyugu, he breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at the person approaching him. Have you been standing in the same spot since I entered? Daiyugu blankly nodded, shouting, yes, in response. Seeing the drool dripping from the corner of his mouth made Lin Zile speechless. I'll ask Dumbo, aren't you hungry? Seeing him dumbly nod, Lin Zile helplessly patted Daiyugu's shoulder. Okay, wait for me to take care of this, and I'll take you to eat chicken legs. Daiyugu happily shouted upon hearing this. Lin Zile looked back at the system ranking. The current rankings are displayed. First place, Yashi, level 20, class warlord. Second place, Zhang Yuanzong, level 17, class war spirit. Third place, Wang Hun, level 16, class flame manipulator. Fourth place, alias Pojun, level 16, class Pojun. Fifth place, Jimen Suifeng, level 16, class wind warrior. After seeing the rankings, Lin Zile sighed. Sigh, it's been 2 weeks, and you guys haven't made any progress. Then he gave Daiyugu a heads up. Let's go, Dumbo. It's time for us to refresh our sense of existence, he shouted, reaching out to touch the system character panel. At the same time, elsewhere, the familiar system notification sounded again. Congratulations to player Zhang Yuanzhong for successfully leveling up to level 18. He finished fighting and stood majestically on his achievements, turning around and carrying his blade on his shoulder. Zhang Yuanzhong wiped the sweat from his face. Finally surpassed Yashi by 1 level. It's considered saving face for our army. Then he reached out and opened the system. Zhang Yuanzhong's face turned pale when he saw the result. Damn! Is this guy hacking? How did he level up to level 20 in the blink of an eye? Contrary to Zhang Yuanzhong's dissatisfaction, 2 girls elsewhere cheered happily when they saw the ranking results. Yaji, he's back! He's finally back! Our faith has returned! On the rooftop, the white-haired youth also checked the results, scratching his head. Daiyugu never used to be on the rankings, but now he's jumped to 5th place. What exactly happened in the last few days? Many people eating were even more shocked. Oh my god! The rankings changed so much in just 1 minute. Heavens! How did the big shot reach level 20 in the blink of an eye? While everyone was in an uproar, the people involved were leisurely sitting in a corner somewhere eating. He was shoveling rice into his mouth, watching the system panel display continuous notifications. Player Yaji has completed the Maze of Despair instance, proceeding to further data analyze player Yaji's Azure Emperor class. Proceeding to re-optimize the player's basic attributes based on the Warlord and Azure Emperor classes. Then it showed the current basic attributes of player Yaji at level 10. Spirit, Physique, and Agility are all at 40 points, with 50 free attribute points. The Azure Emperor class has completed data initialization. Player Yashi will activate all attributes with each level increase, gaining 3 plus 5 free attribute points. He then checked his basic attributes: Strength 90, Spirit 80, Physique 80, Agility 80. After reviewing the stats, Lin Zile reached out to check his class. Azure Emperor class. Introduction. The Azure Emperor, one of the 5 heavenly emperors of the East, symbolizes the Azure Dragon, the most mysterious class, created by the Taihao Fuxi clan's 2-world stellar array and the Bagua pendant, which contains the power of the Bagua. With each level up, the attribute will receive 3 points of spirit, 3 points of agility, and 3 points of free attribute points. Abilities. Two-world stellar blessing. Your power can receive the blessing of the celestial stars. The brighter the starlight, the higher your power will increase. Bagua power. You can gather source beads to compensate for the missing energy of the Bagua pendant, thereby controlling the attribute abilities related to the source beads, a power unmatched even in the universe. As he read, Lin Zile was shocked. The Bagua pendant. He actually got the Bagua pendant card. Quickly putting down the finished bowl of rice, he reached out to catch the item that fell out. It was a special item. Grade. Unranked. A jade pendant carrying the power of the Bagua. Abilities. Li. You can control the power of flames by consuming spiritual energy. Can. You can control the power of water flow by consuming spiritual energy. Skill. Once you possess the corresponding attribute, you can comprehend related skills based on your understanding. Looking at the jade pendant spinning in his hand, Lin Zile was overjoyed. This means I have unlimited skills. Even if I don't know how, I can control these elements at will. Trisk. Is this the feeling of a powerhouse? I'm so much stronger than them, I'm almost embarrassed. Then he started practicing according to the system. All attributes are perfectly balanced, combat techniques, and dual pinnacle classes combined into one, able to learn so many skills. Suddenly, a faint moan was heard. Was that Da Young? His condition didn't seem normal. Was something wrong? Unexpectedly, Da Young suddenly stood up, shouting wildly, tearing his clothes, and pulling at his ears. The level bar above Da Young's head also broke through level 16. Seeing this, Lin Zile opened Da Young's class analysis panel, and a series of familiar characters appeared. Overlord. Ability. Mountain moving strength. 1/ breaks all laws. Strength is the source of everything. With enough strength, you can break many restrictions, curses, controls, limitations, and so on with your attacks. He stared in astonishment. Not a single change. Lin Zile suddenly had an idea, and turned to Da Young, saying, "Try breaking all laws with 1/." He blankly agreed. Da Young lowered himself, and touched the ground. His power shifted the geology, causing the ground to shatter, and fragments of rock stuck to Da Young's hand with magnetic force. Seeing this, Lin Zile smiled. Not bad. Considering your current strength attribute, it's great that you can do this, he thought to himself. Considering it this way, the Overlord class's conversion rate for the strength attribute isn't bad either. Suddenly remembering something, he crossed his arms. System, directly help me draw 2 ordinary golden hands. The system immediately received the order. Drawing now, ding dong. Drawing ordinary golden hands. Zing. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring Absolute Enslavement LV1 and a breakthrough rate of level 1. Since the host already has Absolute Enslavement level 1, the level of Absolute Enslavement has increased to level 2. Lin Zile happily said, "Wow, this charm is so refreshing. Who can resist it with this stacking effect? It seems there's a pattern to drawing golden hands. Next time, if I draw 2 at once, I might get 1 new and 1 old. I'll just follow this pattern from now on." Next, Lin Zile and Da Young went outside, and the system displayed, "Shanghai players, please note. Shanghai players, please note. The Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament has now officially concluded. The player who won first place in the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Rankings is Mu Yun. Based on the city's overall strength, they received a reward of 2 random excellent silver-grade equipment and a large amount of gold coins, experience, fame points, and free attribute points. The player who won second place in the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Rankings is Zhang Shao Nian. Based on the player who won third place in the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Rankings is Da Dao K. Based on Lin Zile was shocked. The Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament is over? It seems everyone was seriously leveling up while I was in the maze. The world is now saying, the specific setting for the Combat Power Tournament dictates that the city-wide Individual Combat Power Tournament can only be opened when the entire city has 30% of its players exceeding level 10 within a specified time frame. All players arriving at the designated location will be considered registered for the Individual Combat Power Tournament. The rewards for the Individual Combat Power Tournament are exclusive and based on the player's contribution. Then he instructed Da Young. "We've leveled up, we should go kill some zombies and join the fun. Use your hammer to smash the ground so they come to us." He immediately roared in response. Da Young transformed into a hammer wielder, wielding a large sledgehammer and wearing armor, and slammed it hard into the ground. As numerous zombies rushed towards them, Lin Zile immediately attacked with the 9-Lai Executioner Blade. The attack was launched towards the zombies, wiping them all out in a single blow. Then Da Young charged out, leaping high and slashing at each one, while Lin Zile searched the system for the Fireball Scroll. A Fireball Scroll appeared from the flames. A large flame erupted in Lin Zile's palm. Thankfully, he hadn't fed it to the 9-Li Pearl yet. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. His expression turned extremely serious as he concentrated the fire in both palms. Lin Zile closed his eyes, focusing with all his might. Flames erupted around him, enveloping his large body. Lin Zile smiled happily, watching the flames emanating from his hands. Suddenly, a fireball flew in from nowhere, almost hitting him directly in the face. Lin Zile quickly leaned his head back, dodging the fireball, creating a terrifying explosion where the fire impacted. Lin Zile wiped his face, sweating. "Alright, let's practice." By nightfall, smoke billowed thickly around them. Lin Zile panted, his face covered in small and large wounds. Large flames still blazed in his hands. His eyes were unusually serious. As Lin Zile continued to condense fire in his palms, a system notification suddenly appeared. Congratulations to player Yaxi for successfully comprehending the fireball skill by passing the Azure Emperor job trait. Lin Zile smiled and clicked on the skill description on the system panel. It's a success. The system displayed detailed information. Fireball, a mage-type skill, consumes a certain amount of spirit power to condense into a fireball. After the fireball is launched, it will explode upon reaching the designated target. The power of the explosion will be equal to 170% of the spirit power consumed. Because the nature of spirit power consumption is different from the nature of using physical attacks, the damage of mage-type skills receives a very high spirit power buff. Lin Zile retracted the fire in his hand and watched the system panel slowly disappear. He said with satisfaction, "The scroll for changing skills was worth it." Lin Zile slowly stood up. However, there are so many scrolls in the Shanghai store, so the stores in other cities are probably similar. I'll go check them out first and buy some preparations for when they're needed. Lin Zile said to the person behind him, "Dayong, go find some chicken legs." The person behind him responded with a sound of agreement. Lin Zile walked outside, looking at the sky thoughtfully. The Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament has ended. The other cities are probably starting soon too. I can't guarantee that there won't be any talented newcomers elsewhere. This time I can also go and scout their forces beforehand. In another location, surrounded by many passers-by, this is the capital city. Logically speaking, the person presiding over the meeting should be the one sitting at the head of the table who spoke up. The attraction of being in the top 3 isn't enough. I want you guys to take first place, create a reputation for our Lei family, so that players who haven't joined the organization can see the strength of our Lei family. Shi Jingshan stood up upon hearing this. If it's top 2, I can still try, but top 1 has that Zhang Yuanzhong. I, Li Lixuan, with a serious face, propped my chin. Who said we have to fight to the death? Shi Jingshan quickly waved his hand. Family head, Zhang Yuanzhong, has the military behind him. We, Li Lixuan, interrupted. Don't worry, let me explain. The 3 major families have joined forces. If the other party knows what's good for them, they won't turn against us. You guys just focus on your work, Li Lixuan said loudly with a determined expression. Bring back first place, by any means necessary. Everyone answered in unison. Yes, we'll risk our lives to complete this mission. Lixuan ordered. All right everyone, get out! Hearing this, everyone left one by one. Li Lixuan suddenly called out, "Shi Jingshan!" Shi Jingshan turned back in surprise. Family head. Li Lixuan sat on the chair, looking imposing. Go and investigate why Rongzhan hasn't made it onto the rankings yet, and get some more good equipment and props. As for that Zhang Yuanzhong, deal with him as soon as possible. That's all, you can leave now. Li Lixuan respectfully cupped his hands. Yes, family head. Shi Jingshan walked out before Li Lixuan's gaze. Once everything was settled, Li Lixuan sat in the room, his expression turning grim. I have a feeling something's not right, he thought to himself as he walked. Hao Wen is gone. The Lin family has been in chaos once. There absolutely can't be a second time. I must take this opportunity to push the Li family to the top. Also, find Hao Bo. After a while, he pushed open the door to a room and stepped inside. Li Lixuan held a porcelain vase and moved it. A secret territory behind the iron cabinet slowly opened. Li Lixuan entered, and the door immediately closed automatically with a soft thud. On the other side, Lin Zile was still diligently practicing with 2 fireballs in his hands. This place is the outer suburbs of Shanghai, the city border. Lin Zile was burning zombies with fire. A zombie lunged forward, and a system notification appeared at the same time. Congratulations to player Yaxi for obtaining 12 experience points, 14 gold coins. Lin Zile used the 9-lie/slash technique to kill the zombie that ambushed him. The system panel appeared again. Congratulations to player Yaxi for successfully killing a level 2 zombie, obtaining 11 experience points, 13 gold coins. A series of notifications appeared before his eyes. Congratulations to player Yaxi for leveling up to level 21. All attributes increased by 3 and received 5 free attribute points. Lin Zile pressed the button to increase his spirit points. On the system panel, player Yaxi is 3,633 experience points away from the next level up. After finishing, he walked leisurely. Day NGU. Let's go. The person behind him replied, "Let's go." After a while, a sign appeared on the road. 500 meters ahead, city border. Lin Zile arrived here. Looking at the scarlet sky, zombies were gathering here in large numbers. The system popped up an explanation. The city center has been completely sealed off by a barrier. Players are advised to wait until the city unseals before going to another city. Zile then received an item, a key. As soon as Zile picked up the key, a small spatial portal appeared, asking, "Does player Zile want to consume the boundary-breaking key to open the city shield and enter Jingdu?" He immediately replied, "Yes." Then, Zile inserted the key into it, and the portal immediately became larger. On the other side, the portal led to a black space. Zile frowned in suspicion. Shouldn't the black behind the shield be the street? Could it be there's a checkpoint here too? Immediately after, Zile ordered, "De Young, follow." De Young, in the back, responded with a shout, "Go!" The moment they stepped inside, the gate slowly shrunk until it was completely sealed shut like before. Zile and Da Young, just like that, entered the undefined space. At the end of the path, he saw a small, cube-shaped room. After entering the room, Zile assessed his surroundings. There's nothing in this room. The system then popped up a notification, leaving Zile utterly confused. Player Zile, Da Young, you have violated game rules. During this phase, you are not permitted to travel between cities. After 10 seconds, the two players will be forcibly teleported back to 198. Zile hurriedly explained, "Wait a minute. Da Young and I have already submitted a request to return to the Jingdu district." He frowned, calculating in his head. After the Shanghai Individual Combat Power Tournament ends, the next tournament should be in Jingdu. Directly teleporting to Jingdu and catching up with the Individual Combat Power Tournament will save a lot of trouble. Zile clenched his fist, nervously watching the system panel. Notification. The two players. Request has been approved. Now teleporting the two players to the edge of Jingdu City. Only then did Zile breathe a sigh of relief. Zile and De Young continued towards the end of the room. A moment later, Zile was suddenly speechless. Both he and Da Young were teleported right into the middle of 7 zombies. Zile immediately drew his sword and slashed one to death, and Da Young also raised his axe and smashed one to death. They cooperated flawlessly, eliminating the zombies that appeared to attack them. After a while, Zile and Da Young were drinking energy potions, tiredly sitting on a pile of zombie corpses. The system then announced, "Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing a level 11 zombie, gaining 11 experience points and 13 gold coins." Zile wiped the sweat from his brow, hearing the system continue. "Congratulations to player Zile for leveling up to level 22. All attributes increased by 3, and 5 free attribute points have been awarded. Player Zile needs 3,845 more experience points for the next level up." Suddenly, Zile sensed that something was wrong. He immediately turned around and ran, not forgetting to shout, "Da Young, run!" Zile and Da Young hurriedly fled. They kept running from the pursuit of the zombie horde behind them. Immediately after, Zile quickly jumped down a manhole. Da Young also went down and didn't forget to close the manhole cover. Zile quickly landed on the ground below. He didn't realize that he startled Da Young, causing him to hit his head on the manhole cover, causing him to fall to the ground unconscious before Zile's eyes. Zile lowered his head, helplessly looking at Da Young, who had fainted with a bump on his head. Just right for him to rest for a bit before we set off. After that, Zile helped Da Young sit with his back against the wall and opened the system panel to check. Being able to teleport players into a crowd of zombies is clearly meant to intimidate me and Da Young. It seems this trip to Jingdu will be fraught with difficulties. Zile smiled, looking at the system panel displaying Zile's basic attributes. Strength 96, Spirit 96, Constitution 86, Agility 86. It seems I have a bit more confidence in myself now. Immediately after, he tapped on his inventory. Inside, each item was displayed along with an accompanying illustration. Dire Wolf Bracers, silver-grade equipment. Bracers made from 4 cursed dire wolf fangs. Attributes: Strength +2, Constitution +2. Skill: Curse Power. After activating the skill, for 1 minute, each of your attacks has a 10% chance to unleash cursed power, randomly inflicting negative effects such as fear, dread, and nausea on the opponent. Countdown: 24 hours. Not bad stats, I'll take them. Bloodlust Ring, Blood Draining Ring, bronze grade equipment. Blood is the source to ensure its normal operation. Attributes: None. Passive skill: Bloodsucking. After each kill, Strength +1, increases 5 attribute points, lasts for 10 minutes, can stack up to 5 layers of attributes. Can be considered maxed out, though the conditions are a bit harsh. It might not be for me. Spike Gauntlet, bronze grade equipment. Can quickly make the opponent pay the price. Attributes. Strength +2. Skill. Sudden spike launch. Launches spikes to attack the enemy. Spike damage is 150% of strength attribute. Countdown. 12 hours. Seems not bad for now, I'll use it first. With that, Zile picked up a ring and stared intently as the system panel displayed information again. Small space ring, bronze-grade equipment. A ring containing a miniature storage space. Attributes. Strength +1. Storage space. 0.5 cubic meters. It wasn't easy. But Dayug finally has his own storage space. Zile looked at Dayug, who was still unconscious, and smiled. Though the space is a bit small, it's enough for Dayug to have some material cards and food. They sat silently next to each other, leaning against the wall under the drain for a long while. After a while, they left the drain and strolled down the main road. Suddenly someone called out loudly, attracting Zile's attention. Dayug! Senior? May I ask if the one ahead is Senior Dayug? A person with blonde hair walked over, uncertainly asking, Is it really Senior Dayug? Zile replied, Yes, what's up? The person immediately started asking, Senior, are you also going to the Jingdu Sports Center to participate in the individual combat power tournament? Zile smiled, not denying it. That's right. In his heart he thought, went to the ends of the earth searching, only to find it with no effort. Zile immediately understood and said, Then let's go together? The person was overjoyed. Is it okay? But Senior Dayug, Zile put his arm around Dayug's shoulder and said, Dayug can't speak. If he doesn't object, it means he agrees. Zile glanced at Dayug and said, At that time, we were asleep and didn't hear the system announcement. Right when looking for people, you can understand more about the personal combat power tournament. Immediately, the blonde person waved to Zile for him to come over. That person turned his head and quickly looked around, then approached Zile and whispered, I heard that this individual combat power tournament is a battle to determine the layout of Jingdu. Zile asked in surprise. Huh? What does that mean? Who said that? The person just shrugged. My younger brother. He's a security guard at An family, one of the 3 great families. Yesterday when he came back to pick up my sister, he told me, and told us to do our best. Zile frowned, thinking, rankings can determine the right to speak. Could it be that right now the government, the 3 great families, or other organized forces have reached a peaceful expression? He remembered listening to someone speak in Jingdu in his previous life. In the past, Jingdu was the earliest city to be pacified in Long Country. Remembering the areas outside Jingdu, where people were being attacked by zombies in other cities, while players were still struggling between life and death, the players in Jingdu had already started thinking about how to hunt and kill zombies. Zile thought of the cooperative relationship between the 3 great families, the military, and the government, and that this ranking method determining the right to speak was the negotiating condition of the 3 great families, plus other organizations uniting with the government and the military. Zile was now crossing his arms, deep in thought, calculating the time ahead. It seems the situation in Jingdu is temporarily the same as in the previous life. If that's the case, then there are many mysteries to solve. Seeing Zile still lost in thought, the person felt puzzled. How could a security guard know such confidential information? There must be something strange in between. His words can't be completely trusted. He then said to that person, Okay, this news of yours is very good for me. I have to repay you. Zile immediately pulled out a card. You know material cards? I'll give you 90 gold coins per card. As many as you want, how's that? The person was immediately overjoyed. Really, Senior? Really? He confidently replied, Really? That person happily took out his storage bag. Oh my god! Who doesn't know that material cards in the store are 100 gold coins each now? Senior giving 90 is completely philanthropy. That person poured out all the money from their pocket. Big boss, I believe in you. I happen to have 270 gold coins. Can I get 3 cards? Ziluo immediately replied, Right away. Immediately following was a scene of one person handing over cards and another handing over money. Just as Ziluo turned his head, he suddenly saw 2 rows of people waiting there, their eyes shining as they looked in this direction, leaving him speechless. A girl stood up and asked, Big boss, I also want to buy some supply cards. Can you sell me a few? Ziluo immediately pretended to be troubled, pointing behind him. But this little brother answered my question, so I gave him this benefit. If it were, hearing this, everyone there looked dejected. So turns out we're not worthy. Seeing this, Ziluo gritted his teeth and made a decision. He pointed at the person and said loudly, How about this? As long as this little brother agrees, I can offer 95 gold coins per supply card to sell to everyone. You can avoid spending half a day going to Jingdu store to buy them immediately. All eyes turned to the person, causing him to stutter in confusion. I agree. Immediately afterwards, A basket full of supply cards appeared before their eyes. Zile squatted nearby and laid out the terms. For the next hour, I will sell supply cards at the prevailing currency rate, with no limit on the quantity. Immediately, everyone lined up to wait to buy. Looking at the scene before him, the person couldn't help but admire. I didn't expect that the big boss I met by chance is such a good person. He's using the supply cards to help me gather other players in Jingdu. I won't have to fight alone anymore. But in reality, Zile was calculating. In Shanghai, because I didn't have enough gold coins, I missed out on the Shanghai Tournament Honor Badge. This time, I must get the Jingdu Tournament Honor Badge. A moment later, Zile and Da Jiyu were once again strolling down the street. Xiao Shu, holding the supply cards, reported, "Boss, that person selling supply cards seems to be in trouble." Looking at their backs, another person asked, "Trouble? He has someone from the top 5 on the Longuo rankings next to him. Who would want to cause him trouble?" Xiao Shu also looked in their direction and said, "Bao Zi already sent people to find those two. The 3 of them combined can at least gather 20 or 30 super experts who have already changed classes." Immediately afterwards, Xiao Shu happily turned her head to talk to the person in the hood. "Even if Dai Jiyu is stronger, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Let's make a move, too. Maybe we can make a bargain." But just as she finished speaking, a knife appeared. The hooded person stabbed the knife into Xiao Shu's body just like that. "Xiao Shu, you really disappointed me." Xiao Shu fell to the ground just like that, the pool of blood beside her reflecting the image of him wiping the bloody knife. "I really want to see how many fools are following Bao Zi onto the pirate ship this time." He smiled as he saw the knife was completely polished. "But I'm also very curious." From the knife reflecting Zile smiling and talking, "You can make Dadaki Yu willingly follow you. Just what kind of holy being are you?" From afar a person suddenly appeared, chasing after the 2 of them, running and calling out, catching Ziluo's attention. Big boss, wait up." As soon as he arrived, he asked, "Big boss, are you planning to go to the city center at night?" Ziluo crossed his arms and looked at him, asking, "What's wrong?" The person vigilantly turned his head to look back. Although the zombies on this road have been taken care of, there are still quite a few zombies. Immediately afterwards, the person tugged at the corner of Ziluo's clothes, urging, "That I know a place to stay in the outer city. Big boss, you guys come with me." Suddenly, a group of people appeared behind them. Ziluo glanced over indifferently. What's coming can't be avoided. The person looked at Dai Jiyu, who was on guard in confusion, while Ziluo stretched out comfortably. "Come out if you want to make a move. Hurry up, don't delay my trip." Immediately, a group of people came in front of them, surprising the person. While Ziluo calmly counted with his fingers, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then he looked at the 2 people, a bald guy and a person wearing glasses. 32 players who have changed classes. That's quite the force. The bald guy angrily asked, "So you think having Big Idiot as a bodyguard means you can just start a business here? Did you forget something?" The guy with glasses added, "Being able to get so many material cards, I know you must have a considerable force behind you, but this is our territory. Starting a business without a word is too much." Ziluo picked his ear and asked back, "So?" The bald guy, relying on their numbers, started negotiating. "How about this? We won't make things difficult for you. Leave half of the gold coins you earned today, and split the remaining material cards in half for my brothers. Then, I'll pretend nothing happened." The group immediately excitedly raised their weapons and gave wicked smiles. "Don't even think about resisting. We're doing this for your own good. Big Idiot can't protect you alone." "That's right, boss. Letting you leave alive is already our boss being generous. Quickly hand over all the gold coins, kid. Or you might just lose your life if you're not careful." Ziluo took out a knife from his space. Nothing ever happened. Holding the knife in his hand, he calmly stated, "But you guys have delayed my departure time." The system panel popped up, introducing the product. Rusted dagger, bronze loot equipment. The dagger has been worn down from long-term use. The blade is rough. The blade is full of rust. The pain sensation caused by this dagger will be increased by 200%. If the part injured by this dagger is left untreated, it will gradually rot. Then Ziluo transmitted a thought to Big Idiot, causing Big Idiot to completely enrage. Then he grabbed his axe and charged towards the group, letting out a long roar. Instantly, one of them took a direct hit to the face from the axe. Seeing his underling fall to the ground, the guy with glasses quickly grabbed onto the angry bald guy. "Damn it! Doesn't know what's good for him." He angrily shouted, "Don't kill him, cripple him. I want to make him understand what torture is." His underlings received the order and charged forward. "Yes, boss!" Big Idiot held his axe, blocking the front, while Ziluo leisurely stood behind. HMPH, although you guys are all top 10 players who have changed jobs, you still have a chance of survival against zombies. Firmly gripping the knife, he smiled. Too bad you met me today. Without hesitation, Ziluo swung his hand and slashed to kill. One person summoned a series of weapons from the sky, aiming to attack him. A water ball quickly condensed in Ziluo's hand. He waved his hand, easily collecting all of the enemy's weapons. Then he let the weapon-filled ball float above the group's heads. Seeing this, Ziluo clenched his fist. Instantly, the water ball above the group's heads exploded, splashing water all over them. Yi Young couldn't believe his eyes. This. Ziluo stood opposite them, arrogantly crossing his arms and asking, "Still want to continue?" The bald guy, completely enraged, ordered, "Damn it, we've already lost so much face and you're still lingering. Get him for me." His underlings immediately received the order. "Yes, boss." The group continued to step forward to confront Ziluo's group. Ziluo then condensed his power, enveloping the knife, and then he turned and launched the knife. Wherever the knife went, it swept away those who were blocking its path. Ziluo indifferently glanced at everything. On the other side, the two were in shock as they watched their underlings fall one by one. The guy with glasses, pale-faced, shouted, "One knife! Just one knife! Too strong! Too strong! How is this possible?" Immediately, the guy with glasses hurriedly turned and ran away. The bald guy turned his head to look, and also became panicked, because he too had been hit by the knife. The knife spun in the air and returned to Ziluo, causing the bald guy to become even more frightened. Ziluo gripped the knife handle, a terrifying smile blooming on his face, and asked, "Why the scared look? Keep going." Immediately, the lackeys hugged his legs, crying out in fear, "We were wrong! We were wrong! Sir, please have mercy on us! Yes! Forgive us! We were blind, big shot! I have old people above me and young ones below. Please spare us." At this, Ziluo smiled and slung goo over his shoulder. "Forgiving you guys isn't a problem." The group asked in delighted disbelief, "Really? You're not lying to us, right?" Ziluo turned his head, raising an eyebrow. "Of course. Everyone knows Lin Zile. I never lie to people. I once swore, if I, Lin Zile, ever lie, my whole family will die a horrible death." Then he laid out his condition. "However, shouldn't you guys pay a price to redeem your lives?" After that, Ziluo stood akimbo, watching the group hastily kneel on the ground, taking out all their possessions. In the system, he asked the buzz-cut guy who was trying to sneak away without turning his head, "You want to die?" The buzz-cut guy immediately knelt down, trembling, and said, "What do you want? Anything I have, I'll give you." Ziluo turned around and said, "Hand over everything you have." A moment later, Ziluo received all the items. In the system, the group behind them supported each other as they fled. Then, he stepped forward with a grim expression and ordered, "Danisu, leave no one alive." The buzz-cut guy turned his head and saw an axe swinging towards him. Daniu raised the axe and continuously slammed it down, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Screams and curses echoed. "Ah! Your whole family will never die in peace." A moment later, the entire street was filled with corpses, lying in pools of blood. The family members of the victims appeared one after another, some clasping their hands in prayer, others hugging their heads and wailing, "Father! Although I cannot avenge you, a benefactor has killed all these heartless bastards. May your soul rest in peace. Zhao Hui, I am useless. It's all my fault that you were. The jackals robbed my supplies, causing my son to starve to death. You deserve it. You deserve it." From above, a hooded figure witnessed everything. He speculated, "It seems that the capital's layout is about to change." Immediately after, he took out a gun and raised his hand to fire a signal into the sky. A glowing orb appeared, blinding Ziluo on this side. He and Daniu glanced at each other and smiled, saying, "HMPH, seems like we've disturbed someone we shouldn't have." In the Kyoto Safe Zone, the most concentrated area for players to trade in the server, everyone conducts transactions here. Please cooperate with the inspection. The people passing by all turned their heads to look. Ziluo crossed his arms, a smirk playing on his lips. Worthy of being the capital of Long Country, they've already built a safe zone. He leaned against the wall, watching the bustling crowds. "I remember that entering the safe zone requires real identity verification. Then Daniu and I will be exposed. We haven't figured out the Lin family's power and scale yet. Can't reveal ourselves just yet." Ziluo and Daniu turned and left the safe zone, building it so hastily. As long as we find a way to sneak in, other problems will naturally be easily solved. An hour later, in an area displaying the words, "Caution, do not enter," a cunning look appeared on Ziluo's face. He licked his lips and took out his tools. Here. A few strokes with the tweezers, and the lock has become loose. Zilang and Dagang put on their masks. He reached out and manipulated the system. The two of them tiptoed, sneaking each step like thieves. They tried to stick close to the edge of the wall, slowly closing the door. He lowered his voice. "Dagang, listen to me. Quietly go find the map of Jingdu." Zile was also sweating. When Dagang left and returned as quickly as the wind, the map appeared in front of him. He looked at the map, contemplating. The Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament is held in the Jingdu Sports Palace, so let's go to the Sports Palace first. The two of them quickly walked back to the main street. They saw a group of people happily chatting. Who do you guys think will be the #1 in this Individual Combat Power Tournament in Jingdu? Is there even a question? It's definitely our Jingdu's pride, Zhang Yuanzhang. General Zhang has just been awarded the rank of general. Zile clenched his fist when he heard them continue. But I heard that General Zhang's health hasn't been very good lately. It's still uncertain. He recalled. Zhang Yuanzhang's health had problems. No wonder. In the previous life's Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament, Zhang Yuanzhang, who was #1 on the ranking list, only managed to get 3rd place in the end. The group of colorful-haired people in front were still happily gossiping. Nonsense. I told you, that's just a rumor. I guess this is a rumor deliberately spread by the gambling houses? Maybe. So, did you bet? Who did you bet on to win? The moss green-haired guy grinned. Of course I bet. I bet General Zhang will be #1. It costs 500 meters gold coins, the blue-haired friend shouted. Oh my god! Kid, you're really rich! At this time, Zile stepped forward to inquire, excuse me, where is this gambling house located? Who is the owner? The group of people turned around to look at him in surprise. Huh? Young man, do you also want to bet? The moss green-haired friend pointed. It's inside the red building in front. This gambling house is opened by the 3 great families, of course. Maybe it's not just the 3 great families. It's also considered a relatively official channel. After getting the information, Zile turned around and waved his hand. Thank you! Quick as lightning! He and De Gang rushed like the wind, leaving the group of people far behind. In front of them was a tall building with slightly ancient architecture. Zile rubbed his chin and decided, there are still 3 hours until the Individual Combat Power Tournament. Let's place a bet. When Zile and De Gang entered, they saw a crowded group of people standing in front of a gate with the words, Individual Combat Power Tournament Prediction Point. De Gang moved upwards like a machine. He bumped into quite a few people. The woman behind him, who he bumped into, showed a look of displeasure. Hey, but De Gang just left. Go away. The people from the gambling house saw the two of them and took the initiative to talk. Hello? May I ask how you would like to buy a betting ticket? Zile smiled. What are the odds for General Zhang Yuanzhang? The person looked at the odds statistics table. Buying Zhang Yuanzhang to be #1 is 1/12. After hearing this, he sneered. Ha! Taking advantage of other people's trust in Zhang Yuanzhang to expand the odds. The person in control behind this will make a big profit this time. The betting recorder asked back. How would you like to buy? He held up 3 fingers. Zile's face was full of confidence. I want to buy Zhang Yuanzhang to be 3rd. He took out his money bag, but it seemed the betting recorder couldn't believe it. He had to ask again. You want to buy Zhang Yuanzhang to be 3rd? General Zhang Yuanzhang? Zile poured out a pile of glittering gold coins in front of the astonished eyes of others. That's right, 20,000 gold coins, buy it all. Buy Zhang Yuanzhang to be 3rd. The gamblers behind looked at each other suspiciously. 20,000 gold coins? Is he here to cause trouble? Spend 20,000 gold coins to buy General Zhang to be 3rd? If he wins, according to the odds, he can get around 60,000 gold coins. De Gang also took out his money bag. He ignored the whispers of the people behind him. General Zhang is so powerful he will definitely not win. It's simply throwing money away. Dayong placed the gold coins directly on the table. He was being controlled by Lin Zile's consciousness. I also spent 20,000 credits to buy a 3rd-rate player, Zhang Yuanzhang. Even the registrar was sweating cold at these 2 spendthrift sons of BTHS. He stammered. You two, are you sure? A total of 40,000 gold coins. Ziluo lost patience. Stop dawdling. I'm definitely buying. He pouted. Hurry up a bit. The individual combat tournament is about to start. Dayong leaned in menacingly. The registrar paled. Right away. He handed 2 lottery tickets to Ziluo. The arena was still empty, without a single contestant. As he stepped in, the system displayed. Player Zinluo enters the individual combat tournament hall, capital city, consuming 10 gold coins. A look of obvious triumph spread across his face. Ziluo merged into the crowd, watching everyone lining up at the audience entrance. Ziluo immediately turned around, heading towards the contestants' entrance. The system scanned again, confirming that the player's level met the level 10 requirement, fulfilling the conditions to participate in the individual combat tournament. 10 players entered the combat preparation area, waiting for the tournament to begin. The 2 casually strolled in, surrounded by murmurs, making him very happy. Ziluo looked at someone and muttered, Zhang Yuanzhang. Another announcement appeared. Capital City time is 2 p.m. The individual combat tournament officially begins. The red announcement screen was enlarged for all spectators to watch. Everyone intently looked at the announcement. The preliminary round will select 32 players for the final round out of the 1546 players currently in the preparation room. Other announcements flashed continuously. There are a total of 32 arenas in front of you. Each player can choose to attack or defend. The process lasts for a maximum of 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the attacker fails. The attacking or defending player who fails will be pushed out of the match. This time, as time passes, the battles will be decided. If the defending player persistently defends on the arena for 1 hour, they are considered to have successfully defended. The arena will be permanently closed, and the successful player will advance to the final round. If no player on the arena satisfies the condition of successful defense, then after 4 hours, the last player remaining on the arena will receive the advancement spot. During the attack process, players are responsible for their own lives. If a player wants to concede, press the concede button on the control panel or say the 3 words, "I give up," and will be successfully teleported out of the arena. All arenas are made of special materials. Please players rest assured and fight freely. Now please contestants enter the competition area. Zile again looked extremely arrogant. One hand in his pocket he pondered. Isn't this a free-for-all method? The other contestants, upon hearing the command, shouted and rushed forward, their shouts full of momentum, stirring up the entire arena. But Zile and Dayong still strolled leisurely. Please players Zile enter the preliminary area. Contestants who do not enter the preliminary area within 5 minutes will be considered eliminated. He and Dayong looked at each other. The audience exclaimed as they looked at the arena, a pale blue shield appearing around it. The contestant still held a competition time card, which could be used via the control panel to win a spot in each arena. Zile, along with Dayug, sat in the seats, legs crossed like a mogul watching a play. During that time, a state of peace would be maintained between players who had not yet entered the arena. They could not launch attacks on anyone. Any attempt to attack would result in being teleported to the audience area, forfeiting the right to compete. Looking at how huge Dayug was, he was sitting with his hands on his knees like a child, and he looked back and forth like a rebellious kid. Now the competition officially begins. Please select the arena you want to attack. He smiled smugly, looking at the system panel, randomly selecting. Ding! When fighting in the arena, the button will turn red, and the remaining time will return to white. Zile looked up at the arena, a little surprised. So fast? In the arena, there was someone carrying a very long great sword on his shoulder. Looking at him, Zhang Yuanzhang, it was like night and day. As expected, you get to choose the first arena. It's him. Zhang Yuanzhang looked down. Those people are just ants in his eyes. He's the first one to enter the arena. Who dares to challenge him? Remember, challenging him means instant death. It's Zhang Yuanzhang. Looks like there won't be any good show to watch today. Female players are unbeatable when it comes to being fascinated by handsome guys. Their eyes have all turned into hearts. You must be Shi Jingshan, Mr. Shi, right? Can you teach me a couple of moves today? Zile glanced at Shi Jingshan, the berserker war god, one of the 3 great war gods of the Lian family in his past life. He pursed his lips. I didn't expect to meet him here. The trip wasn't a waste. At this time, someone went up to the arena. Oh my god, so many big shots have come. He rushed up with a mindset. Just showing my face is enough. If I can't get through the preliminaries anyway, I'll go first. The people below were cheering and encouraging. Fight! Fight! Why are there only 2 people? It's not enough to watch. General Zhang, go for it. Kill him. Go up. Go up. Did so many people just now go home to hug their mothers? HMPH. Trash. Just then, Zhang Yuanzhang swung his blade, and the other person immediately gasped. To be able to exchange blows with General Zhang, I lose with utter conviction. The people below erupted in another round of cheers. General Zhang is amazing. General Zhang is amazing. Seeing this, the other contestants also chose their opponents. At this moment, people in mysterious black outfits appeared in the arena. Ziluo's face showed discomfort. The Li family's death squad. Ziluo clutched at his pounding heart. At arena number 18, 2 contestants were facing each other, one side being the Special Ops Mountain Leopard and the other being Li Xixiliu. The 4 death squads that the Lin family cultivated were also the most central power of the Lin family. Because he ranked 76th in the death squad rankings, and 4 is a repeating number in the numbering order, so he was named Li Xixiliu. The 4 of them were still casually watching the match. Li Xixiliu's equipment was obviously much better than Mountain Leopard's. Judging by the looks of it, he must have found quite a few people to gather equipment before entering the arena. He came prepared. As soon as the words were spoken, Mountain Leopard punched Li Xixiliu, and he immediately retreated backward. Ziluo observed the match, having already put on his mask. Mountain Leopard will definitely fail, although he's a very orthodox fighter. Li Xixiliu is too ruthless. In the arena, Li Xixiliu's face was dark, and he wiped the blood off his back. He had secretly hidden a knife. His face revealed cunning. The punch grazed the Special Ops member as he was caught off guard, and he stabbed him with a knife. The Special Ops member wasn't a pushover either, immediately kicking Li Shishiliu, sending him staggering backward. Li Shishiliu resumed his attack, but at that moment, the Special Ops member teleported behind him, one hand covering his wound, the other delivering a punch. But to his surprise, a gash appeared on his neck, and fresh blood splattered everywhere. Shishiliu turned around and slashed his neck with the knife. He kicked the Special Ops member straight off the arena. The others immediately turned pale, protesting and objecting. The Li family doesn't treat people like human beings. Agree. This is clearly the Li family not putting the government and the military in their eyes, daring to kill someone at the individual combat strength tournament organized by the government. If we don't resist today, we'll be the ones getting killed later. Everyone angrily shouted, Li family, get off the stage! Li family, get off the stage! Protest! Protest! The government officials observing the match from above. Chief Zhu's face darkened. What does the Li family want to do? He Mu frowned. Chief, are they planning to completely tear off the facade? Chief Zhu angrily said. I've already given them enough face, and all I hear from those old geezers is to maintain the overall situation. What overall situation are they maintaining like this? Once the tournament ends today, immediately start executing the plan targeting the 3 major families. Himut bowed. Yes, Chief. Receiving the order, he immediately left. In the meeting room, a chair was thrown, and An Jiming angrily yelled, Do you even know what you're doing? You've crossed their line. Li Lixuan listened, and still smiled calmly. Ha! He raised his glass. So what if I did? Did you guys think you could still hide it? Or could you escape? Facing the fury, the opponent Shishiliu calmly said, My apologies. I accidentally killed your teammate just now. It was my fault. I forfeited. The other side was silent, filled with killing intent towards him. He was Chen Shuo, the leader of the Mountain Leopard Squad. Chu Jing behind him hurriedly advised team leader Chen, Don't rush. He put his hand forward, his face firm. I'll be your opponent. Xiao Lei and Da Gang were excited. Before Zile's challenge, Chu Jing leaned back in his chair and said, No way, I'm killing this one. You can wait. He turned to look at Da Gang, thinking, Besides roasted chicken and pig trotters, only the allure of the hammer can make Da Gang's IQ spike for a moment. He reassured Da Gang, Don't worry, that hammer will definitely be yours. He looked down at match number 18 on the scoreboard. Waiting for them to finish was his time to get on stage. Above the arena, everyone cheered excitedly. Team leader Chen of the Mountain Leopard Squad, I've heard of him. The other side is Shi Jingshan of the Li family, also a strong man. Sigh. Chen Shuo is definitely going to lose this time. He's simply not in the same league as Shi Jingshan. Right now, everyone on the platform is constantly cheering. Fight! Just fight! Hurry up and fight! How can that guy be such a coward? Looking up at the stands and seeing everyone shouting, he feels helpless. Sure enough, the audience can be attracted to new things very quickly. Their battle mania is too severe. The distance between the two facing each other, with different equipment as well. Chen Shuo gritted his teeth. Then he mustered all his strength to rush towards Xinjing, only to see Xinjing's eyes sharpen, lifting the hammer in his hand, still shining. Boom! It struck. He slammed the hammer down, creating a large ring of fire that sent Chen Shuo flying far away. The immense power was so great that he didn't have time to react, only to see Xinjing speak dismissively. Too weak. He lifted his foot off the ground, raising the hammer high with a cold face. Purple smoke emanated from Xinjing's mouth, accompanied by a system notification. War Demon Body. Epic tier talent. Once you enter a battle-ready state, you will become bloodthirsty and brutal. The greater your emotional fluctuations, the greater the increase in attributes. Prolonged fighting will gradually cause you to lose your reason. He immediately slammed the hammer down where he was standing. When he lifted the hammer, he was nowhere to be seen. He stood there dumbfounded. While Shi Jing wasn't paying attention, Chen Shuo stealthily somersaulted in the air behind him and stabbed his sword into his back. But Shi Jing was completely unscathed. He was shocked, not believing his eyes. No damage at all. Shi Jing's eyes turned red again in a flash, and he smashed the hammer into his face. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. All around was fresh blood. He was sent flying and collapsed on the ground. He trembled, trying to crawl up. Shi Jing had no intention of letting him off easily, raising his hammer to attack, when suddenly a voice shouted, Enough! Yuan Zhong, his face pale, yelled, Chen Shuo! I order you to surrender. Chen Shuo lay on the arena weakly, saying, I surrender. He was immediately teleported out of the arena. Only Jing Shan remains on the arena. He then threw Chen Shuo's weapon down below, and arrogantly asked, Are there any other good-for-nothings who aren't afraid of death, who want to come up here and avenge Chief Chen and that stupid leopard of yours? Ziluo on this side immediately pressed the screen, Arena number 18. He was instantly teleported to appear in front of Jingshan. The other players were utterly bewildered by this scene. Why would he dare to challenge Shi Jingshan, asking for death? He wanted to show off on the arena, but he chose the wrong person. He's overestimating himself. The audience was also buzzing. It's him! He's the one who bet 20,000 gold coins before the competition. Not only that, but his bodyguard also bet 20,000 gold coins. Oh my god, 40,000 gold coins. What kind of person can have so much money? Isn't the main point why he wants to challenge Shi Jingshan? If he gets killed, he'll lose everything. Meanwhile, Ziluo retrieved his weapon from his spatial storage. Jingshan was still incredibly arrogant. Looks like I have to break every single bone in your body before you stop pretending here. Behind his mask, Ziluo felt extremely uncomfortable. Immediately after, Jingshan was shocked to realize that a demonic aura was emanating from Ziluo's back. Jingshan's face turned pale with fear, and he subconsciously stepped back. Then Jingshan quickly regained his composure. I can't back down any further. If I do, I'll likely lose my will to fight, and I'll lose. He gritted his teeth, deciding to risk it all. Jingshan immediately charged at Ziluo with his axe, roaring as he got closer. He raised his axe and shouted, "Ultimate skill! Blood-colored armor." The audience watched the match with bated breath. As a result, Ziluo easily blocked Jingshan's attack with his sword. He swung his hand, causing the axe to spin multiple times in the air before flying off behind him. Jingshan completely lost his cool, throwing a punch as he charged, practically courting death, but his body was instantly sliced into pieces. Ziluo, standing far away, casually swung his sword, not even bothering to watch Jingshan's body parts fall to the ground. Soon after, Jingshan collapsed on the arena, while Ziluo remained calm. The audience erupted in an uproar. This is impossible! Am I dreaming? Someone that strong just got killed! Just how strong do you have to be to create such a gap? This isn't just a crushing defeat, they're not even on the same level. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, confusing those nearby. Huh? That person suddenly stood up, pointing at the arena. Wow! Everyone, look! Ziluo then smiled, and slowly removed his mask. Quick! Look at his basic information. The system panel above Ziluo's head displayed his basic information. Nickname: Ziluo. Occupation: soldier. Title: unparalleled in the world. Level 22. He stood on the arena, confidently introducing himself. My name is Ziluo, Ziluo who always gets revenge. From the arena, Ziluo observed the other players. Winning against Shi Jingshan means someone will probably figure out it's me soon. I might as well take the initiative. Looks like it's working better than expected. He flashed a mysterious smile. Has the Li family prepared to welcome my revenge? From the stands, another person, B, was intently watching Ziluo. Chief Instructor Xi crossed his arms. More hope, huh? Always gets revenge. Sounds like we have a better chance against the three great families now. At this time, the other players were still discussing. Did you hear? News from the sports center says my idol wants to take on the Liva family. No kidding. I was just about to join the Liva family's recruitment, but now I can't go. I'm not leaving either. What's so great about the Li family anyway? My idol is way more important. In a corner, someone was overjoyed. Bless me, Ziluo. Please let me get 2 more pieces of equipment today. At this moment, in the Li family's residence, someone angrily vented their frustration on a recliner. Ji Ming angrily questioned Li Lixuan, while the head of the Yun family sat deep in thought. Li Lixuan, is this the pleasant surprise you were talking about? Quite a surprise indeed. While Ji Ming was still questioning, offending the authorities wasn't enough. You had to add Ziluo into the mix. Do you have to drag us down with you if you want to die? The Yun family head finally spoke up. Well done, Li Lixuan. We were just discussing how to bring Ziluo over to our side. The Yun family head glanced away. And you directly pushed him to the opposite side. Li Lixuan stammered. Aye. And then he tried to explain the situation. Hey, no need to rush. Ziluo is just an individual now. He can't make too many waves. Right now, we need to deal with the authorities. Li Lixuan frowned angrily, thinking, how would I know what that guy is going crazy about? He just got here and already wants revenge on the Li family? Could it be that Haobo made enemies outside? He tried to smooth things over. I've arranged enough manpower in the sports center to create chaos during the elimination rounds of the recently concluded tournament. We will immediately go back to reorganize our manpower. Rest assured that the authorities basically don't have the energy to deal with us at this stage. Just then, Ji Ming pulled out a chair and plopped down. I'll trust you one more time. You deal with Ziluo. The An family doesn't want to get involved. The Yin family head next to him also said, Li Laodi, we're also having a hard time. We've cut the benefits of the entire family to support you. So did the Yin family. Don't let us down. Li Lian Felixuan immediately replied. Of course. Back at the sports center, Ziluo was standing proudly on the arena with a hammer in hand. He looked at the hammer information displayed by the system. Thirst blood, demonic maw, silver grade equipment. A cursed alloy great hammer. Please be sure to use it carefully. Attributes. Strength +5. Constitution +3. Spirit -5. The longer it is held, the more chaotic the mental state will become, directly leading to complete loss of reason and a bloodthirsty nature. After killing an opponent, a layer of bloodstain marks can be added to the surface of the hammer. Each layer of bloodstain mark increases damage dealt by 2%. Up to 15 layers can be stacked. Bloodstain marks conduction. Skill cast using this hammer can increase the power by 20%. Ziluo thought with satisfaction. Very suitable for Daeji. Then, he read the information of a bracelet. Mana bracelet. Silver grade equipment. The hand can continuously replenish energy, replenish mental power in time, attribute spirit +3, and spirit stored. 21/100. Equipment classification. Mana system equipment. Ziluo instantly became happy. It's an extremely common but useful equipment. Immediately after, from the space, Ziluo took out a chair and sat in the middle of the arena under the observation of many people. Immediately after, Ziluo glanced at the fight in the arena next door. A person's system information immediately appeared. Basic information. Nickname: Li, warrior of the Li family. Profession: Beastmaster, can summon wild beasts to help in battle. Title: None for now. Level 16, second place in the Death God group. The Li family warrior, cultivated by the Li family from childhood, is also a powerhouse of the Li family in the Jingdu area, ranking after Shi Jingshan in strength. Good at close combat. Beastmaster profession summoning type. Can summon wild beasts to assist in battle. Will summon different wild beasts according to the player's mental power. Early stage profession, relatively weak if there is not enough mental power. Late stage profession can rely on high mental power to summon a large number of wild beasts to besiege. Ziluo observed the battle from afar. Li is the Li family's Tianji horse racing strategy, specializing in attacking military players with weaker strength than their own. Ziluo wondered, resting his chin in his hand. What exactly does the Li family want to do? While the people of the military were rushing over, Li immediately summoned a spirit beast. Just as the opponent was about to swing his sword to slash down, Li pulled out a sword from space. Immediately after, he managed to block the opponent's attack in time. Li was pushed back a distance by the opponent, but he still smiled slyly when he saw his spirit beast appear behind him to attack the military personnel. Li's spirit beast attacks the Quanfang's people. He immediately turned around and swung his sword, cutting the spirit beast away. Just waiting for that, Lin immediately cast a spell, creating streams of dark mist that attacked him. It instantly flew and covered the other man's face, blinding him. Jihe unleashed a burst of black mist, enveloping the head of the nearest opponent, depriving them of their sight for a short time. Skills can be learned by reading skill books. The officials' men just swung their swords wildly in the air. When the mist gradually disappeared, Lin had appeared behind the man at some point, gently slicing across his head. The man's entire body quickly fell to the ground. Li kicked the corpse away and lamented. Too bad, I could only kill one. Looking at the corpse lying in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death, Li complained. It's all because Ziluo killed that Shi Jingshan that we've fallen into such a passive position. Hearing this, the entire audience present was filled with outrage. Yuanzhong nearby also gritted his teeth in resentment. He slammed hard against the wall behind him, completely shattering it. Crap! Yuanzhong saw Dian appear on Li'er's stage. Heavens! This brother is brave, daring to challenge Lin another one seeking death. Looking at Dian in front of him, Li disdainfully asked, Ziluo, do you want to send your subordinate to kill me? Immediately afterwards, he summoned a large bear. Then I won't be polite in taking your subordinate's life. But Li didn't know. Dian was secretly staring at him with greedy eyes for the chicken drumsticks, while his body was being controlled by Lin Ziluo's consciousness. The bear didn't say a word, and directly rushed over, knocking Dian away. Li said to Ziluo, who was watching the show on another stage, Ziluo, this subordinate of yours. He gave a contemptuous smile, turned around, and raised his middle finger. So weak. Dian stood between the two animals, the bear and the wolf, trembling non-stop. Immediately, the wolf opened its mouth and lunged to attack him. Dian suddenly became frantic, waving his arms and legs. Just as the wolf was about to pounce on him, Dian slipped. Not wanting to fall, Dian did a somersault, accidentally kicking the wolf, sending it flying high into the sky. Dian on this side continued to somersault, then used the momentum to charge and attack the bear, startling it. Immediately afterwards, a part of the arena exploded before Lin eyes. His face paled, unable to believe his eyes. Was he hiding his strength just now? If it continues like this, I definitely won't be his opponent. Lier fearfully raised his hand and said, "I surrender." But before he could finish speaking, Dae Ngu rushed forward and kicked the opponent away. Lier then fell to the ground, his legs pointing towards the sky. The system panel then appeared. Surrender or not? No. Lier weakly reached out to press the button. Dae Ngu appeared and smashed his hand with a hammer, causing him to scream in pain. Dae Ngu then swung the hammer and blew Lier's head off. At this moment, a puff of smoke escaped from his body, along with the notification. Lin Zile ended the consciousness control. Dengu's mask also disappeared at this time, and he scratched his head with a goofy smile. Basic information. Nickname: Dae Ngu. Occupation: Overlord. Title: Zombie Butcher. Level 17. At this moment, the entire audience suddenly became lively. OMG, Dae Ngu ranked 5th on the Dragon Country leaderboard. As expected of Zile, the big boss, this little bro is also a super famous existence on the Dragon Country leaderboard. Woo wuuu. I also want to be Ziluo's little bro. I don't ask for much, just let me sit in the top 10 on the leaderboard. So it's Dae Ngu? Then it's alright. I was wondering how Liero was so strong that he could be easily suppressed. Ziluo nonchalantly swayed his legs, observing from the arena next door. He leaned back on the chair with satisfaction. Adding Rongzhan from last time, and Shi Jingshan today, the Li family has lost 2 future war gods. The only one left is Li Yi, who isn't in Jingdu. Ziluo yawned boredly. Now the Li family has also offended the military. Their future is bleak. At this moment, he continued to watch the battles in the other arenas. Some matches featured continuous back-and-forth exchanges. Some involved players unhesitatingly stabbing and injuring each other. And some had 2 girls trembling with weapons in hand on the arena. Ah! Don't come over here! After a while, the system announced again. The Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament preliminary stage is officially over. This preliminary round had 1546 participants, with a total of 32 advancing. Those advancing are Zhang Yuanzhong, Ziluo, Dae Ngu, Bai Tian, Bu Tong, Ji, Hei Xin. The advancing players, please proceed to the combat preparation area, retaining your current attribute information. The final will take place at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Welcome all spectators to watch. The other players became happy. Ah, it's over. Ziluo was still constantly checking the system information. He stroked his chin, calculating. 14 advancing players from the military, AG and the V family totaling 10, 6 others from unknown organizations. Recalling the Li family's rewards in the Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament in the previous life, their influence was also weaker. Trisk, the Li family is in even worse shape than I thought. Dae Ngu suddenly appeared from behind, drooling, and asked, Ziluo, he, where's my new hammer? From within his spatial storage, Ziluo retrieved the hammer he had collected. Seeing Dae Ngu reluctantly holding his old hammer, he immediately reached out to receive the new hammer. Dae Ngu happily hugged the hammer tightly. Gao, my new hammer! Leaving Ziluo speechless. After a while, Ziluo stood in front of a room. Players, please enter the small room ahead to preserve your information. He reached out and opened the door. As soon as he entered, Ziluo saw an information preservation orb. Then, he placed his hand on the orb. The system announced at this time, congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully preserving information. In the upcoming battle, the information saved this time will be used as the standard for participating in the final. Player Ziluo, you may now leave. But just as he turned to leave, another system notification popped up. Detected that the host has successfully entered the final of the Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament, specially issuing a mission. Jingdu first. Mission requirement. Win first place in the Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament. Mission reward. A random golden finger system lottery. A silver grade equipment. The mission has no time limit. Ziluo became a little interested, and turned around. Oh! Immediately after, the system continued. The golden finger system's mission distribution is based on the host's own strength to assess the mission difficulty and determine the rewards. The assessed difficulty for the host to win Jingdu first is as easy as flipping a palm, so the mission reward is quite low. Ziluo immediately smiled and tapped the screen. System, accept the mission. Then, he left the room, and someone was waiting. Yuanzhong immediately introduced himself. Hello, Ziluo. I am Jingdu first, Zhang. But Ziluo coldly interrupted. General Zhang, no need for introductions. I definitely understand you better than you imagine. If there's something, just say it directly. Yuanzhong hesitated a little. This matter. Today is mainly about 2 things. The first thing is, the apocalypse game has descended, And facing the current national crisis, we urgently need strong warriors like you to serve the country. As long as you agree, we are willing to pay. Ziluo turned around again, interrupting. General Zhang, you're becoming impatient. If it's a waste of time, then there's no need to say more. That's better for everyone, isn't it? Yuan Zhang, beads of sweat forming, finally revealed his purpose. Chief Zhang appreciates your special abilities and wants to meet you. Only then did Ziluo chuckle. Is that so? Quote, visibly easing the tension in Yuan Zhang. Immediately after, Yuan Zhang leaned in close to Ziluo, glancing around cautiously, and whispered, the thing is, our military wants to take on the 3 major families and wants to cooperate with you. Let's talk for a bit. Ziluo took the lead, guiding Yuan Zhang forward. They arrived in front of a room. Ziluo waited for the other players to leave. Once he saw that the door was completely closed, Ziluo turned to Yuan Zhang and asked, cooperation is possible, but what kind of cooperation? Yuan Zhang replied, the government has long wanted to make a move against the 3 major families, but before the apocalypse, their strength was immense, and they controlled many high-level leaders of various countries. Yuan Zhang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Once we move against them, I'm afraid it will lead to social chaos and the high-level officials of various countries. Ziluo frowned, growing impatient. I know all this already. Tell me what I don't know. Yuan Zhang immediately said. After the apocalypse, many leaders controlled by the 3 major families have turned into zombies, removing many obstacles. He quickly explained. But the current situation is unstable. The government's focus is on establishing the capital's safe zone and clearing out zombies. However, everything the Lin family did today has completely enraged the government. Ziluo interrupted. So, they decided to initiate the plan targeting the 3 major families? Wanting me to use my identity as Ziluo to help you recruit players to target the Li family? Yuan Zhang happily said. That's right. The government will also assist you. If the Li family wants to use force, the government also hopes you can step in to help us. For you, the benefit is that we can help you get revenge. Ziluo feigned contemplation. But... He immediately refused. No, you guys are too slow. Yuan Zhang was stunned. What? Ziluo, unfazed by his astonishment, put his hands on his hips and started negotiating. First, General Zhang, I have seen your sincerity. How about this? You go and ask your superiors. Tell them I can make it so they can wipe out the Lian family in a quarter of the time and minimize the losses. What kind of reward can you offer me? Yuan Zhang asked in confusion. A quarter? Ziluo turned to leave. Yes, General Zhang. I'll wait for your news. He suddenly turned his head, smiling. I only give those I trust a chance. To Yuan Zhang's shock, Ziluo called out to Daji Yu and left. Let's go, Daji Yu! Outside, a crowd of players were frantically running around. Ziluo walked outside and heard them running and shouting. The corner of the city wall in the southeastern area of the safe zone has collapsed. A large number of personnel are urgently needed to protect it. Many zombies are rushing here from the southeast. Everyone, go and stop the zombies from entering the safe zone. He watched 2 people in front of him running and chatting. Killing each zombie will be recorded. After killing them, you can get a 50 Phoenix coin commission for killing zombies. Ziluo frowned as he watched, not noticing someone running up from behind. Go if you can. This is a great opportunity to earn gold coins. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed someone in front of him. The person turned around, angrily saying, Why don't you go yourself? But as soon as he saw who had grabbed him, the person panicked. Lord Ziluo. The person hurriedly clasped his hands together, flustered. Lord Ziluo, although I am your fan, there are some things that are quite confidential, so... Before Ziluo could speak, someone else said, It's okay. Yuan Zhang appeared from behind, saying to him, I want to hear it too. Seeing him, the person was even more startled. General Zhang. He immediately stood at attention and saluted. Report. Reporting to General Zhang, the conference has just ended, and we were informed by the chief officer to intercept the head of the Li family. But we haven't found the head of the Li family yet. The door of the sports stadium has become very chaotic because of an argument. Ziluo asked. Anything else? The person quickly continued. It was difficult to suppress the chaos, and the people of the Li family had already left. We originally wanted to prepare to chase after them, but someone at the city wall reported to us that the section of the wall managed by the Li family suddenly collapsed. Ziluo silently listened to the person narrating everything. Moreover, after the collapse of the city wall, many zombies appeared. We had no choice but to mobilize personnel to deal with the zombies entering the safe zone first. Hearing this, Ziluo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of the head of the Li family, truly ruthless. Immediately afterward, he speculated. Could it be that the Lin family dared to provoke the military at this individual strength conference? Regardless of whether the plan succeeds or not, he can leave unscathed, and the life and death of other people are fundamentally not within his consideration. At this moment, Ziluo called out, causing Yuan Zhong to turn his head and look back. General Zhang. He watched the crowd of players running with the flow of people, and voiced his speculation. Maybe everyone from the Li family has already run away. Zhang Yuanzhong furrowed his brows, his eyes full of doubt as he looked at him. What do you mean by that? Lin Zile didn't answer immediately, only standing in silence for a moment, seemingly observing or considering something.
Now is not the time to speak in detail.
After saying that, he turned to look at Zhang Yuanzhong and suggested to him. Now, it is best for General Zhang to send someone to check on the Liao family head. Perhaps there will be a pleasant surprise. Hearing this, the general ordered his soldiers and instructed, male protagonists, don't act rashly. Don't look for the Liao family head first. Wait for my news. He also readily agreed. Okay. After that, he and a few soldiers set out to follow. Seeing that this opportunity was handed over to someone else, Lin Zile turned around and walked away. I guess I won't participate in this chance to earn gold coins. In the bustling center, tall buildings towered, reflecting a golden color, and the shops displayed luxurious silks and brocades. On that busy street, a group of people gathered by the roadside, their lewd chattering and laughter non-stop.
Let me tell you, that big boss Yaishi is so cool.
That black robe of his is filled with a dignified aura, and the demon mask on his face is exaggerated yet full of evil. The closer they got, the clearer the talking and laughing became.
A group of young people gathered by the side of the road, their eyes full of admiration. When that golden long saber appeared in his hand, that momentum, that posture, I almost knelt down on the ground to worship him.
One after another they praised him non-stop. Oh my god, I'm bleeding out. I thought it was a normal match. No way. I absolutely must go see the final. Isn't Yaiji in Shanghai? Are you lying to us? You're just bullying us for not going to watch the match. As if to prove his statement, he turned back and looked around. Look, I'll just randomly grab someone to ask. Here. And then, he chose the male protagonist. Look at those two passers-by. Do they look like your story's main character? Yaiji. Looking behind him, the other person was suddenly wide-eyed and open-mouthed, shouting at the one in front. That is Boss Yaishi. Then, he quickly ran over, and dragged the other two away to flee. Don't stare directly at Boss Yaishi, or your head will drop off in a puddle of blood. Although he didn't understand what was going on, Lin Zile ignored them and walked away, leaving the crowd huddled together. Seeing that he had finally disappeared and said nothing, they sighed in relief. In the vast and boundless sky, another colossal tall building rose up, gleaming with a brilliant golden light. It exuded a noble and powerful aura. In front of the capital store, the male protagonist was being enthusiastically sought after by everyone. Although the excitement was palpable, their eyes still conveyed a sense of awe before a person with immense power. What made them afraid was not only his strength, but also the powerful entity standing behind him. He imitated the bragging actions of humans, making Lin Zile unable to consider.
It seems I should tell Big Dummy to be more civilized later to show appreciation for everyone's warm welcome.
He said his thanks. Agent package. Thank you. Seeing this, the man was startled. B-boss, talk to me. After saying that, he started to step into the store. Just as he entered the door, an automatic system voice welcomed him. Dear player Yaiji, welcome to the capital store. And it presented a series of necessary devices in front of him. Looking at the price of the items, he couldn't help but frown. Why are the items here more expensive than in Shanghai? Immediately the system replied, due to aspects such as area, the number of players, the strength of the zombies, and many other differences. The prices of hidden items in each store are different. Knowing he was rich beforehand, he regretted not hoarding gold coins. If I had known earlier, I should have prepared and hoarded gold coins. In any case, this money is paid for by the officials and the three major families, and when the time comes, I still have to get a set of uniform and an insignia from Shanghai for Big Dummy to wear. No sooner said than done, he immediately tapped Create New. Immediately, all the necessary items were purchased, accompanied by the continuous beeping of the system. After completing his purchases, he stepped outside. Leaving the store was also when the sky turned dark. He couldn't help but stretch, exhausted. After relaxing, he pulled out his phone to check the time. Unexpectedly, it was already 10 p.m. The perfect time has arrived, Lin Zile exclaimed excitedly, turning to Dayong. Dayong, let's go eat chicken feet. They leisurely walked past the two patrolling officers. Hey, you can't be out at night, don't you know? I'm telling you about the fine and detention. You're in serious trouble. Lin Zile and Dayong turned back. The blonde guy next to them panicked when he saw them, hitting the brunette on the head and scolding. You didn't see anything. Bang! Are you crazy? You dare stop your daddy, Yashi? I didn't see anything. Just now, there was no one. No one. Lin Zile had heard them, but he ignored it. Later, at the An family manor, and Ji Ming smashed things around, furious. Lai Lixuan set me up. He was all prepared, but in the end, he threw me in front of the authorities, wiping his ass on me.
He turned around and cursed. When we formed the alliance with the Li family, each of you spoke so grandly.
Now you're all silent, huh? An Jiming was beyond furious. He lifted the servant up by his collar, still unable to calm his anger. How are we going to deal with the authorities now? Tell me. Aren't you supposed to be the An family's consultant team? Cat got your tongue? Breaking the tense atmosphere, a maid reported.
Master, Yaji has come to greet you.
An Jiming, what does he care about Yaji? Impossible. He has a grudge against the Li family, but no grudge against me. Why would he come to me? She replied. He said, the An family is about to fall.
You don't want to continue maintaining the An family?
Even so, An Jiming patiently listened and lowered his tone. Bring him in. Tell them to clean up the conference hall. Yes, master. He pondered. I really want to see what his purpose is in coming to me. He sat arrogantly, carelessly putting his feet up on the table. Master, the person has arrived, Lin Zile said enthusiastically. The An family head is very cautious indeed. You've placed quite a few accurate eyes. It seems you have quite a few life-saving items on you, An Jiming retorted. Our An family and the famous Yaxie seem to have no conflict. Why have you come to the An family at this time? What do you want? Lin Zile said. I have no conflict with you people, but your An family has a conflict with the Li family. Then An Jiming emphasized. Yaxie, if you want to sow discord between the An family and the Li family, then please leave. You misunderstand. I'm looking for you because of someone. He said, currently, the person in charge of your family's food and beverages is called Pan Gaoqi, right? Hearing that name, An Jiming was startled. An Jiming thought to himself, this person has been in the An family for decades, usually handles things quite quickly, and there hasn't been any mistake in food and beverages for so many years. Could it be? Then, he pretended to be calm. You don't suspect that he's a person sent by the Liu family, do you? You might not understand too much about the inner workings of our three great families. Lin Zile said, inner workings of brainwashing secret arts? Is it that, from birth, a certain type of medicine is used, and then through a certain evil technique, absolutely loyal family retainers can be cultivated? You know me inside out. An Jiming was shocked. Lin Zile continued. How did I know? That's not the important point. The important thing is, where did you get the secret arts you rely on?
Suddenly, An Jiming said with slight anger. This is a secret art that has always been maintained within the three great families. How does he know about it? He said. On what basis do I have to tell you? Lin Zile continued to strike at his dark heart. It doesn't matter if you speak or not. Now, press a few fingers into the area below your abdomen, then press on your heart, and then gently tap 4 times.
Wanting to disregard what he said, An Jiming still wanted to try. He tried to follow Lin Zile's instructions, surprised that the very process made him vomit blood. He trembled. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could this be? Lin Zile said seriously. This secret technique of yours was bought from Lin Jia. The secret technique itself is not a problem. But if Lin Jia has a secret technique that can control people who have been brainwashed, then isn't that a problem? An Jiming covered his mouth, but his voice was still there. How could this be? We've used this secret technique for hundreds of years without any errors. How could it end up like this? This is absolutely impossible. Clan leader An Jiming in his previous life, Lin Zile recalled. I finally became the Great Earth Archmage. Haha. Until the very end of the apocalypse, he became the Great Earth Archmage, and his body successfully transformed, escaping the threat of Li Jia's secret technique, but it was too late. Most of the An family's power had been seized by Lin Jia, and his wife and children were taken hostage by Lin Jia. He could only continue to sell his life to Lin Jia. I won't let such a thing happen in this life. He is a person with special archmage talent, worth my using. An Jiming wiped his mouth and asked, so what's wrong with my body, and how long can I live? Lin Zile replied, you have to ask Lin Jia about that. Maybe Lin Jia has an antidote. Moreover, how long you want to live depends on when you can get the antidote from Lin Jia. An Jiming replied, my affairs are no trouble for you, Yaxi. Be gone. But Lin Zile proposed, I also have a big deal. You wouldn't think that Lin Jia is only controlling Pan Gaoqi, would you? An Jiming was suspicious. What do you want to say? Then, Lin Zile placed a piece of paper on the table. This list may not include all the people arranged by Lin Jia, but what is written on it is absolutely true. An Jiming considered before the paper. What do you want? The final price is 200,000 gold coins. He slammed his hand on the table. Huh? 200,000 gold coins? Why don't you just rob me? Lin Zile asked. Then how much can you give me? An Jiming had to answer. 80,000 gold coins, no more. Lin Zile sneered again. The scene shifts to another place. Lin Zile stood with his arms crossed, looking at the opposite side, with a slightly cunning expression. 80,000 is not enough. There are actually people in here who can have a great impact on the An family's supplies. At that time, your losses will not only stop at 80,000. The person opposite him was Li Lixuan, propping one hand on the table, panicked. 100,000! 100,000 at most, not a single coin more. Lin Zile happily stomped his hand down. Deal. He put his hands in his pockets and walked out smartly. Lixuan behind him had turned pale. An image of a building appears in a dark red sky. Inside, someone is opening a fire-based scroll. Lin Zile, holding the scroll in his hand, looked at the words inside the scroll. Fire Oath Scroll. Bronze level scroll. Single use. Use the power of fire to sign a contract with the weapon, granting the weapon the ability to attack with fire. Effect. After use, it can wrap the weapon in flames. Each use of the weapon will increase attack power, and also bring a burning effect. He opened the scroll wide, raising it high. The scroll is now like an extremely large carpet. Lin Zile sat on it, his hands conjuring large flames. Time passed. The next day, at noon, when the sky was bright, Lin Zile let out a breath. The system appeared. Congratulations to player Yaxi for passing the special profession Azure Emperor, successfully comprehending the skill Flame Oath. He also withdrew his hand. The system displayed. Flame Oath skill, a mage-type skill. By consuming spiritual power, create a flame imprint. Attaching the flame imprint to a weapon can grant the weapon the ability to deal flame damage for a certain period of time. The duration is determined by the amount of spiritual power consumed when casting the skill. He immediately fused Flame Oath with his weapon. The sword he took out was surrounded by raging flames. The sword has been completely fused. Lin Zile swung his sword, and fire swept across everything it touched. He noticed the table next to him and shot the sword straight at it, lightly touching a corner. That corner of the table was burnt away, leaving a large area charred. This skill is amazing. Lin Zile walked ahead. Day Ngu followed behind. Day Ngu, let's go, it's time to participate in the finals. At a building outside, countless people had gathered, chattering noisily. I wonder if we can see Yaxi today. He's so awesome, I've heard about him. Did you know? Last night, someone who glanced at Yaxi had their eyes gouged out. If you run into Yaxi on the street, you must never look him directly in the eye. Inside the building was the arena. The host's voice rang out. Please, contestants participating in the finals, immediately proceed to the room to read your stats from yesterday's preliminary round. The scene shifted to an area for the contestants. Lin Zile was standing inside, looking out. A voice called out to him. Yaxi! Zhang Yuanzhong appeared behind him, walking over. I've already told the leaders about your request. They hope to meet and talk with you after the combat strength tournament concludes. Lin Zile turned around and smiled. Okay, I'll have to trouble General Xiang then. Inside, he thought. This is a good opportunity to exploit their weakness and extract benefits from the authorities. Lin Zile stepped toward the blue orb in front of him and placed his hand on it. Next to it, a red screen displayed information. After a moment, the screen displayed the rules of the match. Lin Zile looked at the screen with a confident expression. Teleport! He braced himself, ready to fight. Lin Zile was teleported to the contestants' waiting room, where Zhang Yuanzhong and Dai Ngu were already present. Outside, the arena had been set up with competition zones for each pair of contestants. The host's voice rang out again. Player Yaxi, your match number for this round is 01. Now, begin drawing for your first round opponent. Lin Zile confidently pressed the draw button. The number 013 appeared in front of him. Congratulations to player Yaxi for completing the draw. Your opponent's number is 013. Lin Zile seriously pressed the red box on the display panel. He smirked, completely unconcerned. Lin Zile was being teleported by the system. Lin Zile confidently looked at the person in front of him, his face full of anticipation, and summoned his weapon. The person in front of Lin Zile appeared, holding a knife and looking at him with a sinister expression. My knife is covered in poison. Lin Zile happily stared at him for a few seconds. Then the man's face turned ashen, and he exclaimed in fear, his forehead covered in sweat. Damn it! He immediately kowtowed, yelling, I surrender! Lin Zile stood there dumbfounded, watching him. The system displayed a notification. Congratulations to number 001 for defeating No 003, gaining 2 accumulation points. He held his sword, looking down at the audience. Everyone below looked at each other and began to discuss. When I shouted, surrender! My speed was 0.1 seconds faster than yours, proving my reaction time is faster. The person next to him laughed and replied, haha, what's the use of being fast? My surrender shout was 12 dB louder than yours. My shout had more oomph. After they both spoke, they looked at the flashy guy in front of them. He confidently stroked his chin. You guys are nothing. When I shouted, I used an extremely low voice. Didn't you see that quite a few female spectators were giving me flirtatious glances? Lin Zile was speechless listening to them. At midday, under the scorching sun, Lin Zile waited so long that mushrooms could grow on his head. He picked his nose while waiting for those people on stage to finish fighting. Lin Zile turned around, carefully observing. He leaned forward, extremely interested in the match.
At this moment, Zhang Yuanzhong calmly dealt with the Li family member with his sword. Lin Zile blurted out,
"System, check this person's profile." Zhang Yuanzhong, level 18, title, Crowds Chosen. Basic attributes: Strength 60, Spirit 60, Constitution 55, Agility 40. Class: Army Soul. Only players with genuine affection for the military and exceptional strength can inherit this class.
Class abilities.
1. Army Soul Unity. The more teammates in the same camp nearby, the higher the attribute bonus gained. It can also transfer a portion of attributes to teammates in the same camp. When the number of teammates reaches a certain level, it can trigger extra effects. 2. Army Soul Undying. The Army Soul is eternally undying. After activating this effect, you can enter an undying state, which reduces all damage taken for the duration and greatly increases willpower. However, after the undying state ends, the damage previously absorbed will be redirected to your body. Talent: Majestic Body. You have extremely deep awareness of yourself. When encountering suppression-type skills, the suppression effect is weakened by 30%, and the suppression duration is reduced by 50%. Skills: Floating Triple Strike, Ground Cleaving Saber, Army Soul Blessing, Army Soul Onslaught. Lin Zile secretly assessed. Dayug's agility and spirit attributes are a bit lower, but fortunately, the combined attributes aren't that much worse. He could fight. He looked towards the stage. Zhang Yuanzhong quickly gained momentum and rushed forward, his sword filled with energy, directly aiming for Dayug to strike. Dayug used his axe to block the blow. Lin Zile watched them fight and analyzed.
If the Li family hadn't used that drug in the previous life, Shi Jingshan and Li Er might not have been able to defeat Zhang Yuanzhong. He pursed his lips and smiled,
raised his sword, and quickly used the ground cleaving saber skill. The large axe in Dayug's hand couldn't withstand it, and he stumbled with the axe, slamming his face into the ground. Dayug quickly regained his footing. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him in dismay. As expected of Naiji, subordinate, he's clearly 2 levels lower than me, yet he could withstand my ground-cleaving saber. He frowned tiredly, looking at the person in front of him, thinking to himself, I absolutely cannot lose to him, otherwise my hopes in the army will be greatly diminished. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him and suddenly realized something. Dayug was currently receiving information from Lin Zile.
He sat behind him, using the reminder skill.
If you can't beat Zhang Yuanzhong, then you won't get roast chicken and pork knuckles for 3 days. Dayug's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and his face was filled with anger. He roared loudly, "Ah! Unforgivable." Dayug gathered energy from the surroundings and channeled it into his axe.
He shouted loudly, looked at Zhang Yuanzhong, and descended from above, slamming the axe directly at the person in front of him. He held out his sword to block, his face contorted.
Zhang Yuanzhong quickly dodged, causing Dayug's axe to slam directly into the ground. He bent over and used Army Soul Blessing. During the blessing activation, gained 20% damage immunity, while also increasing self-healing rate by 20, such as stamina recovery and spirit power recovery. At the same time, the next attack will carry a one-time damage immunity.
The duration of the blessing is related to the amount of spirit power consumed.
He held his sword and quickly rushed forward. Zhang Yuanzhong gathered magical power and aimed it directly at Dayug. He was instantly blown away by his hammer.
Zhang Yuanzhong struggled to block with his sword and retreated, his eyes sharp, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth.
Zhang Yuanzhong looked at him and laughed. Undying Body.
He was quickly enveloped by the available energy, which formed armor around Zhang Yuanzhong, making him look majestic and brave.
He held his sword behind him, confidently raising his head high. Skill: Legion Soul Manifestation.
Behind Zhang Yuanzhong stood an entire legion of officers and soldiers. His skill was indeed not bad. Zhang Yuanzhong got into a battle-ready stance.
Lin Zile saw this scene and gasped in astonishment. Heavens! I remember in my past life, Zhang Yuanzhong used Legion Soul Manifestation to crush and create a zombie above level 80, just one step away from the Zombie King. I didn't expect to see the rudimentary form of Legion Soul Manifestation in this life.
Dayug didn't flinch.
Staring at him, he shouted loudly. Dayug's feet slammed hard on the floor, sending bricks and stones flying everywhere.
Dayug,
eyes blazing with murderous intent, held the hammer in his hand and charged towards Zhang Yuanzhong. Seeing him, he frowned and gritted his teeth, unleashing Floating Void Triple Strike. The fire from his skill burned continuously, creating an explosive, fiery collision. A strong light emitted, blurring everything. It shocked everyone around, who covered their eyes and screamed.
The arena was filled with floating particles of fire and lingering smoke.
Zhang Yuanzhong was in a miserable state, covered in blood, his eyes closed,
looking painful and extremely exhausted. The brother opposite him, Dai Niu, wasn't much better off. His eyes were wide and bloodshot, blood streaming down his face, looking extremely disheveled. Dai Niu quickly regained consciousness and stood up. The system voice immediately rang out. Number 032 wins against number 024, gaining 2 accumulation points. Next match, number 01 versus number 029. Dai Niu stood up proudly before a strong opponent like Zhang Yuanzhang. He looked at the person struggling before his eyes. He pursed his lips and forcibly stood up, supporting himself with his sword. Dai Niu looked at him and grinned foolishly. The arena surrounding the two was filled with cheers. Everyone looked at them and shouted, "This is true competition, a battle of the strong." Others cried with joy and said, "Heavens! Compared to them, I feel like a monster." Everyone cheered. True competition is about risking your life, using your full strength, relying on yourself to defeat your opponent, not choosing to fight someone weaker than you, relying on your advantage to kill people at will. That's right, well said. Well said. General Zhang is amazing. Dai Niu is amazing. Lin Zile looked at the two people in front of her with satisfaction. Dai Niu and Zhang Yuanzhang were taken to the medical room. Zhang Yuanzhang looked at the doctor in front of him and shook his head, refusing. "Examine brother Dai Niu first. I'm not in a rush." The doctor nodded. "Yes, General, this way." Lin Zile also smiled politely and declined. "Thank you, General Zhang, but we're fine." He then looked at him, puzzled. "Why? If you're worried about supplies." He glanced at Dai Ngu and smiled cheerfully. "It's all right, we have enough medicine. Besides, Dagangu's physique is a bit special due to his profession. He just needs nutrition." Zhang Yuanzhang looked at him and said, "Is that so? Then if you need anything, just tell me." Lin Zile gave a thumbs up in agreement. "No problem." He was sweating anxiously, thinking to himself, "Just kidding. If Dangu's zombie body is treated, it'll be exposed." The system's voice suddenly rang out. "Attention Jingdu players! Attention Jingdu players! The Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament is now officially over. System announcement. Conquering Jingdu City. The first-ranked player on the Combat Power Ranking, Yixi, receives an excellent gold-grade equipment based on the city's overall strength, along with numerous gold coins, experience, and reputation points. Free attribute points. Conquering Jingdu City. The second-ranked player on the Combat Power Ranking, Dan Ngu, receives 2 sets of silver-grade equipment, and the second-ranked player on the Combat Power Ranking, Zhang Yuanzhang. The audience below was discussing. "Haha. As expected, Yixi is the top dog." Another person chimed in. "You don't need to state the obvious, but I didn't expect Da Ngu to get second place. What a pity for General Zhang." The person next to him spoke up. "HMPH, Da Ngu, is Yaidi's subordinate. It's not surprising that the big boss is so strong." That person then opened the system to check. The gold-grade equipment on the equipment ranking now is just 1. As a result, Yixi now has another set. Others joined in. "So what about gold? Although I don't have it, Yixi has 2 sets of diamond-grade equipment. The uniform and the Julie saber." They laughed and chatted happily, completely oblivious to the fact that behind them, a gloomy figure was staring at them. He leaned over and pulled his hat down. Li Lixian covered his face completely. He swung his hand and smashed it against the wall, his other hand pulling down his hat in anger, thinking to himself, "Damn Yixi! Damn Dai Ngu!" His eyes widened with resentment. If it weren't for those 2 names that came out of nowhere, the one being discussed and admired by everyone right now would be the Li family. Lixian looked towards the arena and was startled. Everyone looked at him, puzzled. "Huh? What's wrong?" He looked at them and quickly lowered his head, pulled down his hat, and turned to leave. Everyone continued to chat happily. Lin Zile reached out to pick up food, put it in his mouth, and chewed it. The system announced, "Congratulations to player Yixi for achieving first place in the Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament." Lin Zile watched intently as the system drew for the excellent gold-grade equipment. The system then displayed a notification in front of him. "Congratulations to player Yixi for obtaining gold-grade equipment. Congratulations to player Yixi for obtaining 5,000 experience points." The system continued to pop up notifications. "Congratulations to player Yixi for leveling up to level 23. All attributes increased by 3. And obtaining 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Yixi for obtaining 2,000 gold coins, 500 reputation points, 5 free attribute points." Lin Zile was very excited. The rewards for first place in the Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament are so generous. He looked at the system panel in surprise. Swift shuttle shoes, gold-grade equipment, a warflower containing spatial abilities, is what many warriors dream of. Agility +5, spirit +4, increases movement speed by 10%, reduces the sound of footsteps by 30%, attached skill. Swift shuttle, moving forward a distance of 1 to 2 meters. During the movement process, you can resist 90% of the damage taken. Cooldown time is 4 hours. Levdils. Lin Zile exclaimed in shock.
A warflower with spatial abilities. No wonder this Doomsday game is known for its excellent equipment. Lin Zile looked at the system panel, which displayed the basic attribute stats as none. Strength is 99. Spirit is also 99. Constitution is also 99. Agility is only 89. And below is the basic attribute table with equipment. Strength is 121. Spirit is 113. Constitution is 114. Agility is 99. The system sound kept ringing. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining first place in the Jingdu Individual Combat Power Tournament. Completed the Jingdu first task. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a task reward. A random ordinary golden finger, and a silver-grade equipment. Lin Zile looked at the system with a happy face, choosing to draw for equipment.
The system sound rang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the silver-grade equipment Phantom Hand Wraps. A pair of gloves appeared on the screen. Phantom Hand Wraps, silver-grade equipment. Gloves designed to restrain mages. An existence that makes every mage have a headache. Attribute Strength +2, Constitution +2, Magic Concealment reduces the magical damage taken by 5%. Lin Zile looked at the notification and chuckled. It's Magic Concealment again. The same system as the clothes on my body, he thought to himself wryly. Does the Golden Finger system have a problem with mages? And is it determined to force me to collect a complete set? Lin Zile then reached out and pressed confirm. The system announced. Congratulations to player Yixi for successfully equipping the Phantom Hand Wraps, activating the effect of 3 pieces of Magic Concealment equipment. 3 pieces of Magic Concealment equipment, all attributes +2, can rebound 15% of the magical damage taken. He looked at the system with a satisfied face. That's not bad. These are just 3 pieces of equipment. The attribute stats can still be improved in many places. Day NGU sat to the side, enjoying a delicious chicken leg. Lin Zile turned to look at him, smiling mysteriously. Dagoog looked back at him, puzzled. Lin Zile patted Dagoog hard on the shoulder, and he turned around to look at him in surprise. Dagoog looked at Lin Zile in confusion, tapped on the system interface, and pouted. Silver soft armor, soft material gloves. Is this crappy gear all they have for second place? Dagoog was speechless. The system screen showed a bright gem, displaying a value of 40 pH. Curious, Dagoog glanced away and saw 2 chicken legs. He raised his hand to his mouth and pondered. Lin Zile happily prepared to leave the room, looked at Dagoog, and suggested, let's go get some bigger chicken legs. He thought to himself, I bet I can earn a reward of 120,000 gold coins from Zhang Yuanzhong this time. The more Lin Zile thought about it, the happier he became. This is a matter controlled by the 3 major families behind the scenes. Isn't it nice to use the money the Lin's family gave to buy a fake Capital Medal of Honor? Lin Zile and Dagoog stepped out of the house. In front of them was the road into the bustling neighborhood. Suddenly, a soldier appeared, running and shouting, Young master! So you're here! He stopped in front of Lin Zile and reported, Young master! All the leaders in the safe zone have gone to an emergency meeting. General Zhang sent me to invite you over. He said that after the meeting, he wants to start executing the plan against the Lin's family. Lin Zile calmly asked, what happened? The soldier was tired and flustered. He looked at Lin Zile and hurriedly said, it's the Liddy family. Those Liddy family bastards took advantage of the power competition to send hundreds of mercenaries carrying over 100 pieces of raw meat, and somehow lured thousands of zombies into the safe zone. Lin Zile put on a mask and smirked. What are you smiling at? The soldier lowered his head and gritted his teeth. At that time, most of the powerful players in the city, including the military experts, were in the sports arena. He trembled as he continued. News from the outside couldn't get in, and people inside couldn't get out. The soldier explained. They really had no choice. To ensure that the zombies didn't get close to the wall, which isn't completed yet, they could only use people to defend the outer perimeter of the safe zone. Lin Zile's face darkened, and he looked at the soldier angrily. He stammered. In the end, no zombies broke into the safe zone, but nearly 1,000 of my brothers all died. Lin Zile bent over, thinking. It's possible that the Lima family used their power to lure some zombies over with raw meat. He frowned uncomfortably. But several thousand zombies in such a short time shouldn't be possible. Lin Zile looked at the soldier and ordered, Didn't you say there's an emergency meeting? Take me there. The soldier immediately, Yes, sir. Okay, follow me, master. He thought to himself. Could there be someone else behind the Lake family? Or am I missing some important detail? At the meeting, they were gathered around a rectangular wooden table. Chief Shu slammed the table. Is there still a need for discussion? The Li family has already torn off their mask.
What happened today is a declaration of war against us.
Himus looked at him and carefully reminded. Chief, please calm down. Aren't we still in the discussion phase? What they're saying isn't unreasonable. Li Shikiliu looked at Zhang Yuanzhong and offered his opinion. That's right, Lao Shui. It's not that we don't want to punish the Liu family, but the safe zone is in the reconstruction phase. Our main task is to complete the construction. If we focus on dealing with the Liu family now, there will be losses. Gong Kaishe, who was also present, agreed.
That's right, I think so too. At this stage, we can expose the line of family scandals and damage their reputation through public opinion. After the safe zone is built, we can make a single, devastating move against the Li family. The person next to him also expressed agreement. That's right, Chief Shu. The big picture is important. As long as we complete the construction of the safe zone, we can have the most solid rear base. We are only doing this for the good of the safe zone, for the good of all of Longguo.
Starting a war will only consume a lot of our manpower.
This is not a good thing for our entire capital region. Zhang Yuanzhong stood up angrily. He trembled and slammed the table.
Zhang Yuanzhong shouted furiously.
Still building the safe zone. Do you think the Li family will just stand by and watch us complete it? Do you think the Li family won't do something like this again? When that happens, we'll still have to use our lives to defend it? The lives of our soldiers? He looked at them with hatred. Zhang Yuanzhong gritted his teeth, saying, the big picture is important.
I'm really curious, how much benefit have you received from the Lai family?
That you're speaking for them.
He Muha immediately stood up and explained.
General Zhang, our loyalty to Longguo is definitely no less than yours. You can't say that.
The elders there also spoke up.
That's right, General Zhang. Your words have gone too far. We are really just thinking from the perspective of the big picture.
The old man also exclaimed.
General Zhang, you may not know the situation of the rear supplies, because you are always fighting on the front lines.
Our situation is really not optimistic right now.
A familiar voice came from outside the conference. I very much agree with General Zhang's words. Everyone was surprised, looking in astonishment towards the entrance.
Lin Zile, full of confidence, appeared before them, his eyes sharp as steel.
Himu shouted unhappily. How can you let someone in during an important conference? What are the security guards outside doing?
Someone took the initiative to introduce. This person is called Zile. He just won first place in the individual combat power competition. He's very famous.
Hirmus, you haven't been out for the past 2 days. No wonder you don't know him.
Himu clenched his fist, pushing up his glasses with the other hand. He gave a seemingly reasonable excuse. Zile or not, this is a top-secret conference of our Long country. Why should an outsider be allowed in?
Is the entire Long country government now compromising with others?
Himu pointed his finger and ordered,
Guards, take this person out. Zhang Yuanzhong stood in front of Zile, looking calmer than the raging Himu. Zile was invited here by me. Is there a problem?
Himu looked directly into Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes.
General Zhang, you brought someone into the conference room without even knowing who they are. Isn't that too careless?
Zile was wearing a mask, so no one could see his expression.
Whether General Zhang is careless or not, I don't know. But I do know that you guys are being too careless in dealing with the Li family.
Pausing for a moment, Zile stared intently at Himu.
Besides, even if you don't know who I am, I know who you are. Himu, you stand before him. Every piece of information he revealed struck like a blow to Himu's dark secrets. His wife died early, his daughter turned into a zombie, and despite the great tragedy in his family, he still stood on the front lines to build a safe zone. With this story, he successfully earned the qualifications to be promoted to his current position. His next question left Hima speechless. But I want to ask you, do you know someone named Lin Kiji? Hima's face paled, and he looked around in disbelief, his voice faltering. Could it be? Zile saw this reaction, and immediately pressed his attack, a sneer forming on his lips. Himu, when the people of the Li family told you that you still had a son in this world, how happy were you then? Moreover, as long as you secretly helped the Li family, they would give Lin Kiji a large amount of resources.
At that time you nodded like a chicken pecking rice.
After hearing this, Chief Zhu slammed his hand on the table in anger, gritting his teeth.
Himu is still their person?
Sweat streamed down Himu's face. Chief, I. At this moment a scarlet notification appeared before everyone's eyes.
Capital area players, please pay attention. Capital area players, please pay attention.
The next information made Zile's eyes widen. A zombie wave will attack the capital area in 5 hours. This was like a warning of a bloody battle ahead.
Due to the large-scale zombie action this time, the zombie wave in the capital area is anomalously advancing 5 hours ahead of schedule, and will attack the capital safe zone. Currently, the capital safe zone, and a certain surrounding area are about to enter a stage of complete lockdown, which will not be lifted until the zombie wave ends. During the lockdown, players inside the safe zone cannot leave, and players outside the safe zone cannot enter. Players in the capital safe zone
should make good preparations for defending against the zombie wave. After successfully defending against the zombie wave, the capital safe zone will be recognized by the system, gaining certain rights for the safe zone. Himu's finished reading the announcement and couldn't help but rave. A zombie wave! There's actually a zombie wave! He was like a madman. Ha! The Lee family has some ability. He pointed at others like a clown, shouting, "This time, I don't believe this broken safe zone can resist. You're all gonna die. You're all going to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately received a slap from Chief Shu. Beast! Himushi clutched the side of his face, which had been slapped purple, gritting his teeth. "I've been lying low and acting humble in front of you for so long, just waiting for this day. Since I'm going to die anyway, my son has already escaped with the Lin family. And with a few people to cushion my fall, what do I have to be afraid of?" Zile rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The zombie wave was brought forward because of the Lee family's actions. Looking at the scarlet warning sign, he began to analyze. Triggering a zombie wave in an area requires fulfilling 3 conditions. First, the construction level of the safe zone must reach the standard recognized by the system. Second, the accumulated number of zombies must reach a suitable standard. And third, there must be a zombie monarch among the zombies who can command them. He then remembered the massive base that was in the process of completion, but now the king's capital safe zone, which was only half built, could trigger the zombie wave ahead of schedule. Although the scale of the zombie wave will be difficult to reach the normal level, it will also be much higher than the current strength of the safe zone. Zile adjusted his mask. Another fierce battle was coming. Then, he grabbed Himu by the collar. "General Zhang, I'm pointing out this spy for you. This information is a free gift to you guys. In exchange for taking this person, is that okay?" Zhang Yuanzhang crossed his arms. "No problem. I only hope this kind of traitor can die a miserable death." Zangel agreed. "Okay." He then looked at the people in the meeting room. "If anyone else has any problems, they can come and talk to me directly." The others were silent, saying nothing. Zhang Yuanzhang chimed in proactively. "No problem." Receiving the agreement, Zile dragged Heimu away. "You guys continue. I have something to attend to. I'll take my leave first." He directly hauled him to the front courtyard. Zile forced Heimu to kneel on the ground, surrounded by young people practicing with guns. Seeing this scene, they directly mocked and chatted, "Isn't that Minister Heimu or something? I saw him giving a speech a few days ago. Oh my god. The minister is being carried by Zile like a chick. Has Zile become this strong already? I only know not to care. What minister is he?" Falling into Zile's hands, daring to directly oppose the Lian family, how pitiful. Himu humbly raised his head to look at him. Immediately, Zile grabbed his collar. He threw him away, just like discarding a bag of trash, causing his face to have intimate contact with the ground. Amidst the crowd, Himu fearfully begged, "Just kill me already. When the zombie wave comes, the safe zone will completely collapse, and you'll all have to come down with me." Hearing this, the young soldiers understood everything. What? The zombie wave is related to Minister He? He's a traitor. Someone even wanted to rush up. "It's this bastard who caused my brothers to die. Let's see if I don't beat you to death." His friends had to stop him. Calm down. Let's see what Great Lord Zile says." Zile directly took out a purple scroll. Soundproof barrier. A one-time bronze-level item. Can form a soundproof barrier with a diameter of 5 meters. The barrier has no defensive capabilities. Once broken, it will be shattered forever, but it can very effectively isolate sound transmission. Barrier duration, 30 minutes. He crushed the soundproof barrier. Immediately, a light blue barrier enveloped the space around him and Heimu. To be safe, Dai Gi-yu was outside holding a hammer, keeping watch everywhere. But Heimu was still not afraid, continuing to curse. "Everyone in the safe zone is sealed off. No one can escape. You'll all have to come down with me." To reward his madness, Heimu continued to threaten, but he gave him another punch to match the slap from Chief Shu just now. "Everyone will die together." 2 teeth gently fell to the ground, different from his trembling. Zile put his hands in his pockets and calmly asked, "Where is the Lik family head?" "Lixuan, right now." Heimu wiped the blood from his mouth, his voice not clear due to the air rushing in. "Want to find Lixuan? I won't tell you." Zile took out a rusty dagger, his face becoming that of a pervert. "Stubborn? I like stubborn people the most." Zile held the blood-stained knife to his neck, he said with a light smile. "Tell me or not." He must remain stubborn and didn't speak. Naturally, the knife stabbed straight into his hand. Heimu screamed in pain. Zile still smiled brightly. "Still not talking? What benefits did the Lialai family give you in the end?" Although smiling, he still increased the force on the knife. He couldn't bear it, and continuously screamed, "Kill me! Kill me quickly! I beg you, kill me!" Zile still ignored him. "No way! I haven't heard you say where Li Lixuan is yet." At this time, Heimu started acting shamelessly. "I don't know. I really don't know. Please do me a favor. Kill me." He pulled out the knife. Zile frowned. "Really don't know? Or pretending not to know?" He pretended to stab the knife into the other arm. Heimu was so scared that his tongue lolled out. Zile's face turned grim. "Then I'll change the question. What did Lixuan ask you to do?" Think about your son. Bite your tongue before you speak.
Tears welled up on Himu's face and he slowly recounted. Before, he asked me to secretly help the Lia family deliver resources to Ji-won, or arrange difficult tasks for the Fusong army, using the opportunity to kill their people.
Asking for so long without getting any useful information, Zile was a bit annoyed. Who asked you about this? What news did he leave you with when he ran away yesterday? Himusi didn't dare to hide anything. He stuttered as he confessed everything. I, yesterday before he ran, sent someone to relay the news, telling me to stall for time, targeting the Lin family, that's all. Zile smiled. Then the method of contacting Li Lixuan? He wouldn't abandon a good pawn like you here. Looking at Zile's face at close range, he became even more frightened.
There is the Xinyan gathering base. That place was secretly established by the Lina family. He told me.
Zile frowned, repeating the sentence. Xinyan gathering base? Zile looked at Himu's miserable state. Is there anything else you want to say? He was so scared that he stammered. No. Himu's face was bruised, but he secretly rejoiced. I've already told you everything. What can I use to hold you back? If I don't hold you back, how will I find a chance to escape? Zile patted his shoulder. Well done. He took out that knife again. Zile didn't say much, and gave him a swift chop. Execution! Useless people don't need to live! After speaking, he quickly pulled out his umbrella and jumped backward. Obviously, Xinle had a lot of experience in handling this kind of thing. Himu's blood splattered all over the umbrella, while he remained completely clean. The bloody scene, with an eyeball falling out, made everyone tremble in fear, while he and Daenji calmly left in a cool pose. At a high-rise building, it was the exchange point, the prediction point for the individual strength competition. Xinle placed a ticket on the wooden table. Exchanged the betting ticket. The female employee picked up the betting ticket and read the information. Yes, please wait a moment. She placed the ticket back on the table. Mr. Zile, because you accurately predicted Zhang Yuanchong in third place, according to the ratio, you can get a total of 223, 556 gold coins. The lewdness couldn't hide the two hearts in Dangu's eyes. He was imagining himself bathing in a mountain of chicken legs. The female employee quickly operated on the system. Please wait a moment. Zile smiled contentedly. Ding! Dear player Zile, 223, 556 gold coins have been transferred to your account. He contentedly threw a shiny chicken leg to Daenji. Let's go, Daenji. The sky was blue. The clouds floated gently. At the Jingdu store, the people around were quite surprised by Dangu's gritted teeth appearance while biting on a chicken leg. They were even more surprised when they heard the player's purchase announcement on the system. Congratulations to the player for successfully purchasing the Jingdu Fake Honorary Badge. Due to the exclusive 10% discount on purchases for the Peerless, a payment of 225,000 gold coins is required. Everyone whispered to each other. Spending so much money. Oh my god, is the person inside a local tyrant? So much money, I feel like only Zile has it. I think so too. Look, Daenji is also here. We should stand far away in a moment. That's right, have you heard? It is said that looking directly at Xinle will get you killed. Xinle didn't care at all, continuing to spend money like water.
Congratulations to the player for successfully purchasing the Jingdu Fake Order uniform. Jingdu Fake Order mark. Due to the exclusive 10% discount on purchases for the Peerless, a payment of 26,500 gold coins is required.
The three people shrank back in fear, hugging each other tightly. After spending so much money, he finally felt a little satisfied. Zile smiled as he looked at the badge in his hand. This medal now has 3 stars. Jingdu Honorary Medalist, Epic Grade Special Equipment. The system provides a brief introduction to this medal. This is proof of the supreme honor of Jingdu area, and only talents who have made unprecedented and unimaginable contributions to Jingdu area are qualified to use it. When this medal is equipped, it will be permanently bound to the player. To enhance the player experience, the system also offers cute illustrations. An honor notification. This ability can be used once every 2 days, and can issue a notification. When issued, all players in Jingdu area will receive this notification. 2. Gloryland. As long as you are in Jingdu area, after activating this function, all kinds of emotional reactions such as intimidation, shock, fear that you create towards others will increase by 100%. 3. Glory and wealth. As long as you are in Jingdu area, the amount of experience and gold coins gained from killing zombies, completing quests, and completing dungeons will all increase by 30%, and the drop rate will also increase by 5%. 4. Majesty. As long as you are in Jingdu area, after all players launch an attack, your own attributes will be reduced by 15% for 5 minutes. 5. Divine Beast Protection. This function can be used once every 7 days. As long as you are in Jingdu area, you can summon the Phantom of the Guardian Divine Beast of Jingdu to fight. The Phantom of the Guardian Divine Beast can last for 2 minutes. The strength of the Divine Beast Phantom is determined by the overall prosperity of Jingdu area. Players can obtain 10% of the benefits from the zombies killed by the Phantom. Zile and Daiyong stepped out of the trading area. He stared at this epic grade title medal. It's simply not worthy of this medal. Even diamond grade is a stretch. Zile seemed satisfied with the 5th function, Divine Beast Protection. But this Phantom can only exist for 2 minutes, and the conditions are a bit harsh. Looks like I can try to extend the summoning time in the future? Thinking so, he looked at Daiyong, and conveniently exchanged a set of equipment for Daiyong as well. He clicked on the Equip Close button in the system, and immediately the two had a brand new set of robes. A fiery red system notification appeared above Zile and Daiyong's heads. Equipment data refreshed. New epic grade equipment appears. Owner. Zile. While everyone was having dinner, they were surprised to see the system notification appear in front of them. Quick, look! Look at the equipment ranking! What equipment ranking? What's wrong? Is there new equipment again? Some people clasped their hands in prayer, tears streaming down their faces. Oh my god, is it possible that another silver-grade equipment has appeared? It must be my idol, Zile. And some people were frustrated and envious. Sigh. When will I ever get a silver-grade equipment? The person next to him who had seen the information said, This time it's golden-grade equipment, don't you believe it? Go look at the ranking. The red notification spread to every corner. First place, Jingdu Honorary Medalist, Grade, Epic Grade, Owner, Zile. Second place, 9 Rituals Blade, Grade, Diamond Grade, Owner, Zile. Third place, Jingdu Order Enforcer Uniform, Grade, Diamond Grade, Owner, Zile. Fourth place, Shanghai Order Enforcer Uniform, Grade, Diamond Grade, Owner, Daiyong. Fifth place, Lightning Flash Shoes, Grade, Golden Grade, Owner, Zilen. Sixth place, Evil Phantom Mask, Grade, Silver Grade, Owner, Zilen. Several soldiers who were patrolling were discussing the notification just now. No need for premonition, trust me, it will definitely become a reality. It would be great if we could be as powerful as them. They continued to walk forward. Alright, let's go patrol, it's more important to do our jobs well. The sky was still blue, the clouds were still floating, and the blue flag fluttered on the roof. At this moment in the conference room, a young officer rushed in to report. General Zhang, Chief Zhang Yuanzhongji, saw the person and immediately asked, What's the situation outside? Has it been investigated clearly? He assured, We have conducted inspections everywhere. As long as the area is within a radius of 1,000 meters from the safe zone city wall, there will be a seal from the Doomsday Game, all of which are transparent walls. They have tried every means to test the sturdiness of the barrier, and it seems that all impacts outside the barrier have no effect. We also saw it, but we have tried many methods, and still cannot break the barrier. Listening to his report, Chief Xi's face sank into thought. Moreover, we have not yet seen any traces of a zombie wave appearing, so we cannot know the scale and intensity of the zombie wave. Those in key positions in the military also participated in the discussion. The situation is very difficult. Fortunately, because of the connection with the Strength Conference, most players have not left the safe zone, but the Liv family brought quite a few people. Zhang Yuanzhong was also worried. The highest combat power we currently have can only deploy defenses in 2 directions. Someone immediately made a decision. So now we can only bet on which direction the zombie wave will attack from? Zhang Yuanzhong immediately obeyed the order. Understood. He rubbed his chin and pondered. Then let's first deploy defenses in the 2 directions they are most likely to attack from. Because they knew they were about to be attacked, they seemed hurried. If zombies appear in the other 2 directions, then deploy emergency personnel. General Zhang, don't just stand there, go do it! But that idea was quickly refuted. Emergency deployment is possible, but without a defensive base, personnel losses will increase. Seeing that everyone could not reach an agreement, Chief Xi shouted loudly, Enough! He rested his chin on his hand and looked at everyone. There's no time for hesitation. We need to decide which 2 directions to defend now. With the situation so urgent, he can only take a gamble. General Zhang, you have rich combat experience. I'll listen to you. Zhang Yuanzhong was also tense. The east and the west. He thought about the worst possible losses. The walls around all 4 sides of the safe zone haven't been completed yet, and the eastern wall also has a large gap because of the Lia family. If the zombies really attack from these 2 directions, it'll cause the greatest losses. This is the end of the line. Chief T exhaled. Go! The soldiers quickly executed the orders. Meanwhile, Zile was lying comfortably on his large bed. Looking at the system notification, he felt annoyed. A zombie wave is attacking. If the safe zone fails to defend, players will receive penalties. Consequences of the safe zone failing to defend may include All players in the safe zone being downgraded. The rewards for killing zombies in the Jingdu area being reduced. The prices of items in the store being multiplied, etc., including unlimited times. Zile rested his head on his hand and said, "That's as good as saying nothing. I can go out on my own, but if the safe zone fails to defend, the consequences are too severe." At this moment, he lightly touched the loudspeaker icon on the system. Zile typed while laughing gleefully. The final operation being to press send. Zile stretched comfortably. What a pity this thing has a word limit, otherwise I could scold him with 1,000 words without repeating myself. He enjoyed reading his book while waiting for the notification to sound. Attention, players in the Jingdu area. Attention, players in the Jingdu area. Player Zile has sent an area notification. Below is the content of the notification. Li Lixuan, you are supposed to be the head of the Li family, so why are you running like a rat? I'm afraid you've lost all your face, and you even lured the zombie wave here. You are not just scum, you are truly a coward. If you really can't do it, just go die. Standing in front of a house, the old man could also hear the man's angry voice. Damn it. Li Lixuan's face was about to crumple up. He vented his anger on the chair. Zile, don't let me get the chance to catch you. When you fall into my hands, I will definitely chop you into 100 pieces. Lin Lixuan roared. No matter what price I have to pay, I will kill you. But at this moment, the butler knocked on the door with a frightened expression. Master, this is terrible. Something big has happened. Li Lixuan's face was already dark, and now it was even darker. What happened? Speak. Seeing his appearance, the butler was also frightened and trembled. Master, Zile just sent a notification, saying that the zombie wave was caused by our Li family. This has caused many people to hate our Ling family, and say they want to take revenge on us. The more he heard, the more distorted his face became. In the large-scale gathering areas that we publicly control, according to statistics, at least half of the people have chosen to leave, only staying temporarily because it is night now, and there have been conflicts in several places. He couldn't believe it. What did you say? Li Lixuan was about to explode. Is there anything else? Tell me everything! Seeing his master's terrifying appearance, the butler's voice became even smaller. Besides the public gathering areas, the ones we secretly manage, if people know that the Li family is behind them, they will probably choose to leave as well. Just because of a person named Zile, the Li family's business is considered ruined. Li Lixuan staggered, unable to stand firm. He seemed not to hear the butler's next words. This time, the Li family has suffered serious losses due to Zile's notification. Master is now like this, life. Lixuan's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. The butler quickly supported him. Master, guards, come here quickly. The master was so angered that he fainted. Two people ran in from outside, also panicking and shouting loudly, Master! Master! The sky gradually turned dark in the Jingdu safe zone. Southeast corner, 8:30 p.m. Zhang Yuanzhong was observing the soldiers preparing for the worst-case scenario. He directly commanded everyone to equip the necessary items. Zhang Yuanzhong looked at his subordinates. Have the personnel statistics been completed? He saluted while reporting the work progress. Reporting, General Zhang. We currently have a total of 50,000 people capable of combat. Other personnel in the Central Army are roughly around 20,000. The An and Yun families have dispatched a total of 15,000 strategists, and the rest are recruited volunteers. Mercenary groups and small organizations add up to about 15,000 people. Seeing him pause, Zhang Yuanzhong asked, Is that all? The subordinate sighed. The remaining 100,000 are logistics personnel, but their strength is extremely weak and cannot be considered combat power. Hearing the report, he became even more worried, especially with the time crunch. The 100,000 players who teamed up with soldiers to explore and eliminate zombies might not return. Zhang Yuanzhong closed his eyes, as if pondering something far away. It's not enough. If they are in the safe zone, there is nothing to fear from the zombie wave. The soldiers all expressed their determination. General Zhang, don't overthink it. Perhaps the zombie wave won't be easy to reach us. With us here, we will fight to the very end, no matter what. Zhang Yuanzhong's eyes seemed to glisten with tears. Things have come to this. There is no other way. He crossed his arms and stared straight ahead. The south and west are guarded by 20,000 military personnel, and the east is entrusted to the An and Yun families. If zombies come from the north, call for reinforcements from the east. They are all brave people, but also very cautious. Remember, leave a mind's eye. The people of the An Yun families may not be able to command, but the command of the dispersed personnel must be in our hands. Yes, General. Just then, a system notification appeared. The zombie wave is about to attack the Jingdu area. The zombie wave will last for 5 hours. The announcement, like a death certificate, appeared. Please, Jingdu safe zone, prepare for defense. Now announcing the conditions. Safe zone collapse. In the area outside a 10-meter radius around the game building, in the Jingdu safe zone. Once enough zombies enter, the building will be considered collapsed. After a building collapses, it will be rebuilt in 7 days. If the number of collapsed game buildings exceeds 50%, the safe zone will be considered collapsed. If the total number of player deaths in the safe zone exceeds 50%, the safe zone will be considered collapsed. A primal crystal will appear in the central square of the Jingdu safe zone. Once the crystal is touched by a zombie, it will be considered a complete collapse. Attention! Once the safe zone collapses, the levels of all players in the safe zone will be reduced by 3 levels. The levels of players in the Jingdu area will be reduced by 1 level, and within 1 month, rewards gained from killing zombies, completing missions, etc. will be reduced by 30%. The gold coins required to purchase items, enter dungeons, and undergo class changes will increase by 50%. After the safe zone collapses, the surrounding seals will disappear, and the remaining surviving players can leave the safe zone. The zombie wave retreats, or all zombies are killed, will be considered a successful defense of the safe zone. Successfully defending the safe zone can obtain many rights. During the defense of the safe zone, players who kill zombies will earn a certain amount of merit points based on the strength of the zombie. Merit points can be exchanged for rich rewards in the merit point store. The merit point ranking will appear after the safe zone is successfully defended. Players on the ranking can obtain an extra amount of rewards and merit points related to their ranking. After reading, Zhang Yuanzhang turned his head back, where the strong defensive fortress stood. The sky was getting darker and darker. At Jingdu Square, for some reason, everyone was gathering at the huge primal crystal. Announcements kept appearing above their heads. The merit point ranking was received by everyone, no matter where they were. Zhang Yuanzhang didn't expect this. He hurriedly urged his subordinates. "Quick! Weren't we told to keep the top-ranked experts from the combat power ranking here? Send the strongest people to protect the primal crystal in Jingdu Square, and the rest are responsible for protecting the other buildings." The subordinate's face also turned pale. "General Zhang, should we call Zia Luo and Da Jiyu?" Zhang Yuanzhang's face froze when he thought of those 2 monsters. "Are they people I can command?" He cleared his throat. "Don't ask if you don't need to know. Go and relay the orders." Fortunately, the subordinate was easily persuaded. Yes. The 2 split up to act. Ziluo was playing with a blue circle. He seemed to be mastering the battle. Congratulations to player Ziluo for passing the special profession Azure Emperor, successfully comprehending the skill Ripple of Water. The special function of this skill is Ripple of Water, a mage-type skill, consumes mental power to form a water disc. After throwing the water disc, it will create a whirlpool-like water flow on the ground, within a certain range. The water flow will inflict a small amount of damage to enemies within the range, while having the effect of slowing them down and pulling them towards the center of the whirlpool. The system also vividly displayed the powerful blue whirlpool. Ziluo was extremely pleased. "I just happen to be lacking a large-scale control-type skill, and it's also a good weapon for dealing with zombies." While he was having fun, a mission was issued. Special mission issued, All-Out Battle. Then the system explained the details of All-Out Battle, introducing the mission. The Jingdu safe zone encountered the zombie wave before its construction was completed, and the strength of the 2 sides is very different. Mission requirement. The Jingdu safe zone successfully defends against the zombie wave, and the merit points earned by the host rank first on the ranking. Mission reward. 2 draws for ordinary golden hands, 1 gold tier equipment. Mission duration. None. Ziluo looked at the small whirlpool on his palm and muttered, "The strength of the 2 sides is very different?" A wild thought came to his mind. Could it be that the golden finger system has included me in the calculation? And it says the strength of this zombie wave exceeds expectations? Ignoring everything else, Ziluo grabbed Dai Jiyu, who was voraciously gnawing on a chicken leg. He grabbed the edge of the guy's hood and dragged him away. Dai Ngu. Time to work, no more eating. They descended the stairs and headed towards a small door. Ziluo pushed the door open. Inside was a darkness filled with countless fragments. The system floated into the air. The blue square now turned red. "The zombie wave is about to attack. Please, players, try your best to survive." Ziluo's face darkened as he read the system announcement. It seemed as if the atmosphere changed instantly. A red orb appeared amidst the thick black fog. A horde of zombies emerged from within the fog. Their target was the tall buildings in front of them. Manipulated text appeared above their heads. The eyes of the zombie horde were both bloodshot and listless. Only a moment after the dark clouds dissipated, the zombies became extremely agitated. They relentlessly charged forward, attacking the fortress. Zhang Yuanzhang stood high above, signaling preparations. As Zhang Yuanzhong waved his hand, a brilliant golden orb appeared above the city walls. An explosion erupted in the middle of the zombie horde. Sharp ice spikes pierced through the zombies from below, while vines blocked their path. He commanded the second platoon to advance to the second defensive line. The young soldiers, with expressions of unwavering resolve, shouted in unison. Understood. People of different professions worked together to repel the attacking zombies. The battlefield was filled with vibrant hues of blue, gold, and orange, but the zombies, impervious to pain, continued to advance like pre-programmed machines, quickly attacking the first line of defense. The soldiers, unwilling to yield, grabbed their weapons and fought back. Zhang Yuanzhong observed the situation through binoculars. His subordinate hurriedly ran over. General Zhang, our brothers on the front lines have temporarily halted the zombie attack. He then continued to order. The men of the third defensive line temporarily retreat to rest and prepare for the next battle. Understood. One person left, and another came to report. General Zhang, emergency situation in the northern safe zone. A large number of zombies have appeared in the north, estimated to be between 6,000 and 7,000, requesting reinforcements. Zhang Yuanzhong didn't expect the situation to escalate so quickly. He quickly asked, what about the other areas? What about the west? What's the situation in the west? The thing I didn't want to see still happened. The soldier gasped for breath. Because the time was too short, the battle situation in the west hadn't been reported yet. Only the soldiers from the north were sent here to report the situation. The soldier from the north continued, panting as he spoke. Zi Luo is dispelling the fog above the northern city wall, but Dai Ngu can't be seen. Zhang Yuanzhong clenched his fists. Is he planning to fight the zombie wave alone? There's no other news from the north for now, so your subordinate isn't sure. He waved his hand after hearing this. Get to work. Report any news immediately. Zhang Yuan stood high up, looking down at the chaotic scene below, only seeing giant blocks of ice and flashes of lightning all around. But those soldiers still held their weapons firmly, smiles blooming on their faces. Haha, brothers, we're definitely gonna die. But we must die in the light. Even if we fight to the very end, we must protect the city walls for me. Xiao Wang has already been sent by me to report the situation to the general. Reinforcements will arrive very soon. What we have to do is, before the reinforcements get here, don't let the zombies break through the city walls. A soldier ran over breathlessly to report. 2nd Battalion Commander Zile just rushed out of the ancient city. He went out there himself. I thought he was now stepping on the cow trunk and walking at top speed. Others shouted in fear, oh my god, Zile, come back! It's too dangerous outside. Their faces turned pale as they watched the direction he went. They were full of worry. That's right, Zile. That's the zombie wave, it's dangerous. Before they could finish speaking, the two soldiers hurriedly waved their hands, their faces completely drained of color. We take back what we just said. Only to see Zile wielding his sword and slaughtering in all directions. He aimed straight at the zombie horde. Each swing of his sword released circles of impact from that dazzling golden light, as if burning away all the dark night zombies. Those golden sword strikes became even more prominent when the dust settled. We could see the dismembered bodies of zombies on the ground. Zile, wearing a mask, continued to plunge into the center of the battle. The soldiers behind him, holding their weapons, couldn't help but exclaim, damn it! Zile has charged in, how can we be so cowardly? They seemed to have gained new strength. Brothers, let's go too. Killing even one zombie is beneficial, everyone shouted. Before long, they were filled with morale. They relentlessly increased their attacks on the zombies, while Zile leisurely waved his hand, combining fire and water to create unparalleled power, blasting the zombies into smithereens. The masses, who only had the chance to gain strength for a moment, were speechless and commented, as expected of Zile, the Great One is indeed the Great One. His way of dealing with zombies is so refined and otherworldly. The whole crowd turned into fanatic fans. When Zile took out a chair and a teacup, he stuck his sword into the ground and elegantly, leisurely enjoyed the steaming cup of tea. A zombie ran up and spewed out a cloud of green, poisonous smoke, already close, but he only gently lifted his mask and savored the hot tea. He slowly, deliberately drank the tea, while the poisonous smoke was right in front of him. When the teacup was covered again, Zile jumped up and kicked the giant zombie. The flavor is quite pure, and the temperature is just right. He pulled out his sword and gave the zombie a stab right in the stomach. His voice was as if he was talking to an animal. You're quite easily agitated, aren't you? Aren't I fighting your zombie squad while drinking tea? You even sent specially shaped zombies to attack so quickly? Behind Zile were zombies of different shapes and sizes. He waved his hand, using aqua distortion. The swirling vortexes of water halted the zombies. Advance. The swirling water gradually took shape, encircling them and slowing their movements. Natural flames appeared, leaving them completely dumbfounded for a moment. An explosion occurred. Fragments from the zombies. Corpses flew in all directions. The soldiers who were just keeping watch were now directly gaping. A notification popped up.
Congratulations to player Zile for leveling up to level 24. All attributes increased by 3, and gaining 5 free attribute points. Looking at the zombies that were no longer complete, the zombie controlling them thought, how can such a strong human exist? If I keep delaying like this, I'm afraid my zombie horde will have to sacrifice a quarter of its numbers to completely kill him. The zombie commander made a decision. If the time drags on for too long, and the human commanders arrive, this operation is very likely to end in failure. I absolutely cannot let my operation fail because of one human. Zile observed the group of zombies being scattered by the attack. If a zombie of a special type can't find a way to hurt me, then the group of zombies continue to surround him. Zile remained extremely calm. Then what if there are enough ordinary zombies? If this continues, the defense line will be quickly breached. At that point, the main gate of the safe zone will be directly broken down by the zombie horde, and the defense of the entire northern part of the safe zone will be declared a failure. I must fight a quick battle and achieve a swift victory. He glanced again at the zombies slowly approaching him. It seems that the number of zombies in the north is about to reach its limit. Zile took momentum and used leaping dash to jump into the sky. He stood on top of the zombie horde. Zile equipped the badge. It's time. It's time for you to show off your power. The badge immediately unleashed the power of the guardian mythical beast. A purple light surrounded the small badge. Zile increased his power by drinking a spirit potion. The purple lights continuously amplified. It seemed to have a mind of its own, constantly emitting that unique purple light. Golden lightning struck directly into the sky. The light from the sky shone straight down, immobilizing the zombies. They didn't dare move, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Amidst the dark clouds was a particularly prominent ray of light. Zile absorbed the ray of light and then struck towards the zombie horde. The entire group of zombies was enveloped by that purple light. The nearby tall buildings were also poisoned by this light. Even the people or zombies fighting there were stunned. They all didn't know what had happened. What happened? I don't know. At this moment, moss-green marks appeared on the ground. It was like dust scattering in the air, and flowers bloomed on it. Everyone felt the golden light refreshing their souls. A heaven-sent blessing. Only to see Zile running past, he knew the zombie behind the auspicious omen. But just as he paused, the purple unicorn trampled the zombies beneath its hooves. The purple power astonished everyone. This is a unicorn. Seeing this, everyone scrambled to flee. What are you standing there for? Retreat! It's a unicorn! If that thing unleashes its power, this battlefield will become hell. Only Ziluo remained standing there, still casually with his hands in his pockets. He touched the introduction of the purple gold thunderous Saint Unicorn Phantom. Grade. ? Tier. Mythic Introduction. One of the auspicious divine beasts in the mythological legends of Long Kingdom, and also the guardian divine beast of the capital region. The created phantom of the purple gold thunderous Saint Unicorn possesses a terrifying attack power, as described in mythology. The phantom inherits a portion of its power, and can only exist for 2 minutes. Skills. Annihilation Lightning Radiance. ? Purple Thunder Sky Peak. ? Myriad Thunderbolts. ? Divine Punishment. Unicorn's Wrath. Condition not met. Cannot unlock. Thunderstorm Shackles Lightning Bolt. Through the Void Dark Thunder Technique. Thunderous Roar Technique. Looking at the powerful unicorn, Ziluo secretly praised. The thing I summoned is indeed not bad, but a phantom is actually a mythic tier. He stroked his chin, staring at the system panel. Am I really not mistaken? What kind of heaven-defying existence is this? That unicorn also looked directly at him. This unicorn understands human nature, and even possesses consciousness. Is this really the phantom I knew? But in this situation, he didn't have enough time to calculate every step carefully. Ziluo snapped his fingers and walked away. Time is so tight. No time to overthink. I'll study it slowly when I get back. Right now, there's a group of zombies trying to escape. Ziluo didn't bother to pay attention. He wanted to control the unicorn in front of him. It used its hooves to shatter the shield in front. Now it was being controlled by Ziluo's consciousness. Lightning continued to strike the zombies, rendering them incapable of fighting. Ziluo simply stood to the side, observing the situation. The lightning raged wildly, shaking heaven and earth. The unicorn stomped its hooves on the ground. It jumped into the air, and continued to unleash bolts of purple lightning, once again directly attacking the zombies, its eyes glowing brightly. Myriad Thunderbolts. After using that skill, the group of zombies became even more unsteady. The zombies, now clutching their heads and running in disarray, were mirroring the Zombie King's expression. The unicorn's golden eyes flashed again, and it once again created Purple Thunder Sky Peak. Perhaps the zombies were too angry after being attacked so many times. But the light, that purple light once again struck the zombie horde. In just an instant, that group of zombies vanished without a trace. Congratulations to player Ziluo for leveling up to level 25. All attributes increased by 3 and gained 5 free attribute points. Congratulations to player Zile for leveling up to level 26. All attributes increased by 3 and gained 5 free attribute points. Upon receiving this notification, he also couldn't quite believe it, looking at his palm. I can actually level up twice in a row. This perverted divine beast, this perverted skill, is truly powerful beyond measure. When he looked again, the unicorn was treading on clouds, continuously attacking with annihilation lightning radiance. Its hooves only moved slightly. The zombies below once again received a beating that surprised them to the point of being stunned. At this time, the shield had shattered into pieces. Countless fragments fell, but the notification popped up again. Congratulations to player Zile for leveling up to level 27, all attributes plus 3, and gaining 5 free attribute points. Wisps of smoke continued to spread in the air. A happy young man looked at this aura. I was wondering why this aura felt so familiar, making me have to personally run over here to see. Turns out it's Chingdi's aura. So nostalgic. The people standing in front of the Energy Prime Crystal kept wondering, huh? Why is there also that CVW guy's aura? What in the world is going on? The inheritance of these two guys gathered on one person? Ha 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 ha. How hilarious, to be able to see such a scene while I'm still alive. Ha ha. I can't. I'm about to die laughing. I have to retreat. Ha ha. So a Killin really exists? A girl's consciousness exclaimed. Seeing Zile's level, Zile instantly went from level 24 to level 26, and in the blink of an eye, leveled up to level 27. This is too heaven-defying. Before Zile's eyes now are 2 items. Original scale of the Purple Gold Thunder, Sacred Killin Town Image Chi Origin. The item information appeared. Town Image Chi Origin has extremely high lightning power. Incorporated into the 8 trigram step, players can control the Town Image Chi Origin of lightning power. Original scale of the Purple Gold Thunder Sacred Killin. Epic level special carry-on prop. Introduction. The original scale of the Purple Gold Thunder Sacred Killin once received a blessing from the Killin, and possesses auspicious ability. Under certain circumstances, it can exert a special effect. The ability can increase the player's luck. The basic physical recovery speed increases by 20%. The basic mental recovery speed increases by 20%. The effect of bad status suffered is reduced by 20%. Damage of various attribute types suffered is reduced by 10%. After reading the information of the scale, even Zile had to exclaim, its power is beyond description. He retrieved the items. Zile stared at the purple scale in his palm. He scratched his head blankly. If I want more original scales, do I have to pluck the Killin bald? Can its scales regenerate? I'll have to study this later. The zombies cried out again, attracting his attention. Zile turned his back to the zombies without any precautions. So you're already scared so quickly? He opened the skills on the system to take a look. The automatic looting skill of the Golden Hand has lost its effect? System. Why can the automatic looting skill loot the items that dropped when I killed the zombies, but can't loot the items dropped by the Killin killing the zombies? The system immediately replied, because those equipment and props have all turned to ashes under the destruction of the Killin's violent power, they no longer exist, so they cannot be collected. Hearing this answer, he was slightly stunned. Its destructive power is even stronger than I expected. Zile stroked his chin thoughtfully. I wonder if golden level equipment and props, or higher quality material cards can survive. I have to find a chance to try. He looked at the scale again. According to the identity of the Killin beast, the quality of these things must be food. Where is the right place to put something so small if I just put it in my pocket? What if it falls off during combat? At this moment, the system notified. Special prop original scale of the Purple Gold Thunder, Sacred Killin, has special ability. Do you want to turn on the illusion effect? Turn it on! When Zile finished speaking, the scale immediately disappeared, and a purple light in the shape of a miniature Killin appeared on his chest. No attributes equipped. After player Zile's adjustment. Strength 113, Spirit 108, Constitution 108, Agility 108. Everyone stared at him in stunned silence. They couldn't believe that everything had been resolved with just his simple action. Zile casually left. The crisis at the North Gate has been completely resolved. I'll go check out the other areas. Although their faces were covered in dirt, they still smiled. Was that Zile the big shot just now? Does this count as us having fought side by side with the big shot? I have to work harder, I have to follow the example of Zile the big shot, but some tears also fell. Several hundred of our brothers are gone. It's okay. The city gate has been successfully defended, and the souls of our hundreds of brothers under the 9 springs can rest in peace. Alright brothers, cheer up. We must not let the other brothers sacrifice in vain. Clean up the battlefield first, and then prepare to change shifts. At this moment, a soldier rushed over to update the situation. What's wrong? The North ended so quickly? The soldiers on this battlefield are now happily asking them to help clean up the battlefield first. I will report what happened to you,
and then you report it to General. Okay, they started telling the story. I said to this guy, Zile the big shot suddenly appeared just now. The others who looked at the system panel had to exclaim, "Oh my god, no wonder he's Zile the big shot, my idol. That's too fast." The big shot is the big shot, directly leveled up to level 27, 8 levels away from the second rank general. That's abnormal. Even the merit points list is enviable. What's up with this merit ranking? It's too exaggerated. Are you sure it's not written wrong? Merit point ranking. First place, Zile, total merit points 8,473. Second place, San Lian Sipai Zhao Qiang, total merit points 473. Third place, Smoke I Can't Quit, total merit points 449. Fourth place, I Don't Like to Eat Herbs, total merit points 440. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, white streaks appeared in the sky. It was a group of zombies flying in the sky like bats, and below them was another wave of zombies. Mage players, attack the zombies flying in the air. Everyone, quickly condense fireballs, ice arrows, and lightning. Continue the next wave of attacks. The commander stood above observing. He ordered through the intercom. Has the intelligence here been transmitted? The news from the other side isn't good. Reporting, Commander Zhang. The intelligence personnel can't break through the zombie encirclement outside, so the specific intelligence can't be transmitted. But the news of the zombie attack on the crystal has been spread through the warning system. His eyes stared straight ahead. That's good enough. Then the remaining mission is to defend our front line. Yes, Commander, we'll definitely complete the mission. At this moment, the guardrail shook, and the soldier himself felt it. They looked around. In the distance, black smoke appeared. He couldn't believe it. What's going on? How did so many frenzied zombies appear in such a short time? Where did they come from? A hand emerged from the ground. Then a series of zombies with rock-hard bodies appeared on the ground. Everyone attacked while creating shields to protect themselves. But these zombies' bodies were many times harder than the previous waves. They had to struggle very hard to resist. Everything seemed futile when another wave of zombies appeared before them. Seeing the astonished expressions of the soldiers, the commander above kept shouting, Hold on for me! Absolutely can't let these frenzied zombies break into the plaza. Behind you is the crystal. Once the crystal is destroyed, the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers at the front line will all be in vain. Do you hear me? Hearing this, the soldiers gritted their teeth and pulled themselves together. Understood, Commander. The massive zombie horde continued to rush forward, and the soldiers stood there forming a shield. A fireball flew from somewhere, hitting a zombie, but the zombies were in a frenzy. They frantically punched and kicked the soldiers, but they were determined not to give up. Standing firmly there, the zombies' punches landed on people who seemed to have no power to resist. A resolute voice rang out again. Block them! Suddenly someone shouted. Their speed has slowed down. The commander continued to encourage. Brothers, hang in there. I've sent people to the city to request reinforcements. They'll be here to support us soon. Someone stepped on a thick liquid. The person immediately reacted. Careful! Invisible zombies are here. The system displayed relevant information. Invisible zombie. An extremely rare and terrifying type of zombie. Its body is in a transparent state, and light can pass through its body without obstruction. Even if you pour liquid dye all over it, it will only temporarily reveal its figure, and it will soon return to its transparent state. The noise it makes when it moves is also extremely faint, and it can usually only be heard when it gets close. They immediately poured water on the ground. Everyone who has water, quickly pour it out. The only thing that can distinguish the direction of movement of the invisible zombie is its footprints under the action of water. The zombie's footprints appeared more and more. That soldier reminded everyone but forgot about his own back. Don't let your guard down. Observe where the invisible zombies appear. Just speak up when you see a dent on the water's surface. Before he could finish speaking, an invisible zombie suddenly attacked him, causing him to fall straight down, scaring and panicking those around him. Zombies can turn invisible. No! Stop! A hammer spun in the air, then slammed straight into the ground, creating a deafening sound. The hammer struck the zombie's head directly. Only then did everyone see the zombie materialize. They looked towards the direction the hammer came from. Dangok looks just like a hero now. He retracted the hammer. In reality, Dangok was still being controlled by Zile. Zile's consciousness hid in a corner as he crossed his arms with a smile. Dangok charged like a gust of wind. Wherever he went, the zombies gradually fell. Dangok is here. Does that mean Zile is here too? Everyone couldn't help but hope. Zile is here. With him here, we have hope of surviving. Charge! Just as morale was boosted, a zombie swaggered into the middle of the road. Its burst speed was so fast that only an afterimage could be seen. Taking advantage of everyone's carelessness, it lunged straight towards the primal energy crystal. The zombie's hand reached out as the zombie jumped. wanting to touch the primal energy crystal. Its fingers were only a tiny bit away when suddenly, a hammer smashed straight into its back, sending it flying. Dangok picked up the hammer again. He continued to attack any zombies that intended to approach the primal energy crystal. The square was now packed with people and zombies alike. Dangok spearheaded the attack, constantly swinging his hammer at the zombies. Behind him, the soldiers continuously encouraged each other. "Hold on, brothers. We're coming to support you." Dangok always stood in front of the primal energy crystal. "Hold on, brothers." The sky grew darker and darker. The wind began to pick up, and the only sound in the air was the rustling of leaves. They were checking the number of casualties. They breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great." And Xiaoyang held his blade. His power still enveloped its edge. Someone patted his shoulder and advised, "Lao An, you should rest for a while too. You've been fighting until now." The people around began to discuss. "Wasn't that him just now? Charging toward the zombies without fearing death. And Dalao is really strong. I saw him charging towards the zombies alone, and then I couldn't see him anymore. I remember now. He's the one who made it into the top 10 of the Combat Power Tournament. Amazing." Right. I also saw him fighting the zombies. And he only came out of the zombie horde at the last moment, completely unharmed." They looked towards An Xiaoyang. "Dalao, you're too humble." That's right. I want to follow your example, but you don't need to be so modest. With your skills, you could do a lot in the army." "That's right, Dalao. You should rest. Who knows when the next zombie wave will hit." And Xiaoyang listened to the encouragement, but didn't show any arrogance. He found a corner and sat down. And Xiaoyang stared intently at the dagger. At this moment, he was surprised to see a figure suddenly appear. The people around were extremely gossipy. "Dangok, is he trying to get acquainted with An Dalao?" As expected, the great heroes are all kindred spirits. Dangok raised his hammer, and the others paled once again. "Ugh, but why does this feel so wrong? Why do I feel like Big Dum Dum is trying to smash An Xiaoyang? What is he doing? Heavens, what's going on?" Even he himself feels bewildered. But at this moment, Big Dum Dum swung the hammer down. An Xiaoyang's body instantly shattered. Big Dum Dum breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his brow, as everyone else stared in stunned silence. Suddenly, someone pointed at An Xiaoyang's corpse. "Look at An Dalao's corpse. The flesh and blood body has now disappeared, leaving only the clothes behind. Red blood splattered." Only now did everyone see clearly that there was a white creature in the pool of blood, with a grayish-white body and sharp claws. Heavens! This An Xiaoyang is actually a zombie. The system issued information. Shape-shifting corpse zombie, known as the most insidious and vicious trump card in the zombie wave. Absorbing someone's corpse allows it to transform its appearance into that person. Items like equipment and jewelry on its body, while having no real function, will not appear different from the outside. The zombie's special aura also completely disappears, blending in with humans, though its expressions are relatively stiff. Its biggest advantage is that it cannot speak. Everything happened so fast that everyone was stunned. Who knew zombies had so many forms? We need to set up an inspection. We definitely have to make them talk after this battle. That's right. No one expects a comrade in arms to stab them in the back. Ziluo clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely walked away. Dakong followed him, receiving the order, "Head east." At this moment, Lin Zile used his consciousness to control Dakong, causing Dakong to shrink back to his original form. Afterwards, Dakong looked in the direction that Ziluo was heading. At this time, in the eastern battlefield safe zone, the corpses of zombies were piled high on the road. Yuan Zhang watched everything through binoculars. He was shocked and trembling as he heard his subordinates continuously report. "Reporting General Zhang. The 5 previously arranged defense lines have been broken through layer by layer, leaving only the last one. Reporting General Zhang. The combat power of our soldiers is approaching its limit, and the defense has weakened significantly. General, there aren't many brothers left. We can't fight anymore." General Yuan Zhang helplessly sighed. He gave instructions to his subordinates. "Retreat first. We retreat to the rear battle line, to the architectural area. With these buildings to block them, we can win a chance to rest." The subordinate quickly said, "General, absolutely not. If we retreat to the rear battle line, the zombies will be completely unrestrained," he worriedly said. "If the zombie wave chooses to attack from another direction at that time, we can only passively take the beating. There are a large number of non-combat personnel hiding in the architectural area." Yuan Zhang waved his hand to interrupt. "I know everything you said," he said seriously. "But there is no other choice now. They no longer have the means to continue fighting, so it's better to enter the architectural area to save a chance to live." The subordinate also bowed his head in silence. Suddenly, he saw Ziluo wearing a mask leisurely walking over. At this moment, the subordinate became overjoyed, patted Yuan Zhang's shoulder and pointed. General, we don't need to retreat anymore. Ziluo is here." Yuan Zhang unexpectedly called Ziluo. But he walked straight past without saying a word. He immediately climbed the wall and jumped down before Yuanzhong's eyes. He couldn't help but let a faint smile creep onto the corners of his mouth. Then Yuanzhong raised his sword and ordered, "Prepare to counterattack." The subordinate happily accepted the order. Yes. At this moment, on the ground, another person was still trembling and fighting with his sword. "We can't retreat," but he didn't notice something falling behind him. Ziluo suddenly placed his hand on the person's shoulder and asked, "What is the situation of the battlefield now?" He turned his head, overjoyed. "Your Grandmaster Zile." Zile immediately put a finger to his lips, signaling, "Quiet, it's me. Tell me the situation here first." Hearing this, he hurriedly turned around and reported. Originally, the entire defense line had been breached, but then quite a few reinforcements came from the west gate, stabilizing the situation. Now the state of affairs is that we can still hold on for a bit against the zombie wave. However, the man continued. Afterwards, General Zhang sent many more people to reinforce the crystal side, and also a small group to the gate to fire. The man suddenly couldn't help but burst into tears. Now, the soldiers responsible for defense number less than 10,000, and we're almost at our limit. Zile immediately thought, zombies are constantly appearing from behind the shield, and the human situation is not optimistic. It looks like the timing is just right. I can turn the tide. Right behind him, another player appeared. Grand General asked us to come and fight alongside you. Zile then retrieved a spear from his inventory. The system displayed information. 9 Lai spear. Diamond grade equipment. Attributes. Strength +10. Constitution +6. When attacking, there is a 30% armor penetration attribute. Attacks have a chance to deal damage equal to 150% of the strength attribute. After the spear tip pierces the enemy's body, it will extract a portion of the enemy's stamina. Skill included. Earth-shaking thrust. When the spear tip strikes the ground, a powerful shock will occur at the point of impact, and the shock will deal damage equal to 100% of the strength attribute to all enemies within range. Sky-piercing thrust. When the spear thrusts forward, after hitting an enemy, it will deal damage equal to 117% of the strength attribute, and has a forced knockback effect. After being knocked back to a certain distance, it will detonate the remaining spear intent within the enemy's body, dealing damage equal to 70% of the strength attribute within range. Zile then created a small flame on his hand, and then he covered the spear with that flame, causing it to ignite. Immediately after, Zile stood on tiptoe and jumped. From mid-air he held the spear in a ready stance and jumped down towards the zombies. Roaring, "Ugh!" Zile slammed the spear into the ground, sending the zombies flying. His point of attack created a circular crack in the ground, attracting the zombies. The body of one of them constantly bubbled under its skin, and then the zombie instantly exploded. The place where Zile planted the spear flared up with a fiery power. Suddenly, Zile pulled the spear out of the ground. Then he held his stance and spun the spear in the air. When Zile swung the spear, a blazing red flame immediately appeared and quickly rushed forward. It instantly swallowed and incinerated the zombies. From within the flames, a zombie tried to escape, but just as it was about to attack him, it was pierced by the spear and declared deceased. Zile was now squatting on the ground, maintaining the posture of the spear throw from before. The zombie's body, splattered with blood, gradually fell to the ground. Immediately after, it exploded, and the spear flew back to him. Zile then gently caught the spear. Everyone nearby was extremely astonished when witnessing everything. Zile again continued to charge forward and attack with the spear. A moment later, the system notification popped up. Congratulations to player Zile for leveling up to level 29. All attributes +3, and obtained 5 free attribute points. Zile twitched his shoulders, carrying the spear on his shoulder, standing in the middle of a pile of zombie corpses while the others were still petrified. Ziluo leisurely strolled past. "I feel like we're just extra here." "I think so too. What should we do next so we don't feel awkward?" They were still in shock, constantly exclaiming in their hearts. A single level 1 Dalton Lau who responded 4 times. Truly worthy of being a Dalao, fighting the zombies alone like that. There's never been anyone like him. Is this a zombie massacre? He's really turning the tide. Ziluo then opened his system panel to check his stats. No equipment. After adjustments, player Ziluo's stats are Strength 124, Spirit 119, Constitution 114, Agility 114. Ziluo immediately fell into deep thought. I didn't expect the zombie wave to drop so many skill books. I'll have to carefully check them out when I get back. My inventory is almost full, and my spiritual power isn't enough to let Zhu Lizhu swallow these things, so I can only use the simplest method. He immediately clicked the button to temporarily turn off auto-loot on the system. Then, Ziluo squatted down and waved his hand, throwing away the other items. After a while, he walked from afar toward Yuanzhong and the others. Immediately, Zhang Yuanzhong greeted him in a military salute.
Thank you. If you ever need me, Zhang Yuanzhang, I will do my best to help. The others echoed. We will too. Ziluo approached and said to Yuanzhang,
It was easy. There are some weapons on the battlefield that might be useful to you.
Immediately after, Ziluo turned and left.
At this moment, in a small room, Ziluo was seriously examining a book in his hand.
He loudly prayed, Purple Gold Thunder, Holy Kirin, bless me. Let me draw a powerful skill. A certain Kirin suddenly sneezed.
Immediately after, Ziluo excitedly opened the book. As soon as he opened the book, a purple light appeared. When he saw the contents of the book, Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Holy crap! Inside the book was a card with an eye on it, the blood-colored eye. The system then introduced it. Blood-colored eye, an epic level skill, an extremely special type of eye technique. Once controlled, the player's eyes will produce irreversible effects. Passive ability. Your vision is greatly enhanced, and you can adjust the viewing angle to zoom in and out according to your thoughts. Active abilities. 1. Clairvoyance. After activating, you can see through certain obstacles, observing the situation behind the obstacle. 2. Mind deceit. After using, you can create certain scenarios in the opponent's mind based on your spiritual power. 3. Illusion break. After using, you can use your spiritual power to see through scenarios or delusions you encounter. Ziluo's eyes immediately lit up. This is amazing. So the Kirin's blessing is this good. Next time, I have to bring the Kirin with me when doing cool things. Isn't this just thunder from the heavens? A certain Kirin sneezed again. At this time, the system asked, the system has detected the blood-colored eye skill. Does player Ziluo want to learn the blood-colored eye skill? Ziluo happily held the book in his hand and said, Learn! Immediately, a surge of energy entered his eyes, causing Ziluo immense pain. He clutched his head and frowned. Blood tears gradually streamed from his eyes. Drops of blood constantly dripped onto the ground. And a notification from the system appeared. Congratulations to player Ziluo for successfully learning the blood-colored eye. Ziluo opened his eyes and looked at his hand. Blood tears still flowed from his eyes. He could see his blood-stained hand very clearly. Ziluo happily looked around, exclaiming, Wow! This vision directly evolved from 360p to 1080p. Immediately after, he took out a mask and a mirror. Ziluo looked at himself in the mirror and tried using the blood-colored eye ability, clairvoyance. Immediately after, he looked up. From above the ceiling, Ziluo saw Zhang Yuanzhang walking over. Zhang Yuanzhang, he's so fast he's already back? Ziluo crossed his arms and looked at the system panel notification. Approximately 15 minutes left until the end of the zombie wave. After the zombie wave ends, a counterattack vote will be held. He wondered to himself, did it take so long to learn the skill? Right after that, Ziluo took out a pill and stood up to leave. Scene change, Yuanzhang was standing outside waiting for him. Suddenly, Ziluo opened the door and appeared, calling out, General Zhang. He immediately turned around towards him. Then Yuanzhang bowed gratefully and said, This time, if it weren't for you, the consequences would have been unimaginable. I thank you for everything you did during this zombie wave. But Ziluo just waved his hand. General Zhang, you don't need to worry about it. I wanted to ask about the top 10 on the contribution ranking. Do you know more than 4 of them? Yuanzhang asked in surprise. I know most of them. Is there something you need from them? Ziluo then said, If possible, please call them all here, General Zhang. I'll explain when everyone arrives. Yuanzhang frowned slightly and replied, They're not far from here, but calling too many experts at once, I'm afraid someone will notice you. Wait for me a moment. He then agreed. Okay, sorry for the trouble, General Zhang. A moment later, Ziluo stood in front of the other players. He asked the question, Did you know that the zombie wave has always been controlled from behind by the zombie monarch? Everyone was immediately shocked. What, a zombie monarch? I thought it was humans doing. Ziluo then continued. If you've already guessed that, then you should understand that the ones who caused the severe casualties today, besides the Liu family, also include the zombie monarch. He calculated in his mind. Zhang Yuanzhang's words have reminded me. The opportunity has come. I might as well give the Liu family a great gift. The other players immediately became agitated. If that's the case, why don't we make the zombie monarch pay as severe a price? Ziluo, how can we make them pay? My younger brother died in this zombie wave. I want to avenge him and the other brothers. Ziluo stood in front of everyone and explained. After the zombie wave ends, the Doomsday game will activate a counterattack measure. Ziluo explained how this works. This requires the top 10 players in contribution points to vote and decide. He proposed that once the number of people who agree to counterattack exceeds half, we will initiate a counterattack battle. At this time, the system appeared, explaining with illustrations. Small-scale counterattack battle. a confrontation between the top powerhouses of both sides. A successful counterattack battle will eliminate the zombies participating in the counterattack battle and also obtain rewards. The strength of the zombies in the capital area will be reduced. If the counterattack battle fails, the participating players will die. Although the safe zone can still be established, it will be delayed by 1 month before it can enjoy the functions of the safe zone. Zile continued. If you don't believe me, you can go and see the introduction to the counterattack battle of the Doomsday game later. The other players immediately became hesitant. Boss, we don't doubt you. Tell us what we need to do and we will definitely do it. Boss, if it's really like you said, wouldn't we die if we participated in the counterattack battle? The other players also spoke up. That's right, we've just recovered, and we haven't adjusted our condition yet. I feel the same way. After all, these zombies are not easy to deal with. Zile continued. So, for safety's sake, I will participate in the counterattack battle alone. I am confident that I can win. You just need to cooperate with me. Yuanzhang was still a little hesitant, glancing at Zile, but Zile just nodded slightly, causing him to fall silent. Then, Yuanzhang turned and raised his hand, saying, You guys cooperate with Zile? All the players there looked at each other. Then, they also made a decision. Yes, General. Just tell us what you need us to do, boss. Boss, can I follow you to learn how to fight? I definitely won't cause you any trouble. Another player thought that he had been judging a nobleman by petty standards just now. We must help Zile, the boss, later. Just as Zile was about to say something more, the system suddenly popped up with an announcement. The 5-hour time limit has expired. The zombie wave is about to retreat. Currently, the number of buildings in the capital safe zone that have collapsed, and the number of deaths have not exceeded the standard, and the primordial energy crystal has not been touched. The other players also listened silently. The system has determined. The capital safe zone has successfully defended against the zombie wave. Congratulations to the capital safe zone for successfully building. At this time, outside, the horde of zombies suddenly stopped moving. The other players could easily eliminate them with weapons. That person cheered excitedly. Everyone, hurry up! These zombies won't resist. Others, hearing this, immediately became happy as well, and they all advanced in unison, shouting, Charge! At Zileo's location, the system was still announcing. Congratulations to player Zile for achieving first place on the merit points ranking for this zombie wave. Because you have successfully defended the safe zone, you can initiate a revenge battle against the zombies that entered the safe zone. Zile looked at the system's question. Initiate a counterattack against the zombies? Without hesitation, he pressed yes. Zile saw the system announce again. Currently, 10/1 players have chosen to initiate the counterattack, meeting the conditions to open the counterattack battle. The counterattack battle will begin. Please prepare yourselves well. Zile led the other players as they began to move out. Yuanzhang, bringing up the rear, thought, I remember someone previously bought regional information in the hidden shop and even obtained platinum-grade treasures. He continued to speculate. Could it be that Zile also bought related intelligence in the hidden shop? Otherwise, how would he know the existence of the zombie king? And also obtain information that there would be a counterattack battle after the zombie wave ends. Yuanzhang rested his chin, planning, after this is over, I must fully gather related intelligence in the hidden shop. Grasping more intelligence will allow me to fight the zombies better. A moment later, on the main street of the city center, the system continuously announced, Safe zone players of the capital, please pay attention. The zombie wave has ended, and through the vote of the top 10 players on the merit points ranking, a counterattack battle against the invading zombies is about to begin. All players saw the announcement from the system. They became excited, cheering joyfully. Counterattack! We can counterattack too! Well done! We should counterattack! Always being attacked, only being able to passively defend, is really frustrating me to death. Some players were still skeptical. Counterattack? It has this function? But our current state doesn't seem suitable for a counterattack, right? Immediately, someone pointed to the sky. Everyone, quickly look at the sky! Isn't that the Zile Taijie? They all looked up at the sky, some even pointing. At this moment, a group of people quickly appeared. The group, led by Zile, was fully revealed. Behind his mask, Zile stared dumbfounded at the zombies, led by the frenzied Gale Zombie King. Zile couldn't help but be surprised. Unexpectedly, I'd meet an acquaintance here. Zile smiled behind his mask. Illusory Joy's Royal Corpse Shadow, you killed me in my previous life. Looking at the mutated zombie before him, he thought, I didn't expect to meet so quickly in this life. At this time, there is an explanation of the image of frenzied Gale. In the zombies of the post-apocalypse, surpassing level 90 is called a zombie king, corresponding to human war gods and magic gods. Their own strength is extremely powerful, and they have extremely high mental attributes. Combined with the special attributes of their zombie bodies, their overall strength is even greater. Frenzied Gale can easily control other zombies like puppets. Zombies whose strength reaches a certain level, their thoughts and consciousness are also strengthened, will combine into their own strength, will have their own preferences, and give themselves a name beginning with a title. They have great suppressive force against other zombies, can control a portion of their behavior, and gain their loyalty. They believe that zombies are the evolution of humans, a higher level race. Ziluo pondered. In my previous life, I and the other 9 war gods all agreed to sign up to participate in the Joint Warfare Alliance. He recalled himself in his previous life holding the registration form with his name among the 9 war gods. 3 were people from the official faction, 3 were people from the Lisi family, and 3 others outwardly didn't belong to any faction. Ziluo recalled his image in his previous life. The management of the entire alliance was very loose, with no rules or requirements, no different from being free. He remembered watching someone from a distance rush to fight a zombie. At most, they'd see someone from the alliance and choose to help or give guidance, but then that person would vigilantly look around to receive money from someone else. In this alliance, as long as the money arrived, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to do. Later, the Li family paid a very high price to invite 2 war gods and this zombie king to kill me. The current Ziluo revealed a disdainful smile behind his mask. As expected, any kind of creature with a subjective consciousness will prioritize profit. So what if your skills counter my illusionist class?
Today, you definitely won't be able to leave this place alive.
The system panel suddenly appeared, displaying the competition rules. This counterattack battle will use a deathmatch format. Each time, both sides, humans and zombies, can send 1 player to the arena. There is no time limit, and no restrictions on the fighting methods. The fight only completely ends when one side dies. After it ends, the winning player cannot leave the arena and needs to continue the duel. Only when all the players on one side die will it stop, and the counterattack battle will have its final result. The zombies looked towards Ziluo's group, constantly whispering to each other. Kwang Feng glanced at one of his zombie subordinates, who was constantly trembling. Please, both sides quickly send your players to the arena. If no player is sent within 10 minutes, 1 player will be randomly selected to die directly. Ziluo directly jumped onto the arena. His opponent is the Raging Blood Berserker Zombie. The system announced, "Battle start." Ziluo immediately pressed the button to check the zombie's information provided by the system. Raging Blood Berserker Zombie, Bronze level boss, level 18. Reading this, he was surprised. That weak? Immediately, Ziluo pulled out a sword from his spatial storage. Seeing this, Ranshu turned around and ran, making him confused. Ziluo immediately rushed forward, speculating. Stalling for time or just cowardly? Ranshu was cut diagonally by Ziluo rushing over, and was eliminated just like that. When he finished swinging his sword, the system announced, "Counterattack battle. First round, 8.36 seconds. Humans win." Kwang Feng silently witnessed this scene from behind, and he decisively ordered his subordinates behind him. "Change the plan. There's no room for hesitation anymore. The longer it takes, the smaller the chance. Proceed with the ritual immediately." Another zombie appeared on the arena, Ziluo's next opponent. His information panel also appeared. Boulder Hardbone, Stone Armor Zombie, Silver level boss, level 21. Basic attributes: Strength 40, Spirit 25, Constitution 90, Agility 35. Talent: Boulder. When you are not moving, your body's defensive attributes will increase significantly. Hardbone. Your bones are strengthened. The hardness of your metallic properties is greatly increased. Skill: Immovable Boulder. Immobile as a mountain, extreme defense. Weakness: Once you move, your defensive attributes will decrease significantly. Attacking it from behind will have good effect. Seeing the zombie in front of him, Ziluo couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Are zombies with special forms so unusual? So perverted?" Immediately, Ziluo swung his sword and rushed towards Banshee. Immediately, he cut a wound on his body, but Banshee activated his immovable boulder skill early, making the cut have no effect on him. Immediately afterward, a sword directly pierced Ziluo's stone body. He stabbed the sword into his chest just like that, causing Banshee to exclaim in surprise, "Roar!" Ziluo showed a mocking smile under his mask. "Ah!" Immediately afterward, he continuously twisted the tip of the sword, causing it to penetrate deeper into his body. Banshee immediately counterattacked, throwing a punch, but Ziluo dodged it lightly. Afterward, Ziluo channeled a source of energy into the sword. Ziluo's entire body was immediately covered in a red energy source. He continued to jump up to attack Banshee. At this moment, Kwang Feng transmitted his thoughts through brainwaves to his subordinates. The zombies quickly sat down and covered their eyes with both hands. Even Kwang Feng closed his eyes, raising his hand to shield the heads of the zombies. Quickly,
The top of one of their heads exploded, cracking open. It slumped over, blood continuously flowing to the ground. At this moment, Kong Feng approached. He spread his arms and roared for the zombies, then, without hesitation, plunged his hands into the heads of his subordinates. Kong Feng gouged out 2 brains and devoured them ravenously. The system appeared just then. The ritual exclusive to the zombie sovereign requires sacrificing the lives of zombies that meet the requirements. Zombies who perform the ritual will experience a significant increase in power. This type of consumption will deplete a lot of energy for the sacrifice, and the duration is limited. Once the duration ends, the ritual zombie will lose all the enhanced abilities and attributes gained during this time, and their own strength will suffer permanent damage. Their bodies will also suffer severe injuries. Zile, startled, sensing something was wrong, he immediately increased his power and focused his mind. Something abnormal is happening. There must be a demon at work. I have to quickly deal with this troublesome guy in front of me. Immediately, Zile launched a move towards Pan Shi. Blast slash! Pan Shi instantly adopted a defensive stance, activating his ultimate move. Ultimate defense! Ultimate defense! Reduce one's own strength and mental power to the lowest level, and add all that strength and mental power to one's body's defense. During the addition process, as long as the body doesn't move, it will gain a 20% reduction in damage. Pan Shi received the full force of the 2 slashes. Immediately, an attack skill was cast on his hands. Immediately after, Pan Shi's body exploded. Zile didn't rest, continuing to cast his skills. Pan Shi still struggled to stand against his attacks. Zile continued to rush forward with his sword, piercing through his body. Zile swung his sword, turning to see the system notification. Pan Shi has died. Then, he pressed to check the new equipment. Zile obtained a Pan Shi necklace and a guide. Pan Shi necklace. Silver-grade equipment, made from extremely hard rock, possessing extremely high defensive power. Attributes: Constitution +3, Spirit +2, Physical damage taken reduced by 10%. Passive skill: Pan Shi shield can create a Pan Shi shield around one's body. The defensive ability of the shield is proportional to your constitution. Once the shield is broken, it can create a petrification effect for 1 second on surrounding enemies. Cooldown time is 18 hours, he exclaimed. As expected of a rare mutated zombie, even the equipment dropped is closely related to it. These attributes aren't bad either, collect it. At this moment, another opponent appeared behind Zile. A mutated green zombie, covered in festering sores, appeared. It tilted its head and staggered forward, its body constantly emitting a poisonous green gas. At the same time, it was introduced. Silver grade boss, level 19, talent, purulent body. Your body is filled with highly poisonous purulent fluid, but this purulent fluid is extremely corrosive. It can cause great damage to the human body, and can also destroy the walls of architectural objects. It will also destroy the durability of equipment. Weakness: it is extremely afraid of high temperature roasting, and its left leg is not flexible. Zile observed it, then assessed. Not even as good as the last one. At this moment, he adopted a defensive stance, continuing to channel energy into his sword. There's no other way. If I want to clean them up, I can only step over their corpses. Right after, he dashed forward, swinging his sword to slash at the zombie's body. Then Zile waved his hand, using a shield to block its extremely poisonous attack. He immediately used the skill Eyes of Absolute Insight and successfully targeted the weak point on the zombie's left thigh. So this is where your weakness lies. The leg was the zombie's weak point. Being continuously slashed, Lin Zile retreated, watching the zombie's left leg being shredded and receiving the death confirmation from the system. Zile then obtained an item. A potion. As expected, the drop rate of equipment is proportional to the zombie's strength. Afterward, Zile looked at the system, waving his hand to store the potion. Immediately after, he walked towards Kong Feng, who was still performing the ritual with his back turned. Zile silently watched him, sighing. Eating your own kind, just like your style. Kong Feng, realizing he was behind him, stood up haltingly and said, Today, even if it costs me dearly, I will kill you. Zile looked down on him. If it weren't for the barrier on this arena, I would have come down and chopped off your head already. Immediately after, Kong Feng took a step towards him. When only a short distance separated them, he stopped. Kong Feng unleashed his power, and the system displayed the information. Kong Feng, Zombie Overlord, Peak Gold Tier Boss, Level 24 +8, Base Stats, Strength 50 +30, Spirit 100 +45, Constitution 60 +20, Agility 80 +40, Talent. Overlord's authority enhances the epic tier talent that all creatures of lower rank than you have a 10% reduction in all attributes. Can control all zombie races below your rank in battle, creating subordinate states such as suppression, fear. Kong Feng's physique allows you to control the wind element very well. Moreover, All wind element skills cast by you are enhanced by 10% power. Ephemeral illusion. You can briefly transform into the target's shadow, following behind the target. Ephemeral penetration. The damage dealt by all your attacks can reduce the opponent's defense by 5%.
Temporary curse. Your attacks can create a layer of curse effect on the opponent. Once a certain number of layers is reached, the curse will take effect, affecting the state of the cursed person. Skills. Kong Feng's Eye. Kong Burst. Descent of the Wind's Protection. Swift Wind's Movement. Weakness. The zombie overlord has just finished the ritual, and has not fully controlled his power. Mistakes may occur. The zombie overlord's current state is only a temporary enhancement. All of its added ability attributes will decrease over time and disappear.
Ziluo held the sword in his hand and exclaimed,
"Strong enough. Powerful enough. It's been a long time since I've met such a strong opponent." The system then reappeared. Please check. The host is about to engage in a life-or-death duel with Kong Feng, the zombie overlord. A special peak confrontation mission has been issued. Seeing Kong Feng being enveloped in a large source of energy, he accepted the mission without hesitation. Kong Feng angrily spat out each word. "Human Ziluo! I never expected that the plan to attack the safe zone would be completely ruined in your hands. Lin Zile tricked us into believing the intelligence and power distribution of the teams in the safe zone, but there was no information related to you." Ziluo was immediately stunned. The Liao family is cooperating with zombies? Looking at Kong Feng bursting with power in front of him, he suddenly understood. No wonder the zombie wave came so early. However, what means are they using to contact these zombie overlords?
As long as it's possible, the Lai human zombie can reap the benefits from it.
As for the content of the transaction, discuss it with Li Lixuan, the foolish human who is being used as a pawn without knowing it.
He hypnotized the players there, introducing himself.
All humans, listen up. My name is Kong Feng. Kong Feng condensed a source of power in his hand, declaring, "The zombie race will eventually infect and slaughter all of you humans." He lifted his hand, creating a giant sphere encompassing all of you and Ziluo. Ziluo on the opposite side also condensed a sphere of energy in his hand. Just as Kong Feng created the power to attack him, Ziluo easily dodged and rushed to attack Kong Feng. At this moment, Kong Feng was taken by surprise. The energy orb in Ziluo's hand easily absorbed the power enveloping Kong Feng. Then, Ziluo looked at him, retracted the orb, and scornfully asked, "Is that all you've got?" Kong Feng gritted his teeth, accumulating wind element, then slammed both hands onto the ground. The wind element escaped and attacked the opponent. The two powers quickly collided, but his power was weaker and was quickly pushed back. A sword appeared from behind him, along with a scornful voice. "That's all you are." Kong Feng was stabbed just like that. He grabbed his body, quickly retreated, and continued to wave his hand, using the skill Wind Aegis. A tall wall quickly formed in front of Ziluo, along with the system's explanation. Wind Aegis forms a wall of wind created by wind elements in front of oneself. The defense of this shield is outstanding and can defend against damage very well. Ziluo dodged to the side, avoiding the skill. Kong Feng was slowly retreating on his side. He was planning to rest a bit after retreating. Immediately after, Kong Feng was suddenly stunned. Ziluo swung his sword and rushed to attack. 9 Li Severing Strike. As soon as he slashed, he immediately jumped up. Kong Feng scornfully asked in the air, "You think you can hurt me with just that?" Ziluo mocked from the ground. "Sorry, I already hurt you just now, and forced you out of your life-saving skill." At this moment, Kong Feng confusingly held his head. Why did I use my most important life-saving skill after only a few moves? The system appeared to explain. Swift Windgate, one of the life-saving skills of the zombie overlord. After using it, the wind will grant you the ability to float, allowing you to walk in the air for a period of time. Immediately after, Kong Feng continued to use the wind element, deciding, "If there's no turning back, then I'll risk my life." He frowned, thinking, as long as Ziluo dies, the others aren't enough to pose a threat. Ziluo below continued to use the move. Whirling, severing strike, he threw the sword upwards. Kong Feng also used a large amount of wind element to counterattack his move, quickly knocking back his sword. Kong Feng suddenly had a nosebleed. He roared and used the skill. Windstorm Descent! Open for me! The system appeared again. Windstorm Descent, one of the ultimate moves of the zombie overlord, taking oneself as the center, creating a windstorm within range. The windstorm protects oneself from damage, and outside the windstorm continues to create great damage to the opponent. Ziluo was surprised. He reached out to resist the move, annihilating windstorm, that Kong Feng shot towards him. At the same time, the system continued to provide information. Annihilating windstorm, one of the ultimate moves of the zombie overlord, summons a windstorm to blow in a certain direction. The more mental power consumed, the greater the power of the storm. At the same time, the storm has abilities such as blowing away, corroding, and destroying. The move forced him to back off a bit. Zile looked up, wondering. A double ultimate move, it's actually this powerful. But in a flash, Kwang Feng slowly fell to the ground, still muttering. Zile, the Shi tribe, sovereign, humans, water crystals, the Eastern District won't lose. Seeing this, Zile was speechless. Holding the sword in his hand, he thought, never mind what I said. Zile approached Kwang Feng, who was lying on the ground, and said, to use 2 ultimate moves at the same time and still be alive, it seems your spiritual talent is pretty high, he said. Still, you've played yourself to death. The reward for all that effort is going cold with you now. Before Zile could finish speaking, he saw Kwang Feng rising into the air again. Seeing that his eyes were closed, and blood was flowing from his eyes and mouth at the same time, he knew. He's lost consciousness? The other players below the stage looked towards the battle where Zile was standing, and watching Kwang Feng float, hearing him say, forget it, considering you struggled for so long without hurting me, I'll send you off for the sake of the reward. Immediately afterwards, Zile used a skill, Boulder Shield, creating a wall between himself and the wind element. Then he calmly walked towards Kwang Feng with his sword. Zile looked at the windy wall in front of him. He brazenly put 1 foot inside. Then, Zile stomped heavily on the ground, completely destroying the source of the wind element's power. Zile continued to chant, activate skill. Activate the blood-colored eyes clairvoyance. He clearly saw Kwang Feng in the very center of the source of power, seeing him writhing non-stop. Zile thought, he's about to turn into a dried corpse, I have to hurry. Behind the mask, he took a deep breath. Then Zile rushed forward, shouting, Flash Step Frog! Activate Flash Step! Immediately, Zile appeared inside the vortex, facing Kwang Feng, who had already lost consciousness. Zile swung his sword and easily chopped off Kwang Feng's head. Afterwards, Zile sheathed his sword and stepped forward. Touching the mask on his face, he said, deactivate the blood-colored eyes clairvoyance. Just then, the system popped up a series of congratulatory messages, causing Zile to turn around and look. Congratulations to player Zile for successfully killing Kwang Feng, the enhanced second form zombie sovereign, earning 10,000 merit points. Congratulations to player for leveling up to level 30. All attributes increased by 3 and 5 free attribute points obtained. Congratulations to player Zile for becoming the first in the Apocalypse game to kill a golden level boss, obtaining the unique global title Golden Spear. A server-wide announcement is about to be made. System notification quickly covered all players' heads. It is detected that the entire zombie faction has died in the revenge battle. The human faction has won the final victory. The human faction has won the revenge battle and can obtain the following benefits. 1. The evolution and leveling speed of all zombies in the capital area is reduced by 30%. All attributes are reduced by 15%, lasting for 7 days. 2. The experience and gold coins gained from killing zombies in the capital area are increased by 30%, and the item drop rate is increased by 2%, lasting for 7 days. 3. All architectural systems in the capital area will have reduced fees, including shops, by 10%, lasting for 3 days. 4. Some special hidden treasures will appear in the capital area. Hidden shops. Special out-of-quota buildings. Please players to explore. Reading this, Zile happily said, nice, I'm famous again. Immediately afterwards, he continued to hear the system say, Dinin, congratulations to host for successfully leveling up to level 30, obtaining a super golden finger lottery draw. Does host want to draw now? Zile watched his system continuously send notifications. Dinin, congratulations to the host for successfully defeating the Zombie King, winning the counterattack battle, and completing the Peak Showdown mission. Dinin, based on the host's speed in killing Gale zombies, congratulations to the host for obtaining a common golden finger as a mission reward, and a superior gold tier equipment. Behind his mask, Ziluo was a little excited. A super golden finger. Now I have absolute drop rate, yin-yang twins, and inside eye. What will be the fourth? Never mind. There are too many people here. I'll think about it when I get back. Cut to a lively area of other players, where they are constantly chattering. We won! We won! I knew it. With Ziluo here, we would definitely win. Oh my god. The leveling speed of zombies in 7 days has slowed down, and all attributes have decreased by 15%. Isn't this a huge opportunity for us? Not only that, the experience and gold coins dropped have also increased by 30%. Even the item drop rate has increased. Starting today, I have to frantically hunt zombies? Any parties? I'm a level 11 warrior, plus 2 bronze tier equipment. They discussed endlessly. The price of items in the store has decreased by 10% gold coins. Now it's just enough to buy that broadsword. The job change fee is also enough. Brothers, let's team up. However, I suggest opening the Yang treasure along the way. If we open a silver tier equipment, we'll be rich. Or even if we encounter a hidden store, Giving the news to the army will get us a very generous reward. This is the moment to get rich.
Suddenly, the surroundings became unusually quiet. The group of players led by Zile appeared. The other players saw this. Their eyes lit up, and they surrounded him, calling out,
"Big shot! Big shot!"
But Zile just said briefly, "DNGU will take the lead." Then, DNGU took his hammer and led the way. Rushing forward, they managed to escape behind an alley, pursued enthusiastically by the other players.
"Where's Big Shot?"
Zile finally breathed a sigh of relief. "We managed to escape." Another player approached.
"Big Shot, your reputation has risen to a new level."
He turned his head, looking at the top players who were facing him, and said, "Big Shot, thank you so much this time. This time, we were being petty. Yes, sorry. Big Shot, if there's anything you need help with in the future, just say it. I'll do anything."
Me too.
Zile bowed. No one could see his expression behind the mask. They only heard him say, "You've worked so hard for so long. Go back and rest early. Thank you everyone for trusting me today." At this time, Zile finally turned around and left with DNGU. The system panel slowly appeared before his eyes again. Zile looked at it repeatedly.
Congratulations! Congratulations to Jingdu Safe Zone for successfully building.
Congratulations to Jingdu Safe Zone for winning the counterattack battle and gaining 1,000 prosperity points for the safe zone. Congratulations to Jingdu Safe Zone for being promoted to a level 2 safe zone. The safe zone's range has been expanded. A series of system notifications were also issued accordingly. 1. Jingdu Safe Zone obtained a permanent energy crystal. When the energy crystal exists, the recovery speed of spiritual power and physical strength of all players in the safe zone increases by 10%, and each day the energy crystal will generate a certain amount of energy based on the level of the safe zone. This energy can be used in various game buildings. 2. The specific range of Jingdu Safe Zone has been determined. All hostile races, such as zombies, will have all their attributes reduced by 10% when entering Jingdu Safe Zone. 3. The information function of the safe zone has been opened. All players only need to be in the safe zone to spend a certain amount of gold coins to speak in the chat interface. The amount of gold coins consumed is determined by the length of the speech. Leaving the safe zone will close the speech function. 4. The Jingdu Safe Zone Mercenary Hall has been established. All players can enter the Mercenary Hall to form mercenary teams. The teams will receive certain benefits, and the Mercenary Hall will announce a large number of mercenary missions every day. Please go to the Mercenary Hall to check the specific rules. 5. The Jingdu store will have zombie virus serum. After being infected with the zombie virus, injecting it under the condition that you have not completely turned into a zombie can avoid mutation. 6. In the safe zone, an auction will be held every period of time. All players can participate in the auction or sell their items. 7. The functions of various game buildings in the safe zone have been optimized. Some game buildings will recruit staff. Each staff member can obtain a certain amount of experience and gold coins every day. Since Jingdu Safe Zone is the first safe zone to be successfully built worldwide, a global announcement will be made soon. Zile turned his head and saw a beam of light shooting straight into the sky. Following that beam of light, he thought, "The first wave of zombie tide has ended. It's time to go talk to Zhang Yuancheng." Standing in the night sky, Zile turned his head and saw a source of power gradually spreading. The other players were stunned when they found themselves being replenished with energy. All the energy spread throughout the city. Then everyone looked up and saw the system issuing an announcement. World announcement. Congratulations to player Zile for becoming the first player in the Doomsday game to independently eliminate a golden tier boss. Based on his enormous, globally shaking power, he has obtained the unique global tier achievement Golden Trader, as well as a large number of rewards. We hope that other players will follow his example and learn from him. Due to Jingdu City's establishment of the first safe zone, it has obtained a city-wide reward. The content of the reward is that all players in the Jingdu area will have their levels increased by 1 within 24 hours. The drop rate of killing zombies is doubled, and the experience and gold coins obtained are increased by 20%. At the same time, the right items of Jingdu Safe Zone have been successfully opened. Each right will bring new benefits to humanity. We hope that the remaining players in the area will actively learn and strive to establish safe zones. Someone exclaimed in shock, "A gold tier boss! Zile is slaughtering them. At this rate, diamond tier, legendary, even mythical bosses won't stand a chance against Zile." Someone else felt lucky. "We actually made it through." Others admired. "No surprise, he's the Zile god. I've been bent by God's strength. Haha. I wonder if God has a girlfriend yet." Cut to a small room. Da Yu is sitting below, constantly munching on meat. Zile is lying on the bed, resting with his eyes closed. But then he suddenly sits up. "No, I have to talk to Zhang Yuanzhong. I need a house. Living without a fixed place is just not comfortable." Zile makes a decision with his arms crossed. "I'll do what I say. I'll draw the gold finger first, then go find Zhang Yuanzhong." Drawing a super gold finger. The system appears.
Confirming, the fourth super gold finger is being drawn. Immediately, the system announces, "Ding! Congratulations, player, you've drawn the super gold finger. Space expansion, space expansion." The host will gain an additional storage space. The size of this storage space is equal to the original storage space. Looking at the information received from the system, Ziluo is puzzled. What is this? Space expansion? He rests his chin on his hand, examining the information with doubt. Something that can be obtained through upgrading, but it can also be considered a gold finger. The system then provides more information below. This storage space will grow larger as the original storage space grows. This storage space has rich spatial abilities and can produce special effects. When the host comes into contact with something related to space, the host can enter this storage space. Reading this, Ziluo is shocked. Oh my god, that's amazing. It's insanely powerful. My obedient system, I was wrong about you. Da Yu eats while glancing at Ziluo, who is cheering enthusiastically behind him. Just now you said you wanted to find Zhang Yuanzhong to demand a house, and now you've got a mobile house. Immediately, Ziluo opens the system panel again. It can produce special effects on objects related to space. The only thing on me related to space right now seems to be the Swift shuttle boots. Saying this, he taps the link displayed on the system. The system then provides further information. Cooldown time reduced by 50%. Movement distance doubled. Swift shuttle boots, after being enhanced to golden tier equipment, a battle flower with spatial abilities, is equipment that many warriors desire. Agility +5, Spirit +3. Movement speed increased by 10%. Footstep sound reduced by 30%. Attached skill. Swift shuttle advances forward a distance of 2 meters to 4 meters. During the movement, damage taken is reduced by 90%. Cooldown time is 2 hours. Ziluo cheers joyfully, causing Dayu to fumble and drop the meat. Oh my god, enhanced to mythic tier. I take back what I said about looking down on the gold finger. I definitely need to collect more equipment and items related to space attributes in the future. Dayu catches the meat. And at the same time, Ziluo gets off the bed with his hands on his hips to put into the extra-dimensional storage space. When Dayu turns his head to look, he is gradually entering the space. Ziluo closes his eyes tightly and is teleported away. Before long, he is teleported to the place and is standing in a vast space. Ziluo immediately does some stretching exercises. By the way, he looks up to read the rule panel projected by the system. Rules of the extra-dimensional storage space. 1. Opening the teleport requires a period of time. The host cannot use this storage space to quickly avoid attacks, but after a period of time, teleporting away is possible. 2. The air in the storage space is only replenished each time the teleport is opened. After the air is used up, you must leave the space, otherwise you will die. Calculating the current air capacity, the host can stay for 3 to 4 hours. 3. Regarding the exit location, when the host enters the extra-dimensional storage space, a space mark will be left in place. When exiting, you will definitely exit from the location of the space mark and cannot change the location. 4. The host's mental strength will continue to be consumed while in the storage space. 5. Summoning spells are useless in this space. Looking at the system's rules, Ziluo simply crosses his arms and smiles. Although it can't be considered a house to live in, it's safe enough, powerful enough. Then, he holds out a small card with the word sofa written on it, and a sofa immediately appears for Ziluo to comfortably sit down and browse through the items in his system. Immediately, he takes out a bottle that the system identifies as Zombie Mutation Virus, extracted by ritual. The system provides further information about what Ziluo is holding. Grade 0 item, specially introduced as the mutant virus left behind by the Zombie King and his subjects after performing the ritual. Because it contains a virus that can enhance the power of zombies, it has a strong attraction to zombies. Seeing what he was holding, Ziluo immediately stood up. Holy crap, it's this stuff again. He remembered in his previous life, when humans made deals with zombies. In his past life, closer to the late stages of the apocalypse, quite a few people managed to get their hands on this stuff, but mostly it was used to attract zombies or to trade with them. Thinking about those mutated zombies, just like how Lin Zile initially persuaded the Voidjoy Queen to besiege him, the Voidjoy Queen brought quite a few mutated zombies. Thinking back, it was highly likely that a large amount of mutant virus was used to trade with the Voidjoy Queen. Thinking about things similar to what he had in his hand, he knew these two types of zombie virus had a huge difference. For humans, it was like poison. If humans came into contact with it, they would very likely be infected, and even if they weren't infected, their basic stats would be reduced. Thinking about the zombies that were strengthened because of it, Ziluo understood. But for zombies, this stuff was a super tonic. After zombies used it, not only could it increase their strength, but they could also inherit the zombies' own talents, extracting the G-virus. Holding the thing in his hand, Ziluo was happy, because he knew this was perfect for Dagang. He said to the space, "Teleport. Leave the storage space. Immediately, a pillar of light appeared, enveloping Ziluo, and then he was taken back to the room where Dagang was sitting. At this time, Dagang had finished eating the roasted meat. Looking at Ziluo again, so he raised the bottle towards Dagang, making him smile happily. Here, drink! Then, Ziluo personally opened the bottle, and Dagang took it, and drank it all in one gulp. While drinking, his body gradually began to undergo changes. Dagang's power erupted, and he rose to level 21 just like that. The system then appeared next to Ziluo, announcing, "Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 31, all attributes +3, and obtaining 5 free attribute points." Ziluo happily sorted out the notifications from the system. "Congratulations to the player for obtaining the global notification Golden Spear. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the reward for this time. 2,000 reputation points, 5,000 gold coins, 5 free attribute points, storage space capacity increased by 2 cubic meters. Congratulations to the player for taking first place on the merit point leaderboard in the action against the zombie wave this time. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the first place reward, 5 free attribute points, an excellent hidden profession, an excellent golden grade equipment, a vial of zombie virus serum." The system continued to display his information. Player Ziluo's basic attributes without equipment: Strength 130, Spirit 130, Constitution 130, Agility 125. The system then asked, "Draw a lottery?" Ziluo smiled and replied, "Draw immediately." Immediately, the system announced, "Congratulations to player Ziluo for obtaining the hidden profession scroll Lightning Mage. Congratulations to player Ziluo for obtaining the golden grade equipment Elemental Ring." Looking at the rewards he drew, Ziluo was a little disappointed. Lightning Mage, the lightning skills of the mage system I took, are also useless. The other one I find quite interesting. The system panel then displayed the information. Elemental Ring, golden grade equipment. The ring has elemental power. Can better exert the effect of the elements. Spirit power attribute +8. Spirit power recovery speed increased by 30%. Skill cooldown reduced by 10%. The power of all elemental skills is increased by 20%. The probability of triggering unexpected effects is increased by 5%. Ziluo then clicked on the image of the ring on the system. "Consider it an ultimate equipment." Immediately afterwards, Ziluo yawned and said, "System, golden hand. Now draw the 4th golden hand." He returned to his bed, listening to the system announce, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully assisting the capital safe zone in its establishment, and obtaining first place on the merit point leaderboard, completing the all-out battle mission." Ziluo leaned back on the bed while listening to the system say, "Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the mission reward. 2 random ordinary golden hands, 1 silver grade equipment. Ding! Because the host has the breaking limit golden hand level 1, the probability of breaking through level 1, so the level of breaking limit, the probability of breaking through is increased to level 2. The system still kept distributing rewards in front of him. Breaking limit level 2. Breaking limit is related to the wearing limit of equipment. Now you can wear 1 more ring and 1 bracelet. The probability of breaking through level 2 all professions, talents, equipment, and related skills will be effectively activated. The probability will increase by 2%. Sense of danger level 1. When an enemy with hostility towards you appears within a radius of 10 meters around yourself, a warning will be issued. Dungeon condition level 1. After entering the dungeon, if you encounter conditions that can be seized, you can choose 1 unexpected item immediately. Zile happily jumped up. "Nice!" The system immediately displayed 2 pieces of equipment in front of him. Ding! Excellent gold grade equipment. Silver grade equipment is being drawn. Dinin! Congratulations, host, on obtaining excellent gold grade equipment. Venomous Fang. Silver grade equipment. Concealing bracelet. Zile immediately took out a knife from the system. "This is the gold grade equipment." Zile, with his head resting on his arm, lay on the bed, looking at the system, which was now displaying information about the Venomous Fang. Gold grade equipment. Dagger. Contains potent venom. Every swing is a fatal strike from a venomous snake. Strength +6. Agility +3. Self-presence decreased by 20%. Movement speed increased by 20%. 1. After striking the opponent, the venom will leave a layer of venomous mark, causing the opponent to suffer venomous erosion for 3 seconds, depleting physical and mental energy. Each layer of venomous mark lasts for 3 seconds. 2. Fatal Strike. Active skill. After consuming a large amount of stamina to swing the dagger, dealing 200% physical damage, also adds 3 layers of venomous marks on top of the limit. Cooldown time, 48 hours. Next, the system displayed information about the Concealing Bracelet. Silver grade equipment. Bracelet designed to counter mages. A nightmare for every mage. Constitution +2, Spirit +2. Magical concealment reduces magic damage taken by 5%. Zile tapped the concealing bracelet thoughtfully. "Why does this golden finger system of mine like mage-type equipment so much lately? However, This bracelet is truly a surprise. He lay on the bed continuing to look at the system notification.
Congratulations, Player Zile, for successfully equipping the concealing bracelet, activating the 4-piece concealing equipment effect.
Immediately afterwards, the information about the concealing equipment item appeared. 4-piece set, all attributes +3, can reflect 20% of magic damage taken. Active skill, Magic Immunity Shield, can obtain a shield that resists magic damage. The defense of the shield is determined by the number of concealing equipment pieces, duration 3 minutes, cooldown time, 18 hours. Looking at the information provided by the system, Zile was incredibly surprised. Heavens, indescribably powerful, but his eyes had become heavy with sleepiness. He didn't know when he had fallen asleep. While Da Yu was sitting in a corner of the room, hugging his hammer, resting. At this time, in another location, people from the official faction were providing items to players. This part is for you. Many other players could only rest on the streets. Some players happily left after receiving their items.
Switching to the afternoon of the next day, Yuanzhang sat on a chair, leaning forward as he asked, "You're saying the Li family has another place called the Scorched Earth Assembly Point?" Zile, wearing a mask, sat opposite him and replied, "That's right. If General Zhang helps me, Dai Yu and I will leave the safe zone to destroy that assembly point." Yuanzhang was still worried.
Although I know your strength is great, the Lim family is not to be underestimated. How confident are you in this trip? Zile said straightforwardly.
10 parts. Then he raised his hand to stop Yuanzhang from speaking.
General Zhang doesn't need to dissuade me. He could only nod in agreement. Sigh. All right, what do you need me to do? Zile propped up his hand and spoke his request. Assemble manpower. Prepare supplies. I'll go find the Li family's hidden location first. I also want to make a deal with General Zhang. I wonder if General Zhang will agree.
Yuanzhang was surprised by the deal. Zile leaned forward and pushed a piece of paper towards him.
10,000 gold coins for a piece of information. General Zhang, you definitely won't lose out. Yuanzhang said without hesitation. Deal! He completely trusted him. He's someone who can get intelligence from the hidden information shop. This deal, I definitely won't lose out on. As soon as Zile stood up and left, Yuanzhang immediately opened the piece of paper to look at it. Looking at the information on the paper, he was stunned. And then Yuanzhang smiled, giving an order. Announce it below. Hold a grand commendation ceremony in half an hour. In the conference room, a while later, at a high-rise building, a conference room was being held, making everyone present anxious and curious. Didn't Lao Zhang say he wanted to hold some kind of commendation ceremony? Where did you go? That's right. How late is it already? He really did make great contributions in this zombie wave. But he can't just start showing off to us because of that. Ru Yu gradually lost patience. That's right, Lao Zhang really is becoming more and more lacking in time management now. Just then, Yuanzhang kicked the door open and appeared. He didn't say a word, taking the paper to the furious Jin chief.
He took the paper, turning to look at Yuanzhang, who gestured for him to read it.
As soon as he read the contents, Shi chief was shocked. Beasts! Beasts! You're all a bunch of beasts.
Then, Shi chief announced loudly, "This afternoon, we'll gather the soldiers who rushed back from outside the safe zone and prepare to search for news of the Li family's hideout." He turned to Minister Liu and asked, "Tell me, why did you say the intelligence department couldn't provide support?"
Minister Liu lowered his head in a panic. Shi chief, the intelligence department suffered heavy casualties during the zombie wave. The entire department's operations have been affected. He smiled and reported. Also, the zombies that broke in from the south gate damaged the intelligence storage room, so a lot of intelligence related to the 3 major families has been lost. We really can't send the soldiers out to risk their lives with unverified information right now. Shi chief threw the pile of papers he was holding at Minister Liu, raising an eyebrow and asking loudly, "Do I need to give you some face?" Only then did he pick up a piece of paper, push up his glasses to look, and immediately he was stunned. Holding the paper, Minister Liu trembled incessantly. On the paper was written, Li Langsing, August 16, 473. A foreign bank card received a large sum of 21.4 million yuan, which your cousin withdrew from an American bank. Li Langsing, June 19, 474. The Rose Building, which was built under the Li family's supervision, collapsed. The number of casualties at the scene was as high as 345 people.
After Minister Liu arrived, the number of deaths became 0.
Minister Liu really has a golden touch.
The art exhibition Stampede,
the disappearance of women from Mo's village.
Shi chief glared at Minister Liu angrily and asked, "Do you have anything to say now?" Minister Liu was suddenly grabbed by the collar, restrained by Yuanzhang.
He asked angrily, "Has your conscience rotted away because of this money? Do you know how many of my brothers you've harmed?" Minister Liu, lying on the ground, still tried to defend himself. "No, I didn't. I was forced to drink poison." Yuanzhang was even more furious, grabbing his head. "You're spouting nonsense. You willingly drank that poison, and that's why you asked the Lin family to help you become minister. Immediately afterwards, he gave Minister Liu a stinging slap. I have even more evidence. Do you need it? Before the eyes of Shi Chief and Yuan Zhong, Minister Liu mumbled on the ground. Impossible! Impossible! The Li family wouldn't betray me. Impossible! I always do what they say. This is impossible. Yuan Zhong immediately took a stack of documents out of his space, then slammed it on the table. Before the eyes of the others, Yuan Zhong held the document and stood behind Shi Chief, reading out the names one by one. The bureau chiefs, whose names he read out, all sat below, shaking like leaves. In 454, Li Langsing. Shouldn't you explain that 10 million yuan transfer? Including the whereabouts of the 47 missing newborns inside Mud Hospital. The meeting proceeded with only Yuan Zhong's voice of accusation echoing in the room. Director Dong. In 472, Li Langsing, your son lost 40 million yuan gambling abroad, and then happily reappeared at home a week later. Does he have a charmed life? After a long time, until the last person was named, Deputy Director. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became gloomy. Shi Chief placed his hand on the table and said grimly, "These are just the traitors who survived the apocalypse. Furthermore, if you don't come forward yourselves, I might be able to spare your lives," Yuan Zhong reported from behind. Before the meeting, I sent people to arrest a large number of secondary officials who account for a considerable proportion of the military, he added. According to the intelligence provided by Ziluo, the An and Yun families have also taken the initiative. Shi Chief turned to ask, the An and Yun families are starting to regret it now? Yuan Zhong nodded towards Shi Chief. It seems that way. Dealing with the Liu family is extremely urgent, otherwise Dragon Country will be destroyed. Yuan Zhong clenched his fist in determination. Chief, what we need to do now is cooperate with Ziluo and wait for his news. Shi Chief pondered, wondering. Could it be that the future of a country is placed on one person? Then, as if struck by a sudden thought, Commander Shu immediately issued an order. Recall half of the 100,000 soldiers previously responsible for handling zombies and rescuing civilians. Once you locate the Li family, launch an immediate attack. Yuan Zhong acknowledged the command. Cut to the gathering point, where the Scarlet Flame players were excitedly discussing. Oh my god, that was so refreshing. The harvest today was incredibly rich, and I even got a gear drop. Right? I've been here since early morning, hunting zombies until nightfall before returning. I was originally just grinding one level, but today I leveled up again. It's just that 24 hours is too short. They chatted as they walked. Have you guys heard? There are rumors that the Zile boss waved his hand, and the barrier covering the safe zone was broken. A Killin descended from the sky, displaying divine power and directly destroying the zombies in an entire battlefield. I think the Zile boss is definitely a reincarnated immortal. Don't be afraid to tell everyone. My dream is to meet the Zile boss once. I heard the boss wears all black, a demon mask, and a golden long saber in his hand. Smiling, one of them suddenly pointed in a direction and said, Speaking of which, that description sounds like the person walking in the front. At this moment, Zile and De Gang appeared, startling them all. Zile stood there and announced, From now on, no one is allowed to leave this place. If you want to know the consequences of leaving, feel free to provoke me. The others immediately froze in place, some even fainting and falling to the ground, leaving him speechless. Why do I feel like I've become the captain of a cleanup crew? Zile continued. From now on, everyone on this floor will go down through the passage. The faster the better. Suddenly, someone appeared and questioned him. Who are you? I haven't even come up yet, and I'm already hearing such big talk. The tattooed guy stood in the middle, looking disdainfully at Zile. And everyone should go downstairs. Who do you think you are? Is our Scarlet Flame gathering point that easy to mess with? The tattooed guy put his hands in his pockets, facing Zile's group, and said, Our Scarlet Flame gathering point has never been afraid of anyone since it was built. I really want to see who. But before he could finish speaking, his subordinate beside him panicked and whispered, Boss, look at his clothes. That person is Zile. The tattooed guy raised his eyebrows, still not recognizing him. Zile who? Immediately afterward, he knelt down in front of everyone's astonished gazes. It's which Grandpa has graced us with his presence. Zile looked at this scene and only said, Grandpa is a bit of an overstatement. Then Zile tilted his head. Looking at your appearance, you seem to be a figure here, so I'll entrust the task of getting them downstairs to you. The tattooed guy was helped up by his subordinate and stammered, Sir, please rest assured, I will definitely complete the mission. Zile looked at them and warned, From now on, anyone who comes up from down there will pay the price. The tattooed guy and his companions trembled like leaves in the wind, stuttering, Sir, please rest assured, I will absolutely not let anyone come up here. We will listen to the boss. Then Zile turned his head to look at the people behind him, who were still in a state of shock. Hurry up and run! Ah! The tattooed guy shouted after them. Did you hear what your grandpa said? Everyone go down, and tell the people below,
No one is allowed to come up here. Those people ran as fast as their legs could carry them, saying, "Yes, yes!" Zile leaned against the wall,
automatically activating the golden finger, sensing danger. After a while, seeing that the last person had finally gone down, he thought, the last person has finally gone down. If it was someone from the Ling family, they would have received the order long ago, right? They can't be completely without any hostility towards me.
Then, Zile ordered the gang behind him.
You stay here and watch. Anyone who tries to come out of this passage, smash their head with your axe.
The gang nodded behind him.
He continued to calculate. However, I can't rule out that the opponent is too good at hiding their thoughts, or their status in the Li family is too low to receive orders from above.
After that, Zile stepped down into the basement, while the gang guarded the entrance with his axe.
I'll go down and take a look first, he said, and after a moment, he went inside.
In the distance, he sensed a lively atmosphere. They were hanging banners and laughing happily.
Warmly welcome Boss Zile to the Scarlet Flame Gathering Point to guide our work.
Looking at the scene before him,
Zile suddenly felt a little awkward.
Ming Liang took the lead and stepped forward, rubbing his hands and smiling as he asked, "Boss Zile, I am the current leader of the Scarlet Flame Gathering Point, Ming Liang. May I ask what brings you here?"
Zile stepped forward and asked, "If you're the leader, then you must understand the employees of the Gathering Point, right?"
Ming Liang smiled humbly and said,
"I wouldn't dare say I understand everyone, but I know 90% of the people." At this moment, Zile continued to ask, "Do you know Heimu, department head he?"
Ming Liang, sweating, said, "I know department head he."
Hearing this, Zile said, "Tell me in detail."
Ming Liang immediately confessed,
"Because of his status, I always have people greet him whenever he comes. But most of the time, I personally entertain him."
Zile continued asking, "Besides you, did he meet anyone else when he came here?"
Ming Liang leaned his chin, recalling, "Met anyone else?"
Behind his mask, Zile glanced at the others,
all of whom were intently listening to their conversation. "No! Every time department head he comes, he tells us that he's here to inspect the situation of our gathering point. Within his authority, he'll arrange supplies to help us. But other than that, there's nothing else."
Zile frowned, thinking, the people around here don't seem suspicious, so it doesn't seem like he's passing information through a contact. Could it be that Heimu was falsely accusing the Li family when he said the Scarlet Flame Gathering Point belonged to them? Was his goal to make me clash with the people of the Scarlet Flame Gathering Point?
Afterwards, Zile picked his ear and turned around. "So when was the last time Heimu came here? And did he do anything special?" Ming Liang quickly said, 5 days ago. Heimu came here 5 days ago. Also for an inspection. Anything special? He seemed to remember something. Yes. He played billiards in the billiards room on basement level 3 for a while, and then he left.
Zile turned his head, a little intrigued.
"Billiards, huh? Then take me there to see." Ming Liang immediately agreed. "Okay, great Lord Zile, please follow me." Then he took the lead to take him there. Before the witness of other players, behind his mask, Zile smiled. Because he knew the fish was about to bite. Ming Liang turned to look at Zile, puzzled. "Great Lord, should I send someone upstairs to guard the billiards hall in the basement?" Zile said. "No need to worry, I've already told Daji Yu. Told him to watch at the passage entrance. Anyone who wants to leave can be killed directly." Afterwards, Zile urged, "Let's go." Ming Liang continued to lead the way. "This way! This way!" The other players on the other side couldn't help but be curious. "What's the deal with that guy Heimu? Our gathering point is being targeted because of him. Shh. He's a department head. We can't afford to mess with him." Someone disdainfully said, "Who the hell is Heimu? When Zile glanced at me earlier, I felt like I was about to die. Who cares if he's a department head or not? There's no way I'm going to be woken up after I've gone to sleep." On another side, Lao Luo and Lao Zhu had heard the entire conversation of the players on the other side. Hopefully Great Lord Zile will complete his mission soon, otherwise just him standing here is putting a lot of pressure on us. I think so too.
Scene change. After leading Zile to the place, Ming Yang turned around and waved goodbye. Zile continued to step into the billiards hall.
In another place, the surroundings suddenly shook, and a brick nearby quickly popped out. Lao Luo and Lao Zhu appeared, pushing the flashlight into the secret passage inside. Lao Luo took the lead. Looking at Lao Zhu behind him, he said, "Lao Zhu, we have to quickly report the news to the family head. Heimu has been exposed. Zile is investigating our hidden location." Lao Zhu came over and carried the stone with Lao Lushu. Couldn't help but wonder, who knows? Isn't Heimu doing a good job of hiding himself? Afterwards, they pushed the stone back into its original position together, blocking the entrance. While Lao Luo was dusting off his hands, Zhu examined the position of the stone again. 5 days ago, he left us the hidden location of a supply. That location is also real. Lao Luo turned around and shone the flashlight forward, urging, "Okay, let's go!" Immediately after, Lao Luo was killed. Lao Zhu, holding the flashlight, followed behind and complained.
Lao Luo, what's wrong with you? Why do you do everything so rashly?
A robot appeared, causing Lao Zhu to panic. Right after that, Lao was knocked unconscious by the robot.
Ziluo appeared behind the robot, sizing up the two people in front of him.
HMPH. I thought there was only one fish, but it turns out there are two. Too bad only one of you can talk now. Li Jia is using people poorly. An explosion blew everything up. His people aren't reliable enough. Immediately after, he patted the robot's shoulder. You did well this time. Your bug gave me a lot of useful information. Go take a rest. Then Ziluo approached Lao Zhu. He grabbed Lao Zhu's neck and forced one of Lao Zhu's eyes open, using blood color eye. Ji Huang. Just then, someone called his name, startling him awake. Lao Zhu. Lao Luo, holding a flashlight, reached out towards Lao Zhu and asked, Lao Zhu, are you all right? Lao Zhu was a bit confused. Lao Luo quickly urged, Lao Zhu, don't just stand there blankly, there's no time. We have to send the news quickly. Only then did Lao Zhu suddenly remember. Right, Ziluo is coming. We have to report this news to the family head. Lao Luo quickly helped Lao Zhu up. And then Lao Zhu hurriedly ran ahead. Let's go! We might encounter nightshade zombies on the way. We can't waste any time. Lao Luo, running behind, still didn't forget to ask.
Lao Zhu, I saw you faint just now. What happened?
Lao Zhu was startled when he heard that. Lao Luo frowned and said to Lao Zhu, Don't stay up so late next time. If you faint strangely like today again, neither you nor I can bear the responsibility of delaying the family head's affairs. Lao Zhu looked back nervously from the front. Got it, let's go. They walked along the wall together. Lao Luo observed the surroundings from behind, while Lao Zhu, leading the way, worried constantly. This isn't good. There are too many zombies on this road. We don't have much time left. Immediately, Lao Zhu grabbed Lao Luo's wrist and said, Follow me, we'll take a shortcut. A moment later, they ran deep into the mountains. Lao Zhu ran while panting continuously. Huff, huff. Everything in front of him gradually became blurry. Lao Zhu couldn't continue and collapsed to the ground, saying, Lao Luo, I'm not doing well. Lao Zhu turned his head to look at Lao Luo, who was also gasping for breath. The intelligence we have says the hidden location is in the cliff face of this type of mountain. If you still have the strength, jump down the cliff and send the news first. I'll follow behind. Only then did Lao Luo speak up. So the hidden location is in the cliff face of this type of mountain. No wonder the military mobilized so many people and couldn't find it. Lao Zhu was confused on the ground. What military? Lao Luo, what are you waiting for? Get up now. Lao Zhu was still constantly saying. If the family head blames us, neither you nor I can bear the family head's anger. As Lao Luo suddenly vanished, Lao Zhu was startled. Lao Luo held a knife to Lao Zhu's neck from behind, smiling. Thank you for leading the way. For the road ahead. Lao Luo waved the knife. You and your good brother, Lao Luo, go to the Yellow Springs together. Lao Zhu was killed immediately. Lao Luo took out blood color eye. The red illusion around gradually disappeared. Deactivating the illusion function, he immediately returned to his true form, Ziluo. Ziluo then rushed off following the directions, quickly running to a cliff. Looking down from above, he could see the entire scene around him. Ziluo exclaimed, Lin Jia knows how to pick a place. The scenery here isn't bad. After that, he began his journey to the Lin Jia's hideout. A moment later, Ziluo stood on another mountain, looking down. Suddenly, he saw a lone flower on the cliff face. Looking at the flower, Ziluo guessed, It must be here. Afterwards, Zile sat cross-legged, taking out a zombie cat command horn from his dimension, and he blew into the horn. Seeing a zombie cat appear, Zile immediately put the horn away. Cat! Then, Zile began to control the zombie cat's consciousness. He commanded, Jump towards that protruding rock. Immediately, the cat jumped down below. It easily landed on a distant rock. Under Zile's conscious control, the cat sat properly. Who's there? A voice from inside the cliff face asked. Password? He immediately transmitted the thought to the cat. Charge! Causing it to instantly erupt with power, rushing forward, allowing it to break through the cliff face, where a person was inside. It continued to rush in to attack. But the other guy managed to press a button in time. One guy was constantly firing bullets at the zombie cat, while the other turned pale and called into the walkie-talkie. Quickly call the security team! It's a boss! A bronze rank boss! One of them screamed, and then was killed. Save me! Help! Help! The guy holding the walkie-talkie was still reporting, negotiating with the butler to change locations, and the intelligence officers. Immediately afterwards, he ran away when he saw the cat raising its claws. Oeya, Immediately following, was a large spray of blood. The cat continued to advance towards a nearby door. It continued to charge, smashing the door to pieces. A luxurious corridor gradually appeared before it. The cat turned its head. Seeing many people who had come out to investigate due to the noise, it immediately jumped up, slashing the throats of all those who came to see. The cat continued to break down the door of another room. In that room, there were only 3 people screaming at it, "Bronze boss! Save me!" Seeing this, the cat turned around and left. Suddenly, many more people appeared in front of it, blocking the way. Zile sighed. "Damn it! So many people, I can't kill them all." A rough estimate shows that at least the Lia family has 5,000 or 6,000 people hiding in here. Zile was still meditating on the cliff face at this time, controlling the cat with his mind. The cat continued to jump up and attack. In just a flash, the cat killed all those blocking its path and sat on their corpses, observing the 3 rooms containing broadswords, shields, and guns. Zile also observed and assessed. It seems that the rooms in this corridor are all used to store weapons. Immediately afterwards, the cat heard other people running from afar. "This boss is at exit number 4. Let's go." Zile also controlled the cat to leave at this time. So the gathering point controlled by the Lia family is to store all the supplies here. I'm afraid the supplies that those officials secretly transported are also here. It continued to another vast corridor. Suddenly, it stepped on a mechanism, and the fires there blazed up, illuminating the entire corridor. Ziluo immediately recognized this place. Ziluo himself, on the outside, startled and stood up abruptly. Inheritance Hall. Borrowing the cat to observe everything around helped him make the deduction. The flames lighting up the walls were exactly the same as the Maze of Despair from CVW back then, something only the Land of Inheritance had. It continued forward, reaching a bend. The cat turned its head to look back. 3 figures appeared, chasing after it. The cat continued running down the stairs leading to the basement. One person above blocked the way. The others ordered, "5th level corpse soldiers cannot enter the 2nd level. Let's go back. The guards below already know about this place." Those behind started discussing. "So unlucky. This is already the 3rd zombie boss to invade, and it's abnormally strong." Everyone originally thought that after the destruction of the capital safe zone, the military would suffer a great loss, and our days would be much easier. Who knew we'd have to defend here, forcing us to stay in this place? It's all that Ziluo's fault, always targeting our Li family. I really don't know what grudge our Li family has with him. Another person was still constantly thinking about the zombie cat, with the discussions buzzing in his ears. "I heard that the 2nd young master offended him in Shanghai, so he traveled thousands of miles from Shanghai to the capital to take revenge." Cough, cough, pretend I didn't say that. "That's right. We need to quickly arrange for people to clean up the ground on the 1st floor. Bloodstains and the remains of the severed fingers must all be taken care of. Corpse soldiers who were completely messed up by the zombie cat should all commit suicide. They're beyond saving. Also, the hidden exit was also damaged by the zombie cat. It must be repaired quickly. We absolutely can't reveal our location." The cat continued to dash through the corridor, constantly emitting moaning sounds. It began to slow down, arriving at a bend. Both it and Ziluo outside were forced to witness an indescribable scene. The woman lying below was being forced, only able to scream in fear. The man above had completely lost his mind. Seeing this scene, Ziluo could only throw up his hands. "Holy crap! This time I've really become the captain of the anti-pornography squad." Suddenly, 2 people approached from a distance. One, cooking medicine. That person scooped it out of the pot and gave each person a bowl of medicine. The 2 of them drank the entire bowl of medicine in one gulp. Afterwards, they continued to rush forward and attack the girls. The scene shocked Ziluo. The next generation these guys produce won't be the corpse soldier seeds that the Lin family wants to use for further cultivation, right? Holy crap. Such a twisted cultivation method is indeed fitting for the Li family's image. At this moment, another group of people rushed in, loudly announcing, "1st level on full alert," announcing that a bronze level boss has broken into the teleportation channel with extraordinary strength. One by one, people flooded into the room. Every entrance that can connect to the upper level must be on alert. Ziluo was still outside, observing everything inside with his arms crossed. "The Li family's preparations are quite complete. It's a pity you met me today." Suddenly, other people appeared in the room. They were shirtless and holding weapons. Heading towards Lao Zhu, they continued to advance, even if it meant trampling over their own teammates. The medicine cook's face turned pale, angrily shouting, "Lao Zhu! What exactly are you trying to do? The pregnancy quota for this month has already been reduced due to material shortages. If it doesn't meet the standard, the one the manager will be looking for is me, not you." Lao Zhu stood opposite him, crossing his arms and retorting, "This is no joke. The upper level has already lost over 400 low-level corpse soldiers, and still couldn't catch that guy. Do you think a perimeter is needed or not? If you don't understand the situation outside, Don't mess around. The medicine cook was stunned when he heard this. What? Lao Zhu ignored him and began giving orders. 5 people search each corridor. Once you discover a cat as big as a lion, immediately sound the alarm. The 4 corpse soldiers without combat power are responsible for observing. The zombie cat was hiding in the corner, silently observing everyone as they dispersed one by one. Immediately after, it suddenly rushed out, stunning everyone. It's here! It appeared in the square! The zombie cat landed lightly on the ground, followed by loud shouts. Damn it! It's trying to break into the birthing room. We can't let it through. But the cat easily dashed past, slashing at those who tried to block its path with its claws. It slowly approached a room with the door slightly ajar. Peeking inside, the scene before it was utterly shocking. Behind the door was a massive hospital. Countless pregnant women and medical staff could be seen through the windows. Lin Zile actually built a hospital inside the gathering point. What the hell? The others quickly rushed over. Reinforcements! The boss is heading towards birthing room 3. We're not sure if we can hold it. The zombie cat angrily turned its head. Instantly, it unleashed its power. Lin Zile's people immediately paled in fear as they saw the cat exude a threatening aura. Lin Zile's people, terrified, screamed and ran away. The cat continued to dash through the crowd, knocking them to the ground. Watching the direction it was heading, someone hurriedly spoke up. Not good! It's heading for the 3rd floor's teleportation channel. Don't let it get into the crucial area of the 3rd floor. The zombie cat was already running towards the stairs leading downstairs. The others continued to chase after it in frustration. Damn it! How is this cat so smart? Much smarter than a normal boss. At this moment, the cat seemed to be heavily injured, staggering down the stairs. Another room suddenly appeared before it, surprising the zombie cat. The zombie cat slowly walked forward. Through the cat, Ziluo happily recognized the characters on the door. 9 Li Tribe text storage room. Could this place also be related to the 9 Li Tribe and Civil? Well, today's a jackpot. The cat happily stretched and pranced around. What a coincidence! I'm the one who obtained the inheritance of the 9 Li Tribe's chieftain, Civil. What can your organization do to me? Immediately after, the cat used its paw to activate the mechanism on the wall. Then it directly destroyed the mechanism. The room opened, the light inside welcoming it. The cat casually walked inside. The door behind it slowly descended. The cat walked deeper into the room. Before it was a bookshelf filled with books. Almost all the written records were here. It directly went around to the back, towards the bookshelf. It walked to the last bookshelf, placed next to the wall. Ziluo saw a book placed separately on the shelf. These books are placed alone. They seem important. The cat used its paw to pull out a book titled Inheritance of the Shaman Tribe. The cat used its claws to read each page. The Shaman Tribe is a branch of the Zile tribe, and all its members possess special shamanic arts. Each person has their own area of expertise, such as manipulation, insect cultivation, curses, weather manipulation, and so on. After the Zile tribe was defeated, the Shaman tribe was forced into exile, and its descendants evolved into various bizarre arts, such as insect magic, Gu poison, and head-lowering rituals. Later, in Long Country, Ziluo was amazed through the cat. It turns out that thousands of years ago, everyone was one family. The past of the Zile tribe members who had to travel everywhere is recounted in the book. The historical materials recorded in the books in this secret chamber are materials of a tribe skilled in making medicine. The tribesmen of this tribe created various medicines with special abilities. They lived a life of exile for a long time, eventually finding Kui Snake Mountain in the Tianlong Mountains. The book continues to write about the most difficult time for the Zile tribe. They used various secret arts to create a space that could be stopped in this place. And from then on, they were basically isolated from the world, only sending a few people out of the mountains every once in a while to observe the outside situation. But all the people of our tribe continue to die, including the children with complete shamanic bloodlines, who are becoming increasingly difficult to bear. All the knowledge of the Zile tribe is preserved in a book, also recorded. And finally, the last person in the tribe retained the inheritance related to shamanic arts, and summarized it into this Inheritance of the Shaman Tribe. Previously, the Qi Ying ascension of the tribesmen was used by the Lian family to cultivate death warriors, renaming it Soul Slave Ascension. The cat lay down on the book, along with the system's announcement, entering the countdown to disappearance. 0 hours, 1 minute, 42 seconds. The book mentions the method of making and the effects of Soul Slave Ascension. The steps of creating soul slaves are based on the Lik family's foundation. The fetus in the mother's womb can identify aptitude. After the baby is born, giving the baby soul slave ascension will transform the baby into a soul slave, and the control will be in the hands of the staff who drank another bowl of medicine soup. Note, if the baby is born more than 48 hours, soul slave ascension will completely lose its effect. Side effect: soul slaves who have drunk soul slave ascension will have a very short lifespan. Soul slave level explanation. Level 5 Soul Slave. The lowest level Soul Slave. Their physical qualities are equivalent to ordinary people, but their intelligence may be slightly deficient, and their lifespan is also the shortest, and they can be used as labor force. Level 4 Soul Slave. Their physical qualities are slightly weaker than ordinary people, but their reproductive capacity is very strong, and their lifespan is also extremely short. Level 3 Soul Slave. Their number is becoming rare, their physical qualities are higher than ordinary people, and apart from their short lifespan, there are no other defects. Level 2 Soul Slave. Can be encountered but not sought, their physical qualities far exceed ordinary people, and after training they possess amazing combat power. Level 1 Soul Slave. Rare. Their physical qualities far exceed level 2 Soul Slaves, and after training, their combat power is comparable to gods. Reading this, Ziluo frowned, deep in thought. The book was then closed, and the zombie cat officially disappeared.
Switching the scene to another place, Li San was still walking back and forth searching for the cat.
He searched for a long time, but there was still no way to find the zombie cat.
Li San turned to ask his subordinates.
"Have you found it?" One of them reported. "No, over 100 people have been searching in shifts for an hour, but there is no trace of it at all." Li San frowned angrily. Ridiculous, to have a bronze-level boss break into the 3rd floor, the residence of level 2 and level 3 death warriors. If we were silver-level bosses, wouldn't we be able to go down to the 4th floor and disturb the family head? In his heart he calculated. Since Shi Jingshan and Li Er are dead, I have become the strongest combat force of the Li family in the capital business, and have become the important person in charge of the Kui Snake safe zone. His subordinate voiced a guess.
"Third brother, do you think that cat could have entered those secret chambers? The library, the alchemy room, the nursery? They're all possibilities."
Ability-san immediately denied it. "Are you stupid? Are those places that a zombie cat can enter? Those places have the power to protect the business area, and those who can use magic to open the door can also easily wipe us out like turning over their hands." Then Li San continued to order, "Hurry up, call the level 3 death warriors here, continue searching for me. I'm gonna find the family head to plead guilty, and, by the way, discuss the next development strategy." The subordinate immediately accepted the order. "Yes, third brother." Switching the scene to the 4th floor secret chamber. The last floor of the Kui Snake business area is built as an extremely luxurious city. Li San pressed his fingerprint to open the door, and then he stepped in from outside. At this time, Steward Chu was already waiting for him in front of the door. Li San stood from afar and bowed to report.
"Steward Chi, I have something to report to the family head. A zombie cat, a bronze-level boss, has appeared at the contact point on the cliff."
Steward Chu, without waiting for Li San to finish speaking, interrupted with a dark face.
"Are you saying that you still haven't found the cat that has caused us to lose hundreds of people?"
Li San didn't dare to look directly, and could only bow his head and answer, "Yes, so I came to find the family head to ask if there is any way to deal with it." But Steward Chi turned around and refused. "No, the family head has just suffered a major shock, and hearing this now will only make him even more angry. Forget it. This matter cannot be made known to the family head. Continue to send people to search." At this moment, someone suddenly spoke up, calling, "Steward Chimo, come in here for a moment." The Chiwai butler turned around, facing the warning door. "I won't mention this to the master for now. Send more people to speed things up. If the master is further agitated..." He turned his head and gestured with his hand, signaling. Li San could only stand at a distance, bowing his head. "I understand." Afterwards, the Chiu butler continued to walk inside. Inside the bedroom, Li Xuan was angrily scolding the 2 nurses. "Get out! Get out, all of you! Useless! All of you are useless!" The Qingyu butler entered the room, smiling, and asked, "Master, how are you feeling today?" Li Xuan first gestured to the 2 female nurses. "All right, you 2 can leave." Both of them bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, master." Only then did he turn to the Qingyu butler and ask, "Has Li San arrived? I heard him mentioning a boss or something outside." The Chu butler immediately lied. "Li San was reporting to me the news from the scouts. There was a slight surprise today, but it's still within control." At this point, Li Xuan seemed satisfied. "I trust your abilities. Once you have the results, tell me." The Chuan butler bowed. "Yes, master." Then he continued to ask, "How is the young master doing?" Upon hearing this question, a look of horror immediately appeared on the Chiwai butler's face. Seeing this, Li Xuan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, but precisely because of that he coughed violently. Cough, cough, cough. The Chiwai butler anxiously stepped forward to support Li Xuan. Reporting on the young master's situation, he said he couldn't handle the creature called a zombie. According to Azure Planet's culture, there's fundamentally no way to solve it. Li Xuan lowered his head, clutching the blanket tightly, and mumbled, "Fundamentally no way?" Seeing him like this, the Chiwon butler immediately bowed and hurriedly said, But he did say that the zombie virus serum on yesterday's notice board might be a breakthrough to solve the problem. However, he said it can only treat humans who are transforming into zombies. But with a slight change in the ingredients, it might be possible to turn zombies back into humans. Hearing this, Li Xuan immediately saw hope, raising his head and asking, "Really?" The Chihuahua butler wasn't very sure. "Maybe it's possible." Li Xuan immediately grabbed the Chihu butler's arm, full of hope. "Then what are we waiting for? Immediately send someone to the safe zone to buy Hao Wen. It'll definitely be alright, definitely." The Chihuahua butler happily nodded and reported, "I've already sent people. They should be back tomorrow." At this moment, Li Xuan pulled the blanket off the bed. "Good, then hurry up and leave. I need to take my medicine first. What if Hao Wen comes back, and I'm still this sick?" "No way. No way." The Chihuahua butler hurriedly stepped forward to support him. "Master, don't get agitated. It's not good for your recovery." Hearing this, Li Xuan smiled and urged, All right, I'm not agitated. Hurry up and leave." The Chihuahua butler bowed his head happily and said, "Master, all right, I'll go right away. Now, only Li Xuan was left sitting alone on the bed. The Chihuahua butler looked at him, wondering, should I tell the master that I've used the young master's zombie body for experiments? Afterwards, he frowned, sighed, and decided to leave. It's better not to say anything. Even if I tell the master, there's nothing he can do. It will only make him angrier. I can't afford to offend either side. Scene changed to outside the cliff. Ziluo was lying on the grass, using a handheld oxygen tank. While breathing from the oxygen tank, he sighed. As expected, not a single item in this broken game is useless. Having been in the Doomsday game for too long, I almost forgot that people get short of breath when climbing mountains. Immediately afterwards, Ziluo opened the system panel to observe. Dan Yug is moving to the designated location, already 5 hours since departure. At this time, outside the capital safe zone, someone was approaching. Seeing who it was, the gate guards immediately became happy. "It's Da Yug, the big boss! The boss is back! Quick, open the city gate!" They immediately approached Da Yug, continuously greeting him. "Da Yug, big boss, you're back!" Suddenly stopping, Da Yug stood in front of the city gate, saying in one breath, "You guys go report to Zhang Yuanzhong. Tell him it's an important matter. I'll be waiting for him at the angling point shop in the East District." The guards immediately happily agreed with Da Yug. All right, big boss. Rest assured, we'll definitely help you relay the message." In reality, Da Yug's consciousness was being controlled by Lin Zile at this moment. After saying what needed to be said, Da Yong turned around and left under the gazes of the two soldiers. A moment later, at the Merit Point store, Da Yong stood before the information board displaying the items for sale. Patterned battle boots, priced at 180 merit points, 1772 in stock. Tang Huang blade, priced at 230 merit points, 4,556 in stock. Patterned battle armor, priced at 200 merit points, 5,684 in stock. Bronze rank equipment enhancement scroll, priced at 300 merit points, 986 in stock. Da Yong diligently browsed the store using the system panel, continuously examining the information of various items. The system panel further displayed Swordsman class change scroll, priced at 5,000 merit points, 5 scrolls in stock. Rogue class change scroll, priced at 5,000 merit points, 6 in stock. Raging Flame Dragon Fist skill book, priced at 5,000 merit points, 2 in stock. Zi Luo, through Da Yong, also observed some of the items. The system displayed Equipment Quality Upgrade Scroll, priced at 10,000 merit points, 2 in stock. Item Quality Upgrade Scroll, priced at 10,000 merit points, 1 in stock. Yang Attribute Item, Diamond Rank, priced at 50,000 merit points, 1 in stock. He wondered, that's not right. Where's my rare pet egg, worth 100,000 merit points? Ziluo was currently on a cliff face, holding an oxygen tank in one hand to breathe, and calculating with the fingers of the other. Immediately afterwards he realized, how could I forget? The pet system hasn't even been unlocked yet. Without a pet system, where would a pet egg come from? Forget it, I'll buy something else first. Then Ziluo pointed at the screen and calculated. Items: 2 equipment quality upgrade scrolls, 1 item quality upgrade scroll, 1 diamond rank Yang attribute item, that's only 80,000 merit points. Da Yong's fingers on the other side also danced across the system panel. Let's just round it up to 100,000 merit points. Use the remaining 20,000 merit points to buy state-restoring items like megapixel potions and HP potions. At this moment, the system displayed that the merit points were now 0. Da Yong looked at the system in front of him, then reached out and retracted the system interface. Just then, a voice called from outside the door. Da Yong, brother, are you there? I heard you were looking for me with something important? Da Yong opened the door, saw Yuanzhong appear, and immediately looked around to make sure no one else was there. Seeing this,
Yuanzhong hurriedly went inside. Lin Zile was still controlling Dayong's consciousness, and closed the door with a backhand. Then Dayong turned his head and said, Li Jia's hideout has been found. We'll eliminate them tomorrow. Yuanzhong was incredibly surprised upon hearing this. What? Dayong crossed his arms, facing Yuanzhong, and repeated, You didn't mishear. Li Jia's hideout has been found. Yuanzhong still couldn't believe it, saying in confusion, Isn't it only been a dozen hours, not even a full day, since you two left the safe zone and came back? Dayong interrupted, and asked in return, Is there a problem? Yuanzhong clutched his head, still in shock. No, it just feels like you guys are too fast. He couldn't help but sigh and think. It's not that we're too weak, it's that Zile and Dayong are too monstrous. No one else could find Lin Jia's lair in a dozen hours. Yuanzhong then said, The safe zone's higher-ups have cleaned everything up tonight. Even if there are slip-ups, it won't be more than 5 people. There shouldn't be any problems with the operation tomorrow. He frowned, covering his mouth as he recounted. Starting yesterday morning, Chief Zhu has recalled the soldiers in charge of external exploration and development. By now, nearly 20,000 warriors have returned. Dayong then gave a nod of acknowledgement. Yuanzhong continued, holding up 3 fingers. Now, excluding the soldiers needed to protect and build the safe zone, if we set out tomorrow, there will be at least 30,000 people available. Dayong then asked, 30,000 people? What about their combat capabilities? Yuanzhong replied, Their combat power should be fine, although half of them only joined us after the apocalypse. They've always been responsible for dealing with zombies in the capital region. Their strength is among the top tier of players. Yuanzhong was constantly calculating at this moment. It's just that I don't know what Lin Jia's combat strength is like. If 30,000 people aren't enough, then let's wait another day. I can be sure to recruit a team of 50,000 people. Dayong then nodded and said, It's enough. Li Jia's actual number is around 20,000 people. Then he talked about the people there, including Li Jia's normal, weak, and strong combatants. Among them, 10,000 people have almost no combat ability, 10,000 people have quite low combat ability, and the remaining people's combat power is close to the mainstream level. Hearing this, Yuanzhong was even more surprised. You even know Lin Jia's specific strength? Lin Zile, with his mask covering his face and glasses obscuring part of his identity, mysteriously ordered, Zhang Yuanzhong, act tomorrow, immediately, to prevent the Lia family from reacting and causing any trouble. Moreover, they still have several outside assembly points. He said that out loud, but seeing Zhang Yuanzhong's expression, Lin Zile thought, Did just this little bit of information shock Zhang Yuanzhong this much? If I told him that all the escape routes available to the Lin's family have been exposed, would he start to doubt his very existence? Zhang Yuanzhong smiled, waved his hand, and agreed. Understood. I will contact the commander to prepare immediately. I apologize, I asked too many questions just now. Lin Zile stood still, grasping Zhang Yuanzhong's hand, furrowing his brow and smiling with a confident smirk, while secretly thinking, As a big boss, there are probably many methods that cannot be known by outsiders. Just like in those old TV dramas, outsiders who know too much will be silenced by the big boss. Zhang Yuanzhong smiled and asked, Dadgong, my brother, is there anything else? Do you need me to find you a place to rest? But he silently cautioned himself. It's better if I don't ask any more questions. Lin Zile put his hands in his pockets and coldly replied, Nothing else. I don't need to find a big boss. Zhang Yuanzhong raised his hand in a farewell gesture, opening the door and cheerfully saying, All right, you've worked hard, Dagang, my brother. I'll take my leave now. Lin Zile gave a brief, in reply. Afterward, Lin Zile temporarily regained control of his consciousness and ended his body-sharing state. He leaned against the wall, jumped up, and pulled out a chicken drumstick, his eyes turning into heart shapes as he stared at the drumstick. He then tore off his mask and ate frantically. At this moment, outside the city wall, the space was silent, with only the fog permeating the air, and several soldiers, neatly dressed and armed, stood guard in formation. A man reported to Zhang Yuanzhong. Report, General. A total of 863 people were accounted for this time. Zhang Yuanzhong nodded. He stepped closer to the city wall, looking down through the hazy layer of fog from the top of the wall. Zhang Yuanzhong declared, The Li family conspired with the zombies, leaking intelligence and betraying humanity, leading to our safe zone suffering the zombie wave. We lost tens of thousands of brothers. The 2 soldiers standing behind him listened silently as he continued. This time, even the gods and men are enraged. This hatred is irreconcilable. Today, on behalf of the Dragon Nation officials, I declare that we must deploy troops to punish the Li family,
making them pay the price for their foolish actions.
Zhang Yuanzhang raised his hand and yelled loudly and decisively, "This time, we must wipe out the entire Li family, from top to bottom, sparing no one. Remember, those people are no longer worthy of being called our kin. They should be treated exactly as we treated the Zhaotao nation back then, without any sympathy." Standing on the wall, Zhang Yuanzhang spoke clearly to the soldiers below. "If we fail to avenge this blood feud, we swear to die rather than return." The entire army below raised their hands and chanted in unison. "If we fail to avenge this blood feud, we swear to die rather than return. If we fail to avenge this blood feud, we swear to die rather than return." Zhang Yuanzhang raised his hand high, signaling the start of the deployment. In the dark, misty night, the army below moved out according to the order, heading toward the distance. At Kuishi Mountain Forest, Lin Zile sat cross-legged on a rocky outcrop amidst the layers of mountains. A white dove flapped its wings and flew away. He stood up, stretched heartily, and shouted, "Time to go!" Beneath Lin Zile's feet, a map suddenly appeared. It was the Kuishi Underground Palace map. Lin Zile put on his mask, picked up the map, and rubbed his chin, calculating, "Next, I have to find all your exits before the official army gets here. When that happens, catching turtles in a jar, not a single one will escape." 2 points on the map immediately caught Lin Zile's attention. One was a cave entrance hidden behind weeds, and the other was a cave blocked by a large rock. He used a pen to circle those 2 points on the Kuishi Underground Palace map. While he was absorbed in his work, Lin Zile suddenly startled, noticing 2 people walking past him in the distance. The 2 were walking and talking to each other. "I thought the military was just putting on a show, but I didn't expect them to actually come to Kuishi Mountain." The other person nodded. "It's fine. No need to panic. Our progress is faster than theirs. We need to report this news quickly so the butler can completely seal off the Kuishi Underground Palace. That way, they won't be able to catch us." Lin Zile sat in the bush, eavesdropping on their conversation. They continued to argue. "That's true. With so many people on their side, they can't afford to get tied up outside the underground palace with us. Once we have a chance, we can also deal with them. Now, I want to know why the location of the underground palace was exposed. It absolutely cannot be someone from our side who spoke out." One of the 2 agreed. "Exactly. The people who know this location are all sworn death soldiers, willing to die for the Li family. They couldn't possibly betray us." The other put his hand in his pocket, calmly saying, "Let's focus on the task first. Check to see if anyone is ambushing here. Maybe by the time we wipe out the military, the people above will have a way to catch the traitor." The 2 disappeared in a flash. At this moment, an eye silently observed from within the bushes. Lin Zile swiftly slashed across the person's neck with a knife, causing blood to splatter. The person immediately fell. He also pressed down on the person, still holding the knife stained from just slashing the neck. Just after finishing with this person, he saw another person standing with their back turned towards him. Zile quickly stabbed him once. After killing those people, he dug a pit and buried them. Once finished, Zile brushed his hands off, thinking to himself, "Unexpectedly, the Li family is quite vigilant. The speed at which information is transmitted between detectives is so fast. 1,006 detectives were sent out in one night." Zile ran toward the mountains, standing at the very peak, looking into the distance, then removing his mask. Looking at the mask, he exclaimed, "This day has finally come." Elsewhere, Zhang Yuanzhang was using binoculars to survey the distance, with Da Jiyu standing behind him. The others were casually portioning their food. Then he put down the binoculars, as if sensing something, and turned his head. As he turned around, Zile was already standing behind him, reaching out to hand him a scroll. Taking the object, he couldn't hide the joy on his face. The 2 then went to another place to talk. After listening to his explanation, Zile nodded slightly. "The Li family only has about 20,000 people. Now it seems we have a 10 out of 10 chance of winning." Then Zile raised 2 fingers. "However, we shouldn't be careless. First, we must prevent the Lin family's secretly controlled assembly points from sending reinforcements. Then, the more than 20,000 players who have joined can be arranged at the foot of Mount Quisha to block the Lin family's reinforcements. But they also need a portion of the regular army's leadership." Hearing this, he quickly replied, "This is not a problem." Hearing this, Zile raised his hand. "The remaining 50,000 people can correspond to the 5 exits of the Quisha base camp. Each exit can have 10,000 people guarding it, and the distance between each exit is not too far, so the teams can quickly reinforce each other." Hearing this, he smiled. "You think the same as me. If they are in the Quisha base camp can we directly set fire, pump water, or release smoke into the base camp?" You immediately shook your head at the idea he had just proposed. "No way! These attack methods have no effect on the Quisha terrain." The system's voice rang in his head. "The ancient civilization has extraordinary power, with fireproof, smoke-proof,
fog-proof, shock-proof, temperature control, and air purification functions, and so on. Then he said, the Kuisha base camp has comprehensive sealing functions. Once activated, unless you have the ability to break through the large stone door with special protection, you cannot attack inside at all. Let me think, General. Arrange people at those exits first. I will enter from the entrance on the cliff, destroy their sealing system, and then you attack from the exits. After grasping the plan, he smiled and replied, no hesitation is needed. As if remembering something, he looked towards Daiji Yu. Wait, Daiji Yu, I'm counting on you. He also looked in his direction. No problem. After making his request, Zile looked up at the sky. Weeds not eradicated at the roots will grow again in the spring breeze. There can be no forgiveness for any member of the Li family. He also looked in his direction. Don't worry, no member of the Li family will be left behind. Then he waved his hand. I'll talk to Daiji Yu for a bit. I'm counting on you for what comes next. He raised his hand, replying, be careful. Then Zile led Daiji Yu to another place hidden by trees, handing him another scroll. Then he summoned several cards to activate the silver to gold quality upgrade scroll. Immediately, a stream of light gathered on Zingel's hand, and a scroll fell from it. Silver to gold quality upgrade scroll. A gold grade item that can upgrade a platinum grade item to gold grade, allowing you to give the item more powerful effects. Then, he unfurled that scroll, pulling out another card, while Daiyug looked on, completely clueless. The system chimed in with a congratulatory message. Congratulations to player Yashi for using a silver to gold item upgrade scroll, upgrading the silver grade zombie cat command horn to gold grade. The zombie cat command horn, when blown, can summon a gold grade zombie cat minion. The player can command the zombie cat to fight for 40 minutes, with a 36-hour cooldown. The zombie cat inherits 70% of the player's base stats. All experience and gold earned from killing zombies will belong to the player, but the zombie cat will not drop any items. He excitedly held up the card. Another gold prefix, summon duration increased by 10 minutes, cooldown reduced by 12 minutes, and stat inheritance increased by 10%. My upgrade scrolls are truly amazing. Then, he summoned a few more cards. The system's upgrade congratulations continued to ring out. Congratulations to player Yashi for using a silver to gold equipment upgrade scroll, upgrading the silver grade white winged cape to a gold grade golden winged cape. Congratulations to player Yashi for using a silver to gold equipment upgrade scroll, upgrading the silver grade AC's illusion mask to a gold grade devil's illusion mask. Golden winged cape, a gold grade equipment. The cloak woven from golden feathers is still affixed to the back of the cloak. The changes can allow the player to fly simply. Agility +5. Spirit +8. Movement speed increased by 10%. Comes with the Flight of Power skill. After using it, the player can freely fly in the air for 2 minutes. It's best not to fly too high, to avoid falling to your death after losing the ability to fly. Devil's Illusion Mask, a gold grade equipment. Carefully observe the devil smiling at you. Spirit +8. Illusion Mask skill. After wearing it, it can hide the player's basic information unless someone of a higher level than the player ID can see through it. Staring into the devil's gaze for 5 seconds, after which, the person looking at the mask will fall into a state of fear. Anyone in a state of fear attacking the player will have their stats significantly reduced. Furthermore, the rhythm of the body will be decreased for a duration of 2 hours. The devil's smile inflicts mental pain on opponents who have fallen into a state of fear, causing the player extreme agony. He excitedly raised the card, his eyes gleaming. Incredibly awesome! Super OP! But then he regained his composure, able to directly attack the opponent's mind. Geez, I don't know what words to use to describe how amazing this is. Afterwards, Ziluo put on the mask. The system announced, equipping Devil's Illusion Mask. Then, he took out a box and faced Daiyug. Big bro Tui Kilin, this time you must bless me. Daiyug didn't understand, pointed at himself, then walked around behind him. Ziluo also opened the box at the same time. This time, in a treasure chest worth 50,000. If I don't open up a practical treasure, I'll be speechless. When the box was opened, even Daiyug was surprised to see several coins surrounded by spiritual energy. Ziluo reached out and took out the coin, and the system immediately jumped up to announce, Coin of Destiny, a diamond grade item. When you flip this coin, destiny is decided. Method of use. Flip the coin. When you catch the coin, the effect of the Coin of Destiny will activate at any time. Can be used once every 48 hours. Effect. Angel's Blessing for 10 minutes. Your body will receive the Angel's Blessing. Devil's Curse for 10 minutes. All damage you deal will carry the Devil's Curse. He held up the coin and looked at it. A reusable state-type item. Doesn't look too bad. Let's see the effects later. Ziluo turned to him and instructed, The time is almost here, Daiyug. Now go down the mountain and gather with the Zhongyuan Zhang group. He obediently nodded, then ran straight down the mountain. As soon as Da Yug ran off, Ziluo tossed the coin high into the air and caught it. As soon as the coin touched his hand, the system immediately announced, Devil's Curse. The injured will suffer the Devil's Curse. The cursed will be ignored by the ruler within the week, deserted by all subjects. Furthermore, the injured party will continuously suffer the erosion of the curse's power. The pain of the body will be amplified by 200%. During the curse, the effects of all adverse conditions will be increased by 30%, and the duration will be extended by 40%. The duration of the curse is determined by the severity of the injury. Ziluo clenched the coin in his hand. Devil's face that I like. Don't disappoint me with the first use. Then, he used his Qinggong to quickly reach the foot of the mountain. He landed with an explosion, channeling spiritual energy out of the smoke. He drew his sword, pointing it at the crowd. Leave family, your nightmare has arrived. He swung his sword, spiritual power enveloping the blade. The two gatekeepers, upon seeing him, didn't say a word. They immediately rushed towards him. But before they could get close, all that remained was his afterimage. Confusion etched on the gatekeepers' faces. Before they could react, he had already killed them with a single strike. He turned back to look at the two and sighed. It seems the effects of the Devil's Curse aren't bad. Thinking this, he summoned a flame to wrap around his sword. He pointed his sword at the approaching crowd, each strike sending several people crashing down. The remaining crowd seemed to realize something and cried out in panic. It's Yashi! Isn't that Yashi? This uniform, it's him! Yashi entered through the entrance. Hide quickly! Inform the higher-ups. Hearing them trying to report, he gently sent them a message. You won't have that chance. Then, he drew his sword and slashed down everyone. Just as one group fell, another rushed up, but none of them were a match for him. Soon, the floor was littered with mangled corpses, soaked in blood. After dealing with them, he leisurely walked towards the entrance to the next level. Inside, people frantically shouted, "Third-class swordsman, retreat! Fifth-class swordsman, step up! Preserve your strength! Quickly inform them that Yaji has entered the second floor. Report immediately. Yaji detonated the armory on the fourth floor of the Kuishi camp." Butler Chimu paced back and forth anxiously. Then a scream came from the room, making him worried. He knocked on the door. "Excuse me, is your experiment done? The master wants me to ask how the young master is doing." A voice from inside confidently replied. "How is he?" "Very good. Wasn't he screaming just now? Have you brought what I asked for?" The butler answered tremblingly. Zombie serum, I sent someone to buy it yesterday. It may be because the journey is too far, so they have not returned yet. Please forgive me." Hearing this, the person inside angrily shouted, "How dare you come to me before it's done?" He trembled and said obsequiously, It was the master who asked me to check on the young master." Then, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. The young master is very, very good. I know that." Seeing him like this, the person inside gave him a way out. "All right, I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. This zombie specimen is truly amazing. The test subjects I have are running out. Send some people to capture more for me." Hearing this, Butler Chimu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I'll send people to capture them right away," the person urged. "All right, leave and don't bother me anymore." He walked towards the hallway, muttering to himself. Sigh, it's impossible to offend those in the middle. This is too difficult. I hope the zombie virus serum really works. "Butler Chiwai, it's so good to see you here. Yaji has broken in from the first floor entrance. He's too strong. We can't stop him at all." Hearing this, he asked in disbelief. "What?" Butler Chiwa asked in confusion. "Yai Zane? Who?" Li family's subordinates helplessly explained. "It's the person who killed Si Jingshan and Li Er, forced the Li family to flee the safety zone, released the announcement that made the patriarch faint with anger, and is the very person who can destroy our Li family." He started scanning the information before suddenly realizing, and then frantically screamed, grabbing and violently shaking a few subordinates by their collars. "Did only Yai Zi come?" They struggled to answer. "For now, it's only him, but we already couldn't resist him." Butler Chiwai anxiously clasped his hands, pacing back and forth to analyze the situation. "I remember the intelligence report wrote that Yai Jin also had an underling. Now that the underling hasn't appeared, it's highly possible they've rendezvoused with people outside. Could it be that Yai Jin is the vanguard, and being inside is to scout the layout of the compound, transmit information outside, and then coordinate with the outside forces in all scenarios?" He sneered, a clear look of contempt on his face. "Wants to be a lone hero fighting the mafia? Didn't even bother to ask if our Li family agrees." His thoughts began to surface. This compound is our Li family's trump card. How could information about it be easily probed by one person? Then, he ordered the subordinates. "Immediately go to the control room on the third floor, and change the compound to a state of complete lockdown. I want to catch a turtle in a jar, they unanimously shouted. Understood. At that time, I really want to meet this lone hero fighting the mafia, to see what kind of skill he actually has to be so arrogant, daring to challenge the authority of the Liu family. Butler Chuwai stood with his arms crossed, confident of victory. At this moment, on the second floor of the Kui Snake compound, Lin Zile, fearless and bold, strode inside. He used his Phoenix Blood Jade Eye to scan the structure of the compound, but it was nullified, because the compound had a function to prevent X-ray vision. Zile quickly closed his mask's eye cover and focused his gaze to the left. He pushed off the ground and ran, immediately rushing straight inside. The flame, having foreseen the event, consciously vanished. As he was running, one of the rooms emitted a person's voice. Quickly call the management team out here. Zile stopped to observe the direction the voice came from. It turned out that the Lin family subordinates were discussing the need for personnel to search the entire second floor of the compound. The person opposite questioned, searching for what? Don't tell me it's that cat zombie again? Last night, because of that cat, I made those guys work an extra hour. I bet they haven't woken up yet. The other person replied with a troubled tone. This time, we have a bigger problem, those lords said. Outside the door, as Zile was intently listening, an ominous tremor suddenly occurred, as if warning him. Luckily, he managed to duck away in time. The two subordinates walked and chatted. Oh my god, who is the person who broke in, forcing the lords to lock down the entire compound? The other person looked over and replied, don't care who it is, quickly call your subordinates. I also have to go call others. Hearing that, Zile quickly took off running. Complete lockdown of the compound, followed by a search everywhere. Are they planning to capture me? Good idea, but you might be disappointed now. In just a short time, Zile had already reached the compound gate, but unexpectedly encountered a minion of the Lin family. Upon spotting him, they quickly alerted the others. Yaijin has appeared. Suspicious personnel here. In just a moment, they had fully assembled, just to capture the Qing. Yaijin, that was him. But contrary to everyone's expectations, Zile confidently flashed a smug smile, looking down on the enemy. Thinking you'd catch me so quickly? Zile used the Juechi Julizan to strike at the minions. The blade spun, forming a cutting edge, piercing through each person in succession. He brought his sword up, his voice menacing. Want to block my way? Next time, find someone better at taking a beating. The bodies of the characters lay sprawled across the grass. Suddenly, silent. His eyes noticed something. An arrow shot straight towards his chest, but luckily he managed to dodge it. Quite powerful, but it's nothing to me, because I am the main character. A sneak attack? His tone was calm but full of killing intent. Zileo's hand created a luminescence aura, launching it straight towards the person who shot the arrow at him. But unexpectedly, these guys knew how to play dirty. A vortex of stone flew straight from behind. Zile quickly put his palm facing backward, creating his own adamantite shield defense layer, then flexibly sprang up, flying straight forward. Wherever he passed, that place was stained with blood. Zile used the stone that was tossed into the air as leverage, jumping to the other side. The stone gradually shattered and cracked, exploding in all directions. Zile kept his composure before the multitude of people surrounding and attacking him, taking momentum to swing his sword. Every cut of his was meaningful. Then, Zile used the Force of Flight's special move on all his opponents. He flew soaring up. Terrifyingly powerful golden feather wings successively appeared. A god! This is a god! He can actually fly? The subordinates screamed, their faces pale with fear. Not a single person dared to move when they saw his appearance at that moment. One of them spoke up to reassure them. Everyone shut up. He only achieved that effect thanks to some kind of equipment from the Day of Apocalypse game. Don't try to bewitch the others here. Zile didn't say a word. Behind the mask was an icy cold face. The Phoenix Blood Jade Eye was stunning like a phoenix of the sun. Some people were so terrified by the illusion that they staggered and fell to the ground, blood continuously gushing out from their internal organs. They screamed in pain, even fighting and killing each other. It looked like divine healing. But this move was extremely ruthless. Zile gently set his foot down, witnessing the scene of bodies lying scattered right in front of him. Suddenly, a violent, dizzying pain shot through his head. After the fight, Lin Zileo's mental energy was gradually depleted. He stopped, taking a gulp of water to calm down. He let out a heavy sigh. Being in an unstable state, I'm already tired. Now that I've temporarily suppressed these death soldiers, my mental energy is almost depleted. I must quickly force my way into the room. Even if I can't find it, I need to find a place to rest first, to recover my stamina. A green light emitted. Where he stood, a group of people lay motionless. Lin Zile had descended to the 3rd level of the Kui Serpent Earth dungeon. The system displayed a notification. System detected that the host has successfully arrived at the third level of the Kui Serpent Earth Dungeon, and will initiate the final battle with Li Jia. A special mission to end the past life has been issued. Holy crap, scared me half to death. He looked up at the mission time on the system board. Not good. Lin Zile confidently strode towards the end of a corridor. A door appeared at the end, with the words inscribed in front of the room, Body Tempering Chamber. So this is a place to enhance the physical body? He was surprised. This is like getting a pillow just when you're about to sleep. Let's go in and see. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Lin Zile pushed open the door, revealing an entrance that felt like stepping into the system. The scene shifted to another room. The control room of the third level of the Kui Serpent Earth Dungeon. A young man was being grabbed by the collar, looking terrified, along with a loud voice scolding. Say it again! Say it again to me! Standing in front of the person grabbing him was Butler Chiwu, his face grim as he looked at the young man, saying, Master Li Shi ordered me to urgently announce that the trash has passed through the passage to the third level of the Earth Dungeon. Please, everyone, be careful, Butler Chiwu exclaimed in panic. How could he have reached the third level of the Earth Dungeon? This is impossible. I already closed the Earth Dungeon gate. Not only that, but I also sent almost all the level 4 and level 5 disciples to search for him. How could he break through the encirclement of more than 10,000 people? It's more than 10,000 people. They couldn't stop a piece of trash? The young man's face trembled. He is extremely terrifying. He closed his eyes tightly, nodding repeatedly. Truly, it's like the descent of a demon, a bottomless mountain of corpses and sea of blood. More than 10,000 people. More than 10,000 people didn't dare to even glance at him. Many level 4 and level 5 cultivators died as soon as they went up. Hearing this, Butler Chiwu's eyes widened. What? He froze, releasing his hand, feeling both stunned and terrified. The messenger was a level 3 death soldier nurtured by the Lia family. They have drunk the soul slave soup, absolutely incapable of lying. The only truth is that the trash's strength has exceeded our imagination. Butler Chiwu shouted, seemingly realizing something. This isn't us trapping the trash, it's him besieging us. Quickly gather all the level 2 and level 3 death soldiers on the third level. We can't let the trash continue his assault. Li Sun appeared behind him, saying, I just went out to check the situation. It's not very optimistic. Butler Chiwan said seriously. The situation has developed to this point. It can no longer be hidden. I will now go and tell the head of the family what has happened. Li Sun could only sigh upon hearing this. Then let's split up and act. Butler Chiu immediately set off. Li Lixuan sat on the hospital bed, anxiously looking at Butler Chiu and asking, Is there any progress in Hao Wen's condition? He respectfully replied, Family head, please take your medicine first. I will tell you after you've taken it. He looked at the cup of medicine with unease. Li Lixuan quickly picked up the cup of medicine and drank it all. His eyes gleamed as he looked towards Butler Chiu. He looked at Li Lixuan frowning and said, The matter I have come to report to the family head today has nothing to do with the young master. It's about the trash. Li Lixuan gritted his teeth. What did you say? The trash? What about the trash? Butler Chinu shook his hand, indicating he would explain. The trash has broken into the Earth Dungeon, causing serious damage to us. It all started last night when a bronze-level cat boss appeared in the Earth Dungeon. Ling Lixuan immediately knocked over the glass of water. He loudly pointed in the direction of Butler Chiwai. Then why aren't you quickly thinking of ways to stop the trash? Where have all the death soldiers we've raised gone? Where are the people? Butler Chiwan immediately clasped his hands respectfully and explained, We really can't hold on any longer. We had no choice but to come and trouble the family head. We hope the family head will decide, Lai Lixuan said seriously with some anger. Close the Earth Dungeon gate. Summon all the death soldiers from all the levels. He looked at Butler Chiu and reminded, Don't clash head-on with the trash. Just pay attention to his every move and report to me at any time. For other matters, observe and await my further orders. Butler Chiu bowed his head respectfully. Yes, family head. With that, he turned and walked away. Li Lixuan shuddered just thinking about his name. Inside the training room on the third level of the Kui Snake Base, Lin Zile looked around, thinking, A training room with nothing to train with? Or has everything been moved already? He touched the mask, pondering for a moment. Lin Zile crouched down, touching the water with his hand, curious. What's this thing for? It's shaped like a bathtub, so is it for bathing? He circled the pool, concluding, These stones are the last things in this stone room, and they seem to be of decent quality. He glanced around, musing. This place is clearly labeled as a training room, but it doesn't have any training equipment, just these strange white stones inlaid here? He shook his head, as if searching. Could the Lai family have researched some kind of twisted training method? Well, since I'm idle, might as well investigate. Lin Zile used his clairvoyance to observe his surroundings. Lin Zile rubbed his head and quickly reached out to grab the stone in front of him, feeling it for a while, and discovered a mechanism. He used all his strength to lift the stone, but the stone exerted a strong pulling force and wouldn't budge. Annoyed, he frowned. Got some skills, huh? Lin Zile cast 9 Li divine power. Then, a hall appeared before him. He kept using the hall to push the stone, and Lin Zile was exhausted. He tried to concentrate, creating skills. I don't believe it. Lin Zile raised his fire sword. He amplified his power and slashed down with all his might. Lin Zile unsheathed his sword, performing a series of swift sword movements. The sword suddenly glowed with flames, and unexpectedly, a golden ball appeared before him. Lin Zile held the ball in his hand, astonished. There's a strange fluctuation inside the ball. He brought the ball closer, examining it. This stone also carries the function of origin restoration. Lin Zile shifted his attention, looking up at another ball floating in the air. That ball had the same color as the stone, gray, and was incredibly large. Inside that ball were fluctuating changes, with things like gray currents similar in color to the ball but darker, and they were gradually dissipating. Suddenly, behind him, something like a bathtub popped up, steaming. Lin Zile turned around to look, speechless. After all this effort, it really is just a bathroom. That bathtub had been filled with some black particles by him, looking very mysterious. With just a few small drops, the color of the bathtub had turned pitch black. Lin Zile recalled the effects of the black liquid he had put into the bathtub. Spirit essence fluid is a container for extracts produced by the technique of rapidly consuming a large amount of magical resources, perfectly suited for each soul slave's secret wing to enhance, prepared by the technique clan for soul slaves. On average, each container can extract 1 drop of spirit essence fluid every 10 years, with one effect being to supplement mental deficiencies and the other to enhance physical qualities. He also recalled the image of the best and healthiest soldiers being selected. Every 2 years, the Lian family will choose a soldier with the best aptitude and cleanse their body with a drop of spirit essence fluid. In Lin Zile's hand was the golden orb from earlier. Activating his powers, he retracted it. The original sword replaced the orb in Lin Zile's hand. Tresk! This is the precious treasure that you, the Li family, scrimped and saved for months to leave for me. Then I won't be polite anymore. He ran across here, then jumped over there, brandishing his sword everywhere, slashing at the walls. After a bout of relentless slashing, drops of spiritual elixir plopped into the bathtub, making the water's black color darker and darker. Lin Zile stood aside, watching his handiwork, then pressed a button to collect all the equipment. At that time, it was already evening, and stars filled the night sky. He walked step by step towards the bathtub. Lin Zile soaked comfortably and relaxedly in the refreshing warm water. He yawned deeply, and sleepiness washed over him. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out, startling him awake. Ding! Player Yaji detected to have received special energy purifying the body. Body attributes enhanced. All attributes +1. Hearing that, Lin Zile was pleasantly surprised and felt it. Heavens, that works too? He sat in the bathtub, accumulating energy from the spiritual elixir's effect. At the same time, he listened to the system's notifications of adding attributes. The sky gradually turned light, which was also when the water in the bathtub began to stir. Lin Zile stood up, got out of the water, and put on his mask. He finished grooming himself and confidently walked out. Beside him, the system notified. Player Yashi detected to have undergone purification, transferring. Lin Zile turned his eyes to where the system was notifying him, and absorbed a large amount of spiritual elixir energy, successfully activating the epic grade talent, Purifying Body. The system provided Lin Zile with a panel displaying the functions of the epic grade talent Purifying Body. Purifying Body. Epic grade talent. After a few fruit machine spins, a large amount of energy can be extracted. At this time, your body has become extremely pure. Lifespan is significantly increased. The effect of all illnesses on the body is reduced by 50%. Immunity to the effects of some toxic damage, and all poison-based attributes are reduced by 30%. The body's speed of absorbing and utilizing energy is greatly increased, and the efficiency of energy allocation and utilization are both significantly increased. Wound recovery speed increased by 50%. Stamina and spiritual power recovery speed increased by 20%. Seeing this, Lin Zile couldn't help but exclaim, "Truly amazing, top-notch." Using the Li family's skills to deal with the Li family. Without the slightest hesitation, he pushed open the door and stepped out, full of eager anticipation. Suddenly, there was some waiting. From a distance, Zile spotted 2 masked figures talking to each other. The 2 masked figures walked towards Zile. Zile raised his hand to wave hello, startling them both. Zile waved his hand and smiled. Seeing this, the 2 pushed the person on their right towards Zile. That person started screaming, while the one who was pushed staggered towards Zile. The hallway of the dissection room. Yashi is in the hallway of the dissection room. Zile simply flicked his hand, and the sword in Zingle's hand sliced the person in front of him in two. After that person's scream, many masked figures ran over. The one who screamed saw that the people he called had arrived in time, while Zile raised his sword to face level, preparing for battle. Zile then retracted his sword, slung it over his shoulder, and smirked at the swarm of insects in front of him. Sometimes, more people really aren't better, and more people don't necessarily give you an advantage. The masked figure was enraged when he heard Zile say those words, and clenched his fist tightly. Yashi, don't be happy too soon, this time we came prepared. Zile smirked. 3 large, ice-encrusted hands appeared around him. Those hands reached closer to Zingle's head, attacking. But Zile had already created a fire skill, which instantly appeared in Zingle's hands. Ziluo flung the flames on his hand backwards, incinerating everything. The fire raged. Ziluko turned back to look at the one he had just burned, lying flat on the ground, bleeding out and dying with eyes wide open. On the other side, the masked one from before gnashed his teeth in anger. Is that all the preparation you guys have? Ziluo turned to look at the crowd in front of him, a smile that sent shivers down the spines of those in charge. The whole group swarmed forward, attacking all at once. Kill! But in just a blink of an eye, blood spurted from those people, their eyes widening in shock. Ziluo, one slash at a time, dismembered those guys. The leaders were torn into small pieces. Then Ziluo rushed towards the back. The whole group just stood still, not moving an inch. Only one of them pointed at Ziluo and shouted, "Not good, he's charging into the medical room." The person inside quickly closed and barricaded the door. Inside, Nyashi, masked as Lin Zile, raised an eyebrow and smirked. "So, your medical room is here too." They gathered in front of the door, blocking him. Ziluo raised his sword again. There's a saying, "Old man, I'm right here. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." He flew up, raised his sword high, preparing to strike down. One of them below stared wide-eyed at him. In just a flash, he glided past them so effortlessly. All of them had died, piled on top of each other below, dismembered. Ziluo opened the door and smiled. Another bunch lying sprawled on the beds. One of them struggled to sit up. "Ah, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts." Arg. He unleashed his move once again, flames blazing in his palm. "What a pity, you barely survived just now. Now you're about to experience your second death." He launched his attack, the flames heading straight for them. Ziluo leisurely walked out, quickly closing the door behind him. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. He leaned his back against the door, a chilling smile spreading across his face. He slightly opened the door again, looking inside. Inside, all that could be seen was a raging inferno. He watched the white smoke seeping out from the crack in the door. No wonder it's been a well-known place for so many years. It even comes with a fire suppression system. He carefully examined every step. It seemed Ziluo had discovered something. What he discovered was a door with many secret chamber symbols. Wondering what's inside, he touched the door. The moment he touched it, a burst of light immediately emanated from the strange patterns. Looking at those patterns, he couldn't help but analyze them. While he was pondering, a mysterious man behind him was also observing him. He gave an order. "Go! Have the 1,000 death warriors surround him from the other side." Pondering, he added another task. "Also, report the situation of Yashi here to 9th Butler." At the same time, on 9th Butler's side, he was already terrified, muttering to himself, "This is impossible. How could this be? This is absolutely impossible." Before his eyes was a scene of desolate ruins. He seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. No one could break the mechanism at the door and enter at will. He comforted himself. "It's all right. As long as the spirit source liquid is still here, I will find someone to clean up this place," he said, then looked up. "Has the family head discovered it?" A shock left him speechless and collapsing to the ground. He wailed for the efforts he had accumulated over the years. "It's over. It's over. The spirit source liquid the Lai family accumulated for 30 years is gone." He was despondent when he thought about the punishment awaiting him. That thing made him seem a decade older. "I have no way to explain this to the family head. The family head will execute me." While he was in a daze, a man named Jano ran in to report. "9th Butler, I finally found you! Yashi! Yashi has broken into the secret chamber!" He ignored him, just sitting and lamenting in despair. "It's over! It's over! Everything is ruined!" That Jano kept calling out to him. "9th Butler, I found you! Please follow me to the secret chamber." Suddenly, he stood up, startling him. After regaining his senses, he had to adjust his clothing and said to Jano, "Let's go!" On Lin Zile's side, "You suddenly saw some clues, and then you applied it to the secret chamber. You just wanted to try your luck. Who knew that the door would suddenly tremble and slowly open before your eyes?" As the door closed, a pair of feet landed right where he had been standing just moments before. It was that mysterious man from before. He stood observing the secret chamber and ordered the death warriors. The secret chamber only has this one exit. Even if Yashi grows wings, it will be difficult for him to escape. You guys stay here and guard it, don't run around.
Thinking about it, he continued. Now I will go find him. If anything happens, wait for me to return and then tell me. All of you at the front, hold the skill scrolls in your hands and activate them at any time.
After reminding them of the necessary things, he left. Inside the secret chamber, Lin Zile was standing and admiring the Lin family's enormous fortune. Heavens! Isn't this the Lin family's largest secret chamber?
So much stuff. How long has the Li family been hoarding this?
Here it is. He had to indulge in self-admiration for a minute. If the Lin family wants to give it to me, then I'll reluctantly accept it. Getting what he needed, he summoned the system panel and expanded the space on it. In an instant, all the gold, silver, and jewels disappeared, leaving behind 4 empty walls.
To be sure, he opened the system and checked each item one by one. This place even has the ability to nullify traditional space restrictions.
Well then, I can only try the extra-dimensional space of my golden finger. Done. He expanded the space again. Unexpectedly, the previously unusable skill of that item disappeared. Both surprised and feeling like he'd found a treasure from the heavens, he was overjoyed. Heavens! This skill can actually absorb the golden finger. Lin Zile appeared into the system. He saw the entrance and thought there was a restricted dead end. Never expected this as a survival game. He turned into a transparent form by using the blink skill first. He entered the system through the portal. He saw the screen light up. TCH. It's true what they say, what you search high and low for is nowhere to be found, but what you find requires no effort at all. It's the central control station. Lin Zile regained his composure. He approached and said, I really want to see what kind of expression the head of the Lila family will have when he knows the control room has fallen into my hands. He didn't hesitate to press the button. Too bad you won't have that chance anymore. Meanwhile, outside it was very quiet. It was Zhang Yuanhong, standing guard, with Deng Gosak, eating chicken drumsticks. Suddenly, he was mind-controlled by Lin Zile, causing Deng Gok to lose control of his body. He immediately jumped down in front of Zhang Yuanhong. He asked Deng Gok, Brother, what's wrong? Deng Gok said, The 5 entrances to the underground base are about to open. The number of people on the first level may not be many, but the second level probably has more than 10,000 people. Preventing those who are more familiar with the environment in the underground base is paramount. Zhang Yuanhong seemed happy. Really? He said. It won't be wrong. He nodded and smiled slightly. Brother Deng Gok, I believe you. Then Zhang Yuanhong made it clear to the Legion. Everyone prepare. Next we will conduct a direct confrontation with those traitorous Li family members. Remember, we have the advantage in numbers, but we must not be careless. We must use the smallest losses to eliminate all the remnants of the Li family, they shouted. Understood. Intelligence continuously spread that 8 people in the first row had gone to the other 4 entrances. They followed Zhang Yuanhong's leadership. Pay attention to safety. They turned their heads. Yes, General Zhang. Suddenly, he felt something strange under the water. Zhang Yuanhong immediately raised his sword and took a fighting stance. He lowered his sword and was shocked when the water level rose. The gate in the middle of the lake surprised them. Inside was a voice. What's going on? Didn't the steward say that the entire underground base had been sealed off? Why is gate number 5 opening? Could it be that the brothers at the outer rendezvous point have returned? That's good. Let's welcome them. Suddenly, someone counterattacked immediately. Zhang Yuanhong shouted powerfully. Charge! Kill them all for me. Leave no one alive. Avenge our brothers. The Legion charged fiercely like a storm, killing them easily, gradually occupying the somewhat chaotic interior. Steward Chiwai. This is bad. The soldiers of the safe zone have brought people to kill us. Our 5 entrances have all been occupied by them. He panicked. We must quickly go find the family head. At that time, Lin Zile reactivated, which was also considered to have removed the basic water and fire protection measures of this underground base. Everything that resembled a seal has been lifted. He looked at the computer desks. Next, it's your turn. Lin Zile gently opened the green flame, and he himself disappeared. This kind of feeling of messing around in the Li family is so refreshing. The weapon storage stone chamber is directly locked, impossible to open. How can this stone chamber be so big? If the death soldiers hide inside and close the door, it will be a bit troublesome. Then open it. The corpse dissection chamber must be closed. Can't let others rush in, otherwise if those extraction containers are accidentally damaged, the loss will be huge. Outside, the thieves are stealthily opening the door in groups. They said, The weapon room mechanism is out of order. I can't open it. The deciphering method of the locking mechanism is definitely correct. What to do if we can't get these weapons out? Except for the group that started to encircle Nhaiji, everyone else doesn't have weapons. And the soldiers of the safe zone have already rushed in. Are we supposed to fight them empty-handed? What to do? Let's hide in the biggest stone chamber first. Suddenly they were discovered. Brothers, there are people over here without any weapons. Charge! So they ran for their lives. They escaped. The mechanism is out of order. Quickly block the stone door. Absolutely can't let the soldiers of the safe zone discover us here. But they were captured by the soldiers. All that was left was pools of blood and screams. Li Yongsheng struggled to grab a big piece of lean meat and threw it straight at the hungry zombie. If it weren't for the fact that you have the Liao family's bloodline, I would have ripped out your vocal cords. It's still better on this side. Truly worthy of being my most perfect masterpiece. Suddenly, he fell silent. Li Yongsheng grinned sinisterly. I wasn't disappointed that I painstakingly killed your parents and took you. My efforts weren't in vain. I used the most mysterious methods of the grafting art clan, grafting no small number of organs from other zombies, and even merged a portion of Li Haowen's blood into your body so that you could inherit their talents. His eyes looked at Gitong. You will become the most naturally gifted zombie. You are much stronger than this good-for-nothing. You lack vocal cords. Something that is completely useless to a zombie like this can kill people silently. Become a perfect killing machine. Understand? It's a pity that those people haven't brought new zombies here yet. It seems I have to go out and catch a group of zombies back. Li Yongsheng gently touched Gitong's cheek. Believe me, I can make you even more perfect. You are only the best work of art. The king among zombies. Then his gaze shifted, making him interested. Good. Good. Originally, I wanted to restore all of your damaged nerves, but now it seems that this is more in line with the dominance of a Dark Lord. Immediately afterwards, a strong killing intent came from nearby. Li Yongsheng was suspicious. The defensive power of the base camp is disappearing. There's a problem at the base camp. That guy Li Lixuan doesn't have the guts to go against the ancestral teachings and touch those things. Then someone must have broken into our Liek family. It's really one generation worse than the last. To be able to break into the Li's family's base camp must be very powerful, and the talent must be extremely high. Transforming him into a zombie and then extracting his organs is definitely a top-grade material. He said to Wang, You wait here. Wait for me to take some organs back. Then Li Yongsheng pushed open the door, while the others were keeping an eye on the soldiers outside. Lord Li San, Qin Air's base camp is about to collapse. Only a few brothers are still buying us time. What? They said that they couldn't open the weapon storage room on the 3rd floor. We couldn't get any weapons at all. All the exits have been blocked. More than 300 people sent out to scout the way have not returned. What did Steward Chihua say? They said that someone saw Steward Chihua go to the corpse dissection chamber before. Then something happened. We wanted to go in and find Steward Chihua to ask for a solution. But Duan Ti's room door wouldn't open. And we don't know if Chihwan Butler is inside Duan Ti's room or not. You take me to see what's going on first. Leave a few people to create a commotion so that Yaji thinks we're blocking him. You guys arrange for the other higher-ups to lead their subordinates to block the doors of the passages leading down to buy time. He also said, all remaining members of the Death Organization, come to the 4th floor with me. You guys take the family head from the 4th floor and fight your way out, risking your lives to seize the last chance of survival. Even if all of you die, you must open a bloody path, protect the family head's departure. As long as the family head doesn't die, our Li family won't fall. Understand? They did as Li Haoxuan said. You take the scroll. Once Yashi comes out, immediately unfurl the scroll. What effect will it have? Don't worry. Just as Yashi appears, you activate the scroll. Then, they felt their way out slowly. Long time no see. Ziluo pretended to be regretful, saying to the group who were still in shock, It's a pity that we have to say goodbye forever right after meeting. Ziluo immediately swung his sword to slash. Then he took out a dart, and Ziluo kept throwing them forward. The Li family's people were continuously killed. One by one, they kept getting fatal wounds and dying. Ziluo stood near the corpses and sighed. Sigh. If I didn't have clairvoyance, seeing your actions in advance, I'm afraid I would really be played by you guys today. He turned his head towards the corpses lying all over the ground with a regretful expression. We were so close to winning. It's a pity that there's no what-ifs in this world. Suddenly, Ziluo noticed that 2 guys had quickly slipped away, but he just stood there, ignoring them as they ran. A moment later, Ziluo reappeared in another place. He was standing on the top floor of the Earth Business District, looking down at the miniature city built by the Ling family. Walking inside a building, Ziluo almost ran into a female nurse, but he managed to hide in the corner to observe, while the female nurse didn't notice at all. Suddenly, the door of a room was opened. Li San led the way. Li Haoxuan was supported by 2 other people. Upon seeing this, the doctor immediately worried. The family head's current health condition. If he goes out carelessly, something very likely will happen. Li Sanye immediately retorted. Then what else can we do? You go and block the army outside. The doctor was immediately speechless. Li Haoxuan also spoke up at this time. All right, all of you come to my hospital room and pretend that I'm still in the hospital room. Then he stepped forward to instruct everything. Li San, you carry me away. If we rely on my speed, I won't be able to keep up with you guys. Also, go through passage number 3 on the 4th floor. After arriving at the 3rd floor, you only need to go through 2 corridors to reach passage number 4 on the 3rd floor. Li San bowed his head and took the posture to carry him, replying, Yes, family head.
Immediately after that, Li Haoxuan climbed onto Li San's back for him to carry according to the plan, and then the group of them formed a circle, protecting Li San and Li Haoxuan in the middle, and left. Ziluo stood in the corner, looking up and watching them go. Instantly, a sword flew over and took the life of the leading guard. Witnessing him collapse to the ground and die just like that, everyone was utterly stunned. Ziluo stood blocking the doorway, raising his hand to retrieve his sword. He easily caught the hilt in his hand. Seeing Ziluo in front of them, Liao San immediately ordered, "Quick, use the scroll!" One of the subordinates hurriedly unfurled a scroll in his hand, causing a whirlwind to burst forth from within. The whirlwind instantly enveloped Ziluo's body. Standing within the whirlwind, he immediately activated his skill. In the blink of an eye, Ziluo escaped the whirlwind, astonishing everyone. "You! Where is he?" Li Xuan, lying on Li San's shoulder, continued to command. "He's already left. Everyone, hold your skill scrolls defensively. The moment you detect his location, activate them immediately. Don't be stingy." His subordinates replied in unison. "Yes, family head." Li Xuan frowned, determined. "Even if I can't go outside today, I'll make sure he's buried with me." Suddenly, someone turned around and noticed, "Family head, he's back." The people of the Lin family were all incredibly panicked. They immediately gripped their weapons, warily watching all directions. Suddenly, someone noticed a series of fireballs rapidly approaching. They instantly created a massive explosion, blasting away their group. Numerous small fireballs appeared, floating in the air. Seeing this, someone immediately opened a scroll. A large rock appeared, batting away a fireball. Then it collided with a wall, creating a huge explosion. A wall instantly shattered, revealing another wall behind it. Another person swung his sword, trying to slash at the fireballs. Seeing the arrow encased in a fireball hurtling towards them, someone shouted loudly, "Crap! It's Enchanting Shadow! We've fallen into a trap!" From the arrow in the center of the fireball, it fired a series of other fireballs at the Li family, forcing them to continuously use scrolls. Another massive explosion erupted. Another wall was destroyed, revealing the bow suspended inside. Opening it revealed another trap. "Scatter!" The group immediately became alert upon hearing Ziluo's voice echoing, "Are you guys looking for me?" Before the explosion, something was constantly spinning, moving through space. Sigh. I gave you so many hints, and you still couldn't find me. Wherever it went, people were slashed to death one after another. Then it turned and flew back. Ziluo caught the hilt of his sword. He swung his hand, instantly slaying the Liao family members, who overestimated their abilities. Immediately after, a series of arrows shot towards Ziluo's back, but all the attacks missed, causing Ziluo to sigh with emotion. The assassins that your Liao family nurtured are truly loyal. Afterwards, Ziluo retrieved a scroll from his spatial storage. But it's not like only the Liao family has scrolls. Immediately after, he unfurled the scroll in his hand, unleashing a spike onslaught. Sharp rocks burst from the ground, impaling the Li family's men. Whoa! Li Xuan also instantly activated a scroll, and an explosion spell destroyed the volley of sharp rocks. Ziluo rested his sword on his shoulder, taunting, "Wasting a scroll just to live a few more minutes? Should I call you stupid or say you're kind-hearted?" Immediately after, 2 rows of sharp vines tightly cryoed his legs. Li Xuan raised the open scroll in his hand, frowning as he asked, "Ziluo, do you still think I'm stupid now?" Ziluo looked down at his feet, asking while holding his sword, "Fainting to the east while attacking in the west, is that all you've got?" The Li family member holding the scroll heard him and said, "A single target control skill that mages learn after job advancement. Its most special feature is that it can hit the enemy 100%. It's just that even though the skill has a 100% hit rate, the duration of the vines control is still determined by the player's mental strength." Hearing this, he gave a smile of appreciation. As expected of the top-ranked person on the leaderboard, you know quite a lot. The vines binding Ziluo's legs soon snapped continuously, and he swung his sword. "But your mental strength is too weak." Suddenly, Ziluo heard him say, "It's a pity you celebrated too early." 2 swamps immediately appeared in front of and behind him. Looking at the bubbling, seething substance before him, Ziluo asked, "Swamp? Poison?" A purple energy source appeared behind the Liao family member, and he laughed, saying, "You saw through it again? Too bad it's too late." The purple power suddenly struck Ziluo's shadow. He turned his head, watching it latch onto his shadow, and thought, "All right, to give face to your confidence, I'll play along with you. It's still early anyway." Seeing his shadow being restrained, the system displayed information. Shadow binding spear scroll. Silver tier item. Condenses a dark lance. Once the lance pierces the enemy's shadow, it will imprison the enemy in place for a period of time. At this moment, another group of Liao family members appeared holding scrolls and lit them on fire. Ziluo immediately understood what they were planning. First, use a 100% hit rate control skill to buy time. Then use the swamp to reduce flight speed. The hit of the spear also needs a certain amount of time,
and finally changed the formations. Ziluo coldly looked at the people before him, and he sighed.
No matter how many times I see it, such perfect teamwork is astonishing.
The Lai family members successively unleashed a series of attack scrolls at him. Water Dragon Roar, Flying Leaf Strike, Shadow Piercing Thrust. A series of scroll-based attacks surged towards Ziluo, but facing those things, Ziluo only showed a faint smile.
Seeing this, both Li San and Li Xuan were incredibly flustered.
Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred where he was.
Someone hurriedly shouted, The leaderboard still has Ziluo's name on it, attacking him continuously, and he's still not dead. Li Xuan was even more panicked at this moment. No, it can't be. No way, it won't be. He was beaten into a cripple. He only had a breath left, so he's not dead yet, right? Wrong. He's barely hanging on until now. He only has one breath left.
Li San on this side also raised his hand and loudly commanded, The family head is right. Continue attacking. But all the attacks were blocked by Ziluo's barrier. Looking at him completely unscathed, enveloped in a circular shield, someone weakly spoke. How is this possible? Zile stood there, indifferently asking, That's it? Then he said nonchalantly,
All right, I'll fulfill your dying wishes.
Li Xuan's face turned even paler upon hearing that. For 1 second after activating this unparalleled title, I can negate any damaging skill. In this 1 second, I'll activate 2 Iron Wall Scrolls, as well as the magic immunity shields from 4 pieces of hidden magic gear. These are just enough to block all your assassins' skills.
Zile looked at them grimly, asking, Are you satisfied with this answer? Li San hurriedly stood in front of Li Xuan, spreading his arms to protect him. Master, quickly protect the family head. Zile's body gradually erupted with power. He stood there asking, Didn't run away earlier, protecting now? Then, he built momentum and lunged to attack. Too late. Xianlei dashed forward, attacking each member of the Liai family.
Those people were easily sliced in half and killed by him. Then Zile lifted his foot and ran forward.
Before long he was in front of Ling San and Li Xuan, startling them. Zile raised his hand and said, Goodbye. See you in the next life.
Li Nisan was the next to be killed. Li Xuan slumped to the ground in terror as he saw Li San's head sever from his body. Zile turned his head to look back.
Li Xuan pleaded in panic. Don't. Please don't. Zile grabbed Li Xuan's collar and pulled him up, forcing him to face him. Now it's your turn.
Then, Zile used hypnotism. Li Xuan trembled as he faced him like that. Then, Zile released his hand, causing Li Xuan to sit down, hugging his body and trembling. He began to see hallucinations, trembling non-stop. Hongyu, Shichu, don't come here. It wasn't me who harmed you. I just wanted to have you. I killed your parents, but I didn't do it myself. If you want to find someone, go find the assassins who killed your parents. In front of Xianlei, Li Xuan crawled on the ground, trembling and saying, Tan Liangjun, how are you still alive? This is impossible. I clearly threw you into the meat grinder myself. Who told you to dirty my clothes when you were on the podium?
Wait, don't fillet me. One by one, the people Li Xuan had killed flew over, appearing before him.
Li Xuan began to go crazy, laughing and saying, Zhongyan, haha, you also deserve to come find me? I'm telling you, no matter what your identity is, as long as you dare to block the path of my Li family, you must die. Then, he pointed at each and every person in the hallucination. Lin Jian! Back then it was because you reported me, causing my promotion to be hindered, ruining my Lim family's grand plan for hegemony. I'm telling you, to vent my anger, I killed your whole family.
Li Xuan retreated continuously, looking around. Lin? So you people don't have any successors either.
Lin Zile? Lin Zile? What? Zile was startled when he heard this. Lin Zile, Li Xuan on this side, was still trembling non-stop, saying loudly, You! Are you talking about the bastard you brought back from outside? I let him live, of course, because he's not your son. Zile immediately amplified the power of his hypnotism. Instantly, Li Xuan fell backward, struggling and screaming. Don't bite me! Why are you biting me? You too! Why are you piercing me? It hurts! It hurts so much!
Zile stood from afar, coldly witnessing Li Xuan's eyes widen, tears streaming down his face.
Don't come here! Don't come here! Don't you guys come here!
He kept reaching out and struggling, saying arrogant words. So what if I killed you all? Who told you to be stupid? It's because you are inferior to others.
Li Xuan couldn't help but pee his pants.
It's not my fault! It's not my fault! Zile watched his body gradually contort, blood flowing from his eyes and mouth.
He went to the back, grabbed Li Xuan's neck, and lifted him into the air. Zile looked at him and said his final words. Looks like you won't say anything useful anymore. After that, he easily snapped Li Xuan's neck, leaving Li Xuan for dead.
Ziluo turned and walked to the window,
looking up at the clear blue sky outside. He wondered, is this what it feels like to avenge a great wrong? Is it relief? But it feels like something's missing. Immediately afterward, Ziluo turned to leave, but as soon as he placed one foot on the floor, Ziluo suddenly sensed something. He immediately drew his sword, silently using his sensing power. Ziluo looked ahead, as if he had discovered something unusual lurking. Lin Zile, as if sensing another aura, turned around to search. He always held a sword in a defensive stance. He walked, step by step, to a fork in the road. He unexpectedly encountered an old man dressed in rags, lurking. Li Yongsheng. He looked at him and laughed loudly. Perfect! Perfect! Lin Zile looked at the person in front of him in surprise and secretly assessed. Strong combat ability, divine physique, seems to have no flaws. Is there such a strong old guy in the Earth camp? Li Yongsheng moved closer to him. I hid my aura, but you were still able to detect me in such a short time. Your fighting spirit must be no less than mine. Lin Zile subconsciously stepped back, both panicked and angry. A qualified warrior would definitely not waste time talking, giving the opponent a chance to think. He looked at the old man in front of him, speechless. He even had the mind to stand here and say such unnecessary words. Li Yongsheng continued to approach, saying, Before I met you, I always thought Wang was the most qualified, the most perfect existence. Now I realize, you are many times more perfect than Wang. Lin Zile analyzed at the same time, and asked at the same time. Either he is confident enough in his strength, or, what's not good? Who are you? He was still wary of the strange old man in front of him, observing for a while longer, buying time to recover his condition. Maybe he could even discover a fatal flaw in him. Li Yongsheng's face wrinkled a little, looking very serious as he said, Who am I? He clapped his hands, as if enlightened. Li Yongsheng smiled and said to him, The Li Lixuan that you killed just now is the head of the Li family, is my grandson. Tell me, who should I be? After hearing the answer, Lin Zile glared at him angrily. Lixuan is over 50 years old, so if you calculate carefully, isn't he more than 200, 300 years old? Are you kidding me? Li Yongsheng frowned and said loudly, Kid, you don't believe me? Lin Zile was puzzled and remained motionless. He continued to advance. I hate it most when people doubt me, Lin Zile, right? He didn't seem to pay much attention to him, regarding him as a mentally ill person with multiple personalities. Meanwhile, Li Yongsheng, unaware of what Lin Zile was thinking, continued. I can smell the scent of the Zhu Li tribe on you, so you are also a descendant who has inherited the Zhu Li tribe, right? He pointed at him, his face a little cunning, and also a little smug. You really think I don't know you're stalling for time to recover your condition? The flames on his sword had already flared up, but he didn't seem to care at all, still rambling on. Don't rush, recover slowly. What I need is the most perfect work of art. Li Yongsheng expressed his words very vividly. He illustrated his words with actions. With your divine physique, your organs, Wang's aptitude will rise to a new level. He also thought he was hopeless. A madman. Lin Zile smiled darkly. No wonder the Golden Finger system hasn't given me a mission until now. Turns out there's a hidden boss here. Then the system suddenly appeared with an announcement. Because the host is aware of the hidden information of the mission and has met this person, now, use the power of the super-omniscient Golden Finger to explain the information of this person to the host, from your perspective. And the system displayed the information of the old man in front of him. Li Yongsheng, 216 years old and 56 years old, because of his quirky personality and repeated serious violations of the Li family's rules, was sentenced to death by all direct members of the Li family. Then, thanks to his father's pleading, he was assigned to be imprisoned in the bottommost level of Earth Camp, the Terror Serpent, until he died of old age. Li Yongsheng showed extremely high fighting talent and self-cultivation in the prison. Reading the information about Li Yongsheng, he opened his mouth in surprise. 216 years old? This fate is truly an old monster, who has lived for over 200 years. The system also provided him with complete images of Li Yongsheng's activities. Scenes of Li Yongsheng cultivating the ancient texts of the Li family. After Li Yongsheng was imprisoned for 30 years, Li Yongming, Li Yongsheng's older brother, inherited the position of family head. Li Yongming saw that Li Yongsheng had talent but could not be released, so he must have shared a portion of the mystical tribe's ancient texts for Li Yongsheng to study. Li Yongsheng quickly grasped the mystical tribe's secrets. 20 years later, Li Yongsheng discovered that a portion of the Zhu Li tribe's mystical inheritance was hidden in the prison. He awakened that mystical inheritance, grasping the secret technique of extending human lifespan in that inheritance. Along with self-cultivating mystical techniques, Li Yongsheng not only broke through the constraints of lifespan, but his strength also rapidly increased. Cultivating forbidden arts caused a major issue with his mental state, so he bound himself and rarely left the heavenly prison. All he's done these past few days is use the elixirs unique to the Art Clan to strengthen his physique. to the point where even the descendants of the Lin Zile family have forgotten his existence. Lin Zile carefully observed him, thinking, he still possesses a portion of the Art clan heritage and the Julie clan heritage, and he has an extremely high combat aptitude. He stared motionlessly at the man sitting cross-legged before him. To think that, in the immediate aftermath of the apocalypse, someone could possess such terrifying strength, and someone I've never even heard of in my past life. So, he was forgotten here. Li Yongsheng simply sat cross-legged on the ground, smiling cheerfully. Meanwhile, Lin Zile was deep in thought. Even though I directly obtained the heritage, I still need time to train. If it weren't for my system's golden finger, and my 10 years of apocalypse experience from my past life, I really wouldn't be confident in defeating him. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. The system displayed detailed information about Li Yongsheng. Li Yongsheng level 11 title. Zombie Subjugator class. Forbidden Arts branch class. Greatly enhanced when performing datafication on abilities related to the Art clan and Julie clan that the player possesses. Class ability. As a member of the Art clan, you possess a large number of forbidden arts inherited from the Art clan and Julie clan, and you can flexibly utilize the power of the two Art clans when using related techniques, maximizing their effectiveness. Lin Zile studied him very carefully, not missing a single detail. He read and memorized the basic attributes. Strength, 270 spirit, 80 constitution, 200 agility, 200 talent. Combat instinct, epic grade talent. Your combat instinct has reached its peak, allowing you to maintain peak combat performance at any time. Extreme comprehension, epic grade talent. Your comprehension has reached an astonishing level. Your learning ability and comprehension surpass imagination, allowing you to quickly grasp and master knowledge related to your studies. Premortal oddity. Your lifespan has been significantly increased, and your mental state has become extremely unstable. Different mental states will affect your actions. Martial prowess, epic grade talent. The formidable martial prowess accumulated over 200 years can be used as a weapon for attack or as protection, freely expanded and contracted as desired. Julie Forbidden Arts ability. Art clan Forbidden Arts. Lin Zile rubbed his chin in thought. Other than strength, the differences aren't that great. It should be manageable. Li Yongsheng suddenly shot up. He stood up, stretching his body back and forth. Have you thought of a way to deal with me during this time? Don't disappoint me. He put his hands behind his back, alternately bouncing on the balls of his feet. It's been over 100 years. This old body of mine hasn't been exercised. But don't get too happy just yet. Li Yongsheng smiled cheerfully at him. Let me slowly savor the joy in this. Battle! Lin Zile said nothing, his hand touching his mask. Lin Zile charged straight at him with incredible speed. Lin Zile tossed a pill into the air with one hand, grinning wickedly, looking extremely pleased. On the other side, the old man Li Yongsheng jumped up with a powerful burst. He raised his fist, lunging straight towards him. He was not to be outdone, lifting his leg and leaping high with lightning speed, dodging Li Yongsheng's devastating punch. Lin Zile slightly lifted the mask, popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed it in one smooth motion, landing lightly. Li Yongsheng didn't miss any opportunity, lunging straight towards him, the power undiminished. Lin Zile jumped back. Julie Thousand Slash. A terrifying burst of light shot towards him. Li Yongsheng didn't have time to react, only managing to turn around and raise his fist to block. The enormous force surrounded the two, creating a shocking tremor. Li Yongsheng shouted, "How perfect!" Lin Zile didn't pay much attention, focusing on his offensive power. Lin Zile tried his best to blow Li Yongsheng away to the point that the sword visibly trembled. He blocked only with his bare hands, without armor or weapons. Li Yongsheng looked at Lin Zile thinking, I'm about to be unable to withstand it. This kid's power is also about to be exhausted. To be able to fight me to this extent, this kid is indeed perfect. Lin Zile is no longer the arrogant and excited figure from before, but now looks strained, his face drenched in sweat. If this continues, I'm definitely going to lose. I have to think of something. He suddenly widened his eyes, startled to see Li Yongsheng casting a dazzling golden light, grinning maliciously. Kid, stop struggling. Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted. Lin Zile was blasted away, the explosion expanding. Fortunately, he reacted in time and managed to regain his balance. Lin Zile landed on the ground, pushed far away, dragging along the ground, smoke billowing everywhere. Li Yongsheng stood still, watching Lin Zile. Lin Zile staggered to his feet. On the other side, Li Yongsheng exclaimed, Haha, perfect, perfect, truly perfect. He was completely unaffected, his hands still brimming with power. It's just a pity that such an attack is your limit. You can only unleash it once. Otherwise, you really would have had a chance to defeat me. Lin Zile glanced at him darkly, thinking, He can easily see the limitations of the 9 Li thrusting strike. No wonder he's an old monster who's lived for over 200 years. But it's a pity, he said to Li Yongsheng. You mean as long as your inner energy doesn't run out, you can continuously unleash punches like before? Even if you're injured, the power won't decrease? Li Yongsheng sneered, his face turning grim. Absolutely correct, Lin Zile continued. Then take a look. Maybe the answer will be different. Li Yongsheng looked at the power in his hands in confusion, which was steadily declining. Ah! He cried out in panic. How is this possible? This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. I definitely won't be this weak. Lin Zile stood to the side, smiling smugly. This is the attribute of the capital honorary badge, reducing the attacker's strength attribute by 15%. Blame the Leek family for not telling you. However, it's normal for the Leek family not to tell you, he smirked darkly. After all, people have long forgotten you. Hearing this, Li Yongsheng's veins popped out, his body trembling in waves. Good, so you can still bring me such a big surprise. I'm angry, I'm really angry. Rest assured, even so, I can still defeat you. His eyes bloodshot. He gathered immense power in his hands, charging towards Lin Zile. This time, I won't give you a chance to rest. He lunged forward with incredible speed, flying straight towards him. Lin Zile was a little surprised, blocking with his sword in front of him, preparing to fight. Lin Zile raised his sword, the power erupting from the sword spreading out powerfully. So what if my strength can't keep up after just using the 9 Li thrusting strike? His eyes locked onto Li Yongsheng's movements. You are a member of the Li family. Even without enough strength, hatred is enough to support me to fight to the last man. Lin Zile swung his sword and shouted, The Li family leaves no name behind. The sword slashed past Li Yongsheng. He jumped, turning around. Lin Zile's sword slashed past Li Yongsheng once again, but at that moment he jumped up to avoid it. Li Yongsheng's hand was about to touch Lin Zile. Just as he was about to attack, he turned around, twisting the spear in his hand, stabbing it through Li Yongsheng, blood spurting from the wound. He then landed. Jumping back to look at Lin Zile, he cursed hatefully. Damn it! Li Yongsheng gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. You think that means you've won? The wound on his abdomen was throbbing, blood constantly flowing out. Lin Zile stood there mockingly. You can only stop the bleeding, not prevent the wound from widening. Let me teach you another thing. This is the wound-tearing effect of the 9 Li rip. Li Yongsheng, clutching his bleeding wound, laughed excitedly. A weapon that can constantly change forms. Truly magical. Your tricks are endless, Lin Zile said grimly. Too bad you won't live to see me use those tricks a second time. Li Yongsheng didn't care, even licking the blood on his hand. Then I'll broaden my horizons. Lunging forward, they attacked, exchanging blows with each other. Lin Zile didn't yield to his opponent in the slightest, and Li Yongsheng showed no mercy either. The spear in Lin Zile's hand returned to the form of a sword, and he swung it to slash at Li Yongsheng's hand, but he blocked it with his hand, the other hand creating a dangerous-looking green poison. I'll let you taste the most terrifying poison in the clan's secret arts. Then he unleashed the poison through Lin Zile, but the poison didn't fly straight, instead curving back to attack him. Without time to react, Lin Zile was hit by Li Yongsheng's attack. The moment he was struck, he jumped down. Li Yongsheng's poison had corroded one of Lin Zile's sleeves and seeped into his body. The poison seeped into his brain, and he suddenly felt dizzy. Lin Zile slumped, feeling all strength leave him. What's going on? Lin Zile was now trembling weakly on the floor. Li Yongsheng said darkly and evilly, You've been poisoned by the soul-destroying venom, the most potent poison in the clan's secret arts. Slowly savor the feeling of your spirit gradually being destroyed. Lin Zile's complexion worsened, his condition looking grim. Soul-destroying venom. He looked up at Li Yongsheng, thinking, This Li Yongsheng is indeed a man of outstanding comprehension, actually able to create the soul-destroying venom. However, the soul-destroying venom is a special type of poison, capable of causing pain in the spiritual realm, causing hallucinations, and destroying the opponent from within. The most important ingredient in the soul-destroying venom is spiritual essence fluid, and the method of producing these two is extremely harsh. Very few people in the clan can make it, and the crafting technique is currently lost. Lin Zile sighed. This is truly a coincidence. Misfortunes never come singly. His hand gripped Lin Zile's fingers, scratching the floor, his scratch marks imprinted upon it, struggling to move. But soon, Lin Zile collapsed motionless on the floor. He couldn't believe his eyes at his unsightly expression. At this moment, a system notification appeared, astonishing Lin Zile. Detected that player Yixi has undergone an energy cleansing ritual. Unknown effect of the pure nature physique. Increased poison damage monitoring from all attributes of the poison system. Poison damage increases from 30% to 35%. He struggled to get up. At this time, the black gas also gradually dissipated, and the poison in his body was reduced a bit. Lin Zile supported his trembling body, Reduce poison damage by 35%. Equipped demon stealth reduces damage by 20%, and the primal scale reduces the effect of adverse states by 20%. Calculating it like that, there isn't much poison left at all. His hand reached for the sword. Combined with your acting, I'll see if I can use this sword to support the best Oscar-winning golden statue on planet Azure. Lin Zile was really selling the act, his hand gripping the sword hilt, trembling. As long as I have breath left, I will never admit defeat to the Li family. Li Yongsheng still thinks I'm too weak to fight back, treating Lin Zile like an ant beneath his feet. How delusional. He lunged forward, swinging his fist. Lin Zile spun his sword, and only then did he realize, it's too late, I'm done for. I've fallen into a trap. He leaped up, swinging his sword to unleash the Julie cleaving strike, the sword slicing through Li Yongsheng, forcing him to retreat, screaming in pain. Lin Zile casually rested the sword on his shoulder, standing firm as if nothing had harmed him. The poison you gave me, I'm quite pleased with it. Li Yongsheng, now defeated, couldn't believe it. How could this be? It's impossible. You clearly suffered from the marrow-melting poison. There's no antidote. He clutched his head, his face deathly pale. Impossible! This is absolutely impossible. I absolutely cannot be wrong. His eyes turned bloodshot, his reaction showing signs of unraveling. Kill you! Just kill you! Li Yongsheng gritted his teeth, trembling. Then no one will know I ever failed. Kill you! At this moment, Lin Zile sensed something was off, so he activated the inside eye to analyze. Before his eyes, Li Yongsheng suddenly leveled up uncontrollably. The situation was now taking a turn for the worse. Lin Zile was flustered. This is bad. Lin Zile was now in a predicament. Could this be another ability of the forbidden secret technique for increasing lifespan, recorded in the Lis family's books? Another ability of the forbidden secret technique to increase lifespan by consuming one's own life force, forcibly drawing out one's potential in a short period to quickly enhance one's combat power right before the Julie tribe. It was through this type of forbidden secret technique that they trained a type of soldier capable of extracting a large amount of their own lifespan for super strength, ultimately causing too much manpower consumption that harmed the harmony of heaven and earth. Thus this secret art, he exclaimed inwardly. This must be Li Yongsheng's last trump card. Lin Zile raised his sword. Li Yongsheng then erupted with power. Die! Die! Go die! In an instant he appeared right in front of him. Li Yongsheng swung his fist down. Lin Zile retreated. He looked up at him. Lin Zile released his sword. The sword transformed into an axe. He held the axe and swung it down, using his bare hands to lift a large boulder, releasing it right where Li Yongsheng was, but he jumped over it, chasing after Lin Zile, who was flying above, carrying another large boulder. Li Yongsheng was now completely insane and out of control. He tore open his shirt. I'm gonna tear you apart. Lin Zile turned his head back. Mana on his hand condensed to create a water orb. Having reached the second layer moderately, he turned back to attack Li Yongsheng, who was below.